Our protagonist is named Wei Jun. He was once the Celestial Emperor, one of the most powerful beings in all the myriad realms. Seeking to break through to a higher realm of cultivation, he chose to undergo reincarnation, enduring 100,000 lifetimes. Finally, he was reborn as the Wei Jun we see today. Only by dying at the hands of another can he complete his final transformation, becoming the strongest being in existence. Driven by this singular goal, Wei Jun actively seeks his own demise. He's insulted the emperor, humiliated the most celebrated young lord in the capital, and even seduced the princess. Will Wei Jun achieve his desire for death and ultimate power? Stay tuned to find out. In the capital city of Zhongzhou, within the great Qian Empire, lies the renowned Miao In Pavilion. People were enjoying the music and the spring breeze. Suddenly, a voice roared, "Quickly, bring Miss Meng out here for this young master." Young Master Shangwan. Miss Meng is tired today. She said she won't be seeing any guests. No guests, perhaps, but she can't refuse me, little beauty. Be good and call Miss Meng out to play a couple of tunes for me. Otherwise, you know what will happen. It's Shangwan Xingfeng. That scoundrel is causing trouble at Miao In Pavilion again. So despicable. That spoiled brat never gives up. Keep your voices down. If he hears you, we're dead. Don't forget, he's not just any spoiled brat. Besides his prominent family, he's also a formidable cultivator. Young Master Shangwan, could you perhaps choose another girl? I'm just a humble servant girl. Please, don't make things difficult for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingfeng slapped the servant girl across the face. This act of violence sparked outrage among the onlookers. Hitting a girl, he's gone too far. Brother Wei, did you see that? Such blatant disregard for decency, right under the emperor's nose. Brother Wei, look, such villainy is truly infuriating. I saw it. So what? Brother Wei, aren't you angered by such blatant wickedness? What's it to me? Heavens, how can our generation of scholars be so cold-hearted? Why don't you go stop him? Well, we haven't quite mentally prepared ourselves for that. So much pointless talk. You two dragged me from the Datai Academy to this pleasure house, and now we encounter this. We haven't even heard a single song. Let's just go. But what about that spoiled brat? Don't worry. Miao In Pavilion operates right under the emperor's nose. It must have powerful backing. Anyone arrogant enough to cause trouble here is practically begging for death. Someone will deal with that young master soon enough. Brother Wei, you only see the surface. Miao In Pavilion does have backing, but Shangwan Xingfeng's backing is even stronger. How could strong backing produce such an idiotic young master? Brother Wei, you've been so focused on your studies that you haven't heard of Shangwan Xingfeng's infamous reputation. He's the leader of the capital's 4 great evil young masters. More importantly, his father is the current prime minister, Shangwan Yun, and his younger sister is a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sound Sect, one of the 10 great righteous sects. I heard that someone once took exception to his vile behavior and cursed him out. The next day, that person was found dead in the street, his backside. Well, it was a gruesome sight. Wei Jun seemed to nearly wet himself upon hearing this. Brother Wei, what are you trembling for? Don't be afraid. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't bother you. Did you hear what I said, young Master Shangwan? Bring Miss Ming out to see me at once, or I'll crush you. As he spoke these arrogant words, a strange object suddenly flew into his mouth. The scene shocked everyone present. This guy is a high-ranking official's son. Who has the guts to do this? Which son of a bitch dared to sneak attack me? Do they have a death wish? It was me, Wei Jun. Why did you? Oh, so it's him. The one who threw the wine cup was the newly appointed #1 scholar, Wei Jun. I heard that after the imperial examination, students are given 3 days to celebrate. Could it be that the #1 scholar is here too? Yes, it's him. I saw him riding a horse down the street yesterday, looking incredibly dashing. That's the pinnacle of life, aside from joining the ranks of cultivators. What do you know? A #1 scholar, through diligent study, can eventually attain power comparable to a cultivator. It's a pity he's offended the son of Prime Minister Shangwan. His future is ruined. Newly appointed #1 scholar, Wei Jun, do I know you? You dare throw a wine cup at me? Do you know who my father is? Playing the righteous hero requires the strength to back it up. Are you worthy? Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Who you are is irrelevant. Whoever you are, it doesn't give you the right to act with such reckless abandon. Status and position should not be a shield for villainy. Anyone with a conscience should stand up and stop you. In my eyes, your status and position are worthless. You only know how to bully others, using your family's influence to commit evil deeds. In my eyes, you are nothing but a depraved, perverted animal. Even if it means death, I cannot stand idly by and watch a beast like you run rampant. Wei Jun, how interesting. Brother Wei actually dared to speak his mind. I never thought he possessed such courage. He's willing to risk his life. I feel ashamed. Wei Jun is a righteous man, a newly appointed #1 scholar who faces death with equanimity. He truly doesn't fear death. No, you're mistaken. It's not that I don't fear death, but that I was once the celestial emperor, one of the most powerful beings in all the heavens and myriad worlds. To break through my current realm, I chose to undergo tribulation and cultivate anew, reincarnating 100,000 times. Finally, I was reborn as Wei Jun. When I die at the hands of another, I will complete my final transformation as the Celestial Emperor. So, I truly yearn for death. Wei Jun, oh Wei Jun, it seems you truly desire death. With this young master status, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. I shall grant you your wish. Those aren't very pleasant words. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This time, I'm definitely dead. Death is right before my eyes. As soon as I'm killed, I can immediately become the invincible celestial emperor of the myriad realms. Do it, Shangwan Xingfeng. I'll thank you for it. Damn it, he's still smiling. He can still smile even when death is imminent. Are you scared witless? Scare my ass. What's so scary about death? You're nothing but a beast who relies on power to bully others. I'm standing right here. Do you dare kill me? Brother Wei, don't say any more. Going against young Master Shangwan, you really will die. Young Master Shangwan, Brother Wei is just drunk. Please, don't take his words to heart. Ha ha, look how sensible your friend is. You think just because you're the newly appointed #1 scholar, you can act all righteous and heroic. In their eyes, you're no different from an idiot. Ha ha. Tell you what, if you kneel down and apologize to this young master, I might just spare your life. After a moment's thought, Wei Jun said, I'm wrong. This made Shangwan somewhat disappointed. I thought I'd encountered a true hero, but it seems it was just a momentary impulse. As expected, he ultimately succumbed to that lecherous Shangwan. But our protagonist really wanted to die, so he added, comparing you to an animal is an insult to animals. You're not even as good as an animal. Holy crap, this guy's crazy. Wei Jun, are you tired of living? You too are powerless and insignificant, so it's natural to be afraid of him. If I were to implicate you because I stood up for myself, then I would truly be in the wrong. You've both toiled for 20 years in your studies, carrying the hopes of your families. Even if you abandon me, it's understandable. I still consider you my friends. Moreover, this matter truly has nothing to do with you. If you want to do something, just target me. Hearing these words, Ming's two friends were moved to tears. The #1 scholar is so loyal and righteous. Well said, truly a man of integrity. Master Wei's words are truly inspiring. Such loyalty and righteousness. Today, the #1 scholar's expenses are on my tab. I may not be as brave as you in the face of tyranny, but I admire your spirit. This is the true demeanor of a gentleman. Damn it, all of you shut up. Acting like you're not afraid of death, are you? This young master will grant your wish. Seize him. All right, let's do this. Don't hold back. Suddenly, a woman descended the stairs. Young Master Shangwan. She said, I'm here. Please, don't make things difficult for anyone else. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Heavens, it's Miss Ming. So beautiful. Truly the Miao In Pavilion's most renowned courtesan. A goddess descended from the heavens. Ming addressed Shangwan Xingfeng directly. Young Master Shangwan, I'm willing to sing for you. Please, spare Wei Jun. She added under her breath, what in the world? A young woman in the crowd spoke up, her voice laced with disbelief. Elder sister, how can someone so beautiful be so cruel? Wei Jun's voice rang out, firm and resolute. Miss Ming, you needn't worry, and certainly don't need to flatter this vile young master. If you were to suffer any humiliation at his hands for helping me, I, Wei Jun, would have no face left to live in this world. Wei Jun Ming cried, her voice filled with concern. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll really die. Wei Jun let out a loud laugh. Ha ha, what's so scary about death? If I were to truly leave this place today, that would be a true death. Shangwan Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. Does he truly want this? He turned to Ming, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Very well, Miss Ming. He clearly doesn't want your help. That suit me just fine. His voice dripped with malice. I love nothing more than watching these so-called heroes beg for mercy. Take him away. I want to torture him slowly to death. He added with a lewd chuckle, I'm going to make his backside blossom today. Wei Jun inwardly rejoiced. Today, I can finally die. Suddenly, A crowd of people surged forward, placing themselves between Wei Jun and Shangwan Xingfeng's men. Young Master Shangwan, please show mercy. Young Master Shangwan, please reconsider. Young Master Shangwan, please spare this year's #1 scholar. Young Master Shangwan, a magnanimous person like you shouldn't bother with such a petty individual. Despite their eloquent pleas, their faces were etched with fear. Witnessing this scene, tears and snot streamed down Wei Jun's face. It appeared as though he was overcome with emotion. But in reality, his thoughts were far different. Why are you all trying to ruin my plans? What if he doesn't kill me? Then won't I have spoken in vain? Young Master Shangwan, please spare Wei Jun. Young Master Shangwan. Brother Wei was just momentarily confused. Please forgive him this time. Young Master Shangwan, please reconsider. Their combined efforts prevented the two guards from dragging Wei Jun away. Wei Jun thought, look at all this passion. I understand, and I'm truly touched. But why are you all ruining my plan? What if he doesn't kill me? Then all this will have been for nothing. Shangwan Xingfeng's patience finally snapped. Damn scholars, do you think your numbers can intimidate me? Uncle Wu, seize him. Let's see who can stop me today. Yes, young master. An old man stepped forward, his eyes blazing with an extraordinary aura. A cultivator. Not good. Someone gasped. I can't move. The old man charged towards Wei Jun, unstoppable. No one could stand in his way. Wei Jun, filled with a perverse sense of triumph, thought, success. Today, I can finally die. A moment later, wah! Brother Wei died so tragically. You're still a virgin. Stop farting. Brother Wei has only been taken away. He's not dead yet. Stop cursing him, all right. But being taken by Shangwan Xingfeng, things don't look good for Brother Wei. Poor Brother Wei, such an upright man. Sigh, compared to Master Wei, we should be ashamed. Master Wei is truly admirable. The more we think about it, the more heartbroken we become. But the young woman, surnamed Meng upstairs, didn't seem worried at all. Senior sister, what should we do now? Spread the word about what happened today at Miao in Pavilion. The wider it spreads, the better. A man of such integrity deserves to be known by many. Is Master Wei's life in danger? After all, he saved me. Miss Mu listened, remarkably composed. Is he in danger? Don't worry. He's safer than anyone right now. Meanwhile, in Shangwan Xingfeng's dungeon, that perverted baka, hentai, he's quite resourceful. 100 different tortures, each one capable of taking a life. Shangwan Xingfeng is truly twisted. Well, Wei Jun, are you pleased with the accommodations I prepared for you? Tell me, how do you want to die? Wei Jun remained indifferent upon hearing these words. If you're going to kill me, then kill me. Stop with the dramatics. Are you truly not afraid at all? Why are you so long-winded? Just do it. Wei Jun, will never bow to tyranny. Hurry up, I'm in a rush to be reborn. Truly not the slightest bit moved. Votluk. Just regain my memories, and now I get to die. Well done, Shangwan. I shall reward you by making you my chief eunuch. I am, after all, a benevolent and merciful emperor. Shangwan reached out, ready to act. Oh, something doesn't seem right. Brother Wei, you truly are the one I've been searching for. Whoa, what the hell? Brother Wei, please come to my chambers. Hold on, I'm not gay. What the hell are you doing? Something's not right here. Brother Wei, this is just a misunderstanding. I truly mean you no harm. Get away from me, you pervert. Stop doing weird stuff. Brother Wei, please let me explain. It's like this. Senior sister, the news has spread. Very good. By the way, senior sister, are you sure Wei Jun is safe? This story begins a few days ago. Miss Mu, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help me. We've been friends for years. Just say what's on your mind. I'd like to ask you to help me stage a play to test the character of this newly appointed #1 scholar, Wei Jun. So you went through all this trouble just to test me. Indeed. And it's thanks to Miss Mu's cooperation. Are you sick? A spoiled young master like you, instead of indulging in arson and murder, chooses to test me. Aren't you just bored and looking for trouble? You have too much time on your hands. Wei Jun's friends cried out, Brother Wei, don't get agitated. Please, let him explain. I'm tired of flatterers and sycophants. I want to befriend true heroes with spirit, like Brother Wei. Shangwan Xingfeng declared. But with my status, too many people try to get close to me. So I had to use this method to test you. Please forgive me, Brother Wei. But the rumors outside say you kill those who offend you. Wei Jun countered. That was just a play for others to see. Those so-called heroes before were all arranged by me. I don't understand. What do you gain by ruining your own reputation like this? What do I want? Do I want riches and honor, a life of pleasure? Do I want power to look down on everyone? Or perhaps to leave my name etched in history, passed down through the ages. No, I don't want any of those things. I want the people to live in peace and prosperity, the nation to be strong, and foreign enemies to fear us. I want a ruler who loves his country and its people, and officials who serve the nation and its citizens. I want everyone to feel proud to live in such a country. If I can achieve this wish, then even if my name is dragged through the mud, what does it matter to me, Shangguan Xingfeng? And Brother Wei Jun, you are the like-minded individual I've been searching for. With someone like you joining us, we can surely change this ailing nation. Wei Jun thought, am I a fool? A carefree young master on the surface, but a patriotic youth underneath. I've really fallen into a trap. He put on this whole act, even going so far as to ruin his own reputation, just to recruit me. Young Master Shangguan, you're seriously not well in the head. Wei Jun thought, damn it, I was so close. I didn't expect to run into a fake villain, but I can't just give up now. He's still the Prime Minister's son. Maybe if I humiliate him enough, he'll snap and kill me after all. Shangguan Xingfeng sighed, then laughed cheerfully. Brother Wei truly is a man of integrity. Even after learning my true identity and intentions, your attitude hasn't changed a bit. You even seem relaxed. Could it be he enjoys being mistreated? Is he a bit of a masochist? I'm tired of talking in circles. If you don't intend to kill me, what do you plan to do with me? You can't expect me to change my name and disappear, can you? Shangguan Xingfeng replied, Brother Wei, you think too much. You are the newly appointed #1 scholar, a man of great talent. My father greatly admires your essays and sent me to test you. With your gifts, you should be serving the country and its people, not changing your name and hiding. So what's your next move? Don't be impatient, Brother Wei. Everything is going according to plan. Suddenly, shouts erupted from outside. Release Wei Jun Shangguan Xingfeng. Release Master Wei. #1 scholar, hold on. We're here to save you. These are my people arranged outside, stirring things up, intentionally making a big scene. This way, I can apply pressure and give you a way out, and no one will suspect we're putting on a show. Sending people to build up your good reputation, then personally destroying your own image. Young Master Shangguan, you're truly a man of talent. Oh, it's nothing at all. Many thanks for Brother Wei's praise. I didn't praise you. Listen carefully. The things those people outside are shouting at you are quite unpleasant. Shangguan Xingfeng, be careful what you do. Evil deeds will have their retribution. Shangguan Xingfeng, traitorous insect, perverted, sick baka. Even the emperor is subject to the law, just like commoners. Shangguan Xingfeng, you will face your reckoning. Shangguan Xingfeng, I curse you to have children born without anuses. Bastard Shangguan Xingfeng, get out here, you shameless wretch. Release Master Wei. Hearing these insults, Shangguan gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Everyone cursing me so fiercely really gets me going. This lunatic, he absolutely loves being abused. Brother Wei, those people outside cursing me, half are doing it on their own and half are arranged by me. Do you think the great Qian still has hope? Hearing this, the three were stunned for 5 seconds. But the main character said, whether the great Qian has hope, I don't know, but you certainly don't. If you went out there now, you'd definitely be beaten to death. Brother Wei, do you know why I want to test you? Because you're crazy. What other reason could there be? Brother Wei, my personal issues are just a minor ailment. The one truly sick now is this country. In the great Qian today, the emperor is obsessed with cultivating immortality, neglecting his duties. Cultivators hold immense power, oppressing and persecuting the people, while those with ambition find it difficult to make their mark. The great Qian's illness is incurable. Do you know why I wanted to test Brother Wei? Why I paid such a high price to help you gain fame? Brother Wei, do you have any guesses? The Prime Minister fancies me. No, that's not right. While the #1 scholar has a certain value, it's not enough for the Prime Minister, who is second only to the Emperor, to go to such lengths to recruit someone. So, it can only be that the Prime Minister needs this #1 scholar's help with something. Brother Wei is indeed intelligent. What is it specifically? Tell me. Going to such great lengths, it seems this matter isn't simple. Perhaps there's some danger involved. Haha. Brother Wei, have you ever considered your future prospects? If nothing unexpected happens, I'll likely be assigned to the Hanlin Academy, right? Yes, the Hanlin Academy. That's the first place the newly appointed #1 scholar works. It gathers the best scholars in the entire country. The main work is drafting court documents, serving as examiners for the imperial examinations, and tutoring the princes. If you do well, you even have the opportunity to become the emperor's colleague. The prime minister is the highest superior for these additional tasks, much like a CEO. While entering the Hamlin Academy would indeed benefit the prime minister, isn't investing in me a bit premature? It'll be at least 5 to 15 years before I can help him navigate the political landscape. No, that's not it. Brother Wei, my father hopes that after you enter the Hamlin Academy, you can seize the opportunity to write history. History. Why would Prime Minister Shangwan seek out a newcomer like me? I wouldn't even be considered for such a task in the Hamlin Academy. The Hamlin Academy will soon be reorganized. The other Hamlin scholars will all have their own assignments. And the one who pens history must be someone nurtured by integrity. Integrity is one of the most transcendent powers in this world. Long ago, the Confucian sage led 3,000 disciples to conquer the world and establish the rules. Those who cling to life and fear death can never cultivate integrity. The scriptures clearly state, only those like you, brother, born with integrity, are permitted to write history, to ensure its fairness and authenticity. And in the eyes of my father and myself, Brother Wei Jun, you are a super potential stock, the best seed of integrity, capable of making the right choices in history. With my father's help, coupled with your abilities and qualities, Brother Wei, cultivating integrity is only a matter of time. Wei Jun thought to himself, they want to help me reach the pinnacle of the scholarly world. Such a noble intention. Just how dangerous and difficult is the task they want me to undertake. But I enjoy dangerous things. What exactly is this reorganization of the Hamlin Academy? Why is the Prime Minister so concerned? The war to defend the nation. A period of history forbidden to discuss. A history filled with blood and betrayal. A history where, if one is not careful, the recorder could also be killed. Lies or historical truth. To follow the current. To say what the emperor wants to hear. To conceal the truth and sing praises. Does Prime Minister Shangwan want me to flatter the emperor? No. My father hopes that Brother Wei can withstand pressure from all sides and directly write the truth. Of course, doing so carries great risk. You could lose your life at any moment. If Brother Wei is unwilling, consider this conversation never happened. Shangwan hadn't finished speaking when Wei Jun abruptly interrupted. Very well. This left Shangwan perplexed. Very well. Isn't this playing with your life? But unbeknownst to him, Wei Jun truly desired death. With a serious expression, Wei Jun replied, I accept this task. 10 years ago, the great Qian Empire was nearly annihilated by a powerful Western enemy. To resist the invasion, countless heroic soldiers fought to save the nation. History calls it the war to defend the nation. Yet, as victory neared, a series of unbelievable events transpired. The emperor, who loved his people like his own children, upright and incorruptible, died. The crown prince, intelligent and righteous, understanding of the people's hearts, also vanished. Besides the crown prince, the emperor also had a son and a daughter. The throne should have been passed down to one of them. But strangely, it was passed to the emperor's younger brother, the current emperor. If I were to thoroughly investigate these matters and record them in history, I would certainly die. Facing such danger, Brother Wei can still laugh. You truly are a talent of the great Qian. I thank you on behalf of the people of the world. If you ever need my help, just say the word. Don't mention it. As long as you can let me die, we'll remain good friends. I've agreed. So, how do you plan to deal with the crowd outside? Don't be hasty, Brother Wei. We still need to act like enemies, or it will arouse suspicion. Also, before we go out, I have a few words of advice for you. You're about to become an official Brother Wei, but the capital is a den of vipers. There are people you absolutely must not offend. Doing so could easily invite disaster. What? There's such a good thing. Quickly, get a notebook and write this down. Outside, the crowd continued to clamor. Shangwan Xingfeng, release Wei Jun, young master. The crowd outside is growing. What should we do? Finally, Wei Jun and Shangwan emerged. The sight that greeted everyone was astonishing. Haha, what are you all talking about? I merely invited Brother Wei for a drink, and I had his little cultivator attendant use an illusion technique to make him look like this. This guy thinks things through. Gotta commit to the bit, right? We're professionals. Seeing Wei Jun's disheveled state, the crowd was furious. Drinking to this extent, how can this be justified? You dare to use torture without authorization. Shangwan Xingfeng, aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution. What the hell is retribution? I only believe in fists and strength. This guy is clearly enjoying being yelled at. Young Master Shangwan, we don't want to antagonize you. Now that you've released Wei Jun, we'll take him and leave. Very well, then everyone disperse. Brother Wei and I had a delightful chat today. This bottle of scar-removing medicine is a parting gift. This is to restore my original appearance and conceal the illusion. He even thought of this. Two brothers helped Wei Jun leave, but they hadn't gone far when Shangwan called out, Wei Yunyo, I graciously invited you for a drink, and you're leaving without even a word of farewell. Killing someone is just a matter of their head hitting the ground. He even wants gratitude. This humiliation is too blatant, too much. This rich young master is really getting into character. Completely unconvincing. He can't fool me, the judge. Suddenly, Wei Jun's hand moved involuntarily, spinning around and slapping Shangwan across the face. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? I didn't want to do that. Shangwan Xingfeng suddenly grinned smugly. Brother Wei, I've taken control of your arm. Voice transmission, you see, the best acting is acting like you're not acting at all. This young nobleman is quite amusing. After this, the story spread like wildfire throughout the capital. More and more people learned of Wei Jun's reputation for disregarding life and death. Young master, Wei Jun is practically famous now. But was there really a need for you to sacrifice yourself like that? What did I sacrifice? Brother Wei is the one who truly had to put himself on the line. As long as it makes Wei Jun more famous, a little humiliation is nothing. Besides, getting beaten up is rather enjoyable. The old servant, upon hearing this, was speechless. At this moment, the old servant also really wanted to hit someone. A few days later, at the Hamlin Academy. Yesterday's notice called for those on the list to gather at the Hamlin Academy. So, we've been assigned to the Hamlin Academy, as expected. The number 1 scholar likely becomes a Hamlin compiler directly, rank 6 or higher, right? For many, this position is the culmination of all their efforts. I hear the number 1 scholar often faces ostracization because of it. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in admiration for Wei Jun. Brother Wei, your reputation precedes you. I'll treat you to a drink when you're free. Shangwan Xingfeng hasn't caused you any more trouble, has he? If he has, we'll certainly teach him a lesson. My, what's going on here? It seems Shangwan Xingfeng's scheme has worked wonders after all. Everyone, I act without restraint, hence my impulsiveness. Don't follow my example. You'll only get yourselves killed. Brother Wei is truly benevolent, worthy of the number 1 scholar. Your realm of understanding is truly different from ours. It's an honor to have a friend like Brother Wei. I'm not a goddess. Why are there suddenly so many flatterers? Just how much money did Shangwan Xingfeng spend on publicity? My apologies for keeping you scholars waiting. The letters of gratitude were distributed earlier. Have you all finished writing them? Then hand them over to me. The emperor is waiting in the palace. The current emperor of the Great Qian is obsessed with cultivation and has neglected his duties for 5 years. Though he ignores matters of state, the emperor enjoys being praised. Therefore, all newly appointed scholars must present memorials expressing gratitude for the imperial favor and praising the emperor. Those are the letters of gratitude. Excellent. This way, not only will the emperor see the memorials, but based on my writing alone, the top spot is undoubtedly mine. Scene changes to the imperial palace. Your Majesty, the letters of gratitude from the new Hamlin scholars have been collected. Bring them here. This lecherous-looking old man is the emperor of the Great Qian, Emperor Qian. This is the memorial from this year's number 1 scholar. Give the others to the princes and princesses. These Hamlin scholars will be their teachers in the future. It's good for them to familiarize themselves with their teachers' writing styles beforehand. Yes, Your Majesty. The scene shifts to Wei Jun. A sinister smile, seemingly out of nowhere, spreads across his face. Brother Wei, with such a confident smile, you must have penned a masterpiece. I'm right, aren't I? We're all dying to know what you've written. This is a copy of my thank you note. Please, enlighten me with your critiques. Excellent. Let me be the first to read it. Haha. It seems preparing copies in advance was a wise decision. The more people who read it, the better for me. As these fine gentlemen unfolded the thank you notes, Emperor Qian happened to be reading Wei Jun's as well. Upon reading it, the men's faces turned a sickly, toad-like green. Meanwhile, Emperor Qian's face was a roadmap of bulging veins. Brother Wei, what in the world have you written? You are incredibly audacious. How dare you write such things? Brother Wei, you are truly a man among men. But such honesty, it's not just your future at stake. Brother Wei, your life could be in danger. Are you willing to risk your neck for righteousness? Please, accept my humble bow. Please, everyone rise. For the good of the nation, I would gladly sacrifice my life. I have merely done a small, insignificant thing for the country. There's no need for such grand gestures. But Brother Wei, you truly shouldn't trifle with your life like this. Even if you wish to admonish His Majesty, you shouldn't insult him so. You delusional old fool, obsessed with immortality. You spend your days chasing mystical nonsense while neglecting the affairs of state. Cultivate my foot. Having finished reading, Emperor Qian's face was a mask of furious crimson. This time, Brother Wei has truly gone too far. Brother Wei's heart is filled with nothing but concern for this nation. He truly hasn't given a single thought to his own well-being. Inner monologue. Humph, you understand nothing. Everything I've done is for my own benefit. Yesterday, Shangwan Xingfeng told me the only person in the capital I couldn't afford to offend was Emperor Qian. Criticizing his cultivation and neglect of state affairs would not end well. After the Emperor reads my thank you note, he certainly won't let me off the hook. The scene shifts back to the Imperial Palace. Time to see Emperor Qian's sour face again. By now, he must be fuming after reading it. Suddenly, his expression does a complete 180. Truly a genius, our #1 scholar. This is the finest thank you note I have ever read. Haha, Your Majesty, may this concubine also broaden her horizons. Of course, my Empress. Take a look. Thank you, Your Majesty. After reading it, the Empress couldn't help but gasp. Oh, another gasp. Even with my years of experience in palace intrigue, I can hardly bear this. That Wei Jun is truly audacious beyond measure. Haha, what's wrong, my Empress? Were you moved by the #1 scholar's literary talent? Calm yourself. You must remain calm. Truly astounding. I never expected #1 scholar Wei Jun to compose such a piece. With a talent like Wei Jun in our court, our dynasty is sure to flourish. His Majesty is right. Wei Jun, as the #1 scholar hailing from the Imperial Academy, the highest institution of learning in our great Qian, it's not surprising he could write such a piece. Damn it, this blasted thank you note thoroughly scolds His Majesty. How should I handle this? I can't keep it in my hands. I must pass it on. But to whom? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. So, Wei Jun is considered my junior then. I also studied at the Imperial Academy when I was young. Mother Empress, may I have a look at my junior's work? This was the former emperor's daughter, Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu herself took the initiative to ask for it. Although this girl was a princess, the emperor was only her uncle. Her true father was the previous emperor of Great Qian. Rumors had always circulated that the previous emperor's death couldn't be entirely separated from the current emperor's involvement. Therefore, giving this trouble to her was truly the most appropriate course of action. Someone, give it to Princess Mingzhu. After reading it, Princess Mingzhu couldn't help but be astonished. Though surprised, her face remained expressionless, causing the emperor to sigh in admiration. Such a calm demeanor. This girl has studied with a group of adults at the Imperial Academy since she was young, and by her teens, she was already risking life and limb on the battlefield, defending her country. This forged her current composed character. My brother truly had a fine daughter. Compared to her, my son falls far short. My son, second Prince Qian Zishan. Good heavens, that name sounds like death god. Leaving aside other matters, just speaking of literary talent alone, Wei Jun is truly worthy of the title of #1 scholar. What a masterful display of dodging the main point. Younger brother Zishan, do you want to see it? Of course I want to see it. I was just about to ask Father Emperor to let me have a look. What in the world is this? What kind of trickery is this? What am I even reading? I'm doomed. I've been tricked. Is elder sister Mingzhu playing a joke on me? Praising Wei Jun is no different from slandering Father Emperor. And scolding Wei Jun will make this thank you note known throughout the entire realm. What should I do? I can't pass it on to someone else. Elder sister Mingzhu can do this because she has backing. Since Father Emperor ascended the throne, the court has appeared calm, but in reality, he's constantly scheming. There are those who want elder sister Mingzhu, despite being a woman, to be established as crown princess and then ascend the throne to become empress. Moreover, because elder sister Mingzhu is a woman, she has many cultivators supporting her. I, on the other hand, can only rely on Father Emperor. I can't imitate elder sister Mingzhu and pass this thank you note on to someone else. If I do, Father Emperor will see me as incompetent, only capable of shifting responsibility. It seems there's only one thing I can do. Your Majesty, I am being presumptuous, but could you bestow Wei Jun's letter of gratitude upon me? Oh, you want this letter of gratitude? Yes, your majesty. After reading it, I felt a stirring, a hint of a breakthrough in my cultivation. Just looking at it, I felt a warmth spread through my body. Therefore, I wish to request this reward from you, Father. Emperor Qian seemed quite pleased at this. Good, you may have it. All right, now that the meal is finished and there's nothing else, you are all dismissed. Zishan, you stay. I wish to speak with you. Zishan, tell me, why did I say that Wei Jun's letter of gratitude was so well written? I believe I understand your intention, Father. I feel that you didn't want to use your own prestige to bolster the reputation of that wretched scholar. Wei Jun hearing this, Emperor Qian's smile widened. Not bad. So, do you know what should be done? The world will only know that Wei Jun wrote a letter of gratitude that received your praise. As for the specific content, they will remain completely ignorant. As for Wei Jun, I will pay him a visit myself. Rest assured, Father, I'm feeling a bit tired. Go and attend to your duties. Yes, Father, I shall take my leave. Qian Zishan turned to leave, but suddenly felt the chilling aura of Emperor Qian. Did Wei Jun speak your mind? Did you find it amusing to see him insult me? Qian Zishan fell to his knees in terror. I wouldn't dare, Father. Emperor Qian stared deeply at him, then dismissed him. Wei Jun, learning nothing good, and instead taking after that woman. If this essay were to spread, you would become a loyal minister recorded in history, while I would forever bear this humiliation. I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. You want to trade your death for fame. I will not permit it. The scene shifted to Wei Jun. At this moment, Wei Jun suddenly felt an itch and sneezed. Brother Wei, what's wrong? Have you caught a cold? He wondered what had happened. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. Could this be a premonition of death? Hey, wonderful. Just then, someone approached Wei Jun, their eyes practically bulging out of their head as they looked at him. Oh, who is this? Who am I? You dare ask. What kind of damned letter of gratitude did you write? Do you have a death wish? This person was Chu Finfin, Wei Jun's former teacher. Before Wei Jun took the imperial examination, he had studied at the Imperial Academy. Chu Finfin was the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. The position of headmaster was also known as libationer, so she was also called Libationer Chu. According to his memories from his past life, this woman was the most stubborn person under heaven. Chu Finfin was an extraordinary woman. Her original title wasn't the most stubborn person under heaven, but rather the best physician under heaven. After the war with the Wei Kingdom began, she went to serve as a military medic. From a former emperor down to the lowliest soldier, countless lives were saved by her hand. She'd heal them, then abruptly declare, medicine cannot save the people of the great Qian. From that point on, she abandoned medicine and pursued literature, embracing contrariness as her guiding principle. Every fiery essay she penned sent tremors through the empire, including the former and current emperors. Naturally, she cultivated an unyielding spirit, reaching the grand scholar realm in record time. Within the Confucian school, sainthood is the highest attainable realm. But in this era, surpassing sainthood is impossible. A grand scholar is the pinnacle, a height few reach even after a lifetime of study. Furthermore, the countless lives she'd saved willingly became her claws and teeth. This is why Chu Finfin can hurl insults without fear of reprisal. What's more, it's said she has a penchant for shielding those who err. Best to keep a healthy distance from this woman. Getting too close is truly dangerous. So, Libationer Chu has arrived. Master, please save Brother Wei. He's courting death. His Majesty will surely execute him. It seems you've heard, Master. Indeed, I thought I was the most contrary person under heaven, but it seems my student has surpassed me. Compared to Master, I still have much to learn. Your howl changed the fate of countless souls. Your world in a haze turned the tide of war. I still have much to learn from you. You little brat, try to compare yourself to me. I dare to scold all under heaven because I know no one dares kill me. And you, a mere scholar who hasn't even cultivated an unyielding spirit. Libationer Chu has activated contrarian mode, automatically switching to sarcasm. This speed, this vocabulary, truly worthy of the title of most contrary person under heaven. Don't do something like this again, do you hear? Showing off without the skills to back it up. Aren't you afraid of death? Master is right, Wei Jun said, his face impassive. I am not afraid of death. This startled Chu Finfin. Ordinary people cannot lie in the presence of a grand scholar. Could this boy truly not fear death? Wait, could it be because of that time? Chu Finfin recalled a moment from the past. Finfin, why won't you accept me? I pursued you for 9 years. Can you tell me why? What kind of man do you even like? Certainly not a useless one like you. Stop dreaming. I like heroes who sacrifice themselves for their country. Only someone who faces death without fear is worthy of me. I just said that casually back then. Could he have taken it to heart? Is he risking his life like this as a roundabout way of confessing his feelings for me? It must be. So many people in this world adore me. It's only natural Wei Jun would secretly admire me too. Damn it, even if someone likes me enough to not fear death, they can't just play with their life like this. Chu Finfin fretted internally. Wei Jun, oblivious to her concern, remained engrossed in his book, completely unaware of his surroundings. Don't worry about your student. Teacher, how did you find out about the letter of gratitude? Has it spread already? If so, the emperor will definitely kill me. Haha. We went to inform Headmaster Chu. After all, she's your teacher. She should know about this. Huh, didn't we all leave together? Why did you also invite the second prince, Princess Mingzhu, and Headmaster Chu here now? Headmaster Chu, always caring for her students, naturally arrived faster than us. The prince and princess are here too. Are they here to pronounce my death sentence? Are you Wei Jun? Yes, it is I, this criminal. Pronounce my sentence quickly, quickly. The emperor's decree. Wei Jun is multi-talented, and I am very pleased. I bestow a special reward. Ha ha ha. Thank you, your majesty, for the reward. This subject willingly accepts his death sentence. Wait a minute. After a pause of about 5 seconds, something doesn't seem right. A reward. A reward. I scolded him like a dog, and he wants to give me a reward. Something within Wei Jun seemed to shatter. A reward. Why a reward? I insulted him so thoroughly, showing him no respect. Is there something wrong with this emperor? Could it be that the emperor is a masochist, a pervert with a desire to be abused? Audacious. You just escaped death, and you dare speak such nonsense. Do you have a death wish? Princess Mingzhu. She's one of those people Shangwan mentioned I shouldn't provoke. If I can't die this time, I might as well antagonize her. Princess Mingzhu, there's no need to threaten him. If he feared death, he wouldn't have written such a letter of gratitude. The emperor is certainly not a masochist. He simply doesn't want to be labeled a tyrant because of a single essay. So this time, he'll let it slide. But don't write anything like that again. The current emperor is a petty man. Who knows? He might find an opportunity to make things difficult for you later. Sister Chu, you should be careful what you say. He is the emperor, after all. Father is magnanimous and forgiving. He absolutely wouldn't be so petty. I once saved his life. So what if I badmouth him? Magnanimous and forgiving. What about how he annihilated my clan for their service in defending the country? We were wrong. Sister, please don't say any more. Fortunately, I anticipated this possibility. I'll let these people see the letter of gratitude first. As long as they spread the contents of the letter, Emperor Qian won't be able to hold back, even if he wants to. Ha ha ha. As expected, I've covered all my bases. Leaving myself an escape route is my style. Father doesn't want this matter to spread. So, Headmaster, please erase the related memories of the other students. A small matter. Chu Finfin made a gesture, snapping her fingers, and everyone forgot what had just transpired. Huh, what the hell? I clearly remember reading that awesome novel on Vitamin's channel. Why is the novel here? It's like temporary amnesia. Seeing this situation, Wei Jun's eyes widened like grapes, his heart weeping. Did it really have to be this thorough? If this keeps up, someone's going to die. Even I'm having trouble dying. Damn it, I was careless. This is a world with supernatural powers. Blocking information is too easy. If I go around broadcasting this myself, I'll just be seen as suicidal. That definitely doesn't fit the criteria of being killed by someone else. Damn it, I failed again. Oh well, good things take time. I'll just keep trying. Chu Finfin patted Wei Jun's shoulder. Kid, why the sudden gloom? Worried about your future. Although you offended His Majesty, you don't need to worry. Considering your decent performance today, I'll protect you from now on. The headmaster offered to protect Wei Jun. Is this her way of worrying on behalf of her father? Although Sister Chu is famously unruly, this is the first time she's openly expressed a desire to protect someone. She thought smugly, haha, that was pretty cool just now. Damn, my charm is just... But Wei Jun thought the opposite. This woman is so ruthless. Who needs your protection? No, I can't let you ruin my grand plan of seeking death. Master, A person should bear the consequences of their own actions. Your student doesn't need your protection. Oh, this kid has some pride. This little junior is so brave, even daring to call me young. If you knew how old I really am, you'd probably be scared. No, now's not the time to quibble about this. Master, you once said, a sharp sword is tempered on a wet stone. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. A person needs to be tempered to achieve greatness. If this student always hides behind Master, I will never become a true man. A sharp sword is tempered on a wet stone. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Truly a fine couplet. Headmaster Chu is indeed a learned scholar, able to compose such verses on the spot. Sister Chu is truly brilliant. I'm so impressed. It is Headmaster Chu, unparalleled in literary talent, both talented and virtuous, the best in the world. Do you really need to flatter me like this? Did I really say those words? Of course I didn't. That's a couplet from the diligent section of the Lessons for the Wise. With this level of sophistication, it's obvious I said it. I can't believe I forgot. Wei Jun, you're not bad. Very respectful of your teacher. He even remembers a line I casually said a long time ago. I didn't realize this little junior was so shameless. All right, it's getting late. Let's get back to the main topic. You probably all received the notification. Today, besides submitting your letters of gratitude to the Imperial Academy, there's another extremely important matter. That is, with a snap of her fingers, Chu Finfin, the libationer, caused everyone to vanish in the blink of an eye, transporting them to a place filled with countless books, swirling dust motes, and stairs that seemed to ascend endlessly into the clouds. This was Mount Dangshu. Simply by climbing to a certain height, one could cultivate how Ranzheng Qi, the righteous Qi of the vast universe. This was the very place where the sages of old made their annual pilgrimage. So this is Mount Dangshu, a veritable mountain of books. A single snap of her fingers brought us here. Libationer, do you possess the power of spatial manipulation? What? Are you trying to win me over? Then kill my father and sister and usurp the throne. Libationer, don't joke like that. My father could have become emperor if he wanted to. You wouldn't even dare to think about it. Coward. Libationer, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken. Please, don't say anything more. This woman, beautiful, unparalleled medical skills, good in every way. It's a pity about that mouth of hers. Sister Chu, don't scare the poor boy to death. He's still young. Besides, how do you know he wouldn't dare? What imperial sister? That's a twisted interpretation. As if I couldn't see through such a simple thing. My judgment of men is impeccable. Otherwise, with so many suitors in the world, I would have been tricked long ago. At these words, everyone fell silent. Could it be she's misunderstanding herself? Since she abandoned medicine for literature, 90% of her admirers have vanished. All right, if you have no further questions, prepare to ascend Mount Dangshu. Master, I have a question. How tall is this mountain of books? How high must we climb to cultivate how Ranzheng Qi? I don't know how tall the mountain of books truly is, for I have never reached the summit. But as you follow the path of books, you will continuously encounter stairs. Each step represents a different level of heaven. The higher you climb, the more difficult it becomes. If you can reach the 4th level, it signifies the potential to become a grand scholar. If you can successfully reach the 6th level, a grand scholar will directly accept you as a personal disciple. Beyond the 6th level, how Ranzheng Qi will begin to cultivate within your body. Just the 6th level. That seems so low. What? Doesn't the number 1 scholar know? Since the appearance of Mount Dangshu, the achievements of every climber have been recorded on the climbing rankings. 90% of people stop at or below the 6th level. Reaching the 6th level already marks one as a genius among geniuses. The one who tops the climbing rankings is Libationer Chu. After abandoning medicine for literature, she achieved enlightenment at the Grand Scholar realm and ascended 21 levels in one go. Ha ha! You mere mortals naturally cannot compare to my innate talent. My little sister's abilities are truly extraordinary. I sense she already possesses a 10,000th of my imperial bearing. Should I break her record? But what if I display such exceptional talent that she feels the need to protect me? Having said that, let me remind you all of something. This time, reaching the 6th step might not necessarily be a good thing. Once you cultivate how Ranzheng Qi, righteous energy, you will become the chronicler of the war, compiling the history that defends our nation. This matter is related to the imperial succession, and being the chronicler is, without a doubt, 9 parts death and 1 part life. I hope everyone will carefully consider their own abilities. Hearing these words, Wei Jun was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. 9 parts death and 1 part life. Excellent. This time, I don't need to hold back. I absolutely must cultivate how Ranjung Chi and break the record for climbing this mountain of books. Master, if no one manages to reach the sixth step, wouldn't that mean no one has to become the chronicler? You fat fool. What kind of reminder is that? I'll remember you. You think you're so clever. Do you really think this matter is up to you lot? It's only because the old Hanlon scholars refuse to take on the role that it falls to you. If none of you reach the sixth step, the court will directly intervene and assist the top-ranking scholar in cultivating Hao Ranjung Chi. Do you think the court hasn't considered this loophole? I truly underestimated the people of this world. They're excessively cautious. Shangguan Jingfeng hides his masochistic tendencies. Ninja Turtle becomes the emperor, and now there's this arrangement behind the selection of the chronicler. Their schemes are far more sophisticated than I imagined. Good. This only increases the likelihood of me becoming the chronicler and being killed. In that case, there's no need to hide my strength on this climb up Mount Dangshu. Wei Jun suddenly declared in a loud voice, "Excuse me, everyone, but the first place position this time belongs to me. You all can fight over second place." His words astonished everyone. Brother Wei, you clearly know how dangerous the first place position is, so why would you do this? Brother Wei, why do you always choose the path of death and stand in front of us? Is it to protect everyone that you say such things? How touching. Wei Jun is truly a pillar of the nation. Above, he can remonstrate with the emperor, unafraid of death. Below, he can care for his colleagues, facing danger himself. The Qian needs people like him. If there's a chance to help him in the future, we must lend a hand. We absolutely cannot let such a young hero die prematurely. Wei Jun suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. What's going on? Why does my back suddenly feel so cold? I've said everything that needs to be said. Chu Finfin continued. Then, using instantaneous teleportation, she transported the group away, each person to a different location, each on a separate step. Upon entering Mount Dangshu, will immediately fall into an illusion, correct? Libationer, who do you think is most likely to reach the sixth step? Is that even a question? It's Wei Jun, of course. This prince also believes it's Wei Jun. However, it remains to be seen whether he can smoothly pass the first step. Each step of Mount Dangshu is an illusion. The first time, caught off guard, I was also trapped on the first step. It was only on my second attempt, when I was prepared, that I reached the seventh step. Mount Dangshu will seal your memories, amplify your obsessions and desires. If you can't withstand the 7 emotions and 6 desires, if you lack unwavering willpower and the courage to risk your life, you won't be able to escape the illusion. Brother, look, Wei Jun, he's moving. Huh, something strange. That speed, that swaying, he's really going at it, like he's trying to break the bed. Wait, Libationer Chu, elder sister, what's wrong with Wei Jun? Oh, this is so embarrassing. How would I know what he's doing? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. Why does he look like he's enjoying it so much? This is so bizarre. How did Wei Jun even enter the illusion like that? Meanwhile, inside Wei Jun's illusion, this illusion, it's truly blissful. No wonder he's shaking so much. So he's, the scene shifts back outside. Wei Jun is still shaking uncontrollably. Everyone falls silent, watching Wei Jun writhe. Elder Sister Chu, what's happening to Wei Jun? Why is he wriggling so skillfully? This kind of reaction, I'm afraid it's a lustful illusion. Mount Dangshu creates illusions based on each person's weaknesses or obsessions. I want to see what's going on inside that boy's head. With that, she uses her illusion perception skill. Come on, Wei Jun, why are you just standing there? Is it because your teacher isn't beautiful enough? Teacher, why do you look like this? But I can like whoever I want. As he speaks, he sheds his clothes like a cicada emerging from its shell, stripping completely bare. Beautiful or not doesn't matter. What matters is I'm not good at refusing. Come here, baby. Seeing the illusion, the elder sister's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. Elder Sister Chu, what's wrong? I'm fine. It's normal for Wei Jun to encounter this kind of illusion at his age, as long as he doesn't get lost in it. Libationer, don't worry too much. With my beauty, I hope he doesn't get too caught up. I'm not worried at all. That little brat really does like me. You little punk, if you can't even overcome the first trial, I'll castrate you. The scene shifts back to Wei Jun's illusion. That scoundrel Wei Jun. You have to explain yourself to me today. Huh, what's going on? Wasn't I just with teacher? Why has it changed to Princess Mingzhu? And that shy expression, why is she even cuter when she's embarrassed? Princess Mingzhu, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. You think I don't know about you and Elder Sister Chu? Ah, so she knows about me and teacher. So it's this kind of scenario. Mingzhu, she and I are just acting. You're the one I truly love. Come here, my heart beats only for you. Don't try to trick me. Elder sister Chu or me, you have to choose. Why force someone to choose between their loved ones? A true man, a real hero, having a wife and children is perfectly normal. We can all live together. Honestly, how shameless. 3 wives and 4 concubines are relics of the past. Monogamy is the new way. If you want to be with me, you can only choose one. That's right. Princess Mingzhu is the pioneer of Big Brother's monogamy reform. That's why she has the support of other women. All right, I understand. From now on, I will be devoted only to you. From now on, I will only love you. Wei Jun, I knew I chose the right man. From now on, we belong to each other. Ha! With such gullibility, it's no wonder there's so many single mothers these days. All right, then let's quickly move on to the next step. Come here, darling. At this moment, Princess Mingzhu suddenly felt an itching sensation. What's wrong? Elder sister, why are you sneezing? It's nothing, my nose suddenly itched. Strange, why do I suddenly want to slap this face? The scene shifted to Wei Jun's illusion. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open and rushed in. Wei Jun, you bastard. Why did you do this to her? I need an explanation. What? Don't tell me you and Mingzhu are also having an affair. You have to explain yourself today. That's right. This has to be settled today. Seeing this situation, Wei Jun broke out in a cold sweat. Choose me or her. Can I choose both? Dream on, you two-timing scoundrel. Why do you have to force me to make such a difficult choice? Actually, I'm sincere to both of you. You are both the women I love the most, and you both have the most intimate relationship with me. I'm so touched that you both love and care for me so much. But for now on, please stop talking and stop forcing me to choose between the two of you. I can't bear to lose either of you. Absolutely do not fight over me. It will only make me unhappy. For your own good, I'll endure a little grievance. Your children will all take my surname. Also, if something like this happens again, please don't get angry. After all, I've only made the same mistake all men in the world make. After hearing this pompous nonsense, the 2 women immediately attacked. Die, you cheater. Wei Jun was about to die, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he revealed a smug smile. Just like that, it's over. Wei Jun finished the first illusion. Wei Jun woke up. He's out, and he's even greeting us. So it really was an illusion. It seems my sensory awareness has recovered somewhat. My feeling wasn't wrong. If you're killed in the illusion, you can leave immediately. Suicide is impossible in reality, but in an illusion, it's a simple matter. Repeating the words that scumbag from my past life said to those 2 women, if I don't die, who will? That scumbag deserves to die anyway. It seems Wei Jun isn't interested in this aspect. Being able to quickly escape such a lustful illusion proves he's not a lecher. How dare he not be moved by my beauty? What does this mean? I'll remember this. Mount Dangshu becomes more difficult the higher you climb. This is only the first step. There's no need to rush to praise him. Only those with noble character, unwavering will, and the courage to risk death can continue to advance. Let's see how far this little brat can actually go. Wei Jun's second illusion is being an emperor. Below, loyal officials chant in unison, "Long live the emperor." 10,000 years. The protagonist's brain loads for a few seconds. What's going on? This time, they want me to be the emperor of this country. Looking at this palace, these civil and military officials, this illusion is too real. If I weren't the heavenly emperor, I would definitely fall for it. I gained experience on the first step. As long as I'm determined to die, I can overcome it. So this time, it's better to seek death myself. Since I'm the emperor, I can do whatever I want. Suddenly, his expression becomes incredibly dangerous. Someone, prepare the imperial edict. I want to announce a decree. Your servant obeys. What decree does your majesty wish to write? The imperial treasury is empty, drought is rampant, and the lives of the common people are incredibly difficult. Some people need to contribute a little. It's unclear what Wei Jun wants, but the faces of everyone present turn pale. Meanwhile, Chu Fenfen is equally astonished. Elder sister Chu, what's wrong? That Wei Jun is quite thoughtful, and he has a talent for finding ways to die. By the way, elder sister, can you see Wei Jun's illusion? Has he done anything unexpected in the illusion? He's currently undergoing the trial of power. He has supreme authority, the emperor who holds the fate of an entire nation. And the first decree he issues is to tax the sex of the cultivation world. Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 women become no different from Chu Fenfen's earlier. Cultivators of the cultivation world have always considered themselves immortals, transcendent and detached. Their power far surpasses that of ordinary people, which determines their supernatural status. Let alone paying taxes, they even want to collect taxes from the surrounding populace. Why would Wei Jun do something so suicidal? Could he know that dying in the illusion allows him to pass the trial? Impossible. After entering the illusion, all memories disappear. There's only one explanation for his actions. That's right, there's only one explanation. It's that Wei Jun is doing this for the sake of the entire country. Libationer, this absolutely cannot be leaked. Don't worry, I understand. I was thinking the same thing. If Wei Jun wants to protect the prosperity of the great Qian, then as a princess, I must do everything in my power to protect him, no matter the cost. Elder Sister Chu, your disciple is truly exceptional. This Wei Jun, I choose him. Chu Fenfen quickly retorted, you can't have him. Does Elder Sister Chu think I can't give him what he wants? Wei Jun wants to help the world, and I will fully support him. Wealth, power, beautiful women, as long as he's capable enough. This princess will spare no expense. You misunderstand. I wasn't talking about those things. Just now, I saw Wei Jun issue 2 imperial decrees within the illusion, so I think Wei Jun has the bearing of a sage. I admit Wei Jun is excellent, but Elder Sister Chu, isn't your assessment a bit much? What decrees did Wei Jun issue that could warrant such high praise from the libationer? Wei Jun's second decree was to level wealth and poverty and redistribute the land. He directly ordered the confiscation of landowners' properties so that all the common people under heaven would have land to cultivate, clothes to wear, and access to education. And his third decree was to abolish the imperial system, advocating for equality for all and distributing the national treasury's wealth among the impoverished. Hearing this, both of them were utterly shocked. This princess thought Chu Fenfen, was the most audacious person under heaven. But now it seems I'm not even a tenth as daring as you. The things you've done, I wouldn't dare do a single one. This Wei Jun isn't just aiming for national prosperity. He wants to overthrow the nobility and the imperial family. I truly can't use someone like this. No one would dare use him. This is practically suicide. You're right. Right now, Wei Jun is about to die within the illusion. Wei Jun sat upon the supreme dragon throne, but below him were not loyal ministers, but soldiers intent on taking his life. The soldier at the front suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty possesses all under heaven, with endless wealth and glory. You are the true Dragon Emperor, born to be admired by all. I truly don't understand why your Majesty would want to rebel." Wei Jun simply chuckled and replied, "Why? Because this is the world of the people. No one has the right to stand above them. Cultivators don't have the right, and neither does the Emperor. All beings under heaven are equal. Everyone can live happily. That's all I want. No exploitación, no opresión. A beautiful world." Hearing this, the soldier simply said, "What a madman," and then he ordered his soldiers to attack. Wei Jun was stabbed, his body riddled with spears. Wei Jun's second illusion came to an end. Chu Fenfen suddenly had a revelation. Wei Jun's words echoed in her ears. All beings are equal. She abruptly ascended into the air. A strange phenomenon seemed to manifest in the heavens and earth. Auspicious literary energy soared skyward. Could it be that the libationer had a breakthrough? A moment later, Chu Fenfen finally opened her eyes, but she only saw Wei Jun's back as he prepared to ascend the next step. I finally grasped the way of equality. Sister Chu, have you broken through to half-saint? Indeed, I have reached half-saint. The two were utterly astonished. This speed is terrifying. Sister Chu just switched from the way of medicine to the way of literature, and in a mere 15 days, she's a half-saint. The Confucian half-saint is similar to the tribulation transcendence realm of cultivators. Just one more step, and one can reach the pinnacle of this world. Those at this realm are only one step away from ascension. Sister Chu, your talent is truly astounding. At the libationer's age, her speed is perhaps even faster than the Confucian sages of the past. No, I cannot compare to the sages. They comprehended the way of enlightenment on their own, while I am different. I was enlightened by someone possessing the saintly way. Someone who could enlighten Sister Chu to the saintly way. Does such a person still exist in this world? I wonder what saintly way the libationer walks. It is the way of equality. The way of equality. Wasn't that in Wei Jun's illusion just now? Could the person the libationer speaks of be? Yes, is Wei Jun. I never thought I would comprehend the saintly way thanks to that young man. This way of equality touches upon the interests of many. The path ahead will be arduous, but the path ahead for you, my disciple, will be 100 times more arduous than mine. If I let you die in vain, even my saintly way will crumble. It seems this time I must protect you. Wei Jun has already entered the 3rd level illusion. This speed shows some of Sister Chu's flair from back then. Indeed, this speed is quite impressive. Most of the others are still struggling at the 1st level. However, he's still a bit behind compared to me back then. Let's see how many more surprises you can bring me. Mount Shu, 3rd level. This time, I will play the role of the powerful official, Wei Jun. Rebel against the emperor, rebel against the feudal system, overthrow the monarchy, and establish a republic. The emperor abdicated, and before he could do anything, he was shot dead. Past level 3. Those outside were speechless as they watched. Mount Shu, level 4. Playing the role of the great cultivator, Wei Jun. This disciple possesses impeccable character and profound cultivation. He has completely surpassed this old man. Today, I shall follow everyone's wishes and pass on the position of a mortal alliance leader to him. Thank you all for your support. Damn it, who told you were better than me? I'll stab you. Oh, master, you're truly something else. Past level 4. Level 5. The great fiend Wei Jun has printed countless copies of the world's greatest cultivation technique, making it available to everyone. The righteous and demonic sects are slaughtering each other. Level 6. Sect leader Wei Jun refuses tribute and distributes all the sect's assets. All dead. Dead from the habit of flushing the toilet or from laughter. Dead N+1 times. Wei Jun continuously breaks through the illusions. They continue to gape, bewildered by his speed. Unbelievable. Wei Jun hasn't even stepped onto the path of cultivation, yet he's so fast. Normally, passing the first 6 levels is already a mark of super genius. Passing the first 10 levels guarantees a future as a great scholar. He continues to break through, unhindered. Just one more level, and he'll surpass even libationer Chufenfen, becoming the top of the Dengxian board, without a flicker of hesitation. Wei Jun truly has the most unwavering resolve I've ever seen. But whether he can pass level 21 remains to be seen. Were the first 20 levels really that difficult? Why did Sister Chu fail back then? When I climbed Mount Shu, I had already achieved some success in my cultivation. Ordinary illusions couldn't disturb my Dao heart. So, for the first 20 levels, I was even faster than Wei Jun. Even at level 21, I was still full of confidence. But the truth is I was caught completely unaware. Later, I understood. The 21st level is completely different from the previous 20. The very nature of the illusion changes. What do you mean by changes? You've all climbed Mount Shu, so you should understand. The first 20 levels give you a role, a different life to live. The identity the illusion gives you is ultimately false, so it creates a sense of alienation. As long as your will is firm, you can recognize the discrepancies and escape the illusion. But when you reach level 21, you are still yourself. At first, in the 21st level, I continued to advance forcefully, directly charging to level 30. By then, my strength was exhausted, and I failed to overcome the trial. Afterward, I used my achievement of reaching level 30 to shock the world. After leaving Mount Shu, I was invited by the Emperor to the Imperial Academy, becoming a teacher to all under heaven. Finally, I cultivated into a sage, fulfilling my life's ultimate dream. In the end, I was drooling when someone woke me up. The illusion was so real, even I was fooled. This Mount Shu is truly insidious. In other words, the 21st level transforms into the climber's deepest desire, deceiving all who attempted into failure. Sister Chu couldn't break through this illusion. Do you think Wei Jun can? Chu Fenfen shook her head. I don't know. It's very difficult. But to even be compared to Sister Chu, as long as he survives, he's guaranteed a place among the Confucianists. Even in failure, there's glory. What if? What if Wei Jun actually breaks through this level of the illusion? Impossible. Someone with Sister Chu's talent failed. How could he possibly succeed? I just said, what if? Impossible is impossible. There is no what if. If he truly succeeds, it would prove he has the potential to become a sage his talent surpassing even Sister Chu's. If the great Qian truly possesses such a monstrous genius, I would offer myself to him. Unbeknownst to her, Princess Mingzhu was certain that Mingzheng had overheard her impulsive declaration, and at that very moment, as she spoke of offering herself, Wei Jun shattered the 21st level of the illusion. He passed level 21. He succeeded. The two turned to Princess Mingzhu, their gazes filled with suspicion. Princess Mingzhu's face flushed crimson, mortified by her careless words. I have to go. Where are you going, royal sister? Don't tell me you're going back to bathe and change, preparing to offer yourself. Do you want to die? Quickly, tell me what you heard just now. Mingzheng feigned innocence. Oh dear, I think something just bumped into me, and I've lost my memory. Did something happen? Mingzhu, don't tell me you've forgotten. There's still one witness here. What are you going to do about me? Oh, why must women make things difficult for other women? You love your little sister Mingzhu the most, don't you? And why did you suddenly turn into a woman just now? Life truly is a stage, isn't it? Wei Jun has shown me great kindness. If I can help him secure a princess as a concubine, my own path will be much smoother. Concubine, Sister Chu, must you be so cruel? I have here a letter written by the sage himself. In exchange for Sister Chu's discretion, perhaps you might spare me. That letter is useless to you. You were planning to wait until I became a half-saint and then present it as a gift, currying favor, weren't you? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait, is Princess Mingzhu getting married? It was Wei Jun. I just ascended Mount Shu a little while ago. How has a marriage already been decided? Wei Jun, what are you doing here? Why is everyone out here? I don't know. I was about to climb to the next level when there was a flash of light, and I was back here. I imagine it happened to everyone else too, because time ran out. Opening Mount Shu requires resources, and the higher you climb, the more it consumes. The resources are depleted, so the trial has ended. This time, the resources allocated weren't substantial. The court never expected anyone to surpass the 21st level. A wave of astonishment rippled through the group. What? Someone cleared the 21st level. That means they've surpassed even Master Chu, becoming the top climber. Do we really have such a monstrous genius among us? Which esteemed senior is it? Please, accept my humble bow. That monstrous genius is none other than yours truly. So, you can all stop vying for the scribe position. You're overthinking it. This kind of suicidal job is something others avoid like the plague. Brother Wei, how did you manage to pass the 21st level? Could it be that the illusion you and Libationer Chu encountered were different? What kind of illusion did Master Chu face? The illusion tricked me, making me believe I hadn't even entered it. I was convinced I was still on the 30th level, living a perfect life within that fabricated reality. Perhaps Master Chu and I encountered the same illusion. But if that's the case, how did you break free? Even Sister Chu failed back then. Simple. I failed on the 37th level within the illusion, which made me realize it was all a fabrication. How can failing make you realize it wasn't an illusion? Wei Jun offered an answer that left them speechless. Because I cannot fail. Do we just inadvertently give him a chance to boast? What a professional setup for self-aggrandizement. At the conclusion of the previous Mount Shu climbing trial, our protagonist inadvertently revealed his overbearing nature, claiming he had never failed. You two come here. I have something to discuss with you. What private matter does Sister Chu want to discuss? What private matter? Step back a bit. We're not deaf. I just confirmed with my half-saint strength that Wei Jun wasn't lying. Sister, do you mean the way he passed the 21st level? I mean Wei Jun genuinely believes he can't fail. He's not boasting. Why deceive me? I'm never wrong. If I am, it's the world's fault. If Libationer Chu is right, Wei Jun's talent surpasses even ours. We can't let Wei Jun become the scribe. A genius of his caliber dying in a political struggle would be a loss for the entire Great Qian. Wei Jun was taken aback by these words. Damn it, that good-for-nothing prince clearly has ulterior motives. He's trying to cut off my path to survival. Don't listen to his divisive words. Zishan is right for once. I'll fully support this. You damn girl, are you adding to the chaos too? Is everyone in the royal family insane? Master, control these two bastards. As members of the royal family, you witnessed Wei Jun's behavior in the illusion, yet you still want to protect him. This is giving him far too much face. I called you here to discuss this very matter. Let's settle it this way. Wei Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Settle it how? Who gave you the right to decide? I won't just sit here and wait for death. Wei Jun's voice boomed. Hold on. Shouldn't you at least ask the person involved? Wei Jun, We're trying to save you. Save me. Save your heads. Do you think being the scribe is a death sentence? If nothing unexpected happens, it is. I won't be the scribe. You're picking someone from this group, want them to die in my place, aren't you? The scribe needs to cultivate how Ranjung Chi, so this might fall to scholarly. That remarkably talented young man, right? The top-scoring scholar of the imperial examination. His cultivation talent is second among the top 3. So the court will help him cultivate how Ranjung Chi, then send him to die in my place. Am I wrong? Someone has to do it. But it shouldn't be you. A gentleman bides his time. That's what you should do. You're different. You have great talent, a greater future ahead of you. Scholarly, rest assured, I will personally see to the safety of your family. I can guarantee Wei Jun's survival, and he will save many more lives in the future. Your sacrifice will be worthwhile. Wei Jun roared in fury, arrogant. You want to save me, but you'll sacrifice another in the name of saving many more. Do you think lives are worthless, like blades of grass? His words hung in the air, silencing everyone into contemplation. Wei Jun, you still don't understand. There are times in life when one must make a choice. Of course, I understand the need for choices, but I was taught from a young age. Heaven, in bestowing a great responsibility on a man, first humbles him with hardship, subjects him to trials, tempers his will, strengthens his body, empties him, and frustrates his endeavors. This is to shake his resolve, to cultivate his patience, and to enhance his abilities. No sage ever taught me that life should be preserved by the sacrifice of another, much less that I should sacrifice another to save others, and then act as if I've granted a favor. If you truly want to save me, then become the scribe yourselves. I'll admire you for it. But if you think you can earn my gratitude by sacrificing another, I suggest you abandon that fantasy. We all emerge from our mother's wombs. We are all living our lives for the first time. No one is more noble than another. No one is born to be sacrificed for another. A true man has things he should do and things he should not. Sacrificing another to save oneself is not the way of a gentleman. Suddenly, a mysterious light coalesced around Wei Jun. The heavens seemed to shift, his entire being radiating brilliance. This was an omen. Could it be? Wei Jun, so soon. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? How has he already cultivated how Ranjung Chi at Mount Shu? Brother Wei, have you already cultivated how Ranjung Chi so quickly? Coupled with what you said back at Mount Shu, it's truly shocking. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't listen even if I died. But if it's you, I'm willing. The buzz-cut young man finished speaking, tears streaming down his face. What the hell are you willing for? Don't say such bizarre things. What's wrong with all the men in this world? Why do they all like holding hands with each other? Brother Wei, I meant I wanted to be the scribe in your place. I didn't expect my acting to cause such a big misunderstanding. Brotherly, you must remember, aside from your parents, no one in this world is worth sacrificing your life for. Everyone only has one life. Your parents painstakingly raised you. They absolutely wouldn't want you to show filial piety to someone else. Scholarly cried his pants wet. Brother Wei, from now on, whatever you want me to do, just say it. I absolutely won't refuse. From this day forward, your parents are my parents. Your wife is my wife. Whoa there, your wife is still your wife. I don't want to be in that kind of relationship with you. Your parents are still your parents. You can take care of your own elders. This guy seems like a natural-born sycophant. He might actually die for me, but I need to set some boundaries with him. Brother Wei, you're being too obvious. Are you deliberately distancing yourself from me because you offended the princess and the prince? Brother Wei, you don't need to pretend to distance yourself from me. I won't distance myself from you just because I'm afraid of them. Although I'm only a scholar, the Li family is a prominent scholarly family, and we won't be bullied by anyone. Please stop talking. I just genuinely want to stay away from you. Forget it. I won't waste any more words on you. I'll just avoid you from now on. Official business is more important. Master, this student is willing to compete with Zhanzheng Weigua for the scribe position. I ask that Master grant Wei Jun this opportunity. I saw your performance just now. You are very good. You've taught me a lesson. The unity of knowledge and action, truly the qualities of a sage. My path of sainthood is the path of equality. Before, I thought Wei Jun was more valuable than scholarly, which completely deviated from equality. If it weren't for Wei Jun's reminder, I would have truly gone astray. I owe him another favor. If you've made up your mind, then the scribe position is naturally yours. But if you're not mentally prepared, even with my help, I can't guarantee your safety. Wei Jun calmly replied, "This student is not afraid of death." Very good. You're truly very good. Then you may go. Come directly to the Hamlin Academy tomorrow. The rest of you stay. I'll treat everyone to a meal later. Hey, why aren't you inviting me? The others all failed. I'm just consoling them. You can go home and eat by yourself. And so, Wei Jun left just like that. Everyone watched Wei Jun's retreating figure, thinking to themselves, this is the first time in my life I've met a true gentleman like Brother Wei. From now on, he will be a shining example for me to follow for the rest of my life. Wei Jun's inner thoughts at this moment. This is outrageous. A #1 scholar invited to a meal, and I'm left out. This world is truly too stingy. Guess I'll just go home and gnaw on a steam bun. Mingzhu, Zishan, want to go eat. Just this once. We do. By the way, did Wei Jun embarrass you at Mount Shu earlier? If you want revenge, come at me. We wouldn't dare. But if you dare to attack Wei Jun behind his back, even if you're descendants of dragons and phoenixes, I won't hesitate to kill you. The killing intent of a half-saint is truly terrifying. So, the reason Sister Chu left these people behind was to witness this moment. She must want everyone to know that Wei Jun has a half-saint protecting him. Libationer Chu, rest assured, having a talent like Wei Jun is a blessing for the nation. We wouldn't attack him over some minor disrespect. It's just that the waters of the Warring States Guard are deep. I worry that even you, Libationer Chu, can't protect him. Then let us fight for righteousness. I believe Wei Jun shares the same conviction. You might not know this, but Wei Jun didn't obtain his Hao Ranzheng Qi after climbing Mount Shu. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. Not after climbing Mount Shu. Then where did his Hao Ranzheng Qi come from? Indeed, Hao Ranzheng Qi is typically obtained through Mount Shu. Usually, only the second most talented individual can sense it. Could it be that Wei Jun's talent is so potent that he shortened the time? No, you're overthinking it. Hao Ranzheng Qi obtained from Mount Shu wouldn't cause a phenomenon. Only Hao Ranzheng Qi comprehended through self-realization can cause a phenomenon, drawing upon the world's righteous energy and condensing into a crimson heart. Comprehending Hao Ranzheng Qi through self-realization. Isn't that just a legend? How can Libationer Chu be certain that Wei Jun achieved it this way? Li bata just my fi li. Because the last person to comprehend Hao Ranzheng Qi through self-realization was me. Haha, you lot sitting here are all trash. Of course, you wouldn't understand. Why did my brother ask about this? He's suddenly praising her. Sister Chu is so arrogant. Everyone who praises her bears some responsibility. Don't you often praise her too? What else can we do? She's just that formidable. News of this day's events quickly spread through the mouths of the New Hamlin scholars. The news that Wei Jun was about to become the 15th scribe of the Warring States Guard, along with his reputation as a fearless gentleman, garnered widespread praise and became the talk of the town. Scene changes to the Miaoying Pavilion. Brother Wei, we heard you criticize Princess Mingzhu and the second prince, and then became a scribe. Ha ha ha, that's incredible. Come, Miss Ming, and I will toast you, Brother Wei. Last time, I acted with young Master Shangwan and tricked you, young master. Please forgive this humble woman for my previous impoliteness. You sought me out today. I doubt it was just to tell me all this. Speak your mind. What is it you need help with? Actually, there's something I'd like to ask Brother Wei for assistance with, but it's a bit tricky, and it might cause you to offend quite a few people. Hearing this, Wei Jun's face lit up, a delighted smile spreading across his features. Tell me about it, he urged. Brother Wei, if you want to investigate the truth, simply looking into the Warring States Guard won't be enough. You absolutely must build a team behind you. So, I want you to appoint a certain masterby. This man is exceptionally gifted, meticulous, and an absolute expert in investigations. It sounds like you're doing me a favor. What's the difficulty? The problem is Masterby is too impartial in his investigations. He's offended quite a few powerful people. There are many who want him dead. If Brother Wei wants to employ this man, you're very likely to be implicated. Implicated. Excellent. Impartiality is, of course, the most important principle in any investigation. Just who is this Masterby? I must meet such a talent. Brother Wei, have you heard of the 4 great constables? So, you're recommending the 5th of the 4 great constables. How did you know there are 5 members of the famous 4? Isn't that common knowledge? Common knowledge we somehow missed. Brother Wei is truly extraordinary. You even guessed that. In truth, Masterby was once the leader of the 4 great constables. Unfortunately, he offended those he shouldn't have in his investigations. So now even his name is almost taboo. Young Master Wei, I advise you to consider this carefully. The waters surrounding this Masterby run very deep. Miss Ming's voice was laced with concern. Miss Ming, you worry too much. How deep could the waters be? Deeper than the Warring States Guard. That's debatable. This masterby sounds unorthodox. Unorthodox? How so? It said a seer once read his fortune and declared him a heavenly killing star. When Masterby was born, the seer said he would bring death to all his family and friends. And indeed, those around him often met with misfortune. So, when he was young, his parents abandoned him. He was later adopted. He grew up and joined the Six Gates, becoming the greatest constable in the land. But anyone who caught his attention, their entire families were wiped out. Wherever he investigated, death followed. Even those close to him could hardly escape this curse, often dying mysteriously. Masterby's 5 previous lieutenants all died while investigating cases. The Six Gates once made a tally. The number of people Masterby actually killed with his own hands is only 7. The rest died indirectly. The total number of people who died because of him is 1,287. So, those who know of this call him the Grim Reaper. Wei Jun seemed to tremble slightly at this, but it certainly wasn't from fear. It was from sheer excitement. This power, isn't it just like that brat who eats everything I own? Damn, this is fantastic. This time, I've definitely stumbled upon a treasure. Actually, I'm having some reservations. Personally, I'd love for Brother Wei to assist Masterby, but your path as a scribe is already fraught with peril, and adding Masterby to the mix, well, it's practically a death sentence. Moreover, Masterby has made some powerful enemies. The sect leader of the Chongsheng sect, a righteous sect. The Chongsheng sect, isn't that where the national teacher comes from? Precisely. The one His Majesty honored as a distinguished guest is the Grand Elder of the Chongsheng sect. Brother Wei, do you remember me warning you about those you shouldn't offend? The sects of the cultivation world are absolutely untouchable, but Masterby is audacious. Just for a case of a common woman being assaulted, he dared to investigate the Chongsheng sect. He ignored the warnings from the national teacher's estate and brought the national teacher's direct disciple to the Six Gates for public interrogation. In the end, that disciple was found guilty of 800 counts of murder, throwing an old woman into the sea, and even assaulting a pig. Masterby sentenced him to immediate decapitation, but no one dared to carry out the execution. In a fit of rage, Masterby acted as executioner himself and beheaded the villain. From that day forward, Masterby and the national teacher became sworn enemies. I heard it was only Princess Mingzhu's plea that saved his life. The national teacher's estate allowed him to live, but they made sure his life was a living hell, a dog with its tail between its legs. Though he retained his position at the Six Gates, everyone from top to bottom ostracized him, refusing to assign him any tasks. Masterby became a ghost. Wei Jun slammed his fist on the table. Damnable. These bastards. How dare they be so arrogant? He's a divine constable of the great Qian, and they treat a talent like this. What's wrong with a constable diligently investigating a case? What's wrong with punishing the wicked? Are they really going to ruin him based on rumors and coincidences? Are they going to let him be crushed by the vengeance of the powerful for simply upholding the law? To let a righteous man like Masterby languish like this is a tragedy for the entire nation. No one dares to approach Masterby. Is that it? Good. Then Masterby is mine. As expected of Brother Wei, you've spoken what's in all our hearts. If Masterby knew, he would surely devote himself to assisting you. A young master who fears no power, truly a righteous gentleman. This means Masterby can finally leave the Six Gates. Thank you, Brother Wei, for your assistance. Don't mention it. I should be thanking you. A specialized talent like Masterby, could you perhaps recommend a few more? The court only allows me to choose 2 specialists for my team. Besides that, I need to find bodyguards. But I'm truly at a loss. That's wonderful. If you were to find me a true superlative expert, it would actually be troublesome. I'll just wait for the court's assignment. Emperor Qian is cunning. He certainly won't assign me anyone truly capable. He might even plant a spy among us. Then, every day, I'll curse that damned emperor right in front of the spy's face. Even if Emperor Qian is a turtle hiding in its shell, sooner or later, he won't be able to stand it and will have me executed. Haha, what a brilliant plan. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I still have to report to the Hanlin Academy. Don't be in such a hurry, Brother Wei. You're the talk of the town right now. Someone must have seen us together. We better put on a show. A show? What do you have in mind? Shangwan suddenly punched himself hard in the face. Good heavens, this guy is a true third-rate actor. Young Master Shangwan, it's just a show. You're hitting yourself too hard. If we don't make it look real, how are we going to fool them? Shangwan tightened his glutes, slammed his hands against his body, and then jumped straight out the window, landing sprawled out in front of everyone. Damn you, Wei Jun. I won't let you get away with this. You dare lay your hands on me. You arrogant little upstart. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Such arrogance from someone about to die. Just you wait. You won't last much longer, even without me lifting a finger. We'll see about that. Was that young Master Shangwan Xingfeng just now? He wanted to make peace with Wei Jun, but Wei Jun beat him up. Wei Jun ascended 21 levels of Mount Shu, cultivated Hao Ranzheng Qi, and became a cultivator. Perhaps Shangwan Xingfeng was afraid and wanted to reconcile. But how could Wei Jun befriend such a person? Hee, well done. Wei Jun is truly a righteous gentleman. A toast to young Master Wei. Was all that really necessary? Is there something wrong with that guy's head? Young Master Shangwan is actually quite interesting. I suspect he's been holding back for a long time. What do you mean? Young Master Shangwan's father is the Prime Minister, ruling the world on behalf of His Majesty. He's practically second only to the Emperor. If the Prime Minister's son were also exceptionally talented, the Shangwan family's power would grow even greater. But this would make His Majesty suspicious, wondering if the Shangwan family might rebel. So, to protect himself, his family, and the realm, he can only hide his talents and pretend to be incompetent. And because of this, so that's why he has such peculiar hobbies. Peculiar hobbies, like enjoying being abused, being scolded, even transforming. No wonder. My junior sister pursued him for half a year, but he remained unmoved. My junior sister is very beautiful, and she's skilled in the art of sword dancing, like a fan dance set to Vina house music. So young Master Shangwan isn't interested in women at all. I'm not sure if that's the case with Shangwan, but you could tell your junior sister to learn how to use a whip. A whip. Yes, a soft whip is essential. It can also be combined with leather and candles. Oh, what am I even saying? How do you know about these things? Miaoyin Pavilion is an entertainment establishment, after all. I've naturally heard things. On the contrary, young master, you seem so inexperienced in the ways of the world, yet you're so knowledgeable. Heh, it's all thanks to Teacher Chu. She said we should broaden our horizons, lest we stray from the right path. As expected of the wine master, truly unconventional. Miss Meng is so naive to believe that. At that moment, Chu Finfin suddenly felt a prickling sensation, a half-saint's intuition whispering that someone was speaking ill of her. Speaking of that brat Wei Jun, why hasn't he arrived yet? He was told to report to the Hanlin Academy today. Don't tell me he's off gallivanting with some girl again. Young Master Wei, actually, I have a favor to ask of you today. What is it? Could you perhaps enter into a romantic relationship with me? What in the world? We've only met twice. Could it be that my true power hasn't returned, but my charm stat has already peaked? I should explain my reasons, young master. The cultivation technique I practice is rather unique. It requires me to bestow my affections upon a man. You, a true gentleman, are the most suitable person I've encountered. So that's why Miss Ming doesn't seem like the love-struck type. However, I won't do anything that puts me at a disadvantage. I need to understand this clearly. As the recipient of your affections, will I be in any danger? Will your admirers come after me? Of course not. My mock family hold a modest position, and I'm not a frivolous woman. I'll handle any trouble myself. You won't be put in harm's way. Then you must repay me by becoming my wife. Yank Master, you yist. This is a serious romantic relationship. Damn it, help comes with a price. Take it or leave it. Such pure love, why bother with a relationship? Farewell. Suddenly, someone emerged from within, exclaiming, to think Wei Jun is this kind of person. We were mistaken about him. Senior sister, bringing out the whip and everything, truly shameless. How dare he lust after senior sister's beauty? I despise this villain. Most men feign righteousness in my presence, but Wei Jun is so straightforward. I find myself increasingly drawn to him. Senior sister, are you out of your mind? He doesn't even bother pretending, which means he doesn't care about you at all. Plenty of men care about me, but do I care for them? Wei Jun clearly doesn't care for me, and that's precisely why he's suitable to be the recipient of my affections. Only a hero can be promiscuous. I refused him what he wanted, so he immediately left. Any ordinary man could have done the same. Junior sister, issue my command. Our people must protect Wei Jun at all costs. Ensure nothing happens to him. This man, I won't let him go. The next day, Wei Jun received a brush and the How Ran Righteousness books from Chu Fenfen, along with his official appointment at the Hamlin Academy as a Hamlin scribe. Although it's just a minor 6th rank official position, currently, when meeting with higher-ranking officials, the status isn't that much different. There's full authority to examine all documents. When it came to selecting members for the writing team, Chu Fenfen said, "Why not by Qin Xin? I don't recommend using her. She's Princess Mingzhu's person. If you use her, it will make people think you still favor Princess Mingzhu. Teacher, you seem to be overthinking it. The battle to defend the nation is related to the imperial succession, and both Princess Mingzhu and I hope to investigate the truth behind it. So no matter what I do, I'll be seen as being on the same side as Princess Mingzhu, right? Do you think I don't know that? My point is, don't get too close to Princess Mingzhu. If you have to choose between the second prince and Mingzhu, I think the second prince is more trustworthy. Teacher, you underestimate Princess Mingzhu. Her abilities and talents far surpass the second prince's. Princess Mingzhu is a true heroine, but getting too close to her is dangerous. Although she appears intelligent and lovely on the surface, she's far too decisive and ruthless. In the battle to defend the nation, she had her chief maid disguise herself as the princess, leading her personal guard on a diversionary mission. They successfully lured the enemy army into an ambush. Meanwhile, the real Princess Mingzhu led the ambushed troops in a decisive attack, ultimately annihilating 50,000 enemy soldiers. This single action turned the tide of the war in that theater. This textbook example of a decisive victory proves Princess Mingzhu has entered the ranks of the world's greatest generals. Princess Mingzhu is truly a commander with illustrious achievements. It's a pity that Mingzhu's entire personal guard perished in that battle. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief, she's willing to sacrifice anyone for the greater good. I understand what kind of person she is, but such behavior from a member of the royal family isn't normal, is it? It's even a necessary quality for a commander. Aren't you afraid Mingzhu will sacrifice you for the greater good? Wouldn't that be a good thing? If she can do that, I might consider making her my imperial consort. Teacher, I don't care how Princess Mingzhu treats me. What I do has nothing to do with her. I'm only working as a scribe to investigate the truth. What about you? Wei Jun declared resolutely, for justice, for righteousness. This answer was exactly the same as hers years ago. Now you've seen it too, haven't you? After hearing Wei Jun's answer, what are your thoughts? This is by Qin Xin, the world's #1 divine constable. Turns out she's a fool just like I was back then. Qin Xin, you've changed. Do you know what I've been through? Dedicated to solving cases, yet labeled the angel of death. Facing alienation and betrayal from my colleagues. Enduring life-threatening intimidation from the powerful. But you just heard it, didn't you? Wei Jun spoke the same words you once did. Don't you feel there's still hope for the future? Hope? No hope. Hearing that answer only makes me laugh. How ridiculous I was back then. I don't find it ridiculous. Back then, you did what no one else dared to do. So, Princess, can you answer my question from all those years ago? Where does justice always prevail? Princess Mingzhu remained silent. Let me answer it. Justice, of course, always prevails, because only those who hold ultimate power can represent justice. And your failure means losing everything. Qin Xin, I know you've completely lost faith in justice and righteousness, but this matter is of great importance to me. I'm afraid only you can accomplish it. So, join Wei Jun's group. You must help me investigate the truth behind the battle to defend the nation. All right, you saved my life from the national teacher years ago. I owe you. After this is done, we'll be even. We'll be even. But this time, Bai Qin didn't know what kind of storm this stubborn Wei Jun would bring to her life. Besides me and Wei Jun, the court will probably send someone as a guard, right? That's right. In fact, the candidate has already been decided. It's eunuch Lu Qian, recommended by the Surveillance Bureau. The Surveillance Bureau, one of the most powerful agencies in the Great Qian. A secret service agency, a crucial tool for the emperor to monitor the world. After the battle to defend the nation, the power structure of the Great Qian court underwent significant changes. Countless officials were replaced. Only the Surveillance Bureau's position remained unshaken. And only Lu Qian is the exception, remaining a trusted confidant of the previous emperor and Emperor Qian, firmly seated in his position as director of the Surveillance Bureau. This Director Lu's position is so secure. It must be because of Emperor Qian, right? So, he's also considered an enemy of the princess, Then, Emperor Qian's dog, of course, is considered my enemy. That old eunuch must be following Emperor Qian's orders by assigning his 9th adopted son to Wei Jun. Lu Yuanhao. The legendary Lu Yuanhao. Scene changes to the Surveillance Bureau. Foster father, you're looking for me. You're here. Old 9. Scribe Wei Jun's group needs a guard. I'm assigning this task to you. You only need to protect him with all your might. You don't need to do anything else. Director of the Surveillance Bureau, Lu Qian. Your scribe Wei Jun him again. The court's patronage is truly unsightly. It's clear they don't want this to end peacefully. Everyone in the capital knows that name. That cowardly, good-for-nothing, 35 years old, and hasn't dared to step outside the palace walls. The disgrace of the Liyuan Surveillance Bureau. This is a suicide mission. Godfather, Wei Jun offended His Majesty. How can someone as weak as me protect him? You can't just watch your son walk to his death. Godfather, what are you yelling about? It was His Majesty's decision to send you. If you were just a little stronger, had a little better reputation, this wouldn't have fallen to you. It feels like His Majesty is using me as a shield because I'm useless. I'm useless. I deserve this. Nobody loves me. But Godfather, I can't die now. I have an 80-year-old wife, young children, and unfulfilled aspirations. I must. You insolent fool. Go and report to Wei Jun tomorrow. Defying the imperial decree is also a death sentence. Godfather, why did you send him away? What did he do wrong? Nothing. His Majesty sent him on this assignment. His Majesty sent him. Doesn't His Majesty know about his useless reputation? He's the adopted son of Director Lu Taizhu of the Liyuan Surveillance Bureau. Of course he knows. His Majesty wants him to fail. The next day at the Hamlin Academy, 2 professional colleagues approached Wei Jun. By Qin's face was expressionless, as if she had lost the will to live. What? The number 1 divine constable, Bai, is a woman. Well, it doesn't matter. Look at those sorrowful eyes, that gloomy aura, truly a harbinger of death. Perfect 100% satisfaction rating. Look here, someone just said that this Lu Yuanhao is the disgrace of the Surveillance Bureau. That vacant stare, that foolish smile, that weak aura, he constantly exudes the air of a loser. With such an amateur guard, my safety is definitely not guaranteed. Having a team like this is truly wonderful. Director Lu, Bai's and my safety depend on you. Master Wei, you flatter me. Bai is the renowned death god. Even if she killed me, I doubt I could protect you too. Perhaps we should go fishing instead. I'm quite experienced in that. If you want to fish, go by yourself. I want to investigate the truth behind the national defense battle. Doing so will get you killed, Bai. Do you know who you're up against? It doesn't matter. I'm just doing what I should. Is this nosy fatty trying to obstruct the investigation already? It seems I'll have to provide you with some new information. Bai is right. As members of the writing team, investigating the truth is our duty. As for who we're up against, it's insignificant compared to the truth, even if it means going against His Majesty's wishes. The people are my foremost concern, Wei Jun declared, his voice ringing with conviction, the Empire's second. We mustn't delay. Let's begin at once. First order of business. Sorting through the records related to the national defense battle. Don't drag me down with you if you have a death wish. I have a wife and children at home. Besides, Director Lu only adopts orphans. Lord Wei, give me any other task, and I'll gladly do it. But I'm afraid I can't be of any help with sorting through those records. Just a moment ago, you were complaining about fishing, and Lord Bai wasn't pleased. And now, the first task I give you, you're already trying to shirk your responsibilities. Bai Qin replied softly, I can't see anything, Lord Wei. Who did this to your eyes? And when? It was a long time ago. Because I drank a cup of tea from Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu did this to your eyes. How could that be? Wasn't she the one who saved you? Wei Jun stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. So that's how it is. Was this the condition the national teacher demanded to spare your life? A pair of eyes for a life. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say? So this is the cruel reality outside the palace walls. Lord Bai upholds the law with integrity. She did nothing wrong. Why should she suffer such a fate? Is there no justice in this world? What is justice? Literally, it's the Emperor's law. Lord Wei, you must choose your words carefully. Such things cannot be spoken carelessly. Who knows how many eyes are watching us right now? Shoo, those watching aren't necessarily human. This fat cultivator's acting isn't bad. Too bad I'm too clever. I saw through your disguise as Emperor Qian's spy with a single glance. But if there really are others watching, it it would be a shame not to add a little spice to the performance. So, let the improvisation continue. Master Chu once said, "A clear conscience fears no midnight knocking." If the great Qian cannot tolerate even one person speaking the truth, then this empire deserves to fall. His words startled the other two. The fat cultivator was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Lorbai serves the people with all her heart, upholding the law with integrity. What did she do wrong? Yet, to let someone so dutiful meet such a fate, this is the great Qian shame. A court like this is the greatest enemy of the empire's prosperity. Mother, I'm going to die of fright. Someone save me. I don't want to die. Director Liu, regardless of who's watching us, I want you to spread my words throughout the capital as quickly as possible. Lord Bai is now working under my command, and I will absolutely not allow anyone to harm her. Wei Jun took Bai Qinshin's hand, his voice a declaration to the world. Lord Bai's enemies are my enemies. Bai Qinshin was deeply moved by Wei Jun's words. Mother, this Wei Jun is courting death. He's utterly doomed this time. But listening to this dialogue, I feel a surge of excitement. Is this the true spirit of a righteous man? Master Wei, there's no need to be so upset on my account. I've offended too many people. Something like this was bound to happen. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun, far from showing fear, burst into laughter. Haha, Master Bai, my mentor, Wine Master Chu, once taught me a poem. There are two lines I particularly cherish. Draw the blade in one swift stroke and never betray your youthful ideals. Beheading. Let them behead me. Does Wei Jun fear death? Bai Qinshin, overcome with emotion, felt tears streaming down her face. This was the first time someone had been willing to risk their life to protect her. It was also the first time, since losing her sight, that she yearned to see someone's face. A heart frozen by the harsh realities of the world began to thaw. Just as Liu Yuanhao had suspected, many were watching them through the azure sky mirror. Within the surveillance bureau, a voice echoed, "This Wei Jun. How dare he speak such words? This is the first time I've encountered such audacity." Haha, of course. If he didn't possess even this much courage, how could he be a scribe? The person he faces is the emperor of the entire Great Qian. At the Imperial Academy, a voice mused, "Draw the blade in one swift stroke and never betray your youthful ideals." Excellent verse. Worthy of me to be able to craft such a line, but why can't I recall when I wrote it? Within the Great Qian Imperial Palace, all eyes were fixed on the three figures, Wei Jun, Bai Qinshin, and the unnamed third person. What does elder sister think of these words? I'm watching with keen interest. Second brother, don't make things difficult for elder sister. Bai Qinshin is elder sister's person. Wei Jun spoke up for elder sister. Naturally, she finds it inconvenient to comment. This narrow-eyed individual was the son of the Qian emperor, the fourth prince. But this Wei Jun, in broad daylight, he dares to utter such arrogant words, slandering the imperial family and trampling upon the laws of the land. In my opinion, he should be executed according to the law. A man will certainly be delighted to hear this. I agree. This Wei Jun should be executed. Isn't that right, elder sister? You two sycophantic fools. Don't try to curry favor with Father Emperor so blatantly. You have no sense of propriety. Jun Yixian, I've tolerated you long enough. Don't think you're so impressive just because you're a few years older. What gives you the right to treat me with such coldness every day? Seeing the situation escalating, Qian Zichen swiftly slapped the narrow-eyed prince, silencing him. How dare you, younger brother, address elder sister by her true name? Elder sister, please don't be angry. You know fourth brother has always been simple-minded. Rest assured, even hitting him sullies my hand. I don't discipline just anyone. Am I worthy? Truly, I am remarkable. Second brother, is something wrong with your head? Wei Jun, he turned around. Don't you see? He's defying our great Qian imperial family. So many high-ranking officials are watching. If we don't punish this Wei Jun, where will the imperial family's authority stand? Hearing this, Princess Mingzhu slapped him again. You understand nothing. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Truly, even the imperial family has its fools. Right now, countless eyes are on the three of them. What happened today will undoubtedly spread. His Majesty dispatched numerous officials to observe the azure sky mirror with us. He is certainly waiting to see our response. Moreover, Bai Qingxin's situation will soon become public knowledge. She offended the powerful by diligently fulfilling her duties. If the imperial family shows no concern for her plight, the court officials, the northern city garrison, all will feel abandoned and unprotected. Who will remain loyal to the imperial family then? Therefore, no matter what, today, I must act on behalf of the imperial family. The Great Qian, since its founding by the first emperor, has weathered countless crises. On what has it relied? Was it the superior intellect of the princes and grandsons? Was it the authority of the imperial family? Or was it some vague, ethereal mandate of heaven? None of these. We have relied on the selfless sacrifices of countless patriots who love their country and its people. These individuals may not necessarily be loyal to the imperial family, but they hold unwavering righteousness in their hearts. They are the truest loyalists of this nation. Some express their patriotism with mere words. This kind of patriotism is nothing but an empty slogan. Then there are those like Bai Qingxin, battered and scarred by the harsh realities she faced. Her embrace of a nation has become more tentative. She has not failed the Great Qian. The Great Qian has failed her. After all she's endured, to demand her loyalty to the imperial family. Do we have any shame left? There is yet another kind of person. They too have seen through everything. They are fully aware of the selfishness and callousness of those in power. They see through the political maneuvering and dirty tricks. Yet, they still burn with a passionate heart, sacrificing everything for this nation, for the common people. These are the true patriots, and Wei Jun is one such patriot. The incident with Bai Qingxin's eyes has already caused widespread heartache. By killing Wei Jun, do you think you are currying favor with His Majesty? You are digging our imperial family's grave. Half a day later, news of Wei Jun's retort spread throughout the capital. Along with it spread Princess Mingzhu's words. The people, upon hearing this, applauded. Then, 3 imperial edicts were delivered to 3 different locations. Princess Mingzhu was rewarded with 10 luminous pearls. The 4th prince was placed under house arrest for 3 months. And Wei Jun was rewarded with a treasured sword, granted the authority to execute first and report later. Damn you, Mingzhu. You and I are sworn enemies. I'm gonna go kill someone now. Lord Wei, what's wrong? Calm down. Wei Jun gripped the treasured sword, his hand trembling uncontrollably, presumably with joy. Lord Wei, why don't you look happy? This is a treasured sword. Our safety is now even more assured. Be happy. Happy my ass. Can't you see I'm trembling with joy, Mingzhu? Just you wait, I've almost finished reviewing the documents at the Imperial Academy. There's still a pile of important materials at the National Academy. Let's go check those out. Want to go out? Wait, it's too dangerous to go out like this. The 3 of us are in the spotlight right now. We need to disguise ourselves a bit. Lord Wei, this is the Surveillance Bureau's protective armor. Wearing it makes you impervious to blades and fire. It's a self-defense weapon. These are the Surveillance Bureau's nimble shoes. There's a spatial formation within the soles. Wearing them allows you to traverse space in short bursts. They're essential for escapes. And this is my life's masterpiece. Isn't this just a white flag? What's so great about it? Is it for surrendering? Haha, the enemy will naturally think so too. But in reality, I asked my foster father to engrave a killing formation within it. With just 3 waves, ordinary cultivators will be instantly annihilated. Why has this fatty suddenly become so reliable? Does he really want to protect me? No, I want to die. That's not all, Lady Bai. This is for you. Lord Wei, put this on too, and this will definitely come in handy as well. 15 minutes later. All right, this should be barely enough. Next time, I'll have to ask my foster father for more. This guy hasn't been possessed by Doraemon, has he? After a while, the 3 of them went out to investigate. I thought Director Liu would be the one holding us back. Now it seems he's truly our guardian angel. With these items from Director Liu, I doubt even half the cultivators in the world could threaten us. Hearing Bai Qingxin's words, Wei Jun became extremely worried. Huh, half? That many? Are these fatties really that powerful? But the fatty was even more frightened. Only half. Isn't that pathetic? I'm still so young, with an 80-year-old wife above me and an elderly mother and young children below. Damn it, failing to meet the standards as a spy. I want a refund. Director Liu, do you have a fear of women? Why are you standing so far away from Lady Bai? Don't you know Lady Bai is called the Angel of Death? Getting close to her means risking a sudden, inexplicable demise. That's just foolish gossip. You're a cultivator, after all. Don't be so superstitious. Lord Wei, you're truly naive. I've reviewed Lady Bai's file. Wherever she goes, people die. Trust me, there are no wrongly given nicknames, only wrongly named people. Wei Jun flicked the fatty on the forehead, telling him to stop his delusional daydreaming. Outsiders misunderstanding Master Bai is one thing, but we are practically family. If I hear any more of these rumors about Master Bai, don't blame me for being unkind. Remember, rumors are just baseless gossip. Hearing these words, Bai Qinxin blushed, overwhelmed with embarrassment, and promptly fainted. A short while later, Wei Jun and his two companions arrive at the Azure Sky Kingdom. But something was amiss. Put out the fire. The library is burning. Someone's trapped. Quickly, save them. The capital's guardian is dead. Someone fetch Wine Master Chu. The three of them stood rooted to the spot, bewildered by the chaotic scene. Put out the fire. Get water. Where's Wine Master Chu? She's nowhere to be found. Go inform the authorities. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. The capital's guardian. There's nothing left to save. He's burned beyond recognition. After some time, the raging inferno finally began to subside. The library. We just arrived, and it's already burned down. What a coincidence. A very strange coincidence indeed. The library holds all the important documents. I suspect the documents related to the war with the Wei Kingdom are now ashes. This can't be a simple coincidence. The Imperial Academy is heavily guarded by cultivators, and Wine Master Chu is one of the most powerful demigods in the world. To pull this off right under her nose, this perpetrator must be incredibly powerful. Some super expert comes along, sets a fire, and kills the poor capital's guardian. You spineless coward. Why not come and kill me instead? I'm a much easier target, big and stupid as I am. The authorities are here. It's the 6th fan school. In the distance, 3 figures approached, investigating the scene. That's Meng Jia. Hey, Master Bai, didn't you see her? There are many ways to identify someone. Sight isn't always necessary. Meng Jia. Who is she? One of the 4 great constables of the 6th fan school. Many consider her the best female constable in the world these days. The best. Don't be ridiculous. The best is our Master Bai. Everyone else is second place. It's just a title. I don't concern myself with such things anymore. You shouldn't either, Master Wei. Wait, is she coming for us? Suddenly, Meng Jia's face contorted with rage. She roared by Qinxin. You'll pay for my grandfather's death. They had been strolling leisurely, but the sudden appearance of the furious young woman shattered the peace. She stormed towards them, her voice a guttural growl, by Qinxin. You'll pay for my grandfather's death. Lu Yuanhao whimpered, trembling, oh no. Meng Jia's grandfather was the capital's guardian who was burned alive. She cultivates a deadly combat technique and has a fiery temper. I think she's out for blood. Master Wei, we should get out of here. Meng Jia lunged forward, her fist crackling with furious energy. Bai Qingxin, prépare tout dit. Just as her attack was about to land, Wei Jun calmly stepped forward, placing himself directly in her path. One hand rested on his sword, his expression impassive, offering no resistance. Meng Jia, taken aback, froze, her fist hovering inches from his face. He looked at Meng Jia with arrogance, his voice cold. So, you intend to lay your hands on someone under my protection. Meng Jia, bewildered, retracted her hand. Wei Jun, she said, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. I only want to settle the score with Bai Qinxin. Wei Jun didn't budge, his grip tightening on his sword. Master Meng, he replied, even the death of a loved one doesn't excuse such reckless accusations. Lady Bai has been with me the entire time. She has nothing to do with Master Meng's death. But Meng Jia vehemently protested. How can that be? How could she not be involved? Everyone knows Bai Qinxin is the angel of death. Wherever she goes, tragedy follows. If Bai Qinxin hadn't come to the National Academy today, my grandfather wouldn't be dead. Her words ignited a murmur amongst the surrounding crowd. So if Bai Qinxin, someone muttered, I know her. She's cursed with the lone star of heavenly slaughter. I knew it. Someone dying at the National Academy. It's because the angel of death is here. If you know you bring misfortune, why wander around? She has no self-awareness at all. We'd best stay away from her. The rumors are true. Even the guardian demigod couldn't withstand her curse. Let's go home. Don't let her bring harm here. The venomous whispers of the passers-by continued to escalate. They didn't know these words had long become a haunting shadow in Bai Qinxin's heart. The demon within her sneered at the festering wounds. See their true faces. This is the world you once believed in. This is the justice and righteousness you worshipped. In the end, what do you have left but a pair of blind eyes? Embrace Me by Shin. Just one more step, and we will become the true angel of death, letting this trash taste the flavor of their own demise. Outside, Meng Jia's furious cries continued, her vicious words a direct assault on Bai Qinshin's spirit. See, everyone knows Bai Qinshin is a curse. She's killed so many, and now my grandfather too. She shouldn't even be alive. A jinx like her should never have been born. She should just die. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Bai Qinshin momentarily lost her reason, poised to step into the darkness and let it consume her. But Wei Jun's sword hilt slammed against Meng Jia's head, jolting her back to reality. The blow was hard, startling everyone present. Bai Qinshin looked at Wei Jun, confusion clouding her eyes. Meng Jia clutched her head, staggering back, and roared, "Wei Jun, how dare you hit me?" Fury flashed in Wei Jun's eyes, his voice laced with menace. "I did. What of it? If you dare utter another word against Lady Bai, I will use this Shang Fong treasured sword to cut you into pieces. Rest assured, my sword is sharp enough to handle the likes of you several times over." A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. To be slapped like that, in front of so many people, was audacious in the extreme. Meng Jia, despite her fiery temper, held back. Idiot, she thought, that's the Shang Fong treasured sword, a symbol of imperial authority. Unless you want to be exiled to the salt mines, shut your mouth and watch what happens next. Wei Jun turned to the crowd, his voice ringing with a defiant grandeur. I know the cruel truth. Good deeds aren't always rewarded. Loyal heroes and wise ministers don't always meet happy ends. But I truly don't understand, you common rabble, why you feel the need to spew such venomous words when a hero faces adversity, twisting the knife in their wounds. Just think about it. Spending your entire lives groveling like dogs? Is that truly so enjoyable? Meng Jia seethed, a helpless fury burning within her, knowing she couldn't strike Wei Jun. For Bai Qinshin, it was the first time she had ever been defended. The wall she had built around her heart crumbled. Tears welled, escaping her control. She looked at him, biting her lip to stifle the sobs. It's a shame, she thought, that during my darkest hours, Wei Jun wasn't there. If he had been, I wouldn't have awakened this dark persona. The darkness within her let out a sinister chuckle. Haha, what a pity. You were so close to agreeing to merge with me. But then, unexpectedly, she made a decision. She took a step towards the darkness, willingly letting it consume her. As the shadows enveloped her, a bittersweet smile touched her lips. Wei Jun is putting himself in grave danger. I need the power to protect him, and only by merging with you can I heal my eyes. I long to see his face just once. The darkness within Bai Qinshin continued to spread, consuming her. Meanwhile, outside, Wei Jun continued to provoke Meng Jia, seeing her hand tighten around the hilt of her sword, ready to draw. He grew even more emboldened. Good. I love a wild, untamed mare like yourself. Draw your blade. Be brave. Take my head. But events unfolded contrary to his expectations. She loosened her grip on the sword, taking deep breaths, regaining her composure. Wei Jun was taken aback. You're actually holding back. I thought you had a penchant for killing. It seems I underestimated you. Having regained her composure, she threatened Wei Jun, don't get cocky. If it weren't for the Shang Fong treasured sword, you'd be a corpse right now. For a man who constantly flirted with death, this was hardly a deterrent. You say if it weren't for the Shang Fong sword, he said. Fine, then let's pretend it's not here. He then did something that shocked everyone. He craned his neck forward. Here you go, he taunted my neck. Take it. Don't let me think you're a coward. Meng Jia, caught between fury and bewilderment, trembled with rage, her voice shaking slightly. Lord Wei, I don't want to hurt you. Bai Qinshin is the one who killed my grandfather. Why are you defending her? Wei Jun remained in his defiant posture, scoffing. Pathetic. I wasted my time thinking you were some great figure. I offer my head, and you didn't even dare swing. He picked up his sword and rose. Meng Jia, bristling with indignation, retorted, Master Wei, what do you mean by repeatedly humiliating me like this? There's no grievance between us. Why do you insist on making an enemy of me? Wei Jun concealed a smirk, thinking, not giving up, are you? As expected, this hot-headed type can't stand humiliation. Looks like I won't get the chance to be killed after all. His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, disdainful mask. You think you're worthy of being my enemy. I simply despise those who bend with the wind like you, preying on those under my protection. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. How Master Bai has conducted herself in office is plain for all to see. Have you forgotten everything you learned at the National Academy? Fed it to the dogs, have you? Meng Jia's face paled with fury. Haven't you received my grandfather's instruction? His bones are barely cold, and you dare insult me like this. You shield by Qin Xin without a shred of respect for him. Her venomous words hung in the air, cut short as Wei Jun's hand connected sharply with Meng Jia's cheek, silencing her mid-sentence. The unexpected blow left her stunned. That, he stated coldly, was on behalf of Elder Meng. It's because I respect Elder Meng's teachings that I strike you. Meng Jia's blood boiled. She grabbed Wei Jun's collar, her voice a raw snarl. Wei Yunyo, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Don't push me too far. At her accusation of being pushed too far, Wei Jun's expression twisted with disgust. Master Meng, you're one of the 4 great ministers. Surely your head isn't filled with water. So let me tell you, the library fire was arson. Seeing her speechless, he pressed on. Someone deliberately set the fire, knowing I was coming to the library today to research the War of National Defense. Why? Don't you think that's a bit too coincidental? Even more coincidental, I imagine, is that the documents related to the War of National Defense were completely destroyed. Shall we go take a look? A subordinate hurried forward, reporting to the esteemed masters. We confirmed while extinguishing the fire that all documents related to the War of National Defense have been incinerated. Wei Jun's words tightened the noose around Meng Jia. He continued his interrogation. Stop pretending. Even I can figure this out. As one of the 4 great ministers, are you telling me you haven't? Meng Jia, I ask you, was your grandfather burned to death in the fire? Hearing her tacit confirmation, he pressed further. Was Bai Qinxin the one who set the fire? Though reluctant, she gritted her teeth and admitted Bai Qinxin did not do it. Wei Jun, pressing his advantage, continued to question Meng Jia. So, tell me, who was the arsonist? Meng Jia clenched her fists, her voice thick with resentment. It was someone who didn't want the true history of the Patriotic War to be recorded. Wei Jun stepped closer, his gaze piercing the wavering depths of Meng Jia's eyes. And who, he pressed, doesn't want the true history of the Patriotic War to be recorded? Her silence, punctuated by the gritting of her teeth, only fueled his fervor. The path is clear, he thought, a predatory gleam in his eyes. All that's needed now is a single spark. He leaned in, his voice a low growl. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, Meng Jia. You already know who the real murderer is, the one who killed your grandfather. It's someone you don't dare cross. Someone whose true motives you're too afraid to expose. And so you direct all your hatred towards Lady Bai, because she's made enemies, because she's an easier target. The brave draw their swords against the strong. Cowards draw their swords against the weak. You're nothing but a coward who preys on the vulnerable. Each word landed like a slap, stinging Meng Jia's pride. But it wasn't enough. Wei Jun, caught in the current of his own momentum, pressed on relentlessly. Have I struck a nerve, Meng Jia? Do you want to silence me? Bury the evidence. He offered his neck, a reckless invitation. Here's my throat. Here's my head. Here's my heart. You want to avenge your grandfather. If you can't even bring yourself to kill me, then you truly are the lowest of the low. Despite the cruelty of his words, a flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes. Come on, do it. Kill me. Put me out of my misery. Meng Jia's fist, a vessel for all her pent-up rage and frustration, slammed into the ground. A guttural cry tore from her throat, a desperate attempt to release the pressure building within. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. Finally, her voice, choked with tears, broke the stillness. Lord Wei is right. I'm a coward. I prey on the weak. Sister Bai, I'm so sorry. Lord Wei, she continued, wiping at the tears streaming down her face. Thank you for opening my eyes. I will repay this kindness. Sister Bai, I'm so sorry. Meng Jia's apologies continued, punctuated by heartbroken sobs. Bai Qinxin, though offering words of forgiveness, couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. She's a pitiful loyalist, her family ruined. The words of comfort felt hollow even to her own ears. What good are apologies? The damage is done. The only way to avoid being hurt is to not let anyone in. Behind them, Wei Jun ground his teeth, the touching scene before him doing little to quell the frustration simmering within. Lies, all lies, he fumed inwardly. What bloodlust, what fiery temper. She's putting on a show. I told her to kill me, not redeem herself. Bai Qinxin calmly observed, the library burned, the head librarian was murdered. This case has shaken the court. Elder Meng was the second strongest expert in the National Academy. Whoever killed him possesses unimaginable strength and background. Anyone who gets involved in this will die. A spark ignited in Wei Jun's eyes. He spoke with a thrill. Anyone who gets involved will die. Suit me just fine. Chu Finfin finally spoke, her voice sharp. This isn't something you can get involved in. If the War of National Defense documents were destroyed, your presence here is pointless. Wei Jun's suspicion flared. Master, are you dismissing us? Where are you going? It took us this long to finally get you here. Finfin replied, composing poetry in the 3 Surplus study. The 3 Surplus study was a cultivation chamber that Chu Finfin had condensed using the painting nature avoidance chi. Cultivating within it was even more beneficial than outside. She propped her chin on her hand, murmuring, a leader's greatest joy is an unburdened youthful spirit. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten this poem. You're not bad, Wei Jun, still remembering the poems I write. But I can't recall the next 2 lines. How strange. Wei Jun forced a chuckle. Haha, well, you write so much good poetry, it's normal to forget a few lines. She nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, I only write good poetry. Forgetting is what I do. Hearing this, Wei Jun instantly regretted his words. Apologies, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given Master the opportunity to boast. Bai Qinshin's lips curled into a frown, disgust evident on her face. Elder Meng is dead, and Headmaster Chu is in the mood for poetry. Something doesn't feel right. Chu Finfin waved a dismissive hand, her tone indifferent. All right, I still have to deal with the aftermath. You can leave. Everyone else, disperse. Bai Qinshin watched Chu Finfin's retreating figure, suspicion lacing her voice. Headmaster Chu is lying. Both Wei Jun and Lu Yuanhao looked at her, startled. Lu Yuanhao's reaction was the most dramatic. He seemed significantly more agitated than Wei Jun. He immediately turned to Bai Qinshin, his voice rising. What? Could Headmaster Chu have killed Elder Meng? In the entire National Academy, only Headmaster Chu has that kind of power. And to kill someone so silently, it's highly likely it was someone familiar with the victim. Heavens, could I have stumbled upon a shocking secret? Will Headmaster Chu silence me? Lu Yuanhao looked at Wei Jun with wide, innocent eyes. Right? Don't you two think so too? Wei Jun glanced at Bai Qinshin beside him. Master Bai, do you think this fatty is playing dumb? Or is he truly this clueless? Bai Qinshin, also feeling the need to reevaluate Lu Yuanhao, avoided Wei Jun's gaze, a thoughtful expression on her face. I can't tell. Sensing her slight discomfort, Wei Jun quickly apologized. Sorry, I misspoke. Bai Qinshin turned to Meng Jia. Could you give me something that belonged to Elder Meng? Meng Jia quickly searched herself. Yes, I have a jade pendant that grandfather gave me. Qinshin accepted the pendant, examining it carefully. Her lips curled into a playful smile. This is getting interesting, Bai Qinshin purred. I've uncovered a little secret, but if I reveal it, someone might lose their life. A ripple of excitement went through the small group gathered around her. Wei Yun leaned forward eagerly. What secret? He asked. Bai Qinshin replied. Before we met him, Steward Chu met with Elder Meng. The chi of the living and the dead are distinct. Based on the timing and my deductions, Elder Meng might still be alive. Lu Yuanhao's jaw dropped. Lady Bai, you're incredible. But how can you be so certain? Bai Qinshin, having learned from past experiences, offered no further explanation. Instead, she looked down at him with a hint of disdain. The world of a grandmaster is deep and complex. You wouldn't understand. Wei Jun chimed in, supporting Bai Qinshin. Lady Bai is the foremost divine deducer in the world. Discerning truth from falsehood is child's play for her. There's no need for surprise, Lord Lu. Meng Jia, also present, was shaken by Bai Qinshin's revelation. She had already begun to suspect what Bai Qinshin was implying. Could grandfather still be alive? She wondered, her heart pounding. From the top of the nearby stairs, Chu Finfin's voice rang out. So you staged your own death. How very dramatic. The old man, Elder Meng, sighed, brush in hand. He looked up in surprise at Chu Finfin's appearance. This War of National Defense case is indeed complex. I've held on to these documents for so many years that, in the eyes of many, I'm already a dead man. If I hadn't disappeared, I fear I truly would have lost my life. Chu Finfin approached Elder Meng's desk. The documents, she asked, her voice sharp, are they truly destroyed? He continued writing, his hand steady. As long as everyone believes they are destroyed, then even if they aren't, they might as well be. I've gone to these lengths. Even if they know I faked my death, they wouldn't dare risk coming after me again. Chu Finfin spoke, each word a pointed observation. You've already reached the threshold of half-saint. The reason you haven't broken through is because you've lost the spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. That is the true mark of a saint. His secrets laid bare, Elder Meng gave a wry smile. She's right, he thought. I do desire to reach half-saint, but I desire to live even more. Aloud, he explained, I did this not only to save myself, but also to save Wei Jun. The more he knows, the closer he is to death. He's a promising young man. I couldn't bear to watch him walk down that path. A glint of steel entered Chu Finfin's eyes. Wei Jun is not like you, she stated firmly. He does not fear death. Her expression softened, and a smile played on her lips as she turned back to Elder Meng. Oh, by the way, she said casually, someone has discovered your little charade. Elder Meng, this time you really are dead. The old man slammed his hand on the desk and shot to his feet. What? He roared. How is that possible? I was so careful. Chu Finfin's smile turned cold. I overheard their conversation just now. Bai Qin Xin truly lives up to her reputation as the foremost divine deducer. She's discovered your fake death and escape. With a flick of her sleeve, Chu Finfin transported everyone present to the hidden room. The sudden shift didn't seem to faze most of them, but Lu Yuanhao and Meng Jia stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Seeing her grandfather standing there, alive and well, Meng Jia could only whisper, "Grandfather, you're alive." Realizing he'd been caught red-handed, Elder Meng abandoned his pretense. With a weary sigh, he admitted, "These young people are truly remarkable. I thought my plan was flawless." Wei Jun glanced at the troubled Elder Meng, his brow furrowed in distress. A great scholar, he thought, reduced to burning down the library out of fear for his own life. If the truth comes out, his reputation will be in tatters. Even if he doesn't die physically, he'll be dead inside. He then looked towards Bai Qin Xin, standing behind him, and felt a pang of pity for the elder. He was simply unlucky to run into the divine deducer, Bai Qin Xin. Against anyone else, his plan might have worked. Meng Jia, on her knees, pleaded with Wei Jun and Bai Qin Xin. Lord Wei, Lady Bai, I beg you, show mercy. Spare my grandfather's life. I, Meng Jia, am willing to become your servant in return for your kindness. Bai Qin Xin looked down at the kneeling Meng Jia, her expression impassive. I merely stated the facts. Years ago, I did nothing wrong, yet no one pleaded for me. No one showed me mercy, so why should I show them any? She added, my duty is to uncover the truth. Whether or not it's made public is Lord Wei's decision. Wei Jun stood silently, observing the scene. Finding himself addressed, he shook his head. Let's just pretend we know nothing. Overwhelmed with relief, Meng Jia repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Wei, for your mercy. Lu Yuanhao, however, was puzzled. Lord Wei, why are you letting him off so easily? I don't understand. Wei Jun began to explain. Elder Meng protected the library for many years. Even if he has no merit, he certainly endured hardship. Moreover, more than half of the National Academy students have benefited from his guidance. His moral character is worthy of his position and status. Lu Yuanhao, still confused, pressed further. But faking his death and running away is a crime. What crime? Wei Jun narrowed his eyes at Lu Yuanhao. No one actually died. At worst, it's insubordination. But isn't insubordination punishable by death? Lu Yuanhao muttered, exasperated. Wei Jun continued his explanation. Elder Meng simply wanted to survive. He did nothing wrong. Just like us, he faced a life-threatening situation due to his responsibilities. Faced with danger, some choose self-sacrifice, others choose survival. We shouldn't condemn those who choose to live. It's enough to respect those who choose self-sacrifice. Besides, he added, judging others by your own moral standards is itself immoral. Finished with his explanation, he fell into deep thought. If this investigation continued, Elder Meng's life would be in jeopardy. Ruin was a certain outcome, but exposing him wouldn't bring anyone back to life. So what was the point? It would be a waste of time and indeed immoral. Meng Jia suddenly prostrated herself again. Lord Wei, you are a true gentleman. From this day forward, I am yours to command. He looked at her and said, if you wish to thank me, simply do good deeds in the future. If I were to demand repayment, I wouldn't be worthy of the respect you hold for me. Who needs a sycophant like you anyway, he thought. I'd rather have a useless fellow like Lu Yuanhao. He turned to Chu Finfin and said, Master, would you please take us out? We still have a lot to do. With a flick of her sleeve, Chu Finfin transported them all outside. Elder Meng, following behind, said respectfully, Today I, Meng, O Wei Jun, my life. Heaven is my witness. In the future, I will repay this debt with my life and protect him with all my might. Although I still desire to live. Elder Ming continued. I want to learn from Wei Jun's courage and spirit of self-sacrifice. If only one of us could survive, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. At this moment, Wei Jun was completely unaware that his protective entourage had gained another loyal member. Looking at Wei Jun straight back, fearless and unyielding, Chu Finfin couldn't help but smile. Such a temperament, truly the man I've set my eyes upon. He's truly handsome, even more so than I imagined. The three held a small strategy meeting. Wei Jun addressed his two companions. Lord Bai, Lord Liu, tell me, where should we begin next? Bai Qinxin immediately replied, I suggest we first report on the information we have regarding the War of National Defense. Lord Liu, being in the supervisory department, you must have seen quite a bit on this matter, haven't you? Liu Yuanhao gave an embarrassed laugh, offering an excuse. I've been cultivating every day and rarely inquire about the important matters of the supervisory department. Bai Qinxin retorted, don't pretend. Didn't you say before that you only cultivate for 1 hour a day? Hearing this, Yuanhao scratched his face and said helplessly, before meeting Lord Wei, I did review some intelligence on the War of National Defense. But my authority was limited, so I only know a little. Wei Jun encouraged him. It's all right. Your little is already more than we know. Hearing this, Yuanhao began his account. Then I'll start with the supervisory department, which I'm most familiar with. My father-in-law, Chief Steward Liu, personally trained 9 children. Except for me, who was too young and weak at the time, none were spared from the battlefield. During the 10 years of the War of National Defense, my adoptive father and 8 elder brothers were always on the front lines. The casualty rate of the supervisory department reached 40%, second only to the Vanguard Battalion of the Hard Army. 2 of my 8 elder brothers were killed in action, and 2 were crippled. His voice grew heavy. 3rd brother and 5th brother have permanently left the desolate battlefield. 3rd brother remains in a coma to this day, and 7th brother is also crippled. He declared emphatically, the supervisory department oversees all under heaven. Naturally, it is a gate of loyalists. Hearing such a glorious history, Wei Jun asked doubtfully, then why is its reputation so poor now? Bai Qinxin added, curious, is it because the supervisory department now doesn't dare to target the enemy, but instead targets its own people? Yuanhao responded, perplexed, this isn't the fault of the supervisory department. I'm just carrying out its duties. Wei Jun stated coldly, the supervisory department is just a blade. With a blade points depends on the one wielding it. Blaming all the faults on the blade doesn't seem quite right. Rest assured, Lord Liu, as long as the supervisory department truly performs meritorious deeds, I, Wei, will record the truth and will not smear its name due to worldly prejudices. Hearing these words, even a fool could feel the warmth in his heart. He walked up to Wei Jun, bowed, and said, on behalf of the supervisory department, I, Liu Yuanhao, express our gratitude to Lord Wei. Wei Jun clasped his hands in return, a gesture of respect. This was merely my duty. Such gratitude isn't necessary. If anything, I should be the one expressing thanks on behalf of myself to the seniors of the supervisory department who risked their lives for 15 years, allowing me the peace to study and the freedom I enjoy today. Bai Qinxin, resting her chin in her hand, watched their exchange. Could you two please stop with the endless thanking? You're acting like strangers. Let's get back to the War of National Defense. Liu Yuanhao blushed slightly, then continued his story. Before the War of National Defense, the Great Qian dynasty was at its peak. Prosperity reigned, and the people were content. Every citizen felt pride in being a child of the Great Qian. The land upon which the Great Qian sits is rich in resources, bordered by a vast ocean. Though cultivators often journeyed across the sea, they never discovered a civilization that could rival our own. Therefore, the Great Qian always considered itself the Celestial Empire, viewing the surrounding smaller nations as insignificant. That is, until heavily fortified ships rammed the warships of the Western Continent Alliance, launching their assault on the Great Qian. The Western Continent Alliance possessed weapons unlike anything we had ever seen. Weapons of terrifying destructive power. The Great Qian army was routed almost as soon as they engaged. This instilled immense confidence in the Western Continent Alliance. They even boasted that they could flatten the Great Qian within 6 months. Of course, they quickly paid the price for their arrogance. After all, the Great Qian is not a place to be trifled with. You likely know the rest of the story. After this historical recounting, Wei Jun felt his understanding broaden. So, the Western continent was technologically advanced. In terms of equipment and weaponry alone, the Western continent dealt a significant blow to the Great Qian, which was still in the age of cold weapons. It's a pity that this empire, wielding cold steel, chose to climb the tree of cultivation. The Western continent, attempting to cultivate with their own blood, was simply no match. A question formed in Wei Jun's mind. There are a few things I don't understand. While the Western continent's weapons were formidable, they shouldn't have been a match for cultivators. Why did the war drag on for 15 years, and why was it so devastating? Liu Yuanhao explained, besides their advanced weaponry, they also possessed an elite force of soldiers with extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, they had peak-level experts who were no less powerful than our own. Intrigued, Wei Jun asked, did they have cultivators as well? Liu Yuanhao struggled to recall. It seems they weren't cultivators, but they had reached a certain level of power, making it difficult to distinguish their strength from ours. Wei Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully, pacing as he spoke. In that case, the Great Qian should have been outmatched. Hearing this, Liu Yuanhao hastily explained, no, it's more accurate to say we were slightly stronger. Our number of peak experts completely overwhelmed theirs. Initially, the war was supposed to end quickly with our victory, but at the critical moment, another god suddenly appeared in their ranks. Based on records from that time, it's speculated that this god was a true deity descended from the celestial realm. Bai Qinxin furrowed her brow in thought. We were just investigating the war of national defense. How did it end up involving the celestial realm? In the Great Qian, the celestial realm is nothing more than an ancient legend. Wei Jun leaned back against the table, a pensive look on his face. Perhaps it's the upper realm after ascension. To a true celestial emperor, they're just slightly larger insects, not worth mentioning. Having finished recounting this unrecorded piece of history, Liu Yuanhao turned to Wei Jun. Lord Wei, this involves the celestial realm. Are you not even slightly concerned? Wei Yun simply shrugged. So what if they're from the heavens? In the end, didn't we win the war of national defense? Even a true god wasn't our match, so why should I care? I heard we almost pushed all the way to the Western continent. It was only because the current emperor personally took command and bungled everything that we ended up in this current situation. Liu Yuanhao cried out, Lord Wei, you can't just say such things. His Majesty did it to boost morale. Wei Jun replied, forgive my disrespect, but if he didn't have the dragon's aura protecting him, I'd suspect he was a spy sent by the enemy. Tell me, before His Majesty took over, which commander led the Qian army to victory? That person must be the one who understands the war of national defense the best. We need to find him. Looking at the expressions of the two, it seemed they both knew who it was. Bai Qinxin answered, Lord Wei, he's been dead for a long time, but you might know him because your father served under him. He was the Yang family head, the illustrious Grand Marshal Yang. Wei Jun furrowed his brows in thought. Grand Marshal Yang, I have a vague recollection. A figure of such stature died, and I didn't even know. Something doesn't seem right. Regardless of how he died, I don't particularly care. But I'm saying this for everyone's benefit. Liu Yuanhao continued. That year, His Majesty was ambushed and ordered an emergency retreat. Grand Marshal Yang stayed behind to cover the retreat and was surrounded. He was hopelessly outnumbered. Wei Yun's face darkened. Because it made His Majesty lose face, Grand Marshal Yang's death was kept quiet. Not only that, but later, Yang Dailang, Grand Marshal Yang's eldest son, openly questioned His Majesty's succession. It said he even colluded with other court officials to overthrow His Majesty. But His Majesty, remembering Grand Marshal Yang's contributions, didn't completely eradicate them. However, he still executed Yang Dailang. The entire Yang family was demoted to commoners. After that, the Yang family declined. Wei Jun slammed his fist on the table, rising to his feet in a fury. Peace was forged by the Grand Marshal, yet he was never allowed to see it. It's laughable, shameful. His mind made up, Wei Jun turned to Yuan Hao and Qin Xin. I've decided. The investigation into the War of National Defense will begin with the Yang family. He declared this with a newfound resolve. Suddenly, a faint aura shimmered around Wei Jun. Seeing this, he cursed inwardly. Another breakthrough. Is this aura of righteousness blind? I was just putting on a serious face. Why is it so easy for me to become stronger? This is such a nuisance. Elsewhere, Lu Qian, having learned of Wei Jun's intentions, found himself intrigued. Wei Jun wants to investigate the Yang family. That boy's not bad. He certainly has guts. Lu Yuanhao, with tears welling his eyes and a look of utter distress, pleaded, Foster father, Wei Jun is truly a righteous gentleman. He's even better at acting than Chu Finfin. I truly can't handle him. Please recall me. I really can't do this anymore. Or send Big Brother. He's much more capable than I am. Tai Zhu, suddenly dragged into the conversation, bristled like a startled cat. Ninth brother, you wretched scoundrel. After all the years I've cared for you. Watching his two beloved sons bicker, Lu Qian sighed, rubbing his temples. Enough. Tai Zhu has his hands full. Yuan Hao, this task falls to you. The issue is, with the investigation focused on the Yang family, by Qin Xin's presence could implicate that organization. Tai Zhu's face grew serious. Are you referring to the Iron Blood Salvation Society, father? Yuan Hao gasped, startled. The Iron Blood Salvation Society. The one the former Crown Prince founded during the War of National Defense. Indeed, the Iron Blood Salvation Society is believed to have been established by the former Crown Prince himself in response to the war. They were fervent patriots, heroes, and loyalists to the former Crown Prince. The Iron Blood Salvation Society embodied unwavering resolve and the spirit of self-sacrifice. All its members, including the former Crown Prince, fought on the front lines. They battled with selfless abandon, giving their all. Their strength earned the respect of the people, and those with aspirations considered it an honor to join their ranks. However, after the former Crown Prince's disappearance, this esteemed organization crumbled. Nearly all its members were exposed and perished, each for different reasons. Could His Majesty have been behind it? After all, the matter involved the reputation and honor of the former Crown Prince, posing a significant threat to his own throne. Lu Qian looked at Yuan Hao, adding, Grand Marshal Yang and his three sons were all members of the Iron Blood Salvation Society. If Wei Jun begins his investigation with the Yang family, there's no guarantee it won't lead back to the society. Yuan Hao frowned, puzzled. But weren't they all killed? Surely the Yang family and the Iron Blood Salvation Society have no connection now. Lu Qian shook his head. We can't be certain, but with Bai Qin Xin there, we'll know soon enough. We assume the Iron Blood Salvation Society will contact Wei Jun and Bai Qin Xin. Lu Qian mused, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. But they've remained anonymous for so many years. It won't be easy for them to reveal themselves, will it? Lu Kim offered an explanation. Under normal circumstances, of course not. But now, with a talent like Wei Jun appearing so suddenly, Lu Qian continued, his voice taking on a sharper edge, would they really pass up the opportunity to recruit him? Given Wei Jun's disposition, he's likely to accept their ideology. He might even be eager to join. If it truly is connected to the Iron Blood Salvation Society, then His Majesty will have to intervene personally. Lu Qian's expression turned serious. Yuan Hao, someone is watching you. Tomorrow, on your way to the Yang residence, something might happen. Be careful. Furthermore, he added, his voice low and urgent, keep a close eye on Wei Jun and Bai Qin Xin. If you discover any trace of the Iron Blood Salvation Society, inform me immediately. Having received his father's orders, Lu Yuanhao promptly departed. The following day, the trio strolled through the bustling streets. Lu Yuanhao, with a cheerful air, presented Wei Jun with a scroll. Lord Wei, he said, here are the documents you requested regarding the Yang family. Rest assured, information from the surveillance department is guaranteed to be accurate. Wei Jun accepted the thick scroll with a smile. Excellent work, Lord Lu. This is perfect timing. I wanted to familiarize myself with their situation before we visit the Yang residence. He quickly unfurled the scroll, his face alight with anticipation. But as he read the contents, his smile vanished, replaced by a grim, unreadable expression. The Yang family He read aloud, his voice heavy, a prominent military clan of the Great Qian, with generations of distinguished service, their reputation as solid as bedrock. Yang Dialang, commander of the Vanguard Battalion, with illustrious achievements, shared a life-and-death camaraderie with the former crown prince. Executed by the emperor, branded a friend of the enemy. Yang Erlang, of ordinary talent, yet resolutely joined the army, died in battle in the third year of the War of National Defense. Yang Sanlang, engaged in internecine conflict with the emperor alongside Grand Marshal Yang, perished before the War of National Defense even began. Yang Feilan, eldest daughter, joined Princess Mingzhu's female battalion, fell in battle in the 9th year of the War of National Defense. Of Grand Marshal Yang's 3 sons and 2 daughters, only the youngest daughter survived. The other 4, including Grand Marshal Yang himself, sacrificed themselves for the Great Qian, their blood staining the Yang family's glory. 5 generals, 3 generations defending the nation, pacifying the borders, their righteous spirit etched in the annals of history. 6 volumes, 3 strategic treatises, all singing the praises of these heroes. Finishing the document, Wei Jun's resolve hardened. I must seek justice for the Yang family, he declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Even if it doesn't benefit me personally, I must do this. Heroes shouldn't have to shed both blood and tears. This is the true state of our nation. Bai Qin Xin, who had been silently listening as Wei Jun read, finally spoke. I fear it will be difficult, she said, her voice laced with concern. The Yang family not only offended His Majesty, but Grand Marshal Yang also had a feud with the old monster of the Changshang sect in the cultivation world. That year, under Grand Marshal Yang's command, the Changshang sect suffered heavy losses. They also participated in the War of National Defense, after which their supreme elder was appointed national teacher by His Majesty. The Yang family's decline to this day isn't solely due to His Majesty's displeasure, but also because they offended the Changshang sect. Mentioning the Changshang sect, Wei Jun couldn't hide his disgust. The Changshang sect, that same Changshang sect that specializes in twisting right and wrong, bullying the weak. Just wonderful. I was looking for a reason to cause them some trouble anyway. They've been an eyesore for a while now. Hearing these words, Bai Qin couldn't help but blush. Although everyone knew this man's words held no ulterior motive, she couldn't help but think otherwise. Did he want to seek justice for the Changshang sect? I've only recently merged with my dark personality. While I'm not yet strong enough to confront the national teacher, protecting myself shouldn't be a problem. Wei Lang, just wait. I won't let anyone from the Changshang sect harm you. The 3 strolled leisurely down the street, their brief moment of peace shattered by the clamor of an argument in the distance. The shrill cries of a frail woman caught Wei Jun's attention. Let me go, you lecher. As they drew closer, the scene became clear. A foppishly dressed young master held a young woman's hand tightly, tilting her chin upwards. He leered, little lady, don't be so shy. Come play with this young master for a bit. Wei Jun felt a pang of familiarity at the sight. What is this? Why does this scene seem so familiar? Do these great Qian dandies have no originality? What a coincidence. We were just on our way to the Yang residence, and we stumble upon this. This drama is a bit sudden. We'd best not get involved and focus on the task at hand. Remembering his previous experience, he decided against intervening, intending to turn a blind eye and leave. Yuan Hao, however, thought differently. His expression worried as he looked towards the young woman. This is bad, Lord Wei. That young lady is Yang Samlang's fiancée, Ho Fanfan. She and Yang Samlang were engaged, but he died in the War of National Defense. Even after the Yang family's decline, she remained determined to marry into the family and has preserved her chastity for him to this day. Wei Jun, initially indifferent, went from feigning ignorance to gaping astonishment. 5 Yang family generals gave their lives for their country, only to be subjected to such humiliation. How dare this animal do such a thing? Quickly, Yuan Hao added more information. He's Ji Dang Tian, one of the capital's 4 great dandies. His favorite pastime is harassing married women. He dares to act so brazenly because his father is the current military commander, Ji Shuai Chi Changlong. Grand Marshal Yang personally promoted Ji Shuai to vice general. After the Grand Marshal's death, Ji Shuai became the most loyal general to the emperor, which led to his current position. Bai Qin, standing behind them, also expressed her displeasure. Ji Dangtian is also a disciple of the Changsheng sect. The Changsheng sect accepted him due to General Qi's influence. General Qi has always been overbearing and protective of his son. With the Changsheng sect being such a powerful force, Ji Dangtian's background is even more formidable than a prince's. Upon hearing this information, Wei Jun's expression immediately changed. A chilling smile crept across his face. So, he has a powerful background. What a coincidence. This heavenly emperor just loves dealing with people who have powerful backgrounds. A large crowd had gathered, watching the unfolding drama. Just as it seemed no one dared to intervene, a maidservant desperately rushed forward. "You lecher, release my mistress." The outcome, however, was predictable. Not only did she fail to rescue her mistress, but she also further enraged Ji Dangtian. He pulled a horsewhip from behind his back and lashed out at the maidservant, but the whip inadvertently struck Ho Fanfan as well. The force of the blow sent the maidservant sprawling to the ground, motionless. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, as if pleading for someone to save her. She's not breathing. Is she dead? It was at this moment that Wei Jun realized the scene unfolding before him wasn't an act. It was all real. The young woman was likely truly dead. He gritted his teeth in fury, his hatred growing with each passing moment. This is what a true spoiled brat looks like. Commander Liu seized Ji Dangtian. If he resists, kill him on the spot. No need for formalities. Seeing someone charging towards him, Ji Dangtian quickly lashed out with his whip to block Liu Yuanhao, snarling, "You want to arrest me? Are you tired of living?" Bai Qinxin knelt down and closed the maidservant's staring eyes. She spoke to Wei Jun. Ji Dangtian is a disciple of the Changsheng sect. Killing someone isn't a crime for him. It might have been before, but not since I took charge of law enforcement. Ji Dangtian's audacity today in harassing Ho Fanfan may not be entirely due to his own recklessness. General Qi and the Changsheng sect have a long-standing conflict with the Yang family. It's highly likely they're using this opportunity to test us. While Ji Dangtian is a spoiled brat, his cultivation is considered exceptional among his peers. Commander Liu may not be a match for him. Wei Jun's expression returned to its usual calm. He said to Bai Qinxin, "Don't worry, Commander Liu will be fine. If anything happens, I'll intervene." Ji Dangtian is ruthless. That useless Liu Yuanhao is certainly no match for him. However, Liu Yuanhao specializes in defensive techniques. He won't be easily defeated. When that fatty can't hold on any longer, I'll step in front of him. If Ji Dangtian kills me, within minutes, I'll transform into the Heavenly Emperor and obliterate that villain, avenging the maidservant. His plan was set. He was about to replace Liu Yuanhao, but as he turned, he caught a glimpse of a figure flying through the air amidst a cloud of dust. As the figure became clearer, everyone gasped in astonishment. Heavens! The one who was thrown, it looks like Ji Dangtian. Lady Bai, it seems Ji Dangtian was the one sent flying. Bai Qinxin, not to be outdone, affirmed from beside them, "It's definitely him. Absolutely no mistake." Wei Jun gritted his teeth, a sense of unease settling in. This fatty, something's not right about him. Weren't they saying he was useless? Sending someone flying with one punch. How is that useless? Meanwhile, Yuan Hao, watching the airborne figure, was also puzzled. Strange. How did he fly up like that? I didn't even use much force. How did he go so high? Wei Jun, observing the descending figure, was speechless. After a moment, he turned to Qinxin. "Bai Darren," he said, "I suspect this guy is putting on an act." Bai Qinxin sighed in exasperation. "Who are you talking about? Ji Dangtian or Liu Yuanhao?" Wei Jun thought to himself glumly, "I feel like they're both putting on an act for me. This won't do. I need to keep observing this farce." Just then, from behind Yuan Hao, Ji Dangtian's entourage, seeing their master assaulted, surged forward, seeking vengeance. Two of them drew their swords and charged directly at Yuan Hao. But they were unaware that Yuan Hao was a master of defense, like a certain young lady he knew. Their blades couldn't inflict any damage, not even a scratch. Seeing their bladed weapons were ineffective, they switched to firearms. Wei Jun, watching from the sidelines, broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, aren't those the 5-shot repeating firearms? No way. Are those great Qian imitations of Western continent weaponry? General Ji must have captured a lot of Western weapons on the battlefield. Replicating these firearms probably wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Ji Dangtian's men were certain of their victory, the bullets, though striking Yuan Hao, quickly ricocheted off him. Unlike the swords, however, This time, there was some slight damage. Seeing this, they recoiled in fear. How is this possible? These bullets can even pierce a cultivator's defenses. Yuan Hao, however, rubbed the spot where a copper bullet had struck him, tears welling in his eyes. That hurt. Little friends, you shouldn't play with such dangerous things. Ji Dangtian, having recovered from being flung through the air, was now enraged by the humiliation. He roared like a wild beast, though the spoiled young master's roar lacked any real ferocity. You dare? In this capital, is there anyone you won't offend? Hey, fatty, who are you? Tell me your family name. Today, I challenge you to a duel to the death. If I don't deal with you today, I'll change my surname tomorrow. Hearing this, Wei Jun called out from a distance. Don't think you can be arrogant just because your father is General Ji. His father is Lu Kim. Deal with him if you can. After you're done with him, I'll go tell his father. Ji Dangtian scoffed. Preposterous. I've met all 8 of Director Lu's adopted sons. Wei Jun pointed at Yuan Hao. What a coincidence. This one is the 9th. Go ahead, fight him. Suddenly, Ji Dongtian's face contorted in a mask of strained realization, sweat beading on his forehead. That's right. You're that pin pusher, Wei Jun. And he's the Inspectorate's disgrace. Impossible. How could the Inspectorate's disgrace be this strong? His mocking facade stripped away, Wei Jun's expression hardened into his usual icy composure. I could ask you the same question, young Master Ji. Your performance is a little over the top, don't you think? Ji Dongtian's voice rose in indignant protest. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I threw the match against him? A figure emerged from the crowd, his crimson eyes reminiscent of the Uchiha clan and his hair styled like a character for Bleach. Each step he took seemed to radiate an unseen pressure. Junior brother Ji, I share Wei Jun's suspicions. You studied under my master for years, yet you fell so easily. Are you intentionally shaming him, trying to make him look like a poor teacher? It became clear this newcomer was a direct disciple of the national teacher, Chun Jia. Bai Qinxin trembled at the sight of Chun Jia's disciple, her face draining of color as she instinctively clutched Wei Jun's hand. Concerned, Wei Jun asked Lady Bai, do you know him? Bai Qinxin glanced fearfully at Chun Jia's disciple, her voice barely a whisper. He's from the Changsheng sect, a direct disciple of national teacher Chun Jia, and second on the Heavenly Pride Board. He nearly sent me to meet the king of hell years ago. He wields a venomous sword style, kills without a second thought. Even within the Changsheng sect, more than 10 disciples have been forced to sell salt because of him. If not for his terrifying potential and the national teacher's protection, he would have been expelled from the Changsheng sect long ago for his actions. A gleam of anticipation flickered in Wei Jun's eyes. Kills without a second thought. He must be even stronger than Ji Dangtian. With a little cooperation, my plan might still work. Meanwhile, Ji Dangtian, upon seeing Chun Jia's disciple, immediately switched to fawning mode. Senior brother Chun, I truly wasn't acting. My loyalty to Master is absolute. Chun Jia's disciple barely acknowledged him. He stood facing Yuan Hao, slowly drawing his sword. Whether you're loyal or not, we'll soon find out. Sixth brother, years ago, my master and chief steward Lu fought to a draw. I'll strike once. If you can withstand it, the Changsheng sect will not interfere in junior brother Ji's affairs. With that, Chun Jia's disciple, radiating killing intent, lunged towards Yuan Hao, sword flashing. Wei Jun, seeing his chance for reincarnation slipping away, panicked internally. I'm the one who wants to reincarnate. Come over here. Hurry. But the sword was even faster, so fast that its tip nearly grazed Yuan Hao. Terror seized him, tears welling in his eyes as he froze, unable to move. His mind reeled, fixated on the glint of the approaching blade. What in the world? Why was this kid so utterly devoid of martial virtue? Weren't duels supposed to begin only after both sides were ready? Yet, this was where the turning point began. Elsewhere, Taizhu questioned Lu Qian, foster father. Why did you let old Ninth protect Wei Jun? Being near Wei Jun is so dangerous. Isn't that sending old Ninth to his death? Lu Qian took a slow sip of tea. Don't worry, he said. Old Ninth will be fine. He'll live a long life. Taizhu remained skeptical. How can you be so sure? Everyone in the capital knows his reputation as a good-for-nothing. Lu Qian simply chuckled. Do you remember when I once sent old Ninth flying? I used 90% of my strength that time. When the previous emperor was still alive, I once crossed hands with his national teacher. For half an hour, though I was slightly outmatched, I eventually broke through his defenses, making him cough up blood. Understanding dawned on Taiju. So, what you said before about old Ninth being a cultivation prodigy, that he cultivates in one day what others do in a year, was it all true? We thought you were just covering for him. Seeing his son's jaw practically on the floor, Lu Qian affirmed, not just a prodigy, a monster is more like it. I underestimated him before. A proud smile spread across his face. To avoid wasting his talent, I didn't let him do anything but cultivate. But I never expected that in just 25 days, even I wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. The interesting thing is, he doesn't even know it himself. Knowing Yuan Hao's near-impenetrable defenses, let's return to the fight. Although the sword tip had touched Yuan Hao, no matter how much force was applied, it could go no further. The one being attacked was too terrified to react, while his attacker, Chun Jia's disciple, and all those watching were left speechless with astonishment. Chun Jia's disciple, face flushed with rage, strained with all his might, but to no avail. Yuan Hao, though still trembling, gradually felt his fear recede. Seeing that he couldn't injure Yuan Hao, Chun Jia's disciple sheathed his sword and turned, clapping Ji Dangtian on the shoulder. Junior brother Qi, I misjudged you. You weren't acting. You truly are no match for Master Lu. With that, Chun Jia's disciple vanished like a wisp of smoke. Wei Jun watched the scene unfold, a wave of dejection washing over him. Gone already. That guy's acting skills are truly remarkable. He even managed to extricate himself from such an awkward situation. What in the world is going on? Wei Jun muttered, his mind racing. Could it be that this fatty isn't actually putting on an act with that other guy? How could the Qian Emperor send such a powerful expert to protect me? It's unbelievable. Just a short while ago, Taiju's thoughts had mirrored Wei Jun's own. He had said to Lu Qian, I never imagined our old Ninth possessed such monstrous strength. But wasn't His Majesty supposed to send a useless good-for-nothing to protect Wei Jun? Why him? Lu Qian, ever composed, took a delicate sip of tea. I didn't choose him. His Majesty personally appointed him. It wasn't my place to send anyone else. Taiju, shrewd as ever, seemed to see through Lu Qian's facade, grasping the heart of the matter. It's because His Majesty doesn't know old Ninth's true capabilities, Taiju deduced. And if you disagreed, His Majesty would surely have deferred to you. So in truth, you don't want Wei Jun to die, do you? Lu Qian paused, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. Then, he addressed Taiju. Wei Jun is a righteous man. Had he been born a few years earlier, the Save the Nation Society would surely have welcomed him with open arms, using him now to expose the society's members. Naturally, I don't want him to die, but Taiju felt there was more to his foster father's motives. If I'm not mistaken, he ventured, you're hoping Wei Jun can restore the inspectorate to its former glory, like it was 10 years ago. Lu Qian set down his warm teacup at Taiju's pointed question. Taiju, he countered, when do you think the inspectorate was at its strongest? Taiju didn't hesitate. Before the Patriotic War began, and now. Lu Qian pressed further. And when was it at its weakest? Again, Taiju's answer was immediate. During the Patriotic War. We suffered heavy losses then. If you had a choice, Lu Qian continued, which inspectorate would you prefer? A surge of emotion colored Taiju's voice. The inspectorate during the Patriotic War, of course. We suffered heavy casualties, but we held our heads high. We were proud. Everyone knew we were protecting our nation. Wherever we went, the people welcomed us. The soldiers saluted us. They knew we represented news from the front lines, aid from the rear, their safety, and the enemy's nightmare. Back then, the inspectorate and the army could trust each other with their lives. To ensure the safe delivery of information, the army would willingly follow us, blades swinging for days on end, and they were proud to do it. We had comrades fighting alongside us, a shared belief in protecting our nation. The enemy before us, our country behind us, every heart filled with the resolve to fight to the death, to sacrifice everything rather than retreat. Unlike now, we have more men, greater strength, but our blades cannot be turned against our true enemies. Foster father, Taiju confessed, his voice thick with emotion, I truly miss those days. Lu Qian's own heart resonated with Taiju's words. Tears welled in his eyes. So those are your thoughts, Taiju. How could I not miss those days as well? So many of our brothers in the inspectorate, including my old friends, sacrificed themselves in the patriotic war. They gave everything for the inspectorate for this country. Perhaps after the war ended, many forgot them, but for those of us who survived, the fire still burns. Their names and deeds must not be buried. I want their noble sacrifices to have true meaning. As director of the inspectorate, I will not let the inspectorate betray its past glory. With these resolute words, Lu Qian clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Taiju. Watching his father's retreating figure, he thought to himself, "Foster father, before the war ended in victory, you declared with such vigor that the inspectorate would live in the light. But after Emperor Qian ascended the throne, everything changed. The inspectorate became eunuchs and hounds for the powerful. So many in the inspectorate believe you betrayed the former emperor, siding with Emperor Qian, that you sold out your master for glory. Only now do I understand the burden you've carried. You truly are the foster father I should follow all my life. I finally see the hero in you again. Old Ninth, we better do this right. If you don't protect Wei Jun, I'll have your hide." The brawl had left the entire street in an uproar. That fatty is really something. Even Chun Jia of the Chongsheng sect couldn't touch him. But isn't he the disgrace of the inspectorate? How could he be so strong? Could it all be an act orchestrated by the director? Witnessing his own defeat, followed by Chun Jia's, fueled Ji Dongtian's rage. Impossible. Senior brother Chen definitely went all out. He never holds back. That fatty must have been feigning weakness, just to humiliate me in public. This sentiment wasn't unique to Ji Dangtian. Wei Jun was equally astonished. "Fatty, are you putting on a show of strength?" "Impossible. I have a way to test it. Don't forget, I haven't fully unleashed my Confucian cultivation techniques. Come on, Lord Lu, attack me with all your might." Lu Yuan was even more perplexed. "Lord Wei, what are you talking about? We have no quarrel, and besides, I'm too weak to be your opponent." Faced with Wei Jun's insistence, Yuan Hao had no choice but to lunge forward, preparing to strike Wei Jun with a palm strike. The overwhelming force triggered a flood of information and images in Wei Jun's subconscious. For instance, if he were to take this palm strike head-on, he would be genuinely injured, unable to complete the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. This was the so-called way of utmost sincerity, a special ability Wei Jun had comprehended from within the righteous aura. The way of utmost sincerity was an ability to foresee the future and avoid danger, typically only attainable by those who had reached the half-saint realm. But there are also a few sincere gentlemen, born with extraordinary talent, who could be blessed by the heavenly Tao and comprehend the way of utmost sincerity in advance. Wei Jun, as the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, upon comprehending the way of utmost sincerity, can also determine whether his tribulation will be successful. Just as that hand was about to brush past Wei Jun's cheek, Wei Jun hastily shouted for Yuan Hao to stop. Though somewhat bewildered, Yuan Hao expertly stopped in time. Having just experienced a brush with death, the promised rewards of his tribulation seemed distant. All he could see were his grandparents waving in the distance. A moment later, and he truly would have lost his life. Bai Qingxing approached, smiling. "Lord Wei," she said, "I haven't found anything to suggest Lord Lu was lying. But it seems Lord Lu is definitely a top-tier defensive expert. Perhaps because he's never directly attacked, everyone considers him useless. It's also possible that because of this, His Majesty sent him to protect you. So, you've inadvertently gained another expert. Truly, heaven has eyes. In a situation like this, not to mention His Majesty not knowing, I suspect even Lord Lu himself is unaware." Lu Yuan Hao, though he tried his best to understand, didn't grasp much. The young man appeared shy, confused, and unsure of what was happening. "I only cultivate some defensive techniques," he mumbled. "I'm really quite weak." Looking at his innocent demeanor, Wei Jun could only sigh. Fortunately, this chubby fellow wasn't feigning weakness. He genuinely believed himself to be weak. Moreover, he only possessed astonishing defensive abilities. His offensive capabilities were probably only enough to threaten Wei Jun's own life. If that were the case, he could certainly hold off those old geezers. Like Ji Dongtian's father, Marshal Ji Changkong. He was the first marshal to surrender in the Patriotic War, also the very first marshal to surrender. Marshal Yang waged war according to the kingly way, while Marshal Ji waged war according to the way of slaughter. Slaughter to end slaughter was Marshal Ji's creed. He hated his enemies as much as he hated himself. Among the 15-star generals of the Wei Kingdom, Marshal Ji was definitely not the brightest, but he was definitely the one who killed the most. I just love provoking ruthless people like that. Wei Jun mused. Since Ji Dangtian has taken the initiative to come to me, I must seize this opportunity. Suddenly, the sound of soldiers came from the direction of the city gate. Meng Jia strode out, quickly arriving at the area where Wei Jun and Dangtian stood. Upon seeing Meng Jia, Ji Dangtian reacted like a drowning man spotting a life preserver. He cried out excitedly, "Excellent! It's Meng Jia of the Six Fans. With my Ji family's influence, they'll naturally favor me in their investigation. Wei Jun, this time, you'll die without a burial place." But reality dealt him a harsh blow when he saw Meng Jia approach not him, but Wei Jun, solicitously asking, "Lord Wei, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Ji Dangtian, his fury uncontrollable, roared, "What could possibly be wrong with him? I'm the one who's injured. Meng Jia, are you blind? Can't you see I'm covered in wounds?" His taunts are met with Meng Jia's furious roar. "Shut your mouth, Ji Dangtian. Who gave you the nerve to cause such chaos in the middle of the street? Not only do you not help, but you dare to scold me." Ji Dangtian, already simmering with resentment, felt his anger boil over. The veins in his neck bulged. "Am I too good-natured? Even you dare to reprimand me?" Meng Jia cracked her knuckles, unflinching. "There's nothing I don't dare. The capital isn't a place for you to run wild and cause trouble. You'd best come with me." Despite her tough exterior, a flicker of apprehension danced within her. "Young Master Wei saved my grandfather's life. I owe him a great debt," she thought. "The Ji family is too dangerous. I can't let Wei Jun and Ji Dangtian fight to the death. Though I can't afford to offend the Ji family, only by taking this on can I repay young Master Wei's kindness." Facing Meng Jia's threat, Ji Dangtian, far from being intimidated, only grew more contemptuous. "You want to take me to the Six Fans?" he scoffed. "What if I refuse?" Meng Jia, refusing to back down, reached for the sword at her back, ready to cut down the arrogant young man before her, but Wei Jun stopped her. He placed a calming hand on her shoulder, drawing her aside. "Officer Meng," he said, "according to the so-called laws of the Great Qian, a disciple of the Changshang sect can kill an innocent person, and you can't do a thing about it. You don't need to take on this trouble. The laws of the Great Qian, twisted and manipulated by the likes of the Changshang sect." The sage said, "Even the emperor is subject to the law, but where is the sage now? Demons and monsters roam free, and the Changshang sect acts as a nation within nation. If the spirits of the heroes who died on the battlefield could see you, you festering parasites, wouldn't they be sickened? Seeing the common people oppressed by the nobility after the war, wouldn't their hearts ache? Seeing the country they gave their lives to protect reduced to this, could they rest in peace?" Every word resonated deeply with any patriotic heart. But Ji Dangtian, far from being moved, found Wei Jun's words utterly meaningless. "Wei Jun," he sneered, "not everything should be said in public. You're practically begging for death. No need to rush it, is there? Wei Yun inwardly cursed. Speak of rushing it. Should I wait until I've conquered the world? By then, you useless lot wouldn't even be able to kill me if you tried. What a tragedy that would be." Aloud, however, his tones softened slightly. He goaded Ji Dangtian and his entourage. "What's wrong, young Master Ji? Cut out your tongue. Why don't you come and take my life? I promise I won't fight back. Though, I know you haven't the guts. Your father, however," he turned to Meng Jia. "Officer Meng, behind Ji Dangtian stands Marshal Ji and the Changshang sect. Today's incident involves the late Grand Marshal Yang, and perhaps even His Majesty's will. These waters run deep. For your own safety, stay out of it. Leave this to me. I'll go to the Marshal's manor myself and demand justice." Hearing these words, Meng Jia's eyes welled up again, especially seeing Wei Jun standing there, shielding her. Touched, she told him he needn't concern himself on her account. This caused Wei Jun to inwardly sigh. Her empathy was a little too genuine. "It's not for your sake," he thought. "I'm worried you'll ruin my plans. I have to get Ji Dangtian right where I want him." Madam Meng, it's not for you. It's for the souls of the departed. I believe that the fallen shouldn't be made into a mockery by that spoiled brat. That maid's life was a life. Whoever takes a life must pay the price. That's all. Meng Jia, deeply moved, couldn't help but remind him, but you know Ji Dongtian's background. Why are you so insistent on investigating this? You could be executed. Hearing this, Wei Jun laughed aloud. What does a scholar fear? Haven't you heard? Since ancient times, no one escapes death. Yet, one can maintain their patriotic heart, dedicate themselves to their country, and upon death, illuminate the heavens, their name etched in history. Perhaps moved by his own words, and witnessed by all present, the moment he finished speaking, he broke through to a new realm of cultivation. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? Preserve a loyal heart to illuminate history. His aura surged skyward. Was this not a celestial phenomenon? His verses had stirred the righteous energy within him, resonating with the literary chi that filled the world. These were verses worthy of being passed down through the ages. This was the spirit of the number one scholar. The great Qian hadn't seen such spirit in a long time. Truly, number one scholar Wei lived up to his reputation. He truly didn't fear death, just as the rumors said. Ji Dongtian's expression shifted to one of unease. Just yesterday, the gossip mongers had reported Wei Jun's recent breakthrough. How could cultivation be so easy? But no one expected that Wei Jun was fighting back tears, chest puffed out as he struggled to maintain his composure. He questioned his own existence, wondering if he'd transmigrated into the wrong novel. How could cultivation in this world be so easy? It was truly infuriating. For those unaware of the situation, the breakthrough phenomenon, the surge of literary chi, and the verses Wei Jun recited spread quickly. At the Imperial Academy, Elder Ming commented, "Excellent poetry, worthy of inclusion in the literary annals." Xiaofeng, could this be your work? Chu Fenfen took a leisurely sip of tea. While I would love to claim it, I'm afraid no one but Wei Jun could have written such verses. Only someone who has stared death in the face could write such lines. At the Chancellor's residence, Shangguan Xingfeng's father also abruptly stood up, repeatedly praising the poem's brilliance. Young Master Wei is truly a man of virtue. His name will surely be etched in the annals of history. But then a worried thought crossed his mind. Wei Jun's father has already gone to the Ji family's estate. What if Marshal Ji really kills him? After all, his relationship with a national teacher isn't entirely clear. Seeing Shangguan Xingfeng's anxious expression, he stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. The marshal isn't as reckless as you think. Besides, don't forget, the Ji family's eldest son is still there. Meanwhile, within the palace walls, Princess Mingzhu, upon hearing the verses, grew restless. I can't just sit here. I must personally visit the calligraphy sage and request a piece of his work for Wei Jun. Such a magnificent poem deserves only the sage's characters. Her attendant hastily tried to dissuade her. Your Highness, your interactions with Master Wei are already bordering on inappropriate. It wouldn't be wise to provoke His Majesty's wrath. But Princess Mingzhu declared with unwavering confidence, only I can implicate Wei Jun. He won't bring trouble upon me. If my father wishes to retaliate, let him target me. It has nothing to do with Wei Jun. The question is whether he wants to confront me. Elsewhere, the emperor was also displeased. News of Wei Jun and Lu Yuanhao had, through some inexplicable means, reached His Majesty's ears. He immediately summoned Lu Qian to court, demanding, "Lu Qian, why didn't you inform me of Yuanhao's true capabilities? What are your intentions?" Lu Qian calmly replied, "Your Majesty is discerning. I dare not speak out of turn." When the emperor questioned whether he intended to protect Wei Jun, Lu Qian responded, "Your Majesty, I intend to use Wei Jun to flush out the hidden members of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. I believe that if they truly exist, they won't overlook someone like him." Though his beard was sparse, the emperor stroked it with a pretense of profound thought. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? Only a loyal heart shines through history. You're right, the Iron Blood Society won't ignore someone like him. But I fear that before they reveal themselves, Wei Jun will have perished at the marshal's hands. Lu Qian murmured softly, "Then it can only be said that his fate is ill-starred. A man with poor fortune cannot be saved, even by the heavens." Meanwhile, Wei Jun and his companions were following Ji Dangtian back to his estate. Standing before the gates of the Ji residence, Ji Dangtian coldly addressed Wei Jun. "Have you considered your options? My father is undoubtedly aware of everything. He dismissed the servants and closed the gates to give you one last chance. Once this door opens, the gates of hell open with it. What awaits you beyond this threshold is your own grave. These words, which sent shivers down the spine of Yuan Hao beside him, had a different effect on Wei Jun. A single path leading to death. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. With that, he resolutely stepped forward and pushed open the ominous door. Then allow me to broaden my horizons and see what this hell looks like. Ji Dangtian was taken aback. This aura of embracing death, this unwavering resolve to step into the unknown. Was he truly not afraid? There's no one in this capital who doesn't know my father's reputation and methods. His gaze alone can make people tremble. Even I feel a shiver of fear when I meet him. How can he be so brave? Seeing Wei Jun calmly push open the door and enter, though fearful themselves, everyone quickly followed him inside. Wei Jun walked, taking in the overall atmosphere of the estate. He didn't see a single servant. It seemed this tense air was a prelude to something big. His hopes of finding a path to reincarnation grew brighter. After walking a short distance, he saw a young man sitting under a pavilion, his features handsome and refined, reading a book. Though young, a streak of white ran through his hair. One of his sleeves hung empty. Wei Jun took a quick glance, sensing a story there. But he had more pressing matters today and couldn't afford to get sidetracked. This thought, however, was quickly interrupted by Gwyn Tam's proactive approach. She had somehow already made her way over to the young man and started a conversation. "Could I have your autograph, young master?" Seeing Gwyn Tam before him, the young man offered a gentle smile. "So it's Lady Bai." Gwyn Tam returned a soft smile. "Young master, you were once the goal I strived for, the person I most wanted to become. When I joined the Six Doors organization, it was to gradually get closer to everyone, to become one of you." Hearing this, the young man politely smiled and replied, "Thank you." He took the pen and signed Gwyn Tam's small notebook. He noticed she had said were. "So what about now?" But he kept these thoughts to himself. As he signed, he said, "I apologize for disappointing you. But in the future, Officer Bai, please refrain from mentioning us. It's best to avoid any taboo subjects." Gwyn Tam looked at Ji Ling Yun's signature in her notebook, an indescribable sadness flickering in her eyes. He truly wasn't the Ji Ling Yun of the past anymore. Wei Jun approached and asked Gwyn Tam, "Is this your idol?" Gwyn Tam briefly introduced her idol to Wei Jun. "This young master was once a member of the group I aspire to join. He's also the only survivor. Young Master Ji Ling Yun, also known as the Young Master of the capital. If someone is simply called Young Master, it can only refer to the Ji family's Young Master. Ye Ling Yung humbly stood. That's all in the past. Now, I'm just a useless cripple." Looking at the empty sleeve, Wei Jun remained silent. A useless cripple, much must have happened. Lost in memories, Gwyn Tam began to recount the past. There was once a group of people, just like Master Wei and myself before. They were pure, kind, upright, and exceptional. They used their strength to fight against all illegal and unjust acts. They gave countless people hope and made me believe that this world doesn't need sycophants. Just by working honestly and diligently, one can receive a worthy reward. When the war to defend our country broke out, they all rushed to the front lines, and every single one of them heroically sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. At the time, everyone felt their sacrifice was worthwhile. They were certain to bring a bright future to the great Qian after the war. But in the end, with the exception of the eldest young master, none of them returned. If the eldest young master hadn't severed his own arm to save his majesty, if he weren't the marshal's son, he probably would have followed his comrades in arms, never to return. It's laughable, really. I always believed that if they were still alive, if the eldest young master were still in his former position, we wouldn't have been isolated and left without reinforcements from the start. They weren't afraid of those in power. They would have stood up for us. Ji Lingyan looked at her, his voice soft. "Minister Bai, you may not believe this, but I know about your situation. Moreover, back then, many of us, including myself, tried to help you. At that time, I was a commoner, my abilities limited. So I wrote to my friend, General Zhao, and personally went to see Princess Mingzhu, hoping they could help you overcome this ordeal. Before I left, Princess Mingzhu decided to help you. General Zhao, though he didn't know you, personally went to the national teacher's residence residence and challenged him to a duel. Although he lost by one move, the national teacher agreed to spare your life. In the end, it was Chancellor Shangwan who stepped forward, and together with Princess Mingzhu, they fought hard to preserve your official position. They couldn't save your eyes because their power wasn't enough, but it wasn't for lack of trying. You did nothing wrong, yet you lost your sight. For us, this is a great shame. Because it's not a glorious story, it's naturally not worth mentioning. Perhaps there's a lot of darkness in this world, but Minister Bai, I hope you believe that there's never a shortage of light. Your contributions, your grievances, someone will surely see them. We will not forget everything you've done. Hearing these words she had longed to hear, knowing that her sacrifices were finally acknowledged, Bai Gwyn Tam realized how many people had tried to help her. Tears streamed down her beautiful face as she threw herself into Wei Jun's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ji Ling Yun watched in silence, a flicker of confusion in his mind. Wasn't I the one who moved her? Why Master Wei? Waiting for Bai Gwyn Tam to compose herself, Ji Ling Yun spoke. Everyone, I'm actually here to welcome you. My father is waiting for you at the ancestral hall. Please follow me. Hearing that the ancestral hall was open, Ji Dangtian grew even more excited. Elder brother, father opened the ancestral hall. There's going to be blood today for sure. Ji Ling Yun nodded in confirmation. That's right. This time, father is truly ready to act. Led by Ji Ling Yun, Wei Jun and the others quickly arrived at the marshal's location. He stood before the ancestral tablets. At the sound of Wei Jun's arrival, he turned, a sneer twisting his lips. You have guts coming here. Very well. Kneel before me, all of you. I will have you beaten with 35 strokes of the rod. Marshal Ji's eyes, blazing with fury, locked onto Wei Jun. Kneel, he roared. He loomed over them like a colossal mountain, radiating a palpable aura of killing intent. A smile played on Wei Jun's lips. Impressive killing intent. Truly the mark of one who has crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Dangtian crumpled to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. His complexion was ashen, his teeth chattered, as if the depths of winter had descended upon him. But something else caught Ji Dangtian's attention, a trembling sound from behind. Minister Liu, what are you doing? Liu Yuanhao, his face contorted in fear, stammered from his kneeling position. But didn't you tell me to kneel? Seeing this, Wei Jun quickly helped Liu Yuanhao to his feet. Don't embarrass yourself like that. He then turned his gaze back to Marshal Ji. The marshal scrutinized him from head to toe, his grim expression suddenly brightening. He allowed a hearty laugh. So you're Wei Jun, haha. Your reputation precedes you. A true gentleman indeed. Most men cower before me, even my own son. Yet your composure remains unshaken. Admirable. At this, Wei Jun felt his hopes for reincarnation dwindling. He looked at Marshal Ji, perplexed. Was all that praise really necessary? The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Let's not ruin it. He thought to himself, why should I be afraid of this Marshal Ji? Marshal Ji's smile widened as he stepped closer to Wei Jun. You become quite the troublesome fellow. Many want you dead, but they dare not act. They fear mutual destruction. But I want that little jade token of yours. No one in this capital can stop me, nor would they dare to let us destroy each other. Wei Jun's heart leaped with joy. His eyes gleamed with barely concealed elation, his mind screaming, excellent. Here it comes. This old man must be the final boss. He can finally kill me. This is fantastic. But he forced his expression to remain neutral, quickly composing himself. Meeting Marshal Ji's gaze, he replied, the people do not fear death. Why should I use it to frighten myself? Marshal Ji chuckled, pleased by this unwavering defiance. Good. It seems we must settle this matter today. I am aware of the situation. My dear son, do you have anything to say to me? Ji Dangtian, under his father's cold stare, hastily offered an explanation. Father, there is a reason for today's events. Although Grand Marshal Yang is deceased, his former subordinates remain. You are the supreme commander in name, but many of Grand Marshal Yang's men only offer you superficial obedience. Their true loyalty remains unclear. It is impossible to distinguish who is truly loyal to you and who remains loyal to Grand Marshal Yang. My son took this opportunity to provoke the Yang family, Marshal Ji stated coldly, primarily to expose their weaknesses and reveal their true loyalties to me. His gaze hardened. So now you're thinking of me, starting to consider my position. Ji Dangtian's voice rose in defiance. Father, you are the head of the Ji family. As your son, our family's honor is intertwined. The higher your standing in the military, the more secure my position within the Chongqing sect. The marshal's eyes flicked over his son, his scrutiny unwavering. Not a bad thought. You're showing some semblance of wit. So, is this the entire reason behind your performance today? Seeing his father's continued suspicion, the young man rushed to explain. There's more to it, father. Could you ask the others to excuse themselves? I have confidential intelligence to report. But Marshal G had lost his patience. Speak plainly. There are no secrets here that need shielding from these ears. Resigned, Dang Tian revealed his so-called top-secret information before the assembled company. In truth, the national teacher sent me to test Ho Fan Tian and gauge the Yang family's reaction, because Grand Marshal Yang may still be alive. This shocking news jolted Marshal G. Proof. Where's your proof? Dang Tian admitted he had none, but insisted the national teacher wouldn't fabricate such intelligence. You wanted to mock Ho Fan Tian to draw them out. What are your intentions? Dang Tian's reply was blunt. If Grand Marshal Yang lives, your position is threatened. If we can lure them out, we must end their lives. A stunned silence fell over the room. Lu Yuanhao, tears and snot streaming down his face, frantically covered his ears. I'm doomed. I've heard things I shouldn't have. The marshal will silence me. He then transmitted a panicked message to Wei Jun, urging them to flee together. But Wei Jun, ever preoccupied with his impending reincarnation deadline, had no desire to run. A chilling smile, more villainous than any present, spread across his face. Flee. Why flee? He mused aloud. Knowing this secret gives the marshal even more reason to eliminate me. I'll finally become a true heavenly emperor. Tremble, all realms except the heavenly fortune realm. Who else dares challenge me? Come, Marshal Ji. I await your attempt on my life. Father, Dang Tian continued, his voice earnest. Though you were once Grand Marshal Yang's deputy, you've since aligned yourself with the national teacher and His Majesty. Your paths have diverged. I know you and Grand Marshal Yang shared a brotherhood, but for the sake of the Ji family, he must be eliminated. I've done nothing wrong. I'm acting for the good of our family, not for personal gain. Marshal G nodded, his tone still cold. Indeed, your thinking has sharpened over the years. You even dare to meet my gaze now. Overjoyed at this apparent approval, Dang Tian beamed. Father, you finally understand me. His elation lasted barely 5 seconds before he was once again berated as a fool. His elation, which had burned bright as a wildfire, was doused with a bucket of cold water by Marshal G, leaving Dang Tian seething with indignation. I refuse to accept this. Years ago, when Father followed the national teacher and His Majesty, their two-faced pronouncements meant nothing. What couldn't be done? What ruthlessness couldn't be justified? Wei Jun and Bai Gwyn Tam exchanged complex glances. Lu Yuanhao, standing beside them, gaped, his jaw slack. Could Dang Tian truly be this ruthless? Are all these wealthy young lords so deeply masked? The dandies I read about in books are all utter fools. Lu Yuanhao's words were barely out before Dang Tian snapped, Idiot. Do you think anyone can maintain their footing in this capital city by being a true fool? Marshal G sighed. And so you consider yourself clever. You can't even tell if you're a fool yourself. You truly lack any wit. Very well, things have come to this. Perhaps, Minister Wei, you would care to explain the reason for your armed arrival at the G residence today, intent on bringing accusations. At these leading words, Wei Jun's eyes lit up as if to say, I've been waiting for this moment. He then adopted his most serious demeanor and began to address the main issue. Though it may seem somewhat ludicrous, and perhaps not entirely in accordance with the laws of Great Qian, the primary reason I wish to accuse young Master Ji is the murder of an innocent. Although the deceased was merely a young maidservant, she was still a life. In my eyes, all lives are equal, regardless of social standing. Seeing the attempt to corner him, Dang Tian naturally countered, how preposterous. Not to mention that disciples of the Chongqing sect are exempt from legal repercussions for murder, regardless of how many lives they take. At most, I unintentionally took the life of a maidservant. According to the laws of Great Qian, killing a slave requires only monetary compensation, not a life for a life. Wei Jun's face darkened with anger, but he fought to maintain his composure. According to the laws of Great Qian, you are indeed not guilty. But are such laws truly just? To permit the taking of a life without appropriate punishment, can such laws be considered just? To protect the privileges of the powerful while ignoring the right to life of the common people, are such laws just? To treat human beings as mere livestock, exchanging their lives for silver, are such laws just? As the rhetoric intensified, Gwyn Tam and Yuen Hao, standing behind Wei Jun, grew increasingly apprehensive. They longed to intervene, but dared not. Wei Jun continued his sharp critique, pointing directly at the injustice. In my view, the laws of Great Qian, subject to the whims of the Chongqing sect, are nothing more than scraps of paper. Therefore, I disregard those nonsensical laws. If the law is unjust, then I will deliver justice. If no one dares to enforce it, then I will. Where I stand, a life taken demands a life in return. Each word was sharp, irrefutable. Ji Dangtian, still struggling, ground his teeth. Such eloquent sophistry. What right do you have to uphold righteousness? Marshal Ji boomed, his voice laced with contempt. Even a law doesn't govern this matter, yet you insist on interfering. How are you superior to the laws of the Great Qian? Don't you find your own behavior laughable? Lu Yuanhao, standing beside the marshal, chimed in, offering his support to Wei Jun. I don't find it laughable at all. I respect the consistency between a person's beliefs and actions. As long as Minister Wei applies the same standards to himself, such behavior isn't laughable in the slightest. However, Marshal Ji continued, his tone hardening, Minister Wei wants to avenge that maid, and therefore demands my son's life. This is absolutely unacceptable. But don't misunderstand me, he added, a glint in his eye. I'm truly not covering for Dang Tian. That maid deserved what she got, because she was none other than the notorious female bandit, the one who swindles wealthy merchants. Yi Sanyang. Yi Sanyang is a core member of a secret organization, a criminal with a hefty bounty on her head, constantly pursued by the special forces. She killed Ho Fan Tian's servant girl to impersonate her and infiltrate his inner circle. Her goal was to find an opportunity to kidnap Ho Fan Tian and sell him to the highest bidder. A wave of shock rippled through the room. Capitalizing on their stunned silence, Marshal Ji pressed his advantage. That's why I called you a fool. You rushed to take someone's life before even knowing who they are. Think carefully. Why did Chun Jia appear today? Why did he question your stance? Do you really think a genius ranked second would have so much free time? After observing for a long while, Wei Jun sought by Gwyn Tam's opinion. She considered for a moment before replying, Don't worry, the marshal wouldn't lie. With his status and power, he doesn't need to lie to protect Ji Dangtian. Besides, the special forces will perform an autopsy, so lying would be pointless. Thinking it over, if the maid truly was Yi Sanyang, the implications were indeed significant. Perhaps Ji Dangtian had known her true identity and intentionally taken her life. Ji Dangtian, upon learning the maid's supposed identity, was utterly shocked. That's impossible. She couldn't have been Yi Sanyang. With my strength, how could I have killed Yi Sanyang so easily? Besides, I didn't even use my full power at the time. Ji Lingyun, his sister, interjected, but she really was Yi Sanyang. Before you arrived, Chun Jia met with father. It was Chun Jia who told father that the maid was Yi Sanyang. Wei Jun fell silent, lost in thought. Chun Jia was a disciple of the Chongqing sect. In other words, this was the Chongqing sect's doing. Did that mean the national teacher, the very head of the Chongqing sect, was pulling the strings? What was the point of Chun Jia sending a human trafficker to monitor Grand Marshal Yang's daughter-in-law? Ling Yun explained to her near-tearful brother, it's quite simple. They wanted to trick Grand Marshal Yang and Yang Sanlang into making a move as well. At this point, Marshal Ji pointed out the detail Dang Tian had overlooked. Today could have been the day Grand Marshal Yang and Yang Sanlang made their move. But unfortunately, Chun Jia didn't discover any trace of our involvement. On the contrary, he suspects you deliberately sabotaged the Chongqing sect's operation. So he came to me, demanding a clear explanation. Just a mere disciple of a national teacher. Since when did he have the audacity to demand an explanation from me? Ji Dangtian, from beginning to end, believed he had acted correctly, completely failing to see where he had gone wrong. Father, he said, a man takes responsibility for his own actions. If Grand Marshal Yang isn't dead, I will certainly find them. As long as the Yang family disappears, our Ji family will be as stable as Mount Tai. So, Father, rest assured, I will devote all my efforts to eliminating the Yang family. I absolutely will not let this matter affect you." Hearing these words, Marshal Ji couldn't muster any joy. He sighed and said, "Hayes, if only you were half as intelligent as your older brother, then I wouldn't have to worry so much about the matter of succession." He looked at Dang Tian, his tone growing increasingly exasperated. "It seems you still don't understand where the problem lies. Let me ask you, during the War of National Defense, when they needed me to restrain Grand Marshal Yang, just a mere disciple of the national teacher, how dare he speak to me like that? How dare he demand an explanation from me? You only know how to complete the task without understanding the meaning of self-respect. I called you to the ancestral hall today to teach you a lesson. Your worth is largely determined by your enemies. Pull weeds by the roots. After eliminating the enemy, it's your turn. Understand. Burn the bridge after crossing it. Discard the bow when the birds are gone. When the enemy state falls, the general must die." Cruel, isn't it? But reality is just that cruel. Wei Jun listened attentively, learning, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Marshal Ji is indeed a man who understands things. No wonder he could rise to such a position. Is he saying a bit too much, though? Does he actually intend to kill me or not? I'm waiting, and I'm getting impatient. Dang Tan, still kneeling on the ground, anxiously said, "Father, be careful with your words. Disaster can come from the mouth." Marshal Ji appeared unconcerned, replying, "Ultimately, you still lack experience. Look at your older brother. Why didn't he remind me that disaster can come from the mouth?" Jieling Yun also sighed in response. If the national teacher has determined that Grand Marshal Yang is not dead, then no matter what Father does, neither the national teacher nor His Majesty will make things difficult for Father. On the contrary, they will value him even more. Finally, hearing his eldest son speak brought him some comfort. Ling Yun is still the best. It's a pity he's on the wrong side. Dang Tian only has short-sighted cleverness, not true wisdom. Hearing this, Dang Tian, feeling bu fu cheat, unconvinced/dissatisfied, immediately retorted his father, "I understand your teachings. Your words are very reasonable. But what if Grand Marshal Yang and Yang Sanlang are truly not dead, or if they're soon to be killed by the national teacher's people? How does Father intend to handle that?" Marshal Ji responded directly, "Therefore, Grand Marshal Yang cannot die. Even if he is truly dead, we must make others believe he is still alive. Understand." Wei Jun, having waited in vain for the path of reincarnation to appear, launched into an attack. "The whole world calls you Marshal Ji, a pillar of the empire, but I never expected such selfishness to fester within you. Aren't you afraid that news of this will bring calamity upon the Ji family?" Marshal Ji, far from being cowed, seemed invigorated by the accusation. "Haha, Minister Wei, do you believe the Ji family's standing today was granted by His Majesty, or perhaps bestowed by the national teacher on a whim? Perhaps even my own son has forgotten, but this family was built by my own hand, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This," he declared, "is the true confidence of the Ji family." This old fool completely misses the point, Wei Jun thought, his frustration mounting. "I'm offering him my life on a silver platter, and he's oblivious." Pressing his attack, Wei Jun continued, "Speaking of achievements, Grand Marshal Yang boasts far more than you. And look at the Yang family now. No matter how great one's accomplishments, facing the might of the throne, eternal vigilance is impossible. I made it this clear, you should heed my words." But Marshal Ji remained silent, neither acting nor speaking. Seeing Wei Jun as a promising youth, Marshal Ji decided to offer a thorough explanation. "Minister Wei, you're mistaken. Grand Marshal Yang was indeed a more formidable warrior than I, his achievements far surpassing mine. But do you know why I stand where I am today, while he met such an end? It was his excessive caution, his unwavering loyalty to the crown. His complete subservience allowed him to be trampled upon by those who appointed him." Lu Yuanhao, meanwhile, was consumed by terror. His cries intensified, his spirit seeming to detach from his body, poised to flee. Bai Gwyn Tam observed silently, assessing the situation. Wei Jun seethed inwardly, his face taut with suppressed fury. "I'm going to miss my chance at reincarnation," he despaired. "Just end it already." The Patriotic War, the war that decimated the Western continent, was never fought for peace. After conquering the Great Qian, they quickly colluded with the demon clans who coveted our land. Under their combined assault, nearly half of the Great Qian fell under occupation, countless citizens becoming fodder for the demons. Later, when we reclaimed the lost territories, facing cities of the Western continent reduced to savagery and monsters. The court, in its delusion, dreamt of a truce, ordering us to show mercy and spare the prisoners. The Grand Marshal, righteous and loyal, obeyed, his hand staying against the captives. His benevolence even reached the ears of the enemy. But I defied the court's directive. I ordered the complete annihilation of the prisoners. Minister Wei, what do you think was the result? Having finished his historical recounting, Marshal G posed the question. Wei Jun responded instantly. Look at where you stand today, Marshal G. Marshal G roared with laughter. Precisely. It was from that act of defiance, that massacre, that I gained the opportunity to command an army, a position I hold to this day. Orders and punishments are only for the weak. When you're strong enough to disobey, they become reliant on you. As for Grand Marshal Yang, he added, a hint of something unreadable in his voice. He had the potential to surpass me. Towards the end of the Patriotic War, His Majesty, newly ascended to the throne, personally led the troops into battle. He was quickly ambushed, and the army found itself in dire straits. At that time, His Majesty's power base was still unstable, while Grand Marshal Yang held unparalleled prestige within the army. If Grand Marshal Yang had but raised his voice, he could have donned the imperial robes and seized the throne. Yet his loyalty to the royal family was absolute. Not only did he refuse to disobey His Majesty's orders, but at the critical moment, he even volunteered his own son to protect His Majesty's coffin. His Majesty was so moved that he swore to the heavens that, as long as he lived, the Yang family would forever prosper. But look at the outcome now. Need I even mention the Yang family's fate? From Grand Marshal Yang's experience, I've learned two principles. I'll teach them to you now, so listen carefully and engrave them in your memory. First, survive. As long as you're alive, there's hope. If you're dead, everything truly ends. Upon hearing the word end, Wei Jun laughed openly, without a hint of restraint. Marshal G, your vision is so narrow. If one truly dies, it's not the end, but a direct ascent to meet the heavenly emperor. Just you wait and see. Bai Gwyn Tam shyly glanced at Wei Jun, her eyes filled with girlish longing. Only by staying alive can miracles occur. If I had died back then, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Wei Lang. Having imparted the first principle, he continued with the second. Dang Tian, you especially need to remember this. If you live, live like a human, not a dog. I know you feel that His Majesty can decide life and death with a single word, and the national teacher can shake the entire capital with a fit of rage. But since ancient times, those who live like dogs have never enjoyed the luxurious life of a human. In their hearts, they always respect a standing man more than a kneeling dog. Just like Grand Marshal Yang. Dang Tian loudly retorted, that's not true. Grand Marshal Yang died a glorious death. He never flinched in the face of the enemy. He fought his entire life for the great Qian, for the people. Marshal G looked at Dang Tian with exasperation. I've considered you my son for some time now. I've said so much, and you still don't understand. Even if Grand Marshal Yang died gloriously, he was nothing but a foolish dog. A loyal one at that. He clearly had the power to change many things, but he couldn't abandon his loyalty to the court. He was just a loyal dog raised by the court. When a master discovers the dog has the power to bite him to death, only death awaits it. Wei Jun began to see Marshal G in a new light. Abusive of power, arrogant, and ruthless, but he does have a commendable point. Marshal G is indeed quite capable. Ji Dang Tian finally understood the meaning Marshal G wanted to convey. He kowtowed deeply, blood immediately welling up on his forehead. This son has somewhat grasped your teachings, Father. Thank you for your guidance. Marshal G sat down before Dang Tian, gently stroking the wound on his son's forehead. It's good that you understand, he said slowly. You are, after all, my son. That's why I told you, Minister Wei wanting revenge for that maid, even wanting your life, that's simply unacceptable to me. That maid's death is ultimately insignificant, especially considering her heinous crimes, such as provoking Madame Ho Fan Tian. Speaking of which, he didn't listen to any explanation, his eyes widening, staring directly into Dong Tian's furious gaze. Facing such pressure, even breathing became difficult. Dang Tian checked his wound, as if replaying the events in his mind. Then, as if anticipating his father's next words, he mentally reviewed the precautionary measures of his plan. I know you did it for my benefit, for the Ji family's benefit. I know you don't see things with an ordinary eye. In this world, besides Ling Yun, no one truly trusts the G family. You can befriend many talented young men. They're more than willing to believe you're just a spoiled dandy. But I've always known you're not some spoiled dandy. You have your own way of thinking, your own sense of responsibility. I can even guess there might be more to this story than meets the eye. But you absolutely should not have provoked Madame Ho Fan Tion, because she is a war widow. Our family is a military family. We can die in the saddle. Your mother, your sister, they could all become war widows. Even if it's an act, you cannot use these things for your performance. This is a sacred line. If you cross it, you die. Understand, directly under the pressure of that powerful arm and terrifying gaze, tears involuntarily streamed down Dong Tian's face. His eyes held both the happiness of having his efforts acknowledged and a profound fear. That powerful arm, with just a slight exertion of force, left marks that would, in a month's time, see blood seeping from Dong Tian's eye sockets, the bridge of his nose, and the corners of his mouth. Before the horrified eyes of all who witnessed it, everyone was stunned into silence by the marshal's actions. Dong Tian's body, completely immobilized, crumpled to the ground. Looking at his son's prone form, complex emotions surged within Marshal Ji. Perhaps among them, a flicker of remorse. After a moment, with a troubled heart, he addressed Wei Jun, who stood in the corner of the room. Living between parents, go to the market to buy this. Can you eat it all? Minister Wei, does this explanation of mine satisfy you? After striking his own son, he asked Wei Jun if he was satisfied with the outcome. Then he told Wei Jun to remember this day well. I have 14 children, so losing 2 or 3 isn't a big deal. They'll all die eventually anyway. I can always have more to fill the void. Wei Jun's indignation only grew at these words. You actually struck your own son, and then asked if I'm satisfied. Satisfied my ass. You want to kill someone? I have no objection, but take me with you while you're at it. Wei Jun, ever direct, looked straight into those fearsome eyes. Unafraid, he said, Marshal Ji, it seems we've heard a great deal we shouldn't have, and seen a great deal we shouldn't have. If this reaches His Majesty and the national teacher, it could be quite troublesome, wouldn't you agree? Facing his son's motionless body, Marshal Ji replied coldly, some things, if they were to get out, like Dang Tian provoking Madame Ho Fan Tion, would certainly require an explanation. Naturally, there are also some things that cannot be allowed to get out. Therefore, I trust that with Minister Wei's character, you will be careful in your words and actions. Furthermore, Minister Wei is a man of integrity. A gentleman certainly wouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. Wei Jun screamed internally, man of integrity, my ass. I'm a walking hypocrite. Look closely, old man. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Bai Gwyn Tam breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we won't lose our lives here today, thanks to Minister Wei's upright character reassuring Marshal Ji. The tension visibly eased from Liu Yuanhao's face beside her. Rest assured, Marshal Ji, my cultivation has damaged my hearing. I haven't heard anything I shouldn't have. Wei Jun gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Bai Gwyn Tam. You venomous woman, are you mocking me again? Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll give you what for. Marshal Ji knelt beside Ji Thengtian, who lay motionless on the ground. His voice, though still cold and fearsome, held a hint of sorrow. The explanations have been made. I trust you understand my meaning. You are dismissed. Wei Jun seethed inwardly. This Marshal Ji, he intends to just let us go like this. He'll be the death of me. When I become emperor, I'll have him reincarnated as a pig. He likes to make others give birth, doesn't he? I'll let him give birth to his heart's content. With varying emotions swirling within them, the three departed. Bai Gwyn Tam, grieving for Dong Tian's fate, turned to Marshal Ji. The two young masters perhaps died unjustly. There might be more to this story. At this point, Marshal Ji was in no mood for such talk. I don't care about any hidden truths, he said. What matters is that people believe Dang Tian was killed for provoking a war widow. The truth no longer matters. What matters is that Dang Tian is dead. From now on, no one in the world will dare to make such a grave mistake again. Daring to provoke a war widow. This will serve as a warning. Outside, Wei Jun asked Bai Gwyn Tam if she was still thinking about Marshal Ji's actions. Gwyn Tam sighed. Does Minister Wei also believe the truth doesn't matter? Wei Jun replied softly, of course it matters. The truth is the truth. It won't change because of anyone's will. But I believe this warning about provoking war widows is even more important. Even if it was a charade, Madame Ho Fan Tion shouldn't be trifled with. That's a line that shouldn't be crossed. I also sensed that Ji Dang Tian had his own secrets. But that was his choice. Everyone alive has to pay the price for their choices. Suddenly, Ji Lingyun called out from behind, hurrying after Wei Jun. Minister Wei, please wait. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Gentlemen, Ji Lingyun began. Would you all be so kind as to accompany me to my chambers? Wei Jun, ever the unconventional one, blinked in surprise. Are you married, young Master Ji? Lingyun, taken aback, shook his head. No. Wei Jun waved a dismissive hand. Then never mind. Master Zhou always said a true man should know how to protect himself out in the world. Lingyun, struggling to contain his exasperation, clarified. Marshal Wei, you misunderstand. I already have someone I care for. Wei Jun's eyes widened. What? Are the customs of the great Qin truly so liberal? Or am I simply too old-fashioned? He turned to Yuan Hao, and by Gwyn Tam, his curiosity piqued. Do tell, do either of you know who this person might be? Yuan Hao leaned in, ears perked. By Gwyn Tam spoke in a hushed tone. I've heard whispers. Rumor has it, young Master Ji and the former crown prince were quite close. Wei Jun was even more astonished. But wasn't the former crown prince enamored with Master Zhou? Could it be that young Master Ji's affections are unrequited? Lingyun, acutely aware of their gossiping, felt a prickle of annoyance. Gentlemen, he interjected, I'm still standing right here. Have you no sense of decorum? He then addressed them with a strained smile. If you're so interested in my personal affairs, perhaps you'd care to join me in my chambers for a more private discussion. Yuan Hao's eyes lit up at the invitation, though the sincerity of the offer seemed dubious. Perhaps we should just go to the Yang estate. Marshal Wei, Yuan Hao suggested, noticing Wei Jun's reluctance to leave the juicy gossip behind. Leaning closer to Wei Jun, Yuan Hao murmured, the young master and the former crown prince were exceptionally close, and the former crown prince founded the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. His Majesty, while sparing young Master Ji's life, remains deeply wary of the society. Becoming too close to the young master could be dangerous. Despite Yuan Hao's attempt to steer Wei Jun away from trouble, danger was precisely what Wei Jun craved. Unintentionally, Yuan Hao's warning had the opposite effect, solidifying Wei Jun's resolve to delve deeper. Yuan Hao watched with growing apprehension as Wei Jun, practically buzzing with excitement, walked alongside Lingyun, peppering him with questions about the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society and its activities. He began to question whether he'd phrased his warning clearly enough. His anxiety intensified when Wei Jun inquired whether the organization was still recruiting. Dropping to his knees in a mixture of exasperation and despair, Yuan Hao pleaded, Marshal Wei, you can't just say things like that. Please, I beg you, hold your tongue. Beside them, Lingyun offered a wry smile. Marshal Wei, you jest. The Iron Blood Save the Nation Society no longer exists. Wei Jun tapped a finger against his chin, a look of disappointment on his face. What a pity. Such a promising organization, gone just like that. His Majesty truly. Lingyun then led the three of them to their destination. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Dong Tian's lifeless body. By Gwyn Tam observed, young Master Ji has placed second young master in his own chambers. It seems he summoned us because of the two young masters. Just as I suspected, Wei Jun mused. There's more to this than meets the eye. He must have died with unresolved grievances. Lingyun spoke, his voice low and steady. My brother's death, there's more to it than meets the eye. That's why I've called you three here. But Dang Tian, he didn't die with unresolved grievances. He went willingly. Wei Jun's gaze rested on the cold form lying on the floor. He directed a questioning look at Lingyun. Ji Dang Tian went willingly. How can you say that, young master? Lingyun glanced at Wei Jun. Weren't you all just quite interested in my love life? Everyone assumes I was enamored with the former crown prince. But the truth is, he continued, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. My true confidant was Yang Sanlang. While Sanlang isn't attracted to men, it didn't affect our friendship. And during the course of our acquaintance, he also became the object of Dong Tian's affections. Wei Jun rubbed his temples. Hold on, that's a lot to process. Yang Sanlang was Dong Tian's idol, so why would he provoke his idol's wife? Unless Ji Dangtian was putting on an act all along. Yuan Hao and Bai Guintam exchanged knowing glances. It was a setup, Yuan Hao declared. I always felt something was off. This makes more sense. Ji Dangtian wouldn't just needlessly provoke his idol's wife. A shadow of grief crossed Ling Yun's face. He did it to protect Madame Ho Fan Tian from danger. Our father somehow learned that Grandmaster Yang wasn't dead, and he laid a trap for the Yang family. Madame Ho Fan Tian was his first target. If the situation wasn't defused, her fate would have been tragic. The Yang family might have been completely eradicated. So, my brother deliberately provoked Madame Ho Fan Tian in public. He confessed to heinous crimes, ensuring everyone knew. He used his status as a disciple of the Changshang sect to drag the sect down with him. But unexpectedly, Minister Wei intervened. In the end, our father was forced to personally cleanse the family name, solidifying the narrative. When everyone believes that Master Qi's son died for harassing a war widow, even the Changshang sect wouldn't dare commit such a universally condemned act as to target Madame Ho Fan Tian. It gave the Yang family a chance to survive. Understanding dawned on the faces of the three men. Ji Dongtian's sacrifice began to take on a different meaning. Wei Jun looked at Dongtian's body, a thought forming in his mind. Solving the problem with death, huh? This young master is even more ruthless than Shangwan Xing Feng. Yuan Hao addressed Ling Yun, so Ji Dangtian was actually a good person. Ling Yun replied, you could say that. He didn't want the Yang family, who had sacrificed so much for the country, to be persecuted. He orchestrated this entire plan, including his own death. From a very beginning, he was prepared to sacrifice himself. And it wasn't just for the Yang family, Ling Yun added quietly, but for Madame Ho Fan Tian, the woman he loved. This revelation struck the three men like a lightning bolt, leaving them speechless. What? Ji Dangtian loved Madame Ho Fan Tian. But why would he love his idol's wife? Ling Yin continued, his voice even. I asked my brother the same question. He replied that the woman he loved happened to be the wife of his idol, nothing more. Lady Ho Fan Tian is a very intelligent and astute woman. She must have seen through my brother's feelings long ago. The great Qian is very open-minded now, and remarriage for widows isn't forbidden. The Yang family has never demanded that Lady Ho Fan Tian remain chaste. If my brother likes her, he should pursue her boldly. If he succeeds, he can also save Lady Ho Fan Tian from a sea of suffering. Hearing this, Ji Dangtian chuckled. Does liking someone mean you must be together? Besides, Lady Ho Fan Tian has long decided to remain faithful to Sanlang. Brother, you should understand this. I couldn't protect her while I lived. Only in death can I ensure her peace. Without wearing the golden band, how could I save her? But having worn it, how could I love her? This is the reason why Dangtian willingly chose death. Wei Jun crumpled to his knees in anguish, gazing at Dongtian's body. This brat, he really succeeded in dying. We both sought death, so why could Ji Dangtian succeed while I, the emperor, am left with no face? From a distance, Ling Yun offered comfort. Minister Wei, don't grieve for my brother. He got what he wished for. I'm not grieving for him. Wei Jun retorted, I'm grieving for myself. Why is it so difficult for me to die? Ling Yin continued, Minister Wei, you now know the inside story. I hope you can help us with some matters in the future. I hope that when you visit the Yang estate in the future, Minister Wei, you can tell Lady Ho Fan Tian everything, so she can continue acting according to Dongtian's plan. Otherwise, the consequences are unpredictable, and Dongtian's sacrifice may be in vain. Wei Yun nodded. Young master, rest assured, this is what I should do. Both of you young masters sacrifice your lives to protect the Yang family. I won't let his sacrifice be meaningless. Young master, does Master Qi know about second young master's plan? Ling Yin replied firmly, no. Dangtian only told me. But Dangtian is still father's son. I think he must have guessed. Yuan Hao looked at Ling Yun with concern. He guessed and still moved against his own son. Ling Yin responded sadly. If Dangtian hadn't died, this play couldn't continue, and all the prior preparations would have been wasted. If Dangtian hadn't died, father wouldn't have been able to give instructions to the officers in the Yang family's army. If the army were to fall into disarray because of this, it would only further destabilize the country. Father had to do this for the unity of the army and the stability of the nation. Dong Tian's fate was sealed the moment he developed feelings for Lady Ho Fan Tian. Wei Jun thought to himself, "It seems I need to keep my distance from the other two of the capital's 4 young masters. At this rate, the 4 playboys will transform into 4 patriotic martyrs." Bai Gwyntam remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Young master, there's something I don't understand. Why does the national teacher want to push the Yang family to ruin? Although there's some bad blood between the Chongqing sect and Grandmaster Yang, I don't think it's to this extent." Ling Yun explained, "This is a long story. You must have heard of the Cultivators Alliance, haven't you? The Cultivators Alliance. It's a super organization founded by the major cultivation sections. They've always schemed to infiltrate the great Qian dynasty's court. The Chongqing sect is one of the founding sects of the Cultivators Alliance. The national preceptor himself is the Grand Elder of the Chongqing sect. Grandmaster Yang has always firmly opposed the Cultivators Alliance's interference in the Great Qian court, as it infringes upon the Chongqing sect's interests. Therefore, the two sides have always been locked in a clandestine struggle. But the reason the national preceptor hates Grandmaster Yang stems from another incident. During the war with the Wei Kingdom, to test Grandmaster Yang, the national preceptor sent his son to serve under him, hoping he would distinguish himself. Tragically, during a dangerous mission, the national preceptor's son was killed in action. According to an unwritten rule in the military, children of influential families should be kept out of dangerous missions. But Grandmaster Yang always treated everyone equally, regardless of their background. He never gave the national preceptor's son special treatment. Because of this, the national preceptor believes Grandmaster Yang deliberately caused his son's death. Since then, the two have been secretly at odds. Bai Gwyntam's face twisted with disgust. How ridiculous! Countless lives were lost in the war with Wei. Grandmaster Yang's own son could have died, so why couldn't his? Yuan Hao added vehemently, "Grandmaster Yang is renowned for his integrity. How could he possibly have deliberately caused his death?" Wei Jun was silent for a moment, then spoke. "There's a saying, judge the deed, not the heart. Even if Grandmaster Yang did it intentionally, there's nothing wrong with his actions. Why shouldn't the Grand Elder of the Chongqing sect's son undertake dangerous missions? Why should cultivators be inherently entitled to such privileges? Regardless of his motivations, he only did what a commander should do. He didn't violate any rules, and there's no reason for him to bear the blame." Yuan Hao and Gwyntam both nodded in agreement. Ji Lingyun silently pondered Wei Jun's words. "Judge the deed, not the heart." After his rebuttal, Wei Jun inwardly calculated the consequences for himself. Grandmaster Yang represents righteousness. He certainly won't come to kill me. So, I should obviously oppose the Chongqing sect. They're the type of sect that sends assassins at the drop of a hat. Let them die if they must. Besides, the emperor will undoubtedly side with the Chongqing sect. Indeed, both sides offer protection. Yilingyun gently touched Deng Tian's body. "My lords, could you bear witness for my 2 younger brothers?" Wei Jun asked, "Witness what?" Ling Yun continued, "Deng Tian admired Yang Sanlang's patriotism. He once asked me if he was worthy of joining the Iron Blood Society. I told him his motives weren't pure. Without Madame Ho Fan Tian, he wouldn't have made such a sacrifice. Master Wei, what you said just now was quite right. Judge the deed, not the heart. Deng Tian, the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society welcomes you." He finished with a gentle smile. Wei Jun saw everything. He heard the name Iron Blood Society once again. He thought to himself, so many people want to join this Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. Does this organization, hunted by the Emperor, hold such allure? All right, so be it, Wei Jun thought, coughing a few times to clear his throat. He then declared grandly, "I shall re-establish the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society, overthrow the Qin Emperor, rebuild order from chaos, establish democracy for the people, and bring harmony to the world. Who among you will join me in this great undertaking?" Under the astonished gazes of Ling Yun, Yuan Hao, and by Gwyntam, Wei Jun reiterated, "I shall re-establish the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society, overthrow the Qin Emperor, rebuild order from chaos, establish democracy for the people, and bring peace to the world. Will you join me in this great undertaking?" Having made his declaration, Wei Jun puffed up with pride. "If I die like this," he mused, "I could become a celestial emperor." Wei Jun was basking in his self-proclaimed glory when Bai Gwyntam rushed forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. "Wei Jun, don't speak such nonsense," she hissed. "You can't just spout things like that. Do you know how horribly those who tried to to revive the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society before have died. From behind them, Yuan Hao clasped his hands together in prayer. Lord Wei, please come to your senses. I still want to live a few more years. Ling Yun offered a wry smile as he tried to reason with Wei Jun. Lord Wei, those words really can't be spoken carelessly. They could cost you your life. Wei Jun's expression turned serious. Young master, I'm perfectly serious. His Majesty's cultivation practices are harming the nation and its people. The whole world knows it. The great Qin dynasty may seem peaceful and prosperous, but in reality, it's teetering on the brink of disaster. Right and wrong are staring us in the face. Those of us with aspirations should bravely rise up, slay the tyrannical emperor, and eliminate the wicked. We must restore justice and righteousness to the world. Yuan Hao grew more terrified with every word. He abruptly dropped to his knees, clinging to Wei Jun's leg and wailing, Lord Wei, please spare my life. Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Both of you, please talk some sense into him. Don't let him court death. Wei Jun, however, adopted an air of benevolent wisdom like a descending Buddha. He reached down and patted the weeping Yuan Hao's head, then addressed the others. Don't be afraid. He soothed. Lord Wei, I know that you have a righteous heart. Join us. Let's accomplish great things together. Ling Yun sighed. Lord Wei, I know you mean well, but right now, the most important thing is for you to finish that history book. The Iron Blood Save the Nation Society is a thing of the past. It can't be revived. Don't throw your life away for a lost cause. The great Qin dynasty does indeed have many problems, but there are those within the court who are working to change things. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as you believe. You are a future minister. You should cherish your life. A more powerful force will emerge later, because the great Qin needs to change. That will be far better than seeking death now. What good is being a minister? Wei Jun scoffed. I don't want it. Wait until I become the Celestial Emperor, then I'll grant your wishes. With just my 3-inch tongue, I'm sure I can persuade you. Wei Jun continued to ply Ling Yun with flowery rhetoric. I know, young master, that you have my best interests at heart. Indeed, as you say, it prevents me from agreeing so readily. We are not seeking death, he declared, his voice rising with fervor. We are carrying the torch. If the first generation of the Iron Blood Save a Nation Society falls, the second generation will rise. If one Wei Jun dies, 10,000 more will follow. As long as we don't give up, he concluded with passionate conviction, we will succeed one day. Moreover, the young master said that there are people in the court currently trying to bring about change. So I want to ask, has anyone made any sacrifices for this yet? Faced with Wei Jun's sudden question, Ling Yun replied, not yet. Master Wei, why do you ask? Wei Jun continued, I've read a great deal of history. National reform cannot be achieved without bloodshed. In the great Qin dynasty, no one has yet shed blood for the sake of change. This nation cannot yet be considered prosperous. If a sacrifice is needed, then let me, Wei Jun, be the first. Bai Guintam and Yuan Hao are deeply moved upon hearing this. Why do I suddenly feel like Master Wei has become so much grander? Ling Yun bowed his head in a show of respect. Master Wei's noble aspirations fill me with shame. Sensing that his words had struck a chord, Wei Jun pressed on, his invitation laced with fervent promises. Then join us. Let us re-establish the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. Together, we will forge a brighter future. Or, to put in terms Wei Jun was currently fixated on, let's go sell some salt together. Fortunately, Ling Yun remained clear-headed amidst the stirring rhetoric. I apologize, but I cannot agree, because I never actually left the original Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. Undeterred, Wei Jun persisted. It doesn't matter. We will inherit the ideals of the previous Iron Blood Save the Nation Society, while also innovating and recruiting talent from all corners of the world. Regardless of your past affiliations, as long as you are willing, the doors of the Iron Blood Save a Nation Society will always be open to you. Ling Yun forced a smile. Master Bai, Master Wei, it's getting late. Shouldn't you two be returning to the land of the living? At this, Yuan Hao and Guintam remembered their next destination. All right, we should take Master Wei back now. Yuan Hao and Guintam each took one of Wei Jun's arms, trying to steer him away. Let's hurry to the Yang estate. They're not exactly wealthy these days, so it's a bit embarrassing to impose on their hospitality. Wei Jun, however, continued his impassioned appeal to Ling Yun. Young master, my offer stands. The doors of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society will always be open to you. Watching the three of them stumble away, Ling Yun pondered Wei Jun's words, a flicker of anxiety in his heart. That was dangerous. I almost wavered. If I had actually agreed, I would be in deep trouble. My own death wouldn't matter, but to bring harm to someone like Master Wei, that would be a sin deserving 100 deaths. As he was being dragged away, Wei Jun inwardly cursed his frustration. Damn it, another failure. My heavenly emperor aura combined with my silver tongue, and still nothing. Preposterous. Yuan Hao, noticing Wei Jun's gloomy expression, offered a strained chuckle. Master Wei, let's leave it at that for now. We need to deal with the matter at the Yang estate first. Wei Jun, though unwilling, conceded. Fine, I know my limits. Suddenly, he noticed a figure under the Qingxiao bridge. Someone's coming, he said, his curiosity piqued. To be openly carrying weapons within the capital, they must be someone of importance. Yuan Hao and Gwyn Tam immediately recognized the approaching aura as belonging to General Zhao. Bai Gwyn Tam quickly stepped forward and bowed. Bai Gwyn Tam greets General Zhao. I thank you for your protection all those years ago. The general, recognizing Gwyn Tam, replied warmly, Ah, divine Dr. Bai. It is you. Let bygones be bygones, General Zhao said dismissively. I was merely acting on a sense of justice. Besides, I was no match for the national preceptor. I couldn't save your eye. But as General Zhao looked closer, she saw that by Gwyn Tam's I had been restored. Gwyn Tam quickly spoke. General Zhao, I am eternally grateful. If there is ever anything I can do for you, I would gladly walk through fire and water. I wouldn't hesitate to give my life. Seeing her flustered expression, General Zhao observed her for a moment and understood. She laughed heartily. There's no need for fire and water. However, now that I've run into the three of you, I do have a favor to ask. Before Wei Jun could speak, Gwyn Tam eagerly responded, Please, General, tell us. I ask that you record all that has transpired in this war to defend our land and inscribe it into the annals of history, so that the deserving heroes may find solace and rest in peace. I entrust this to the three of you. Lord Liu, Divine Dr. Bai, Lord Wei, please continue your work. I must return to the capital to report to the strategist. I'll take my leave now. With that, she shouldered her spear and departed. Yuan Hao spoke excitedly. Was it the General Zhao that young Master Ling mentioned? Wei Jun furrowed his brow. You two seem to hold her in high regard. Bai Gwyn Tam quickly replied, Of course, Lord Wei. Do you not know of General Zhao? General Zhao, like Princess Mingzhu, is a renowned general from the war. But she's the foremost female general, even surpassing Princess Mingzhu. General Zhao joined the army in her father's stead, rising from the ranks of a common soldier to become a titled general. Her most glorious achievement was summoning the Dragon Clan as allies to aid the Great Qian. The Dragon Princess was besieged by a demonic general who sought her life. General Zhao, single-handedly and mounted on her steed, charged into the enemy ranks 7 times. In the end, she successfully rescued Princess Zilong of the Dragon Palace. Princess Zilong then willingly entered into a pact with General Zhao. From that day forward, General Zhao became an honored guest of the Dragon Palace. Seeing Wei Jun's bewildered expression, she continued, Lord Wei, have you ever heard General Zhao's nickname? General Zhao's given name is simply Yun, but she formed a pact with Princess Zilong, becoming the Purple Dragon Rider. So, most people in the army call her Zhao Zilong. Upon hearing this explanation, Wei Jun couldn't help but shiver. That's a formidable name. That General Zhao must be incredibly courageous. Gwyn Tam nodded proudly. Indeed, she's said to be a woman made of courage. Yuan Hao chimed in. General Zhao isn't just courageous. Her spear of serendipity technique, with a bit of luck, can push even the most ordinary spear beyond its limits, unleashing unpredictable power. General Zhao's luck is exceptional, so she's never feared opponents of higher cultivation. I've always wanted to take her as my master, just to learn that spear of serendipity. Wei Jun chuckled. Lord Liu, don't dream. I suspect that spear of serendipity is something only General Zhao can cultivate. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to grasp it. Seeing Yuan Hao's dumbfounded expression, Wei Jun continued, I suddenly remembered something Master Chu once said. All the luck of weapons in the world amounts to 8 bushels. Zhao Zilong alone possesses 1 bushel, and all the others combined are still 2 bushels short. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao seemed to lose all interest in seeking tutelage. His face blank as he muttered, so that's how it is. No wonder no one has emerged in recent years who can wield a spear as proficiently as her. I've heard that even Princess Mingzhu, skilled with the spear as she is no match for General Zhao. Suddenly, General Zhao's voice, seemingly out of nowhere, spoke from behind them. Has Master Chu given me such high praise? My luck is indeed good, but it comes at a price. Wei Jun and the others turn around in surprise. General Zhao, weren't you going to speak with the strategist? You're back so soon. General Zhao responded awkwardly. No, I was on my way to see the strategist, but I don't know how I ended up back here. Wei Jun surmised, so that's it. General Zhao got lost. Could this be the price you were referring to? He continued with a playful jab. If that's the case, then when you charged through enemy lines 7 times all those years ago, was that because you were lost as well? General Zhao blushed, attempting to maintain her composure as she vehemently denied it. Master Wei, you're quite the joker. How could I possibly get lost? It's just that some places are so vast, it's easy to take a wrong turn. Wei Jun glanced at Yuan Hao as he spoke. I don't want to see that strategist again. Yuan Hao, why don't you go and guide General Zhao? At the mention of a strategist, Yuan Hao recoiled. I won't go. I barely managed to escape his subordinates. Watching the 2 men bicker by Gwyn Tam's side. Both of you, step aside. I'll go. General Zhao's face brightened. Excellent. Thank you, Divine Dr. Bai. As the 2 women walked away, the 2 men exchanged worried glances. A blind man leading someone who's lost, doesn't that seem a bit off? Wei Jun nodded in agreement. It does seem a little problematic. The strategist had been waiting in the ancestral hall for some time. Upon seeing him, General Zhao greeted him respectfully. Greetings, strategist. Young Master Ling sent me a letter saying you wish to speak with me. The strategist turned, replying, it's a matter of great importance. That's why it was necessary to discuss it face to face. You've been away from the capital for a long time. You might think the court is currently peaceful and tranquil, but in reality, the power of the cultivation sects is growing stronger by the day. I fear it won't be long before we're at war with the Cultivator Alliance. The unwelcome news upon her return darkened General Zhao's expression. All-out war with the Cultivator Alliance. Has the situation deteriorated to such an extent? What are they planning? The strategist answered, they want to implement the 9 ranks immortal sect system. Cultivation sects are divided into outer and inner disciples. Inner disciples focus solely on cultivation, while outer disciples are responsible for acquiring resources for the sect and maintaining its operations. To acquire resources, they naturally have to latch onto the great Qian dynasty's court. Therefore, in order to place their outer disciples within the court, they've made demands of His Majesty. First-rank officials of the great Qian must be filled by outer disciples of the first-rank immortal sect, second-rank officials by the second-rank immortal sect, and so on. That is the 9 ranks immortal sect system. Zhao Yun slammed a fist on the table, her voice laced with anger. They're turning the entire court into their personal cultivation playground. The court is meant to serve the people, not be a feeding ground for their ambitions. I know it's never truly been for the people, but at least it wasn't this blatant, this parasitic before. If their 9 ranks immortal sect system takes hold, Big Brother's hopes are completely dashed. The strategist picked up the thread, his voice low and measured. The biggest obstacle to their 9 ranks immortal sect system is generals like us. But you, Zilong, you're different. You have the Dragon Palace at your back, and Master Shang as your mentor. As long as you don't interfere, the immortal sect will grant you first-rank status. This enemy is powerful. I can't guarantee victory. So, if you choose self-preservation, I won't blame you. Strategist, you underestimate me. Zhao Yun's voice was firm. We fought shoulder to shoulder. We're brothers in arms who faced death together. How could I stand by and watch my comrades die, fighting while I remain unscathed? If there's a chance to fight, even to the death, Yun will stand with you. A smile touched the strategist's lips. Your spirit pleases me. Truly, Zhao Zilong lives up to her reputation. Then prepare yourself to make the ultimate sacrifice for righteousness. Zhao Yun met his gaze, unwavering. To live and die for righteousness. What is there to regret? Meanwhile, news that Wei Jun and his companions had emerged alive from the Ji clan's estate reached the ears of those with vested interests. Within the chancellor's residence, Shangguan Xingfeng spoke, his eyes fixed on his father. If Wei Jun left the Ji clan alive, "Father, could I borrow a few men?" His father looked at him quizzically. "Borrow men? You intend to assassinate Wei Jun?" "Precisely, father. You anticipated this. If Wei Jun uncovers anything at the Yang estate, someone will inevitably try to silence him. I want to preemptively strike, to incite the court and the righteous citizens, to make those lurking in the shadows hesitate before they act." Back with Wei Jun and his companions. A persistent itch in his nose bothered Wei Jun, a nagging feeling of impending machinations. At the Yang estate gates, a servant greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed officials. The madam awaits you in the main hall." Entering the hall, the three respectfully bowed to Madame Yang. This was the very Madame Yang mentioned in the Fist sex records. The woman who, after every male member of the Yang clan had fallen in battle, had single-handedly held the family together. Though the Yang clan was waning, without her, it would likely have vanished entirely. A truly venerable matriarch. Madame Yang approached, her hand outstretched, a hearty laugh booming from her chest. "You must be Master Wei. Truly a remarkable young man. I do so enjoy the vibrancy of youth." Wei Jun returned her handshake with a smile. "Madam, your honesty is refreshing. You yourself possess a remarkable spirit, a radiant and captivating presence." Madame Yang's face brightened further at his words. Master Wei is truly a skilled conversationalist. This old woman is well aware of her advanced years. The three of you need not stand on ceremony. Please sit. Make yourselves comfortable. Wei Jun thought to himself, Madame Yang's composure is remarkable. Even with the Yang family's decline, she maintains such grace. After they were seated, Madame Yang continued, "Fan Tian has already told me about the incident on the road. Thank you, sirs, for protecting her." Wei Jun lowered his voice slightly. "It was simply the right thing to do, madam. There's no need for thanks. Now that Ji Dangtian has been executed by Ji Shi, no one will dare to disrespect the women of the Yang family again." At his words, Madame Yang paused, a sigh escaping her lips. Why did it have to come to this? Was such a drastic measure truly necessary? Wei Jun insisted that Ji Dongtian's actions were unforgivable. The astute Madame Yang sensed something amiss. Chong Kong wouldn't do something like this, she said calmly. There must be more to the story. The son he raised with his own hands wouldn't act so rashly. Intrigued, Wei Jun inquired, "Are you and Ji Shi close?" Madame Yang began to recount their history. "In the past, Chong Kong often dined with my son here. I frequently cooked for him and sometimes even mended his clothes. I even introduced him to his wife. The Yang family's ability to endure these past years is largely due to Chong Kong's quiet support." Wei Jun listened, realization dawning on him. Madame Yang spoke of Ji Shi as if he were her own son. The bond between Ji Shi and Master Yang seemed far deeper than what Ji Shi had let on. Madame Yang continued, "That man isn't as cold and heartless as he appears. Chong Kong has done so much for the Yang family, and now he's killed his own son with his own hands. This old woman can't bear the weight of this debt." Fan Tian entered the room. "Grandmother, I'm certain Ji Shi never expected you to repay any debt. Ji Dangtian must have been willing to sacrifice himself." "Master Wei," she asked, was young Master Ji's death painful?" Ji Shi acted swiftly with his own hand. "I believe it was quick, likely painless, madam." "Young?" Wei Jun hadn't finished speaking when Madame Yang interrupted him. "Master Wei, please call her Miss Ho. If Fan Tian wishes to remarry, she is free to do so at any time. Don't call her Madame Yang anymore." Wei Jun nodded, then asked, "Miss Ho, were you aware of Ji Dongtian's intentions?" At the mention of Dangtian, her gaze deepened. "I suspected something. We had a few encounters before, and he acted even more awkwardly then. Besides, as I just said, given Ji Shi's character, his son wouldn't be the type to harass women." Her answer gave Wei Jun a new perspective on the situation. As expected of a sharp mind, he realized Ho Fan Tian had noticed Ji Dongtian's unusual behavior, which led her to believe it was worth risking her reputation to play along with his charade. Why are there so few genuinely honest people like me in this world? Everyone is such a good actor. Afterwards, Wei Jun, along with 2 companions, wanting to fulfill Ji Lingyun's final wish, recounted the full truth of Ji Dongtian's death. They also instructed Madame Yang and Fan Tian to follow Ji Dongtian's plan, so his sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. Upon hearing this, the 2 women wept inconsolably. Fan Tian sobbed, This is a fortunate match. I harbor no feelings for young Master Yang. If I could be with Dang Tian, I know I would be happy. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Wei Jun asked Fan Tian, You have no feelings for young Master Yang. Fan Tian replied, My parents arranged the match. It was simply the words of a matchmaker. Young Master Yang and I have only met once. Where would feelings come from? Wei Jun pressed further. Then when the Yang family patriarch offered to break off the engagement, why did Ms. Ho refuse? The crux of the matter began to unfold. Fan Tian explained, Young Master Yang went to the battlefield with the resolve to die. While I cannot contribute to the war effort directly, I also cannot cause our soldiers to falter. If all under heaven rose up to protest the nation's plight, if every betrothed woman broke off her engagement, how could our soldiers fight with courage? I initially planned to meet young Master Yang upon his return, and if our personalities clashed, I would break off the engagement then. But then the Yang family faced calamity, and I didn't want to add frost to the deep winter. I haven't read many books, but I've always felt the Yang family to be full of loyal patriots, willing to sacrifice everything for the nation. I couldn't bear to see them meet such an end. Therefore, I was willing to offer my support to the Yang family. Wei Jun responded, Those who shield others from the wind and snow should not themselves freeze in the storm. Those who pave the way should not be entangled by thorns. Miss Ho, though you may not have read many books, you are more admirable than many scholars in this world. Madame Yang spoke. Miss Ho, regarding the Grandmaster and young Master Yang still being alive, you must act as if you know nothing. While this is good news, it could also bring devastating consequences upon the Yang family. She paused, then continued, Master Wei thinks too much. My son and grandson are dead. They were surrounded by the elite forces of the Western continent and the Demon Clan. Unless they surrendered, there was no chance of survival. But my son would never surrender. Wei Jun pondered. Perhaps they fought until they were exhausted and captured. Such things are common on the battlefield. Tears streamed down the old woman's face. Absolutely not. It is said the Western continent has a true God incarnate, capable of enslaving the minds of men. The Demon Clan possesses soul-snatching magic, able to refine humans into slaves. Therefore, during the war with the Wei Kingdom, all commanding officers cultivated methods of self-sacrifice for their country. Their final blow was surely meant for themselves. At this, Wei Jun and his companions were struck by another grim facet of war. In my past life, I read of such people in history books. They had ideals. They had faith. They were the most admirable of souls. When the divine continent was engulfed in flames, they too rose up bravely, fighting to their last breath, saving their final bullet for themselves, dyeing the land of the great Hua with their blood. Such people are the backbone of a nation. Wei Jun bowed his head respectfully. Master Yang, a hero for the ages. It was I who was presumptuous. Bai Gwyn Tam rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. If that's truly the case, something doesn't add up. If Grandmaster Yang and Yang Sanlang truly sacrificed themselves, and Ji Dongtian's attack wasn't enough to kill Yi San Yang, then how did she die? At this, Wei Jun recalled Yi San Yang's state at the time. He agreed with Bai Gwyn Tam. Her death was indeed strange. Yuan Hao's mind raced, a whirlwind of confusion. If it wasn't Grandmaster Yang, Yang Sanlang, or Ji Dangtian, could someone else have secretly intervened to help the Yang family? Wei Jun pondered for a moment before replying. If that's true, then this is quite intriguing. The Great Qian may seem decadent, but there are still many righteous individuals. Since I passed the imperial examination and became the Zhuangyan, it seems everyone I've met has been a paragon of virtue. It's no wonder the Great Qian was able to triumph over the Wei in the early days. But what I find perplexing is, with so many patriotic, talented, and capable people, why does the Great Qian feel like it's on the verge of collapse? Why is it so difficult to be a good person in the Great Qian these days? Why do heroes struggle to find a good ending? Faced with his barrage of questions, the old madam replied with a melancholic sigh. Birds of a feather flock together. Master Wei, as a righteous gentleman, the people you meet naturally share similar traits. Wei Jun shook his head. You misunderstand, madam. I'm no righteous gentleman, just someone walking a sincere path. Sincerity only limits the ways I can meet my demise. Gwyn Tam added, the capital has thousands of officials. The ones Master Wei has encountered are but a small fraction. Furthermore, what good is it for a minister to be wise and discerning? In the end, they are still just ministers. Their attitudes have no decisive influence on the overall situation. Yuan Hao gasped, his jaw dropping. Madam Bai, please be careful with your words. How is it that your way of speaking is exactly the same as Master Wei's? This cannot be blamed on His Majesty. His Majesty only desires immortality. It's all because of those cultivators. His Majesty has been blinded by those treacherous individuals. Wei Jun watched Yuan Hao vehemently defend the emperor, a wave of disgust washing over him. This fat oaf is really going all out to whitewash the Qian emperor. It seems I'll need to continue observing him. Could it be that the power of cultivators can truly influence the direction of the great Qian court? The old madam replied, indeed, they are very powerful. They're the only faction the court dares not provoke. They have united to form the Cultivator Alliance. Coupled with the Great Qian's heavy losses in the war against Wei, it's very difficult for the Great Qian to deal with them now. Wei Jun asked, puzzled, were cultivators also involved in the war against Wei? The Western continent and the Demon Clan must have targeted them, which means their strength must have also been severely depleted. The old madam nodded. There were indeed efforts to hunt down cultivators. Transcendents from the Western continent and experts from the Demon Clan gained immense benefits from killing cultivators. Therefore, enemy experts were very fond of hunting them. This was the main reason the Cultivator Alliance was forced to participate in the war. But the powerful cultivator's strategy inflicted heavy losses on the enemy. The army, for the sake of maximizing gains, even if it meant sacrificing themselves, had to ensure the cultivator's safety. Initially, it was a war of annihilation. Everyone just wanted to win, without giving much thought to the aftermath. Wei Jun replied, the fisherman benefits. No wonder the Great Qian has so many patriotic soldiers and civilians. Yet they can't change this decaying situation. Those patriotic soldiers fight for their country and people, while the cultivators seek immortality and ascension. Their interests clash. Ultimately, it depends on the strength of these great Qian people. Because their strength is inferior, they can only disguise themselves and wait for an opportunity. Truly, Mame's right. The current situation is indeed difficult to resolve. But as long as I die, all of Great Qian's problems can be solved. This is also my purpose in coming to the Yang residence. Wei Jun clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he spoke. I have a general understanding of the current situation. Let's return to the main issue. Madam Yang, we came to the Yang residence today to investigate the truth behind the war with the Wei Kingdom. I know this might bring danger to everyone. If you disagree, just say so directly. We absolutely won't force you. Madam Yang's expression was troubled as she said, Master Wei, you worry too much. The Yang family has always been in danger. This danger isn't brought by you. On the contrary, it might be the Yang family that brings danger to you. Wei Jun persisted, unwavering. From a moment I decided to be the chronicler, I accepted the possibility of death. Madam Yang was moved to tears, praising Wei Jun as a good child, his fearless spirit identical to the descendants of the Yang family. This child was truly trustworthy, someone she could confide in. Thinking of this, she began to recount, my son had the habit of writing in a diary when he was alive. We still keep half of his diary in the house. Wei Jun asked, only half. Madame Yang replied, indeed. The other half has vanished without a trace. Over the years, many people have coveted it. The Yang family has had no shortage of assassins and thieves visiting us these past years. Some people don't want that other half of the diary to see the light of day. If Master Wei reads this half, you're very likely to be assassinated after leaving the Yang residence. Are you certain you want to see it? Please, Madam Yang, give me that half of the diary. Wei Jun agreed immediately, without hesitation. I will certainly keep it safe, so that the truth of the war with the Wei Kingdom can be brought to light. My luck has truly turned. This opportunity is right before my eyes. I never expected an upright man like Grandmaster Yang to have the habit of keeping a diary. This is a great help to me. The more assassins, the better. Madame Yang jumped down from her chair, leaning on her cane as she walked towards Wei Jun, seemingly wanting to confirm once more, "Master Wei, what did you say? You not only want to read it, but you also want to take it with you." Wei Jun replied resolutely. As the old madam just mentioned, the frequent visits from bandits and assassins in recent years suggest that this half of the diary poses a significant danger to the Yang family. For their safety, please allow me to take it. Inwardly, however, he thought with a touch of grim satisfaction, such a dangerous item. It would be a crime for me not to take it. For the old madam, the situation took on a different meaning entirely. She thought, Master Wei understands the danger this half of the diary represents, and yet he's still willing to risk himself. Overcome with gratitude, she began to bow deeply. "I don't know how to repay you. Please accept this bow." Wei Jun quickly stopped her, saying, "Old madam, there's no need for such formalities. This is precisely why I came. Please, fetch Master Yang's diary." As soon as the old madam and Fan Tian left the room, Bai Gwyntam turned to Wei Jun, her voice laced with concern. "Why are you always like this? Constantly putting yourself in danger while ensuring the safety of others. Have you never considered what would happen if you actually died? You're still so young, you haven't even married or started a family." Wei Jun scratched his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. Do people in this world value marriage and children that much? Bai Gwyntam, realizing the implications of her words, blushed and turned away. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao, his brow furrowed, propped his chin on his hand, wondering when these two would finally admit their feelings for each other. Wei Jun smiled gently at Bai Gwyntam. "Minister Bai, you needn't worry about me. Everyone dies eventually. Some die a glorious death, like Mount Tai, while others die as light as a feather. I don't fear death. I only fear living a life without purpose." Bai Gwyntam stood frozen, her cheeks flushed crimson. Silently, she made a vow. "Wei Lang, rest assured, I will never let you die. If you value your life so little, then I will protect you day and night. I won't let anyone harm even a hair on your head." A short while later, the old madam returned, a tattered diary clutched in her hands. "Indeed, only half remains," Wei Jun observed. "Old madam, do you know where the other half might be?" The old madam shook her head, explaining that she had only found this half when sorting through her son's belongings. Even though it's incomplete, Wei Jun said gravely, it contains details about the entire war with the Wei Kingdom. If this information were to get out, lives would be lost. "Old madam, please spread the word that I have taken this half of the diary. It's the only way to ensure the Yang family's safety. I know there are informants within your household. It shouldn't be difficult to arrange." The old madam's heart ached at his words. "Master Wei, you needn't go to such lengths for our family. We don't deserve it." Wei Jun's voice was gentle as he reassured her. "Old madam, please don't worry. The Yang family has sacrificed so much for the Great Qian. I'm merely doing what any citizen of the Great Qian should. Compared to your family's sacrifices, my actions are insignificant." The old madam nodded, wiping away a tear. "My children's sacrifices were not in vain." Then, "Master Wei," she said, gesturing towards the diary, "please feel free to examine my son's diary here. I'll go instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal. You must dine with us today. I wouldn't feel right otherwise." After Madame Yang left, the three of them began to open the diary and examine its contents. "Let's start reading. I want to see what's so secretive about this war with the Wei Kingdom," Wei Jun said. Yuan Hao was also excited. Why would Grandmaster Yang even write a diary? This is going to be interesting. Bai Gwyntam Juke Sopti, a man like the Grandmaster. His diary certainly won't be ordinary. Filled with a mixture of excitement and curiosity, they opened the diary. The first page was a beautifully drawn picture of mahjong tiles. It didn't look like the diary of a righteous man at all. Seeing the elaborate drawing on the first page, Yuan Hao tried to deny the evidence before his eyes. "So, Grandmaster Yang also liked to play mahjong. My idol has the same hobbies as me." Wei Jun was speechless. "Is that something to be proud of?" Yuan Hao proudly affirmed, "Of course. I like to play mahjong. Grandmaster Yang liked to play mahjong. This proves that we are on the same level. So, in the future, I can definitely become someone of high status, just like Grandmaster Yang." Wei Jun and Bai Gwyntam remained silent. This logic was truly baffling. It made no sense whatsoever. "Wei Jun, you should continue reading the diary," Bai Gwyntam finally said. The next few pages were also about mahjong. Entries like "the weather is so nice, perfect for playing mahjong, and rainy days make me lose all motivation to study. Must play mahjong, followed by some strategies and self-encouragement. Yuan Hao saw a glimmer of hope. Look, the Grandmaster is starting to self-reflect. A hero like him couldn't possibly be obsessed with mahjong forever. Wei Jun turned the page skeptically. Then there must be something worthwhile written after this. But the next page contained only 3 words: play mahjong. The 3 of them could only laugh in exasperation. The next 10 days' entries were still about playing mahjong. Your idol certainly has perseverance, Wei Jun remarked dryly. Yuan Hao gave a strained laugh. Perseverance is also an important quality of a great man. By Qingdam Juke. There's no need to make excuses for him. Wei Jun, keep reading. Wei Jun turned the page. It seems the content has finally changed. It read, I've discovered something even more enjoyable than mahjong. Chong Kong took me to the Hong Tu Lu. The ladies there are truly beautiful beyond words. This time, after reading the entry and looking at the accompanying illustration, even Yuan Hao couldn't defend him. What's going on with Grandmaster Yang? He wasn't like this back then. Rumor has it that in his youth, he showed no interest in women, and after marriage, he was deeply devoted to his wife, a love that was admired by all. Moreover, he was incredibly intelligent and dedicated to practicing martial arts. No one could dissuade him. This diary must be trying to slander Grandmaster Yang. Wei Jun said irritably, stop complaining. Madame Yang gave me this diary. How could it be fake? If she said the contents are important, then we must continue reading. The 3 of them continued to flip through the diary. Today, Old Chin invited me to play mahjong. I thought to myself, what's mahjong? The ladies at the Hong Tu Lu are much better. I took Old Chin to the Hong Tu Lu. He said he would never play mahjong again. It was utterly absurd. I'm very happy. I feel like I've done a good deed. Staying another night at Hong Tu Lu. My legs are a bit wobbly today. Grandmaster's Diary, Chapter 18. Humiliated by a girl at Hong Tu Lu. She even said that Yang Shui, that's me, only has a pretty face. How could this be? I must resolve to diligently train in martial arts. This is too difficult. Perhaps I should go to Hong Tu Lu. Grandmaster's Diary, Chapter 20. Aching back and knees. Humiliated again by the girls at Hong Tu Lu. I can't stand this any longer. Yang Shui, must master the spear technique. It's decided, abstinence for half a month. Chapter 2. Practice the Yang family spear technique all day. Then stayed another night at Hong Tu Lu. The next day, my legs were too weak to get up again. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Grandfather. Thank you, Yang family spear technique. From now on, I must diligently practice the spear technique. I must bring honor and glory to the Yang family spear technique. Reading up to this point, the 3 of them couldn't help but be startled. So this was the reason why Grandmaster Yang trained so hard in his youth. If this were to be made public, Grandmaster Yang would die of shame. At least Grandmaster Yang's painting skills have improved quite a bit, haven't they? Gwen Tam just gave a cold laugh. Oh man. Wei Jun looked at the diary and said, in any case, Grandmaster Yang did indeed use that as his starting point, and from those days, he perfected the Yang family spear technique. The result is quite good. What follows are daily records of spear practice. It wasn't until chapters 106 and 107 that he wrote about what happened after the war with the Wei kingdom broke out. Suddenly, a line of text caught everyone's attention. I have discovered a secret. Grandmaster's Diary, Chapter 107, Wedding Night. I swore to my wife that I would never go to Hong Tu Lu again. Yang Shui will never have another woman from this day forward. From then on, I abstained from female companionship, deliberately keeping my distance from other women. As for the Snake Queen, that doesn't count. How can a demoness be considered a person? The Snake Queen and I met before the war with the Wei kingdom broke out. We had a misunderstanding and fought a battle, and from then on, became sworn friends. But after the war with the Wei kingdom broke out, I invited the Snake Queen to join the war and help us, but she firmly refused. In the end, for the sake of our old friendship, she revealed some inside information to me. Damn the Cultivator Alliance. If it weren't for them, the demon race would have already become friends with our great Qian. At the critical moment, the Cultivator Alliance invaded the Western continent and slaughtered the demon race to refine pills. They even attacked the heir to the demon emperor. This enraged the demon emperor. The cultivation system of the Western continent is different from that of the cultivators. They don't need the bodies and inner cores of the demon race to to cultivate. There is no conflict between them. Therefore, there was already a basis for an alliance. In the end, the Western continent took the opportunity to contact the Demon Court, and the two sides shared the same aspirations and formed an alliance. In addition to the above, the Snake Queen also told me a top-secret piece of information. The continent where Great Chien is located and the Western continent are only separated by a sea. A strong barrier was once established between the two continents to ensure the safety of both sides. As for how the people of the Western continent were able to reach Great Chien, it was because the Cultivator Alliance destroyed this barrier. After the Western Continent's church and the Cultivator Alliance broke the barrier, they captured a dying disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, learning a great deal about the Great Chien from him. The instigator of this war was the Cultivator Alliance. Wei Jun was stunned by this revelation, finally finding a satisfactory answer, finally learning some valuable information. Minister Bai, you heard everything I just read, yes? What are your thoughts? Bai Gwyntam was silent for a moment before speaking. Based on my understanding of cultivators, they are quite capable of such a thing. If the combined forces of the Western continent and the demon race hadn't been hunted down all those years ago, these cultivators might not have joined the war. They cultivate for immortality. If it doesn't concern their own interests, they wouldn't care if this nation changed hands. Furthermore, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion you just mentioned is one of the founding sects of the Cultivator Alliance. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is known as having the best intelligence network in the world, holding a status in the cultivation world equivalent to the Eternal Life sect. Its leader, Heavenly Secrets Master, is known as the one who knows 500 years past and 500 years into the future, lauded as the most erudite person in the cultivation world. I initially thought Grandmaster Yang's diary would contain information detrimental to the Eternal Life sect, but I never expected it to lead to the Heavenly Secrets Master. Bai Gwyntam furrowed her brow in thought. With my current strength, it would be very difficult to deal with such a monstrous organization. But knowing Wei Jun's character, he certainly won't back down. Therefore, I must be prepared for battle. Yuan Hao spoke up. Master Wei, Minister Bai, I know the Grandmaster wouldn't speak carelessly, but I truly don't understand. Cultivators hold a transcendent position in the Great Chien, and the cultivation resources here are incredibly abundant. The Western continent has a true god descending, and the Demon Emperor of the demon race possesses formidable strength. So why would they destroy the barrier? Why provoke the demon race with their army approaching? What do they want that requires them to travel thousands of miles to antagonize others? Aren't they afraid of causing a huge commotion and being unable to escape? Hearing Yuan Hao's barrage of questions, Wei Jun brought a hand to his eye, his expression so strained he could barely stand. Could it be that the situation has deteriorated this much? That it's very possible the Cultivator Alliance intentionally escalated things? It seems my memories of the Celestial Emperor are beginning to unlock. The answers must be within them. Chapter 108 of the Grandmaster's Diary. I don't completely trust the secret the Snake Queen revealed. I'm also worried that the demon race is using the Snake Queen to sow discord between the Great Chien and the Cultivator Alliance. I also have quite a few cultivator friends, and they're just as passionate about righteousness and chivalry as the heroes in the army. So I still hold a sliver of hope for the Cultivator Alliance. After discussing it with Chong Kong, we both agreed that the current strength of the combined forces of the Western continent and the demon race cannot be underestimated. Therefore, regardless of whether the Snake Queen's information is true or false, we must unite with the Cultivator Alliance now and stand together against the foreign invaders. All I can do now is record all of this, hoping that later, before the official historians write it all down, the truth can be brought to light. If the Cultivator Alliance is truly behind all of this, after the war ends, I, Yang Shui, will make them pay. Reading this, Wei Jun clicked his tongue. Rest assured, Grandmaster, I will uncover the truth. It's clear this kind of truth gets people killed, but the memories of the Heavenly Emperor are still too fragmented. I can't analyze the Cultivator Alliance's motives yet. Could it be that the current information isn't stimulating enough? I hope the rest of this diary will shed some light. With that, the three of them continued to read the remaining entries. Recently, I've observed something. The cultivation speed of those cultivators from the Cultivator Alliance participating in the war has almost reached half of my own. The cultivation speed of cultivators has always been far inferior to ours in the Great Qian dynasty, without exception. Their cultivation methods can continuously increase their lifespan, but their strength grows very slowly. The founding emperor of the Great Qian inherited the legacy of the ancient human emperor. Although it doesn't significantly extend lifespan, the cultivation speed far surpasses that of cultivators. Yuan Hao broke out in a cold sweat. This is the foundation of the balance between the two sides, the harmonious coexistence of power and survival. If the cultivator's speed of cultivation reaches even half of ours, wouldn't that throw the world into chaos? Hearing Yuan Hao's words, a feeling arose in Wei Jun's heart. It's coming. This is related to unlocking the sealed memories. The legacy of the Great Qian's founding emperor didn't come from the ancient human emperor at all. It was the cultivation method suitable for humans that I prepared after becoming the heavenly emperor. This cultivation method was specifically prepared for a dynasty like the Great Qian to give them enough power to resist the demon race and the cultivators. And because they couldn't achieve immortality, the ruling class was easier to control, and their rule over the common people left room for survival. This was to ensure the smooth implementation of the new era reforms and the healthy development of all humanity. But Grandmaster Yang said the cultivators' cultivation speed is changing too quickly. Coupled with their lifespans being extended by hundreds of years, the balance between the Great Qian and them will definitely be broken. Their strength is increasing too rapidly, so fast that it's unlike cultivators. I've been secretly observing for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. The reason they are progressing so quickly is because of the external emanation of meritorious protective aura. And there's a legend circulating in the cultivation world that as long as one accomplishes a great deed, saving the people from suffering, one can obtain abundant merit. Breaking through realms becomes as easy as flipping a hand, and there's even a chance to transcend tribulation and ascend to immortality. Therefore, I have a bold guess. This war to defend the country is a way for the Cultivator Alliance to gather a large amount of merit. They deliberately provoke the war. Reading this, Wei Jun's sealed memories gradually unraveled. A small fragment of memory slowly surfaced. I remember now, this is his modus operandi. That guy often uses this method to cultivate his disciples. Wei Jun murmured, so it was him? This piqued Yuan Hao, and by Gwyn Tam's interest. Who is it? They asked eagerly. Does Minister Wei have a lead? Wei Jun's lips twitched. Not exactly. I just suddenly remembered a very talented old friend. I learned a great deal from him. He once told me a legend that mentioned Grandmaster Yang. Yuan Hao, ever the innocent, gave a thumbs up. So that's it. As expected of someone who passed the imperial examination. All your friends are erudite scholars, just like me. Wei Jun and Bai Gwyn Tam exchanged a look, speechless. I can't quite tell who you're complimenting. Wei Jun finally said, it's not that I wanted to keep it from you. It's just that this person, like me, when I became the Celestial Emperor, has reached the realm of controlling the rules. With our current strength, we can't even discuss him without his permission. All the rules and order of the myriad worlds were established by beings of that level. It was he who set the rule that cultivators gain merit by helping sentient beings. In the beginning, I slaughtered many, using this rule to create disasters, and then played the savior, rescuing the masses. To balance this rule, I used the great karmic retribution technique to establish another. Cultivators who interfere with the workings of the mortal realm will be entangled by worldly karma and the fires of retribution, greatly increasing their chances of soul annihilation. This means that the cultivators of the Alliance must risk their lives to gather merit. Without someone backing them, it's hard to imagine them taking such a risk. Yuan Hao, looking worried, said, Grandmaster Yang's conjecture is terrifying. If that's true, the Cultivator Alliance is truly despicable. Bai Gwyn Tam added anxiously, Minister Wei, old Madam Yang's guess isn't wrong. This thing could really cost me my life. No wonder someone keeps trying to steal this diary. Wei Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that those people know the contents of this diary? Perhaps they can guess some of it. He mused as old Madam Yang and Fan Tian returned, but not the whole story. Moreover, the Yang family has been quiet these past few years, so they must have let their guard down. Wei Jun addressed old Madam Yang. Madam, Have you read the second half of the diary? The old woman replied. When it was still at home, of course, I was curious and looked through it. I never expected my son to be so audacious. Bai Gwyn Tam spoke with concern. Old madam, you shouldn't have read it. Knowing the contents of this diary could bring fatal misfortune. Old Madam Yang offered reassurance. Minister Bai, don't worry. Although the Yang family has fallen from grace, we still have our principles. We won't let anyone be harmed. The women of our family uphold the Yang name, not through the pity of others. Seeing their concern, the old woman let out a hearty laugh. All right, enough of this serious talk. You three must join me for a few drinks today. Seeing you young people so engaged today, how can we not celebrate? Ignoring Fan Tion's attempts to dissuade her, she poured the wine and drank heartily. The three, seeing her resolve, could only acquiesce with a mixture of amusement and resignation. As expected of the woman who carries the Yang family on her shoulders, truly a heroine among women. Flushed with wine, the three departed together, each face a rosy hue. Yuan Hao and Wei Jun, arms slung over each other's shoulders, strolled along, laughter echoing between them. Old Madam Yang's tolerance for alcohol is truly remarkable. I'm quite overwhelmed. Wei Yun Xiaokut. Are you drunk, sir? Your tolerance can't even compare to Minister Bai's. Yuan Hao shook his head. Impossible. How could I be drunk? If I were, who would protect Minister Wei? Ha! Hearing this, Bai Gwyn Tam immediately grasped Wei Jun's arm, looking directly into his eyes. Rest assured, even if Minister Wei were to collapse, I would protect you with my life. Having spoken, she covered her face and turned away, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Wei Jun, meanwhile, suppressed a surge of frustration, thinking, this woman always trying to sabotage my quest for a glorious death. What a vicious creature. Suddenly, several shadowy figures materialized, blocking the path of the inebriated trio. One of them spoke. Is the one in the middle Minister Wei? Having confirmed Wei Jun's identity, they revealed their true forms, transforming into ferocious monsters and lunging forward. Their voices a chorus, demanding Wei Jun surrender the diary. Yuan Hao and Gwyn Tam swiftly positioned themselves in front of Wei Jun, adopting defensive stances. Seeing the three demonic figures, Wei Jun's heart leaped with an unexpected joy. Why am I so happy? These fools. I've actively sought death so many times and failed. This is the first time death has come knocking on my door. Could my luck finally be changing? The three monstrous beasts, having abruptly appeared in the capital, roared furiously as they charged towards Wei Jun. Their potent aura permeated the city. Those with sufficient power quickly sensed something amiss, recognizing the ominous implications of the encroaching aura. Shangwan Xingfeng, bewildered, turned to his father. Father, I don't think these were arranged by us. Shangwan Xingfeng's father shot to his feet, anxiety etched on his face. Those are three great demons. Wei Jun is doomed this time. Gazing at the ferocious great demons before him, Wei Jun was practically giddy with excitement. This opportunity, I can't let it slip. This time I have to seize it. With this thought, he pulled Bai Gwyn Tam and Yuan Hao closer. Ministers, their power is overwhelming. If we resist, all three of us will surely perish here. Both of you escape. I'll hold them back. His courageous act moved the two to tears. Meanwhile, the three demons, brandishing some sort of magical artifact, charged forward with savage intensity. A wave of cerulean light, like an exploding bubble, erupted outwards, and the auras of all three individuals vanished without a trace. Shangwan Xingfeng's father cried out in alarm. Wei Jun's aura and the great demons, they've all disappeared. Could it be that the demons used some kind of spatial confinement artifact, dragging them into a pocket dimension within the artifact? Shangwan Xingfeng, equally distraught, exclaimed, why were great demons even in the capital? Did no one detect them? What about the Heaven's Eye Mirror? Shangwan Xingfeng's father, his face pale, said, the Heaven's Eye Mirror is a treasured artifact of the great Qian dynasty. Its function is to monitor the realm and eliminate invaders. If powerful demons were lurking in the capital, they would have been eradicated long ago. Given the current situation, there's only one possibility. Xingfeng quickly grasped his father's implication. You mean these three great demons are being controlled by someone, that they've been in the capital all along? He nodded gravely. Precisely. During the war, captured demons were distributed among the generals, sects, the divine intoxication sect, and even the royal family, based on their contributions. This means whoever wants Wei Jun dead today must be one of them. News of Wei Jun obtaining Grandmaster Yang's diary just spread, and now this assassination attempt. Clearly, they want to silence him, and using 3 great demons, no less, leaving him no chance of survival. Xing Feng frowned. With Yuan Hao and Bai Guintam at his side, they might hold out for a while. This is the capital. Someone will come to his aid soon. Hearing this, the older man shook his head, stroking his beard. Difficult. Bai Guintam's strength lies in divination. Wei Jun has only just awakened his Hao-Ian righteous chi, and Yuan Hao focuses on defense. Holding off 2 great demons would be a feat in itself. More importantly, locating and breaking a spatial treasure takes time. Even if someone goes to rescue them now, I fear it will be too late. Meanwhile, at the sight of Wei Jun and his companion's disappearance, Chu Fun rushed to the scene. Ji Shuai and Zhao Yun followed close behind. Upon arrival, they quickly confirmed it was a spatial treasure. Chu Fun, her patience wearing thin, glared at Ji Shuai. How many houses in the capital can deploy 3 great demons without a record? Give me the list. I'll personally pay each one a visit. Ji Shuai attempted to placate her. Saving them is more important. We should locate the spatial treasure first. Princess Ming Zhu, arriving at the scene, added, I fear it's too late. The 3 great demons are Qi-type, and the spatial treasure is also Qi-type. By the time we break through, Wei Jun will likely be dead. Chu Fun, worried but with no other option, said, find the location of the treasure first. Zhao Yun spoke up, leave it to me. I'm sensitive to the aura of spatial treasures. I should be able to find it quickly. With that, Zhao Yun closed her eyes, focusing her senses. It didn't take long. Zhao Yun opened her eyes and thrust her spear directly into the spatial barrier. Those watching were astonished by her power and precision. She broke through the space with one strike. Wait, a spatial treasure shouldn't be that easy to shatter. Someone's coming out from inside. As Zhao Yun looked towards the tip of her spear, she bit back a smile. Yuan Hao, his cheeks flushed, stammered, General Zhao, do you have some sort of grievance against my backside? The 3 high-ranking officials were speechless at the sight before them. What in the world just happened? Someone explain this to me. Are all 3 great demons dead? Wei Jun stared at the 3 incapacitated great demons in the distance, regret gnawing at him. He turned to Yuan Hao, questioning, didn't you say your specialty was defense? Yuan Hao nodded in confirmation. That's right, I mainly cultivate defensive techniques. Wei Jun grabbed Yuan Hao by the collar, his voice booming. Are you still trying to fool me? If your specialty is defense, then how did you take down 3 great demons with a single move inside that spatial treasure? Yuan Hao offered an explanation. Minister Wei, I truly wasn't deceiving you. Have you ever heard the saying, the best defense is a good offense? That's why I focus on honing my defense to the utmost. Wei Jun ground his teeth, fuming inwardly. Ji Shuai assessed the situation. That old fox, number 6, must have taught him this play the pig, eat the tiger routine. Chu Fun teased Yuan Hao. So old, yet you can easily kill 3 great demons. How can you still be called the disgrace of the inspectorate? Zhao Yun also chimed in, lips curled. Not a single scratch on him. It's a bit of a blow to my pride. Yuan Hao rubbed his sore backside with a pathetic whimper. I am hurt. My butt is scraped raw. General Zhao, you scare me half to death. I thought my backside was going to explode. Wei Jun and Zhao Yun glared at him. The sight of the plump man feigning injury made them want to thrash him. Wei Jun seethed, cursing internally, damn fatty, playing the pig, eat the tiger with me. Just you wait. When I get back, I'll ask the Celestial Emperor to have you reincarnated as a pig. Princess Ming Zhu approached. Minister Wei, did you really kill these 3 great demons? Yuan Hao nodded smugly, but then his eyes widened in horror as he stared at the demonic corpses. Dead. Impossible. I only slashed at them once. At most, I only wounded them. I'm weak. Are those great demons putting on an act? Chu Funfin stepped forward to confirm. All killed with a single slash. Precise and deadly. Minister Wei, that strike had a touch of Sword God Guyu's flair. Yuan Hao was even more bewildered. Sword God Guyu, Prime Minister, are you joking? I'm really just a good-for-nothing. While examining the bodies, Chu Fanfan suddenly noticed something. She immediately called Ji Shuai over. Ji Shuai, I need an explanation. Why are these on the great demons? Under the sky-emptying decree, not even a blade of grass survives. These sky-emptying decree tokens are your handiwork, embedded with killing formations and explosives. It's fortunate Yuan Hao acted swiftly. If those great demons had activated these tokens, even immortals couldn't have saved them. Sky-emptying decree tokens are incredibly difficult to craft. Back during the war, there were no more than 100 in existence. Tell me, besides you, who else could casually acquire 3 of these? Facing Chu Fanfun's interrogation, Ji Shuai calmly replied, "This is nothing but a false accusation." Chu Fanfun's anger flared at Ji Shuai's casual dismissal. "A simple false accusation, and you think you can wash your hands of this? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Ji Shuai, with a sigh of feigned exasperation, insisted, "It truly is as I say. I crafted quite a few skemptying decree tokens back then and gave many away. The royal family has no fewer than 3, for instance. I also gifted 5 to the national teacher, 3 to Lu Qian, and even gave 1 to Zilong. Oh, and Master Yang has some as well. I gave him 5 too." From the crowd, Yuan Hao's voice rang out, sharp with suspicion. "Master Yang. Could it be Master Yang who wants this diary back? If its contents were to become public, I doubt he'd be able to live in peace." Chu Fanfun's voice was tight with determination. "I will get to the bottom of this." She strode to Wei Jun's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her gaze, sharp and dangerous, sent a chill through the air. "No matter who is responsible, Wei Jun is my student. Whoever wants him dead had best be prepared to kill me as well. Otherwise, I will show them the true meaning of a Ba Shang's wrath." With that, Chu Fanfun enveloped Wei Jun in a shimmering light, and they vanished. In the national teacher's residence, Chun Jia held a teacup, his brow furrowed. "Master, was this our doing?" Upon receiving a negative response, he mused aloud, "Not us. Now, this is interesting. There aren't many who could deploy 3 great demons, a spatial artifact, and 3 sky-emptying decree tokens simultaneously. Besides us, it could only be Ji Shuai, the royal family, or the Inspector General." The old man before him lifted his teacup. "The royal family and the Inspector General need Wei Jun alive for the national sacrifice. They wouldn't act so rashly." Ji Chong Kong's actions against Ji Dang Tian made his stance clear. If he wanted Wei Jun dead, the boy would already be gone. It seems Yang Shouyi still lives. A tenacious one, indeed. Chun Jia's confusion was evident. "Master, are you suggesting Yang Shouyi is behind this? But why would he want Wei Jun dead?" The national teacher replied calmly, "Find him, and we will learn the reason. If Yang Shouyi lives, he must be dealt with first. The matter of the Ji family can wait. Let Ji Chong Kong squirm for a few more days." Elsewhere, Princess Ming Zhu addressed Ji Shuai. "Marshal Ji, if Wei Jun is safe, I will take my leave and return to the palace." Yuan Hao also excused himself, stating his need to report to his father. Zhao Yin spoke up. "The great demon's remains have been transported. Madam Bai, you should rest as well." As Zhao Yin passed by Gwyntam's voice was low and laced with meaning. "General Zhao, you found your way quite quickly this time. No more getting lost, I see." Zhao Yin turned, but Bai Gwyntam was already gone. Living up to her reputation, indeed. Bai Gwyntam was truly Bai Gwyntam. "Marshal Ji, it seems she suspects your involvement." Ji Shuai's face darkened. Turning to leave, he muttered, "Truly worthy of the title #1 divine strategist. Her observation skills are astounding. She likely knows we never intended to kill Wei Jun, and has probably guessed our aim was to mislead the national teacher. She and the Fire Nation's national teacher are sworn enemies. Naturally, she won't reveal this matter. As long as we can make the national teacher believe that Grandmaster Yang is still alive, we'll buy ourselves more time to prepare against the Cultivator Alliance. Our objective will be achieved." Back at the Imperial Academy, leisurely sipping tea and nibbling on pastries, Chu Fanfun angrily scolded, "You rotten brat. You've only been at the Hamlin Academy for 2 days. Your seat hasn't even warmed up yet, and so much has already happened. Have you given this any thought?" Wei Jun, munching on a pastry, lazily replied, "Master, don't worry. Someone wanting me dead is actually a good thing. It only proves that what I'm doing is right, and someone's starting to get anxious." Hearing this, Chu Fanfun furrowed her brow. Many people believe what they're doing is right, that they're saving this nation. But acting so recklessly, leaving no room for retreat, is that truly commendable? I know you're resolute and unafraid of death. Do you think there aren't others in the court like you? Take Prime Minister Shangwan, for example, demoted because the emperor is obsessed with cultivation and neglects his duties. He shouldered the burden of the realm for nearly 15 years. To maintain stability in the Great Qian after the war, he's exhausted himself both mentally and physically. His cultivation stagnated, his lifespan significantly shortened. But everyone forgets, before becoming prime minister, he was a renowned cultivation genius. He possessed saintly potential, a true prodigy. Even in my presence, he grasped the righteous Hao Ran-chi, and the former crown prince. His talent was no less than mine. Had he dedicated himself to cultivation, he would have had the chance to reach the realm of the ancient human emperors. With a flick of his wrist, he could have controlled the court. Yet, at such a young age, he founded the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society, leading by example for the soldiers. In the end, those who shared his ideals met tragic ends. So many like them, in the prime of their lives, offered their flesh and blood for this nation, sacrificing everything for their grand ideals. But in my opinion, they were completely mistaken. Wei Jun, do you understand what I'm saying? Wei Jun calmly finished the pastry in his hand before replying, I understand, master. If Prime Minister Shang Wan and the former crown prince had devoted themselves entirely to cultivation, once they possessed overwhelming power, they could have easily swept away all obstacles. Saving the nation and its people would have been far simpler. Chu Funfen nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Clever, as expected of my most prized student. The great Qian indeed faces many problems, and many are contemplating different solutions, striving to resolve them. But in my view, there's only one true solution: to make your own fist the hardest in the world. A fist represents power, a clenched fist, authority. Looking at Chu Funfen's serious expression, Wei Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Who's adorable? You are. Your whole family is adorable. Chu Funfen blushed. Who are you calling adorable? You're adorable. Your whole family is adorable. What's so funny? Am I wrong? Or did I misspeak? Wei Jun coughed a few times, composing himself before speaking. Master, I generally agree with your perspective. However, I feel you're being somewhat unfair in your assessment of Prime Minister Shang Wan and the others. Chu Funfen clenched her fists, her voice tight with anger. Unfair. Explain yourself clearly, Wei Jun, or I won't be responsible for where my fists land. Wei Jun met Chu Funfen's gaze directly. Master, I believe that Prime Minister Shang Wan's sacrifices and schemes held value. Without the sacrifices and arrangements of those individuals, would you have had the time and space to peacefully cultivate your strength? For a nation to rise, it needs not only peak-level experts, but also those who diligently cultivate, those who risk their lives to defend it, those who plead for the people, those who sacrifice themselves for righteousness. If everyone were to preserve their strength and wait for a later day, there would be no later day. In short, some must sacrifice first, so that others may have a flicker of hope. His gaze locked with Chu Funfen's, unwavering. I am willing to be one who sacrifices himself for righteousness. Chu Funfen was silent for a moment. Wei Jun, you're not like others. Your talent is exceptional. If you focus on cultivation, you have the potential to become the strongest, surpassing everyone. Your continued life holds more value than that of others. Wei Jun propped his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Master, if I recall correctly, you once said your sacred path was the path of equality, did you not? Chu Funfen remembered her previous words and sighed in resignation. It seems I won't be able to persuade you today, but I still hope you will live. Only by living is there hope. Only then can you accomplish more. Wei Jun simply looked at her, silent. Such a narrow perspective, little sister. This heavenly emperor's death is the hope. Living offers little. Chu Funfen then allowed Wei Jun to return home. Alone in her room, she massaged her temples, weariness evident in her voice. How ironic. My sacred path is the path of equality, yet I cannot treat Wei Jun equally. All people are equal, but for some reason, this boy holds more weight in my heart than others. I simply cannot achieve equality. Wei Jun, oh Wei Jun, you have become a significant obstacle on my path of cultivation. You have become my heart demon. Back in his own home, Wei Jun sat on his bed, gazing at a worn diary, lost in thought. Chu Funfen, if you're still trying to convince this heavenly emperor to live a good life, don't joke around. Do I look that easily fooled? Not only do I want to die, but I want to die quickly and decisively. I absolutely cannot allow you lot to protect my life. The moment I stepped outside the Yang estate today, I was ambushed by 3 powerful demons. It seems this half of the diary truly is a death warrant. But those who are powerful enough to take my life don't yet know the contents, so they can't be certain if it implicates them. Perhaps they haven't fully committed to silencing me. The next morning, The marketplace bustled with its usual vibrant energy, a cacophony of buyers and sellers. But today, the peace seemed fragile. A mysterious old man appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his voice carrying over the din. Have you heard? Wei Jun, the esteemed Wei Jun, plans to reveal the contents of Master Yang's diary. It's said to contain a mountain of evidence against corrupt officials, detailing bribery and countless violations of the law. My friend, another voice chimed in. Have you heard about Master Yang's diary? They say it reveals the truth behind the war with Wei. Once that truth comes to light, it'll shake the very foundations of this kingdom. Someone told me, a third voice whispered conspiratorially, that the master wrote in his diary that the war with Wei was orchestrated by the Cultivation Alliance. Apparently, during the battles, the disciples of the Changsheng sect all retreated to the rear. Do you know why the court has forbidden any mention of the war with Wei these past few years? Because we were on the verge of conquering the Western continent. But His Majesty's blundering command ruined everything. I even heard the diary accuses His Majesty of assassinating the former emperor. Don't tell me you haven't heard. Another man exclaimed. News of this diary has spread throughout the southern city. He punctuated his statement with a hearty bite of a chicken leg. The man beside him, trembling with indignation, sputtered, I haven't heard any of this. But more importantly, who are you? And why are you eating my chicken leg? You'll pay for that. Another bystander stood up and asked, Sir, is everything you've said true? The old man, gnawing on the chicken bone, stood and sauntered away. I learned all this from an inside source. He called back over his shoulder. So rest assured, it's the genuine article. A Qian doesn't lie to another Qian. Those who have been listening were left stunned. I have a feeling this is accurate, one murmured. This isn't a joke. Slipping into a narrow alleyway, Wei Jun ripped off his disguise of wig and false beard, a smug grin spreading across his face. I used Hao Ranzheng Qi to spread these rumors. They have no choice but to believe them. At this rate, the entire capital will be buzzing by morning. All I have to do is sit back and wait for those implicated by my rumors to come scrambling to silence me. Wei Jun had drastically underestimated the speed at which rumors travel. Just 1 hour later, the city was ablaze with whispers. Have you heard about the diary? Wei Jun is incredibly bold. You must have heard. The whole capital knows. Wei Jun was ambushed by 3 demons right outside the Yang estate. The Changsheng sect is truly worthless. I heard the national teacher wants to become emperor. No, I heard he wants to marry our current saint. Yes, isn't that right? Tell me more. Wei Jun is a man of steel. Anyone else would have been too afraid to reveal this information. Wei Jun is in grave danger now. That diary truly is a death warrant. Suddenly, a voice shouted above the clamor. Wei Jun is at the Miao Yin Pavilion. Let's go there and get the truth straight from him. Within the enchanting Miao Yin Pavilion, Miss Meng addressed Wei Jun with a worried frown. Young Master Wei, she began, her voice laced with concern. The crowds gathering outside are growing larger by the hour. I fear many harbor ill intentions. This time, you've truly stirred up a hornet's nest. A flicker of perverse satisfaction lit Wei Jun's eyes. Trouble is exactly what I need, he replied, a strange lilt to his voice. In fact, I'm aiming for something far worse. The rumors are spreading nicely. It seems my demise is all but guaranteed. Meng's concern turned to anger. Someone is deliberately spreading these rumors, trying to force your hand, young Master Wei. She exclaimed, her voice sharp with indignation. If I ever find out who's behind this, I'll personally drag them down to the underworld. Wei Jun feigned alarm, waving his hands frantically. If you could actually manage that, he stammered, I confess to starting the rumors myself. But a woman's words are fickle things, meant to deceive both men and ghosts. I wouldn't trust you to follow through. He puffed out his chest, affecting an air of nonchalant confidence. Rest assured, Miss Meng, there's no need to fret over me. Even if those with malicious intent come knocking, I have my own methods of dealing with them. Relying on a young lady like yourself simply wouldn't do. Opportunity must be seized by one's own hand. With that, he strode out onto the pavilion steps. The moment his figure appeared, a cacophony of excited whispers erupted from the throng below. Raising his voice, Wei Jun addressed the crowd. People of the Great Qian. He boomed. I know you have questions, and I will give you answers. Many of the rumors you've heard are true. Master Yang's diary is indeed in my possession. And yes, I was attacked by 3 powerful demons yesterday. He paused for dramatic effect, letting his words sink in. Furthermore, he continued, his voice ringing with conviction. Master Yang's diary contains scandalous secrets, revealing the truth behind the war with the Wei Kingdom. Many prominent figures are implicated. Its release will undoubtedly tarnish reputations and perhaps even claim lives. His voice swelled with righteous fervor. But heaven sees all, and retribution is at hand. I, Wei Jun, swear before all of you that I will make Master Yang's diary public. I will expose these evils to the light of day and ensure that justice prevails throughout the Great Qian. His declaration hung in the air, heavy with consequence. Only my death can stop me, he added, his voice steely. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. From the lowliest beggar to the most esteemed scholar, everyone understood the implications of his words. News of his proclamation would spread like wildfire, and countless blades would be aimed at his throat. And that, of course, was precisely what Wei Jun intended. A smug smile played on his lips. Killing intent from all directions. Excellent, he thought. This time, death is certain. Lu Yuanhao is with Bai Qin at the Xianzheng Li Quan sect. Even if it's the end of the workday, that fatty will have to report back to Director Lu at the palace. He won't be able to save me this time. Just to be sure, I'll wait until nightfall to return home. As darkness descended, Wei Jun prepared to leave for his residence. Miss Ming rushed forward, her voice laced with concern. Young Master Wei, please don't go back tonight. You've spoken too frankly, too boldly against powerful figures. Leaving Miao in Pavilion now would be incredibly dangerous. But this was precisely Wei Jun's plan, meticulously laid out, and he wouldn't be swayed. No, I must. A Wei has never needed a woman's protection. Besides, we're not related. I can't drag you into this. A blush crept up Miss Ming's cheeks. If young Master Wei would only accept my affections, become my beloved, then we would be related. Wei Jun waved his hand dismissively. Please, who needs to be related to you? True affection is a meeting of minds and souls. Yours lacks spirit. Miss Ming flustered, her hands fluttering nervously. Young Master Wei, you must be worried about implicating me. There's no need. If you accept my feelings, my sect will ensure your safety. Wei Jun leaned in, a sly grin playing on his lips. Miss Ming, your understanding of the world is limited, but you misunderstand me. Let me be clear, I'm only interested in your body. I'm that shallow, so farewell. With a flourish, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode away. The matter of my sect is already out. Staying longer would only complicate things. The timing is perfect. If all goes well, I'll be ambushed on my way home. Another young woman hurried in. Elder sister, that Wei Jun is truly a lecher. I believe every word he said. Miss Ming shook her head. Your judgment of men is poor. Wei Jun is not as shallow as you think. Besides, a man's appreciation for beauty is natural. He didn't want to involve me. That speaks volumes about his character. You should learn from me. Choose a man like Wei Jun. Wei Jun's lechery towards me is a compliment to my beauty. His unwillingness to endanger me proves his worth. You should learn from me. Choose a man like Wei Jun. However, his words tonight were audacious. He's made enemies. There will be trouble on his way home. Just as Miss Ming predicted, assassins lurked in the shadows along Wei Jun's route. As he stepped into their kill zone, before they could even strike, 2 shadowy figures materialized, swiftly and silently eliminating the assassins. Wei Jun continued his stroll, seemingly oblivious. Faintly aware of the commotion, a smile touched his lips. He could sense someone following him, a subtle but undeniable presence. The feeling was indistinct, suggesting a cultivator of far greater power. Excellent. Come on then. I'm practically begging for death. Come and take my life with your blade. Unaware of the shadowy figures dispatching every assassin in his path, Wei Jun walked on, anticipating an attack that never came. As he pushed open the gates of his estate, the 2 shadowy figures, watching his unharmed back, breathed a sigh of relief. These weren't amateurs, well-trained assassins. It seems some have already made their move. Beneath the moonlight, Miss Ming and another young woman, swords in hand, stood perched on a rooftop, their gazes fixed on Wei Jun as he entered his residence. Miss Ming's eyes turned cold. A pity, she declared. With me here, no one will stop young Master Wei from returning home safely. A guard, witnessing Wei Jun's unhindered passage, breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wei Jun stood fuming, frustration simmering within him. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, these useless fools. Are they being overly cautious? They followed me all this way and didn't even dare to make a move. Having changed into his night clothes, he sat on his bed, muttering in vexation. Impossible. I clearly sense people following me. How could no one have attacked on my way home? Are they truly that cautious? I understand now, he mused. They must be trying to avoid revealing any openings, waiting until I'm asleep before they strike. I can sense more and more assassins gathering around. If that's the case, I'll just have to play along. Perhaps I should go to sleep early. I've angered so many people this time. The assassins they've sent definitely won't leave empty-handed. A good night's sleep, and when I wake, I'll be the heavenly emperor, invincible across all realms. As Wei Jun closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, a trickle of drool escaped his lips. Suddenly, Bai Qin appeared beside his bed, seemingly out of thin air. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched him sleep, a tender fondness in her eyes. Afraid to wake him, she whispered, sleeping so soundly. I wonder what he's dreaming about. He really doesn't make it easy to worry about him. Just one day without me by his side, and he causes such a commotion. But Wei Lang, she continued softly, rest assured. The fusion between me and my dark personality is nearing completion. My current strength far surpasses what it once was. No matter how many people want you dead, I will never let them harm a single hair on your head. Just then, Bai Qin noticed a new presence. A faint smile played on her lips. Wei Lang, you truly attract good fortune. It seems I won't need to intervene tonight. Outside Wei Jun's estate, Elder Ming suddenly appeared. With a single punch, he swiftly dispatched all the assassins. Landing softly on the ground, he thought to himself, Wei Jun, I owe you my life. As long as I live, I will never allow anyone to harm you. The sage above, his noble spirit endures. With that, Elder Ming moved like the wind, rushing out to deal with any newly arrived assassins. Witnessing the old man single-handedly eliminate the assassins, the young woman accompanying Miss Ming was astonished. Who is that? To so easily deal with so many assassins. His movements are too fast. I can only discern that he's at the Grand Scholar realm. A Grand Scholar acting as his protector. Just what is this Wei Jun's background? Seeing this, Miss Ming felt a sense of relief. An upright man like Wei Jun naturally possesses his own fortune. This is enough. It seems we are no longer needed here. Let's return. The other young woman asked, surprised, Elder sister, aren't you going to tell Wei Jun that you were the one protecting him? Miss Ming smiled gently. There's no need. Wei Jun is a man of unwavering integrity, and I, in turn, do not wish to be a petty person who demands repayment for a favor. I hope he can willingly become the recipient of my affections. Over here, Elder Ming was fighting with exhilarating zeal. So this is what it feels like to risk one's life for another. Wei Jun, you are the one who gave me the courage to face adversity. You are the one who elevated my soul. There's no need for gratitude, no need to thank me. This is all the good fortune you deserve. I truly live up to my reputation as a brilliant Grand Scholar. As dawn broke, Wei Jun immediately woke up. He punched himself hard, then rolled out of bed. Ouch, I'm still alive. How can this be? Yesterday, I offended so many people. They absolutely wouldn't let me off so easily. Last night, I truly sensed many assassins lurking in the shadows. Why didn't they make a move? I left Lu Yu and Hao, creating such perfect conditions for them. I cooperated so well, even forcing myself into a deep sleep. Why haven't you acted yet? You bunch of useless fools. What are you doing? Wei Jun opened the door and saw a pile of dead assassins of various ranks scattered across the courtyard. Elder Ming stood beside them, proudly surveying his handiwork. Wei Jun was astonished. His lips trembled as he asked Elder Ming, why did you suddenly come here? Were you here protecting me last night? Elder Ming smiled kindly and said, there's no need for such gratitude, Wei Jun. You deserve this. You spared me at the Imperial Academy by not exposing my faked death. I owe you my life. From you, I've learned courage and responsibility. Rest assured from now on, I will always secretly protect your safety. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun regretted not making a bigger fuss at the Imperial Academy. Rest assured, my foot. How could I have let you off the hook back then? Is it too late to report you now? He thought bitterly. Meng Jia emerged from the pile of assassin corpses and greeted Wei Jun. Good morning, Your Excellency. My father asked me to inform you that there are many dead here. It turns out they were assassins from the Kaching organization. It seems the capital's security will improve a bit now. However, my father is considered dead in the eyes of the public, so it's inconvenient for him to reveal himself. Therefore, all the credit can only be attributed to you. Because of this, the Sixth Fan School has also prepared some rewards for you. Please don't take offense. Wei Jun reluctantly accepted the certificate of merit, fighting back tears. Looking at the proud smiles of the two gods before him who were destroying his inner peace and sanity, he thought, dying for someone else's gain, is it? Just you wait, you two. When the sage was alive, he created a special artifact. It can distinguish whether the information recorded on an object is true or false, and it can also tell whether a person is lying or telling the truth. This artifact is currently in Dali and is called the Holy Altar. The process of using the Holy Altar to distinguish truth from falsehood is called Holy Judgment. As soon as Wei Jun finished speaking, Yuan Hao looked at him worriedly. Your Excellency, do you really want to do something this big? Doing so, I'm afraid, will anger the top experts. I can't protect you, Bai Quinixin said, her voice laced with worry. Though her strength had grown considerably, the gap between her and the peak cultivators remained vast. She looked at Wei Jun, seeking confirmation. Lord Wei, if, after the holy ritual, the contents of the diary proved true, if the war truly was a conspiracy orchestrated by cultivators to accumulate merit, what will you do? Wei Jun's response was immediate and unwavering. I'll pick up my brush, write it directly into the records, and then inscribe it within the Haotian script. His thoughts churned beneath the surface. Yesterday's suicide plan was foiled by Old Meng, but this heavenly emperor won't be discouraged. I'll make such a commotion that they won't know how to react. Bai Quinixin's anxiety was palpable. Recording history in the Haotian script is equivalent to official confirmation. Moreover, it will spread throughout the world in no time. The major cultivation sects, especially the other leaders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, will suffer a significant blow to their fortunes. If that's truly the case, the Heavenly Secrets Elder will go mad. He might even come to kill you personally. The Heavenly Secrets Elder is the strongest in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and one of the most ancient and powerful cultivators alive today. It's said his reputation has resonated for 500 years before and 500 years after the Patriotic War, making him famous for 1,000 years. If he wants to kill you, I fear few in this world could stop him. Wei Jun, concealing his inner glee, spoke confidently to Bai Quinixin. Lord Bai, don't be so pessimistic. What if the diary's contents are false? I'll be helping them prove their innocence. Perhaps they'll even thank me. Bai Quinixin countered, her worry undiminished. That possibility is too slim. Lord Wei, please wait. Perhaps there's another way. Wei Jun slammed his hand on the table and stood. I can't wait any longer. I submitted a request to the Dali Temple yesterday. They've agreed to my request. Once the holy altar is activated and the resources are prepared, we can perform the holy ritual. If we have a lead, we must confirm its veracity as quickly as possible. As the scribe, it's my responsibility to uncover the truth. Having laid out his plans, Wei Jun now sat leisurely, legs crossed, marveling at his own ingenuity. News of my request for the holy ritual must have spread. After all, the ritual requires preparation time, which conveniently gives those who want me dead time to prepare as well. With any luck, I might be killed before the ritual even begins. Perhaps someone will come to threaten or bribe me, but I won't waver. The second prince, observing Wei Jun's relaxed demeanor, remarked, Lord Wei, you seem to be in high spirits. You're even whistling. Are you aware that the news of your request for the holy ritual is about to shake the entire capital? Upon seeing the second prince, Wei Jun rose and approached him respectfully. Second prince, I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive. Have you come to persuade me to abandon the holy ritual? The second prince sighed, settling into a chair. Since Father Emperor began cultivating the Tao with the national teacher, we princes and princesses have had to join various cultivation sections. Coincidentally, I joined the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The pavilion master himself instructed me that if I could dissuade Lord Wei from pursuing the holy ritual, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would fully support my claim to the throne. Wei Jun sank into the adjacent chair, clicking his tongue. The one who delivers the final blow is truly the most ruthless. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion reacting like this The contents of the diary must be true. The second prince continued, I've heard rumors about the diary's contents, similar to Lord Wei's thoughts. That's why I ultimately refused the pavilion master. Wei Jun looked at the second prince in surprise. So you haven't come to dissuade me? The second prince immediately and sternly denied this. Of course not. If the contents of Master Yang's diary are true, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion intends to overthrow the Great Chu. I am a prince of the Great Chu. Naturally, our positions are irreconcilable. Without the Great Chu, what prince would I be? But I still feel a sense of guilt towards you. The second prince's expression darkened as he spoke. When Wei Jun asked why, the second prince clenched his fists, the veins in his hands bulging. You, loyal to the nation, investigate the truth of history, disregarding your own safety to petition for the holy altar. I, as a prince of the Great Chu, have no reason to stop you. I also know full well that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will retaliate against you for this, perhaps even eliminate you. Yet, as a prince of the Great Chu, I lack the power to protect you. Hearing these words, Wei Jun offered a gentle smile. Your Highness, you needn't blame yourself. I only wish to seek the truth for the souls lost in the patriotic war. This matter has nothing to do with you. I seek benevolence and receive benevolence. Whatever the consequences, I am willing to bear them. The second prince's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Why? How can you face death with such composure? Wei Jun stroked his chin, as if pondering something, sidestepping the prince's question. But then again, will the Heavenly Secrets Elder truly come personally to take my life? The second prince quickly confirmed, I suspect it won't come to that. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is the most powerful cultivation sect in the Great Qian Court. They will have ways to prevent you from petitioning for the holy altar. Wei Jun asked, puzzled. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is the most powerful. I always assumed it was the Everlasting Sect. The second prince's gaze darkened. While the Everlasting Sect is arrogant and tyrannical, most of its disciples pursue immortality, thus dedicating their efforts to cultivation. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is different. They are a sect that thrives on information. To predict the heavenly secrets, they must constantly gather all kinds of worldly news, and therefore, they must cultivate their own influence. Rumor has it they possess a ledger detailing the weaknesses, scandals, and evidence of bribery of every civil and military official in the Great Qian Court. Through this ledger, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion secretly holds the vulnerabilities of many within the court. Some even say the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion truly holds the reins of power. Wei Jun inquired, does this black book truly exist? The second prince replied, it's impossible to say for certain, but those with guilty consciences naturally wouldn't dare gamble. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's influence in court is certainly not fabricated. In recent years, outer disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion have repeatedly entered the court as officials. Their forming of cliques within the court is an open secret. It's just that the emperor, focused on his cultivation, pays no mind to these matters. Wei Jun frowned. Why would Heavenly Secrets disciples want to become court officials? Shouldn't cultivators value severing worldly ties? Upon hearing this, the second prince gritted his teeth in fury. Because the Cultivator Alliance wants to implement the 9 ranks immortal sect system, outer disciples will enter the court as officials, seeking resources for the sect, while inner disciples will focus solely on cultivation. Wei Jun slammed his fist on the table, rising to his feet. Preposterous. If this system is widely implemented, the common people will become the lowest slaves, mere fodder for the cultivation sections. This is a blatant attempt to sever the very foundation of the Great Qian, who devised this 9 ranks immortal sect system. They are a menace, a blight upon this world. When the second prince revealed the Heavenly Secrets Elder as the architect, Wei Jun's face darkened, his voice thick with rage. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Heavenly Secrets Elder, very well. I will remember them. They will pay dearly for this. The second prince furrowed his brow. Lord Wei, the holy altar requires time to prepare. I truly fear the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will not wait. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Hao rushed in, breathless. Lord Wei, it's bad. My foster father sent word. More than half the civil and military officials in the court have submitted memorials impeaching you. They claim you're using the diary to spread false rumors, slandering the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Changshang sect, and other righteous immortal sections. They say you're unfit to be the war strategist, a danger to the nation and its people, deserving of death. His Majesty has been alerted. He will personally preside over court tomorrow to interrogate you. The second prince's face tightened with worry. Damn it, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion acted so swiftly, so ruthlessly. Upon hearing this news, Wei Jun was so overcome with joy that tears welled in his eyes. Such unexpected happiness. This news, he wiped away a tear. It's like a dream. I've woken up, but the emotion lingers. The second prince, however, frowned, searching for a solution. Father hasn't presided over court in 5 years. This time, he's making an exception for Wei Jun. I fear the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will pressure him to actually execute Wei Jun. He turned to the other two. Lord Wei, please don't be rash. These traitors, sooner or later, I will purge them from the court. According to procedure, you must appear in court tomorrow to defend yourself. You must exercise restraint and not give them any opportunity to exploit. Nearby, Yuan Hao nodded in agreement. The second prince speaks wisely. Preserving your life is paramount. Lord Wei, you must heed his advice. When they saw Wei Jun nod, both understood perfectly well that Wei Jun had absolutely no intention of showing restraint. Turning to leave, he hid a grin that stretched from ear to ear, thinking to himself, as if a true villain would never reveal their hand so easily. I must play my part perfectly. Bai Qinnixin entered, speaking immediately. I've just returned. News of Lord Wei's troubles with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the officials' impeachment memorials has spread throughout the capital. Yuan Hao panicked. How can it be so fast? My foster father just informed me. Has the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion already leaked the information? Aren't they afraid of inciting public outrage? Bai Qinnixin replied, there's only one explanation. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion intentionally spread the news. They want as many people to know as possible. Then, they'll use absolute force to suppress any dissent, whether it's to make an example or for some other purpose. Now that things have escalated to this point, they will stop at nothing to ensure Lord Wei's death. Yuan Hao gasped in disbelief. Are they mad? Is a sixth-rank official like Lord Wei worth such elaborate machinations? The second prince, his anxiety growing, added a lion hunts a rabbit with its full strength. Truly, this is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion style. Wei Jun, silent until now, finally spoke. Such painstaking efforts suggest their goal isn't simply my death. I suspect the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, or rather, the Cultivator Alliance, intends to use my execution as bait. They want to draw out those who oppose them, eliminate them, and then forcibly implement the 9 grades immortal sect system. He trembled with a strange excitement. This is intriguing. This antagonist possesses both power and intellect. I can barely contain my anticipation. If Lord Wei's suspicions are correct, Yuan Hao said, his voice grave, then this is far more serious than we thought. I'll implore my foster father to use all his influence to protect you. The second prince nodded. I'll contact the ministers who haven't yet submitted impeachment memorials against Lord Wei. Bai Qinnixin added urgently, I'll seek out Princess Mingzhu. She might have a solution. Seeing their worried faces, Wei Jun couldn't help but speak. Don't you understand? Anyone who speaks up for me will be marked as an enemy by the Cultivator Alliance. If others, especially those with influence, die because of me, even my own death won't atone for it. The second prince responded, someone like you, Lord Wei, shouldn't die a meaningless death. We must do everything we can. Watching the three of them hurry away, Wei Jun sighed. Well, I suppose I'll just have to revive them after I become Heavenly Emperor. Besides, given the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's methods, they won't give anyone a chance to save me anyway. Subsequent events proved Wei Jun's prediction correct. The Cultivator Alliance and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had indeed laid a near-perfect trap for him. Half an hour later, at the censorate, Taizhu spoke to Lu Qian's foster father. According to Old Chu, Lord Wei's deductions were once again entirely accurate. Lu Qian pondered this. It wasn't difficult to predict. The problem is their overwhelming power. It's a blatant scheme, easily seen through, but impossible to counter. And that boy, Wei Jun, facing certain doom, refuses to implicate others. His sense of responsibility is heartbreaking. Yuan Hao, furious but helpless, exclaimed, "Foster father, what can we do? Are we just going to watch Lord Wei go to war with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" Tai Zhu, standing behind him, urged, "Then let's go to war. Are we at the censorate afraid of those insects?" Lu Qian roared, "You may not be afraid, but others are." Would the other brothers in the censorate agree to a war with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for the sake of one man? Furthermore, the censorate is merely a blade in His Majesty's hand. If the blade develops its own will, it will only end up broken. Tai Zhu ground his teeth. Is retreat our only option? Are we to let the Cultivator Alliance run rampant and wreak havoc upon the nation? Lu Qian racked his brain. To retreat further would truly leave him with no way out. If even a distinguished hero like Wei Jun could be reduced to a mere scapegoat, then the great Qin dynasty's future held only a bottomless abyss. "This doesn't concern the censorate," he muttered, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. "I'll handle this as a private citizen. Even if I face death tomorrow, I will defend Wei Jun with reason and righteousness." Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice suddenly announced from outside, "His Majesty's secret decree has arrived." According to intelligence reports, the messenger declared, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has recently detected traces of the former Crown Prince. His Majesty specifically commands Lu Qian, director of the censorate, along with his adopted son, Yuan Hao, to protect the former Crown Prince. Depart immediately. Disobedience will be met with decapitation," the messenger added gravely. Meanwhile, in Princess Mingzhu's residence, the princess took a delicate sip of tea. "Before you arrived," she addressed Bai Quinixin, "I contacted everyone I could, but they all refused me. The rumors are true. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's sorcerer possesses a list of court officials. Even the nuns who once supported me dare not accept my letters. Their silence speaks volumes." Bai Quinixin wrung her hands, anxiety etched on her face. It seems that when faced with personal gain, alliances, gender, and even religious doctrines become fragile. His Majesty is obsessed with longevity. If Lord Wei dies, the Great Qian will truly become the domain of the Cultivator Alliance. A fire of defiance flickered in Princess Mingzhu's eyes. "So, we have only two paths before us. 1. Watch Wei Jun die tomorrow and temporarily protect ourselves. 2. She continued, her voice laced with determination, "Take a gamble." Suddenly, a woman pushed open the door and entered. "There will be no gamble," she stated firmly. "Recklessness leads only to death." Bai Quinixin immediately recognized her as Princess Mingzhu's master from her cultivation sect. Resentment flashed in Princess Mingzhu's eyes. "Master," she questioned, her voice tight, "do you intend to stop me?" The woman chanted an incantation, her gaze cold as she addressed the princess. "Elder Tian has ordered me to confine you to the princess's residence to avoid creating a rift between us. I apologize, but I cannot refuse, nor can I watch you walk to your death. I have placed a barrier around the residence. I will lift it once this matter is resolved," she added. Turning to Bai Quinixin, she said, "You may leave. Yiqian will not be involved in this." Bai Quinixin remained silent. Just as Wei Jun had predicted, if the princess intervened, she would be implicated. She could only leave and seek another way. Bai Quinixin bowed respectfully and took her leave. Princess Mingzhu sighed, her voice filled with helplessness. "I'm sorry. I've disappointed you again." Hearing this, Bai Quinixin offered a comforting smile. "I learned the truth from the eldest princess. I, Bai Quinixin, have misunderstood you all these years. One person can only do so much. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself, princess. Some things, if you can help, it's out of kindness. If you can't, it's not your fault." Watching Bai Quinixin's retreating figure, the woman smiled faintly. "That girl's reasoning is quite sound." Princess Mingzhu turned back, her voice laced with despair. "I find this utterly absurd. If someone like Wei Jun can die, then there truly is no hope left for the Great Qian." Upon hearing these words, the woman, a thoughtful expression on her face, addressed Princess Mingzhu, "Yiqian, you're letting a single leaf blind you to the entire forest. Who's to say that another path to survival wouldn't be better for the Great Qian? Perhaps the Cultivator Alliance, assisting the royal family in governing, would be a superior outcome. And as my disciple, even if the 9 ranks immortal sex system is implemented, your position will remain secure. Remember, Master is saving your life." The situation at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wasn't much better. Zhao Yun spoke spoke to Ji Shuai with a troubled expression. Master Ji, I must leave the capital. Demonic beasts are causing unrest in the Jiangnan region, and His Majesty has decreed that I depart immediately to quell the disturbance. Yishui nodded. As expected, Lu Qian is leaving the capital. He's the emperor's confidant, so he cannot be allowed to die. Princess Mingzhu is under house arrest. She has the support of many female cultivators, so she cannot die either. And you are the disciple of the merchant saint, Liang Zilong. Naturally, you cannot die either. This is clearly the Heavenly Secrets Elder's game. Whoever takes the bait dies. Those like you, of course, cannot be sacrificed, so you've all been sent away on other tasks. It seems that tomorrow in court, Wei Jun will be completely isolated. The atmosphere at the Imperial Academy was equally tense. The national teacher spoke. Chu Fenfen, I hope you can enter secluded cultivation for half a month. Chu Fenfen's response was immediate and defiant. She raised her middle finger, her face a mask of displeasure. Old man, are you crazy? You think I'll just seclude myself because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? The national teacher took a calm sip of tea. Elder Ming is currently a guest at my residence. At the Chancellor's residence, the news was met with furrowed brows and worried whispers. Shangguan Xingjuan anxiously questioned his father. Father, is there truly no way for Wei Jun to break free from this predicament? Chancellor Shangguan sighed. The Heavenly Secrets Elder orchestrated this personally. I fear he's been planning this for years. Weariness etched itself onto Chancellor Shangguan's face. I'm already caught in this web myself. Simply ensuring my own survival will be difficult enough. What can I possibly do to resolve this situation? Wei Jun, he's certainly doomed. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, an old man sat, engrossed in a game of Go on a large board. He placed a stone, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Heaven and earth are my game board. And the day of enlightenment is my ascension. Win this game, and my Tao will be complete. The following morning, the court was filled with an air of palpable anxiety. But the man at the center of it all seemed strangely unaffected. Wei Jun strolled along, humming a tune. Today is a beautiful day, a day where the heart's desires are realized. Truly a beautiful day, a day to open the doors and welcome the spring breeze. Amidst the throng of officials, he quickly spotted a familiar figure. Oh, Director Bai, you've come to court as well. Bai Quinixon's dark eyes met his, her expression impassive. It has been many years since I last attended court. Though no one may notice, my position still affords me the right to be here. Wei Jun nodded, falling in a step beside her. I see. Then, Director Bai, please do not take any risks on my behalf later. Protect yourself. Bai Quinixon remained silent, a plan already forming in her mind. You're still worried about me at a time like this. Rest assured, I won't beg you for anything. It would be useless. The court has never been a place for reason. The only way to protect you is with force. The court officials, captivated by the two, erupted in murmurs. That's the comet, Wei Jun, and Bai Quinixon. Even Censor Bai is here. That harbinger of death has come to court again to wreak havoc. Don't worry, even if Censor Bai wants to intervene, the only one dying today is Wei Jun. He brought this on himself, choosing to side with Bai Quinixon and ruin his bright future. Bright future, my foot. Wei Jun is nothing but a pretentious fool. Wei Jun, hearing this, nodded. Now you're talking. The great Qian truly feels like it's on the verge of collapse, decaying from the inside out. It seems the court is overflowing with sycophants. These people aren't lacking brains. They're lacking patriotism. They're the parasites gnawing at the foundations of our nation. The officials, who had been whispering amongst themselves, were instantly enraged by Wei Jun's words. They surged forward, intent on teaching him a lesson. What did you say? How dare you insult us? Let's teach him a lesson. Before they could reach him, the second prince suddenly appeared, kicking them back with surprising force. Bai Quinixon gasped. The second prince. He looks furious. The second prince, his face a mask of frustrated anger, couldn't meet Wei Jun's gaze. I don't even have the right to be targeted. Lord Wei, if no one else intervenes, I will exhaust every effort to plead your case with my father. Wei Jun immediately refused. Absolutely not, Your Highness. The Heavenly Secrets Elder is playing a long game. I'm sure you've realized it. The outcome of this is no longer in our hands. Within the court, the officials erupted in a cacophony of accusations. Your Majesty, I accuse Hanlin scholar Wei Jun of abusing his power for personal gain. I accuse Hanlin scholar Wei Jun of buying fame and reputation. I accuse Hanlin scholar Wei Jun of spreading malicious rumors. I accuse him of slandering the righteous path immortal sect. Your Majesty, Wei Jun's crimes are heinous. We implore you to impose the harshest punishment. The emperor listened silently to the accusations against Wei Jun, his gaze dull as he watched the chaotic scene unfold below. Wei Jun stepped forward from the ranks, a laugh booming through the hall. You're all scrambling like a pack of dogs, fighting over scraps thrown by your master. Bai Qinnixin wasn't surprised by Wei Jun's behavior. That's Wei Jun for you. He'll never back down against these shameless hypocrites. Don't worry, I'll protect you, even if it costs me everything. The second prince was beside himself with worry. It's over. Father hates this kind of arrogance the most. The officials, stung by the mockery, roared their indignation. Insolent! How dare you? The imperial court is no place for a wretch like you to act so brazenly. Insulting all the officials, a portly minister stepped forward, his face flushed. He clenched his fist. You're just a lowly sixth-rank official. Everyone here is more noble than you. You arrogant, insolent wretch. I'll show you what respect for your superiors means. Minister Li raised his hand to strike Wei Jun, but Wei Jun preempted him with a resounding slap that sent the minister's head reeling. The blow was so forceful that it dislodged one of the minister's front teeth. The court officials gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Minister Li clutched his injured jaw, his face contorted in pain as he glared at Wei Jun. I am a third-rank official. You, a mere sixth rank, dare to strike me. Wei Jun's expression remained one of utter contempt. Strange. You were clearly the one who attacked first. I simply defended myself, seeing that he was outmatched both physically and verbally. Minister Li turned to the emperor, wailing dramatically. Rebellion. Wei Jun is rebelling. Your Majesty, Wei Jun shows no respect for heaven or earth. He has committed treason. I beg your Majesty to punish him. He cannot be spared. Heaven and earth will not tolerate him. From his dragon throne, the emperor spoke in a low voice. Minister Wei, what do you have to say? Wei Jun glanced at Minister Li before replying. I find this deeply saddening. He is the Minister of Revenue, a man of high standing and authority. He should possess the ability to command wind and rain. Yet, he is too lazy to even use his mind, resorting to the most exaggerated theatrics to convince everyone he's a mindless fool. Your Majesty, Wei Jun continued, his gaze unwavering as he met the emperor's eyes. Why do you think this is so? He showed no fear. Faced with such boldness, the emperor's languid demeanor finally shifted. The elder statesman in the court erupted in outrage. Insolent! You dare look directly at his majesty. Audacious! How dare you question his majesty? An elder statesman named Hu Zhongkong added his voice to the chorus of disapproval. The great Qian law dictates that those who commit lese majesty shall be removed from office. You, while serving as a scribe, spread false rumors and twisted the truth. Your crimes are unforgivable. Wei Jun responded calmly. Oh, so Minister Li was intentionally feigning ignorance, hoping to use the great Qian law to execute a loyal subject like myself. I've also heard that, according to the great Qian law, disciples of the Changsheng sect can kill without consequence, and commoners can only stand by as cultivators slaughter them. Is that correct? His voice dripped with scorn as he pressed his point. So, tell me, is it the great Qian law that is flawed, or is it you, its incompetent enforcers, who are the problem? The court officials were rendered speechless by Wei Jun's sharp rebuttal. At this moment, the indignant officials had no idea that Wei Jun's cutting words were only the beginning. The entire great Qian court was about to be shaken to its core by him. Zhongkong's voice boomed across the court. Preposterous! Wei Jun, have you lost your mind? You dare slander his majesty and question the great Qian law. Do you have a death wish? What's wrong with the great Qian law? Don't speak such nonsense. Wei Jun allowed a cold laugh. What could possibly be wrong with it? He glared at Zhongkang, his voice laced with fury. The great Qian law doesn't protect the citizens of the great Qian, but instead protects the butcher who slaughters them. Is there nothing wrong with such a law? His words resonated with righteous qi, striking deep into the hearts of those present. Do you dare say again that there's nothing wrong with the great Qian law? The Minister of Justice, also a Confucian scholar cultivated in righteous qi, found himself affected by Wei Jun's words, which resonated with the literary world. His own righteous qi wavered, and he lost the courage to retort. Seeing Zhong Kang speechless, Wei Jun continued, his gaze sweeping the court challengingly. If anyone else feels I'm wrong, speak up. We could debate this directly. Is there truly nothing wrong with the great Qian law? The officials paled, none daring to meet his gaze. Mutters rippled through the court. These scoundrels, hiding behind others and whispering insults, putting on airs of righteousness. Another voice chimed in, yes, so what if the Changshan sect gets some privileges? They lost so many protecting the realm during the war. Some people act so self-righteous, like they're the only good person in the world. Can't they just keep their mouths shut? We were better off when we kept our distance from the cultivators. Before this guy took office, the Great Qian was peaceful. The court and the Cultivation Alliance got along. The moment he arrived, everything changed. He thinks he's the only one who knows anything, so high and mighty, not like us lowly sinners. Just showing off his virtue. I've seen his kind before, all righteous on the surface, but who knows what filth they hide underneath. Wei Jun's lip curled in disdain. A pack of rats, scurrying in the shadows. If you don't dare face me directly, then keep your squeaking to yourselves. Who says we don't dare? Zhong Kang, regaining his composure, stepped forward. Was everything those officials just said untrue, Wei Jun? Ask yourself, if you hadn't deliberately driven a wedge between the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the court, would we be in this mess? Wei Jun's brow furrowed. Do you truly believe that? Zhong Kang's eyes burned with anger. I speak the truth. A vein throbbed in Wei Jun's forehead. Truth, my ass. He jabbed a finger at Zhong Kang, forcing him back a step. Is the conflict between the court and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion my doing? The Cultivation Alliance pushes for the 9 grades immortal sex system, and you all blindly look the other way. He gestured wildly. Even a lowly 6th rank official like me knows this, yet you old fools remain ignorant. Are you all incompetent? Can't you see the source of the conflict? You think sacrificing me will appease the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He strode to the center of the court, his voice booming. Those of you who refuse to face reality, listen well. If the sky is dark, then grope your way through it. If speaking is dangerous, then remain silent. If you cannot create light, then huddle in the shadows. But do not, because you have grown accustomed to the darkness, attempt to justify it. Do not, in your indolence, become complacent. Do not mock those who possess a greater zeal than you. Every word hung heavy in the air, silencing the assembled court officials. A drumbeat resonated within them, a primal rhythm urging something dormant within to awaken. Wei Jun's voice rose, echoing through the hall. You may be insignificant as dust motes, but you must never be as twisted as maggots. Furthermore, he continued, his gaze sweeping across the assembled officials, there is something you must all understand. The Cultivators Alliance may look down upon you useless Confucian scholars, offering you pills and magical treasures, but it is not out of kindness. It is not because they have suddenly grown consciences. It is because this nation still has people like me. Wei Jun's final words struck like thunder, a deafening clap that reverberated through the hearts of the court, the final, resonating beat in the insistent drumbeat that had filled the hall. Suddenly, a powerful surge of will erupted from within Wei Jun, while the other officials simultaneously coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Their Tao hearts, the core of their beliefs, fractured, their literary foundations crumbled. Wei Jun, for daring to speak the truth that resided in his heart, once again received the acknowledgement of the righteous Qi, his power surging. The officials whose convictions wavered, those who trembled before the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, were struck down by the backlash of their own righteous Qi, their blood staining the floor. In a matter of moments, the court was awash in crimson. In the emperor's eyes, the suddenly silent court became a macabre masterpiece, the splattered red of the treacherous officials punctuated by the radiant glow of the righteous. Outraged cries erupted from the stricken officials. Wei Jun, you are ruthless. You have severed our sacred path. A murderer without blinking an eye. Wei Jun, you have ruined my future. I will never share the sky with you. Damned righteous Qi, How dare you betray me? Wei Jun scoffed, not even turning to address the fallen officials. The righteous Qi betrayed you. You are mistaken. It was not the righteous Qi that betrayed you, but you who betrayed the righteous Qi. His words struck like a physical blow, forcing the officials to confront an uncomfortable truth. Their carefully constructed beliefs shattered, leaving their faces ashen. At that moment, another surge of energy erupted from Wei Jun, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, illuminating the grand hall with a brilliant light. It was the righteous Qi. The other officials watched in stunned horror. How can this be? The righteous Qi resonates with Wei Jun's words. The righteous Qi enveloped Wei Jun, making him appear even more imposing and awe-inspiring. Some officials began to weep, racked with self-recrimination. I was once like him, acknowledged by the righteous Qi. Yet, I became the very thing I once despised. I, too, studied the sacred texts. I swore before my master's sickbed that I would become a virtuous minister, my name etched in history. Master, I have failed you. A wave of grief washed over the court. Countless officials looked to the heavens and wept, their cries echoing through the court. Our righteous Qi, so powerful, defeated by a mere 100,000 silver notes. I, too, was once a scholar, awakened by righteous Qi. How can I now face my students and preach of clean governance? Gazing north at the stars, I made my vow, my life dedicated to the nation's concerns. I wrote that poem at 20, yet at 50, I sell out my country for glory. Laughable, truly laughable. Hearing these words, Wei Jun merely curled his lip. Regret comes too late, I'm afraid. The dam of decorum had burst. The officials now resembled nothing more than broken men. Yet, they were still better than some, their minds at least still clear. Indeed, beyond the self-recriminating officials, another group, consumed by rage, surged forward to address the emperor. Your Majesty, Wei Jun has ruined the futures of countless others. His crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. Your Majesty, Wei Jun has defied the imperial court, disregarded the law, and dared to murder his colleagues in plain sight. If he is not executed, the hearts of the people will never be at peace. We implore your Majesty, execute Wei Jun immediately. If Wei Jun lives, the great Qian will know no peace. Wei Jun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the emperor, his thoughts a whirlwind. I truly hope they get their wish and execute me swiftly. Pity their emperor remains as steady as Mount Tai. I've caused such chaos, yet he remains unmoved. It seems this emperor, though a decadent ruler obsessed with the Tao, is no fool. It seems I must add more fuel to this fire, give him a reason he cannot ignore. With this thought, Wei Jun cut through the officials' clamor. There's no need for such agitation, gentlemen. Even if you remain silent, your emperor would still have me killed. He locked eyes with the emperor, his voice dripping with deliberate provocation. After all, your emperor and you useless wastrels are no different. You're all just dogs kept by the Cultivation Alliance. Having uttered these words, Wei Jun was certain of his impending death. Let this heavenly emperor see if you can remain so calmly seated upon your dragon throne now. A stunned silence fell over the court. The officials exchanged panicked whispers. Dogs. Did he just call His Majesty a dog? I must have misheard. This time, we needn't say a word. Wei Jun is a dead man. The second prince rushed forward, attempting to salvage the situation. Wei Jun, you've grown too bold. Have you lost your mind? Apologize to the emperor at once. Despite his fierce expression, one of his eyes winked furiously, urging Wei Jun to apologize. Wei Jun scoffed, "Stop winking, you'll cross your eyes. I'm Fine. I know you're worried about me, but some things need to be said. If you're too afraid to speak, then I will." His voice boomed through the hall, ensuring it reached the emperor's ears. An emperor who hasn't held court in 5 years, obsessed only with cultivating the Tao. Am I wrong to call him useless? A ruler who disregards state affairs, focused solely on achieving immortality. A ruler who changes the laws of the land for the benefit of a cultivation sect. Am I wrong to call him a dog of the Cultivation Alliance? As he spoke, Wei Jun carefully observed the emperor's expression. The man remained silent, his sharp gaze piercing downwards like bullets, the very image of a paper tiger. Seeing this, Wei Jun widened his eyes and laughed loudly. It seems your Majesty has truly cultivated the art of the turtle. I've spoken this much, and you still manage to hold your tongue. The emperor finally spoke, his voice slow and measured. Wei Jun, you're courting death. Inwardly, Wei Jun rejoiced. I am indeed courting death, but sadly, I cannot admit it. He continued his provocation. Even the smallest ant clings to life, let alone I, Wei Jun. But I am not like your majesty. If I cannot live with integrity, but must become a lapdog for another, then I would rather die here and now. Some are alive, yet already dead. Some are dead, yet live forever. The emperor remained calm. Some are alive, yet already dead. Some are dead, yet live forever. Well spoken. The great way is paradoxical. Paradox is the movement of the way. But I am curious, to whom are you referring? The late emperor, or perhaps my missing nephew? Wei Jun, are you a member of the Iron Blood Salvation Society? With his final question, the emperor's eyes widened and an icy aura emanated from his body. A chill ran down the spines of everyone present, as if the Reaper himself held a blade to their throats. The officials were struck dumb with fear. This is the emperor's qi. His majesty is using his imperial qi to threaten Wei Jun. But Wei Jun showed no fear. He took a deep breath. You think this paltry imperial qi can affect this heavenly emperor? Prepare to fire. After inhaling deeply, Wei Jun unleashed a torrent of words. Do not judge a gentleman's heart by your own petty standards. Do you really think I care about your internal squabbles? Whether it's you, the late emperor, or the former crown prince, it's all just a power struggle within your royal family. Do you think the common people care about this? The people only care about whether the one on the dragon throne can feed and clothe them, whether they can live with dignity. Who sits as emperor is of no concern to them. Who is the rightful heir is of no concern to them. The emperor's face turned ashen, like a bomb about to explode. Wei Jun's voice continued to echo through the court. Look at the Great Qin court today. A chorus of sycophants, officials bowing and scraping before cultivators. And you, the sovereign of Great Qin, debase yourself, begging the cultivation alliance for favors. The Great Qin's founding emperor, a young man of great talent, inherited the mantle of the ancient emperor. He founded this nation to protect the people, not to grant your royal family immortality. The Great Qin has stood for nearly 1,000 years. Countless heroes and valiant souls have given their lives for it. You are the emperor of Great Qin, the embodiment of its dignity. Look at the vile things you have done. Look at yourself since ascending the throne. Do you deserve the sacrifices of your ancestors? Do you deserve the loyalty of your people? You have the audacity to ask if I am a member of the Iron Blood Salvation Society. Does it even matter? Do you think only members of the Iron Blood Salvation Society want to rebel against you? You are wrong. Anyone with a conscience wishes for your demise. Do you know why? Wei Jun, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, fixed his gaze upon the emperor. His voice, thick with emotion, rang out across the hall. You were the form of a man, yet you do not act as one. If I were you, I would dash my head against the stones this very instant to atone for my sins against the people. Your continued existence brings only shame upon the Great Qin. You serve no purpose. That a man like you sits upon the dragon throne is a tragedy for all. The emperor's face flushed crimson, his teeth grinding together in barely suppressed rage. A stunned silence fell over the court. The assembled officials, mouths agape, stared in disbelief. Whispers rippled through the ranks. Incredible. He dares speak to his majesty in such a way. This is eye-opening. Wei Jun has lost his mind, but magnificent. He speaks for all of us who refuse to bow to the Cultivators' Alliance. He speaks for us all. Tears welled in the eyes of some. A vein throbbed in the emperor's forehead. He spat out, Wei Jun, you. The second prince hastily interjected, Father, I am at fault. Before court, I received a message from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. They instructed me to activate the sky-gazing mirror. The emperor paused, then asked, You mean everything that has transpired here today has been broadcast? The second prince replied, Indeed. This was orchestrated by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Father, you yourself have said that we, as princes, cannot afford to antagonize the Cultivators' Alliance. A mirthless laugh escaped the emperor's lips, the vein in his forehead pulsing. So the fault lies with me, then? Veyunis hat sank. He recognized the second prince's gambit. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's activation of the sky-gazing mirror was a calculated move to identify those who opposed them. The public broadcast of these events would undoubtedly place immense pressure on the emperor. The second prince's confession was a thinly veiled attempt to force the emperor's hand to make an example of him. This could not be allowed to happen. His mind racing, Wei Jun stepped in front of the second prince again, his voice booming. Of course, the fault lies with you. A crooked ruler breeds a crooked court. If you hadn't groveled before the Eternal Life sect, would your sons be dancing to the tune of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? This is the consequence of your own weakness. You, who are spineless and incompetent, dare to speak of raising upright and resilient children. The emperor glared at him, his fury barely contained. You go too far. Wei Jun laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. What? Have I struck a nerve? Does the truth sting so much that you've lost all reason? Using the wealth of the great Qian to curry favor with the cultivation sects. Isn't that what you've been doing all along? An official stepped forward, his face contorted with rage. Wei Jun, your insolence is beyond measure. By law, you should be executed. This cannot be tolerated. This righteous official was the left censorate, a high-ranking official of the second grade. He continued, his voice unwavering. The great Qian and the Cultivators' Alliance share a relationship of equals. You dare spread such seditious lies. I will strike you down where you stand. Wei Jun merely sneered, tapping his finger against his temple. Here's a dog of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, feigning loyalty and diligence. Come on, hit me here. If you don't kill me, you're no man. Upon hearing this, the left censorate erupted in fury, lunging forward with a palm strike. Wei Jun, you dare insult me so. Take this. In that moment, time seemed to slow for Wei Jun. A thrill shot through him. This palm strike is powerful and fast, enough to kill me for sure. Finally, someone snapped. Next, I just need to transform into the Heavenly Emperor, activate my invincible state, and I'll reach the pinnacle of existence. But the blow didn't land on Wei Jun. Instead, it struck someone completely unexpected, sending them flying back, a spray of blood erupting from their mouth. Wei Jun blurted out, "Whoa, where'd that come from?" The left censorate, knocked off his feet, crashed to the ground, his minor injury now significantly aggravated. The most seriously injured, however, was Wei Jun. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Who the hell just did that? You better not let this Heavenly Emperor find out who you are, or I'll show you what a blooming backside really looks like." The Emperor finally spoke. So, someone finally lost their patience. It seems there are many who wish to protect Wei Jun and are equally dissatisfied with me. The left censorate struggled to his feet, spitting accusations. This Wei Jun has committed treason. His crimes are heinous. Now he seeks to sow discord between the great Qian and the Cultivators' Alliance. This is utterly unforgivable, Your Majesty. If Wei Jun is not executed immediately, I fear it will chill the hearts of the righteous cultivators. Wei Jun glared back, his scorn dripping from every word. You truly are a good little dog, aren't you? Licking boots with such enthusiasm. So enraged, are you? Why not go after the one who just sent you flying then? The left censorate, flustered, tried to regain control. Wei Jun, what is the purpose of your venomous hatred for the Cultivator Alliance? The righteous cultivators of the Alliance have fought on the battlefield. They are benefactors of the great Qian. Wei Jun let out a cold laugh. Though I don't know which bastard just knocked me flying and prevented me from killing you myself, you're certainly eager to heap all the resentment towards the Cultivators' Alliance onto me. Consider it done. Don't worry, I won't disappoint your kind intentions. With that, Wei Jun turned his attention fully to the left censorate. You say the Cultivators' Alliance are benefactors of the great Qian. I scoff at that. The truth of the war to defend our land remains shrouded in mystery. If that war was truly caused by the cultivators, then they're the criminals of the entire continent. Even if the war had nothing to do with them, the reality is that the nation was ravaged, sects were destroyed. The great Qian had no way out, and neither did they. But that was simply self-preservation. Benefactors. Laughable. Perhaps the great Qian is their benefactor. The official straightened his hat, speechless. This brat is truly mad. Speak on, keep talking, tell us everything. The more you say, the sooner you die. Wei Jun, of course, continued. Cultivation requires severing worldly ties, yet also requires resources. Thus, the Cultivators' Alliance wants to spread the 9 grades immortal sect, turning the great Qian court into a tool for them to plunder cultivation resources. Many of you can see the truth, yet none dare to stand up and cry out. Of course, I can't blame you. Incompetent soldiers are one man's problem. Incompetent generals are everyone's problem. Who can blame you for having a useless emperor? Hearing the words, good-for-nothing emperor, The emperor remained silent. Wei Jun continued to pace, waving his hand dismissively. Immortals may not die, and the great Tao may be eternal, but pressured to this extent by the Cultivators' Alliance, the great Qian has no way out. You may fear death, but I, Wei Jun, do not. I have the will to fight for my country, and I only wish for a meaningful death. Stopping his pacing, Wei Jun recited a poem. The cold stars and the moon cannot be killed by my boat, so I will stain Xian Yuan with my blood. Though my loyal heart cannot reach the heavens, I offer my hot blood to Xian Yuan. Old Emperor, you can kill me now and then report your success to your cultivator masters. The emperor trembled with rage, his teeth clenched tight. Wei Jun watched him closely. Even the most ancient human emperor, Xian Yuan, has been invoked. I don't believe you can endure this any longer. Give the order. Kill me, and I will return a prosperous great Qian to you. The emperor was silent for a moment, then sighed. Wei Yun, I pity you. It is not easy to study the sacred texts. You are young and have been misled by rumors. I will give you one last chance to repent. Kneel and admit your fault, and I will spare your life. Huh? Wei Yun scoffed. Who needs your chance? Give me a quick death. He then laughed heartily. I, Wei Jun, am indeed young, and because I am young, my heart still burns with passion. Therefore, my knees will not bend. Unlike the esteemed ministers in this court, and certainly unlike the traitor sitting on the dragon throne, they know the truth in their hearts. Yet they choose to sell out our country for glory. Many are watching what transpires in the Golden Loan Hall today. I'm sure many wish to see me become a laughingstock, but I believe the great Qian is not without its share of compassionate and passionate warriors. Before I die, I hope the people of the great Qian can cast off this chill and bravely march forward, refusing to listen to the sweet whispers of surrender. Throughout the great Qian, people watch the events unfolding in the court through the light images projected by the sky-gazing mirror, holding their breath and listening to every word Wei Jun spoke. If you can do something, do it. If you can speak up, speak up. If you have a spark of warmth, let it shine. Even the smallest firefly can emit a flicker of light in the darkness. There's no need to wait for a torch to be lit. From now on, if there are no torches, I will be the only light. Each word resonated with a powerful and righteous aura that filled the hall. Wei Jun, brimming with conviction, stared directly at the emperor. I've said my piece. Do it, you tyrant. Within the princess's mansion, Princess Mingzhu's expression grew grave. If you have a spark of warmth, let it shine. She murmured. Her master, also watching the events unfold, saw Wei Jun's unwavering spirit and sneered. This Wei Jun has more backbone than even the Heavenly Secrets Elder anticipated. But this aligns perfectly with our plan to activate the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's sky-gazing mirror. Only by letting everyone witness the great Qian court's decay can the Cultivators' Alliance smoothly implement the 9 grades immortal sex system and ultimately supplant the great Qian dynasty. Princess Mingzhu's ears burned as she listened. My brother, the emperor, is not a fool. She retorted. He sees through this scheme and will never comply with your wishes. Her master's laughter grew, laced with mockery. Ishan, this is precisely where you fall short of your emperor's cunning. He understands that worldly power is fleeting, while immortality is eternal. He's using Wei Jun's life to barter for 3 longevity pills and the promise of support from the Heavenly Secrets Elder and the National Teacher. Once the 9 grades immortal sex system is established, the Emperor will become the next alliance leader of the Cultivators' Alliance. Princess Mingzhu slammed her hand on the table, fury contorting her features. Alliance leader. How could he be so naive? Without sufficient power, the title is meaningless. What will he use to control you? Her master's eyes narrowed, a sly smile playing on her lips. Who knows? Your imperial family possesses the legacy of the human emperor, a power rivaling any immortal sect. Perhaps he intends to leverage that. That way, he can both establish his own sect within the cultivation world and claim the mantle of alliance leader. Princess Mingzhu stared in disbelief. That wretch. Would he even betray his ancestors? Her master continued her analysis, attempting to sway the princess. There's no need for such harsh words. Those who adapt to the changing times are the ones who truly thrive. This world will be ruled by those who survive. Ishan, I hope you won't be foolish. Even I acknowledge Wei Jun's heroism. Pity it amounts to nothing. He's just a discarded tool. Princess Mingzhu's face darkened. Master, you have no right to pity Wei Jun, and even less right to judge a hero. Unfazed by her outburst, the master continued her taunts. Right is determined by strength, not by you or Wei Jun. Just like you, no matter how enraged you become, you remain trapped here in this mansion. Just like Wei Jun, no matter how indignant he is, he faces only one fate, death. Suddenly, Princess Mingzhu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her master gasped, Ishan, what's wrong? But a moment later, the master, too, spat out blood. Wiping the blood from her lip, Princess Mingzhu glared at her master. I'll say it again. You have no right to pity Wei Jun, and even less right to judge a hero. Her master, strength ebbing away, collapsed to the ground, trembling. Ishan, have you gone mad? You dare to poison me. What kind of poison is this? When did you? Princess Mingzhu began to laugh coldly. You were right about one thing. Right is determined by strength. But you spent so long cultivating, you've forgotten that strength isn't just about brute force. True strength also encompasses intellect, silent forbearance, and even sacrifice, all of which are my specialties. Blood trickled from the corner of the master's mouth. Through gritted teeth, she demanded, when did you poison me? How could I not have known? Princess Mingzhu began her recounting. From the year you saved me, the year I took you as my master, until now. I was never truly in danger that day. You lured the enemy there, then dramatically rescued me, earning my trust. And so, you seamlessly became my master. Isn't that right, master? The master's face, pale as death, betrayed her. You knew all along. The princess continued, your strength was too formidable. I couldn't risk exposing you prematurely. I had to be cautious. So, from the very first day I acknowledged you as my master, I began my preparations. To lull you into a false sense of security. Over the years, whenever we met, our food, drink, and even our belongings were identical. But each time, I laced mine with a specially concocted poison. The dosage was minuscule, undetectable each time, but over the years, a significant amount accumulated within both of us. This poison is normally inert, but if the one who administered it uses a secret technique, its toxicity can be instantly triggered. A toxic aura now emanated from both of them. The master trembled. To defeat me, you were willing to sacrifice yourself. You are truly ruthless. Mingzhu, struggling to maintain her composure on her chair, replied, the poison we've ingested will paralyze us, but death will take time. If we administer the antidote before then, we can survive. Unfortunately, Master, I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity. Suddenly, a strange purple miasma materialized behind Princess Mingzhu, gradually coalescing into a human form. The venomous vapor solidified into a woman who smiled slyly. Judging by the poison emanating from the princess, it seems the other masters you brought have been dealt with. The master, recognizing the newcomer, cried out, it's you. The poison lady, a remnant of the demonic sect. How can this be? You were supposed to be dead. Your sect was destroyed. Jun Yuxian, it was you. You dare harbor a demonic sect remnant. Have you gone mad? The princess commanded, kill her. Tears streamed down the master's face as she pleaded, don't kill me, Yuxian. I'm your master. Yes, my sect sent me to get close to you, but I never intended to kill you. The princess's voice was ice. But you intended to destroy my nation. For that, you must die. If you live, people like Wei Jun won't survive. Do it. As the words left her lips, the poison lady lunged, a sinister grin twisting her features. Mingzhu thought to herself, Wei Jun, I too will shine and burn with all my might, just like you. With the deed done, the princess prepared to leave. The poison lady inquired, Princess, where are you going? You need a rest. Your body can't endure any more strain. Mingzhu remained resolute. Didn't you just stabilize the poison? I must go to court. The poison lady, still worried, urged, the poison has seeped into your bones. I will handle any matters. If you're not careful, you'll risk your life. Princess Mingzhu, her heart ablaze with worry, stubbornly insisted on entering the court. It's not just my life at risk. Wei Jun is risking his neck too, and so will I. My mind is made up. There's no need to dissuade me. With that, she raised her voice. Someone, bring my battle robes and armor. I'm going to court to support Wei Jun. As Princess Mingzhu bravely marched towards the court, all across the great Qian dynasty, people inspired by Wei Jun's courage began to rise. At the Imperial Academy, two scholars stepped forward. Fellow students, we are Wei Jun's classmates, students of the Imperial Academy. We may not have the standing to speak in court like him, but for our country and our people, we must put our lives on the line. As members of the Imperial Academy, we too must contribute. We urge you to join us in petitioning His Majesty for Wei Jun's pardon. Their words ignited a spark in countless scholars. Senior Wei spoke for what is right. If he dies, what's the point of the imperial examinations? Count me in. I support Senior Wei. I'll sign. Me too. I'll join the petition. I'm willing to sign. For Senior Wei Jun. At the 3 surplus study, Meng Kai led a man to meet Chu Finfin, the libationer. Are you asking me to abandon my grandfather? Finfin inquired. Meng Kai replied frankly, Libationer, if Wei Jun dies like this, even if my grandfather survives, he will find no peace. This isn't my decision. My grandfather said he owes Wei Jun his life. He's long been prepared to repay that debt. Tears welled in Meng Kai's eyes. Finfin turned to the other man. Top scorer Li, you wish to involve yourself in this as well. Last time I went to present the petition, I recall you saying you didn't want to implicate your family, so you chose to stay out of it. To her surprise, top scorer Li furrowed his brow and declared with unexpected fervor, those were the cowardly excuses of a weak man. I only thought of myself and not implicating my family, but I didn't consider whether my family would want me to stand aside. The Li family are renowned scholars. In the face of national righteousness, we must have the courage to face danger without fear. Finfin was astonished by top scorer Li's words. She smiled. If even you are willing to risk everything, I truly am becoming more timid with age. Before I became a half-sage, I acted as I pleased. Now, having achieved that rank, I find myself bound. What use is being a half-sage then? With that, she rose and walked before the two men, her voice resolute. If Elder Ming is prepared to make this sacrifice, then I will attack the national teacher's residence. If the national teacher dies, even with 10 lives, the emperor wouldn't dare kill Wei Jun. Meanwhile, at the national teacher's residence, Elder Ming observed the unfolding events through the heaven-observing mirror, tears streaming down his face as he left. Ha. The national teacher, puzzled, asked, Old man, what's so funny? Has worry driven you mad? Elder Ming replied, I laugh at my old age lacking the courage of youth. I laugh at myself, a renowned scholar, being used by you to threaten a young man. I laugh at myself, stagnating at the great scholar realm for so long that I've lost the courage to break through. Cracking sounds emanated from Elder Ming's body as it began to ignite. Closing his eyes, he murmured, I remember a time when I aspired to become a sage. Seeing the flames, the national teacher cried out in alarm, What are you doing? Elder Ming, with an unsettling calmness, recited a verse. Life and death are decreed by fate. Righteousness resides in the heart. The two cannot coexist. His voice rising to a boom for the final line. He declared, I choose death to preserve my integrity. With that, flames engulfed his body, and he began to immolate himself. The national teacher, aghast, rushed forward to intervene. No, he shrieked. He's trying to kill himself. If this old fool dies here, Chu Finfin will go mad, and I have no desire to face a half-sage in a frenzy. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the air. The national teacher's residence trembled. The flames consuming Elder Ming flickered and died, extinguished by the distraction, the cause unknown. At the chancellor's estate, Shangwan Xingfeng brushed characters in the air, writing a letter with golden ink. A scholar standing beside him inquired, Young master, are you writing to those who have passed the examinations over the years, urging them to defend Wei Jun? Shangwan Xingfeng gave a single affirmative hum. The scholar sighed. There are no walls impervious to the wind, young master. If you continue like this, the matter will not remain hidden. Shangwan Xingfeng shook his head. None of that matters now. The older man persisted. Once exposed, the futures of those involved will be jeopardized. This plea for Wei Jun is tantamount to self-destruction. It will offend both His Majesty and the Cultivated Alliance. Shangwan Xingfeng's brow furrowed. I care nothing for the future. This is a rehearsal for the decisive battle when our nation faces true peril. I must exert all my strength, do what I can, speak while I can. If I possess even a spark of warmth, I must let it shine. If I stand idly by, I will never again be able to hold my head high. At the Minister of Right's residence, the minister's son knelt before his father, pleading, "I am unworthy, father. I'm not fit to be your son. I witnessed Master Wei's noble sacrifice for righteousness, and my heart was deeply moved. I returned the gifts bestowed upon our family by the Cultivators Alliance and used the minister's seal to speak out for Wei Jun's innocence." Hearing this, the minister threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Ha ha! I feigned illness today to avoid court, unwilling to involve myself in this affair. But today, you have made the decision for me. I am proud of you, son. There is no reason to scold you." At the Sword South garrison, General Su knelt before the ancestral tablets of his parents, weeping inconsolably. "Mother," he sobbed, "you refused the life-extending pills offered by the Cultivators Alliance, wanting your son to sever ties with them. I swear here and now, I will never again associate with that treacherous alliance. I will become a man of integrity. I will honor your wishes and petition the court for Wei Jun's pardon." In this moment, more and more citizens of the great Qian dynasty were moved by Wei Jun's words. Within the court, a growing number of officials were stirred by his heroism. An official clad in red stepped forward, sighing heavily. "Your Majesty," he implored, "grant Wei Jun a reprieve." This was Zhang Bin, the second in command of the emperor's personal guard. A murmur rippled through the assembled officials. "Why is General Zhang pleading for Wei Jun?" one whispered. "Isn't he one of His Majesty's most trusted men?" Another replied, "Indeed, but his battlefield record is less than stellar. Remember those 3 campaigns he led? Complete annihilation. He owes his current position solely to his loyalty to the emperor. Otherwise, with his skills, His Majesty would surely have chosen someone else to be the top military commander." A third chimed in, "Why would he defy the emperor's decree? Judging by His Majesty's expression, this doesn't seem to be part of some grand plan." The Qin emperor glared at Zhang Bin. "Are you defying my decree?" Zhang Bin bowed his head, his voice calm. "Your Majesty, I would never dare, but I cannot retreat any further." He began to recount his past. "In those 3 campaigns, Your Majesty, I fled. I did not die with my soldiers. I failed to hold Yinshan, yet I retreated, preserving my life to continue serving my country. Even when the central capital fell, at the urging of others, I retreated again. But this time," he hesitated, then declared in a ringing voice, "This time, Your Majesty, I will not run. My abilities are limited. I may not be able to stem the tide, but my devotion to this nation is second to none. I am a general. A general may die on the battlefield, but he will not surrender." Well spoken. General Zhang's words today forced me to see him in a new light. A nearby official dressed in black roared with laughter. It was none other than Marshal Ji Changkong. His face grew serious as he added his own voice to the plea. "Your Majesty, I too wish to plead for Wei Jun." The Qin emperor trembled, his hands gripping the arms of the dragon throne. Good. It seems you all wish to rebel. Is there anyone else who wishes to plead for Wei Jun, emboldened by Ji Changkong's defiance? Chancellor Shangwan and the Minister of Justice found the courage to rise. "We plead for Wei Jun," they declared in unison. The director of the Imperial Clan Court and the second prince also rose. "We plead for Wei Jun. I plead for Wei Jun. I too plead for Wei Jun." Voices rose from the assembled ranks. At that moment, Princess Mingzhu pushed open the doors and entered the hall. The tide had turned. Almost every official, civil and military, cried out as one, "We plead for Wei Jun. We plead for Wei Jun. Your Majesty, spare Wei Jun." The scene, broadcast through the sky, gazing mirror, brought tears to the eyes of the citizens of the great Qian dynasty. There was still hope for the great Qian. The great Qian had Wei Jun, but it wasn't just Wei Jun. If you have a spark of warmth, share a flicker of light. In this moment, countless individuals shone brightly, and as those flickers coalesced, they became a force capable of banishing the darkness. As the Qian emperor remained silent, the officials cried out again, their voices united. "We plead for Wei Jun. We implore your Majesty to grant him clemency." Facing this situation, Aside from the Qian Emperor on his golden throne, another person burned with fury. It was Wei Jun, his teeth grinding together. What was happening? This wasn't right. This deviated entirely from his predictions. If this continued, all his efforts would be washed away. He had to further provoke the Qian Emperor. Only when the emperor was enraged to the point of losing all reason would Wei Jun have a chance. So, Wei Jun continued his taunts. "Ha, how pathetic, your majesty. An emperor, yet you failed so miserably. How can you still face the world?" The Qian Emperor trembled, his face darkening. Seeing this, Wei Jun pressed harder. "Lose your mind. Explode. Execute me quickly. Otherwise, you'll have truly lost everything, face and all. How utterly shameful." The chancellor stepped forward again to intervene. "Lord Wei, please allow His Majesty some dignity. Your Majesty, for the sake of this old minister, please take a step back." The Qian Emperor gritted his teeth. "Shang Yun, it seems you've grown senile. I am the Son of Heaven. Who in this world can force me to retreat?" Wei Jun immediately retorted, "What about the Cultivation Alliance? Haven't you always been outwardly submissive while inwardly tyrannical?" Hearing this, the chancellor was startled. "Lord Wei, the Qian Emperor's fury intensified. Wei Jun, you want to die? I shall grant your wish." Seeing the perilous situation, sweat beaded on the chancellor's forehead. He spoke loudly. "Your Majesty, a step back opens a vast ocean and a boundless sky. Executing Wei Jun now will truly ruin your reputation throughout the land." The Qian Emperor's voice trembled. "I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me." The chancellor remained steadfast. "Your Majesty, I am merely fulfilling my duty. I am the chancellor of the Great Qian, not a guard dog for the Cultivation Alliance." The Qian Emperor pointed a furious finger at him. "Shang Yun, your audacity is boundless. You dare insult me like Wei Jun." Wei Jun poured more oil on the fire. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Chancellor Shangwan is clearly insulting dogs. Dogs are far better than some people." The chancellor was speechless. "Lord Wei, can you just shut up?" Veins bulged on the Qian Emperor's face. At this moment, Bai Qingxing rushed forward and covered Wei Jun's mouth, whispering, "Lord Wei, don't say any more. A chance for survival has appeared." Wei Jun cursed inwardly. "Don't I know a chance for survival has appeared? That's why I'm not letting this rare opportunity slip by. Damn you, Bai Qingxing, daring to interfere with this heavenly emperor's plans. Just you wait." The Qian Emperor was silent for a moment before speaking. "You all wish to defy me." The head of the civil officials stepped forward, followed by the head of the military officials. "Ji Changkong, you served the previous emperor, then me. Now you wish to change masters again. Do you wish to be a traitor to three lords?" Ji Changkong's expression remained unchanged. He replied coldly, "Your Majesty, this general only wishes to be human." The Qian Emperor's eyes widened. "I made you the highest-ranking military commander. What more do you want? Why are you defying me?" Ji Changkong continued frankly, "Your Majesty, in your heart, isn't General Zhang the true highest-ranking commander? My standing in this court doesn't rely on your Majesty's favor." The Qian Emperor let out a sardonic laugh. "Haha, true enough. I remember now. You rely on the national teacher's support. In the end, Marshal Ji is nothing more than a puppet of the Cultivation Alliance." Ji Changkong held his head high. "Does your Majesty not know why the national teacher supports me? It's because I've waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I've earned the right to speak with him as an equal. That's why he supports me. Without me, his position in court would be precarious. He helps me, I help him. This is a partnership of equals, not subservience." The Qian Emperor's brow furrowed. "If your cooperation was so amicable, why has it ceased?" Ji Changkong's voice remained firm. "We cooperated to amass strength. While we haven't yet reached our full potential, the time has come to risk it all." His composure finally cracked, his pupils contracting. He spat out each word with venomous precision. "Your Majesty, the Great Qian's territories were secured with our blood and lives. Every inch of land, soaked in our sacrifice. To surrender it so easily, that is an order we find difficult to obey. If your Majesty intends to continue cultivating for 5 more years, neglecting the affairs of state, then perhaps your Majesty should simply continue cultivating." Silence descended upon the court. Whispers rippled through the assembled officials. "Did you hear what the marshal just said, I can't believe it. He told His Majesty to keep cultivating. Is he forcing the Emperor's hand? Should we intervene? Are you mad? That's Ji Changkong, the butcher. Just shut up and watch. Wei Jun listened in astonishment. Heavens, Ji Changkong has some nerve. This is dangerous. If we aren't careful, not only will I die, but the Emperor will be ruined as well. Backed into a corner, the Qian Emperor's voice grew colder. Ji Changkong, are you trying to usurp my throne? Shang Guanyun, do you share his sentiment? Chancellor Shang Guanyun, sweat beading on his forehead, glanced at Ji Changkong. That damned Ji Changkong. You should have consulted me before making such a bold move. The arrows left the bow, though. There's no turning back now. He carefully considered his words. Your Majesty, for the past 5 years, the court has functioned smoothly without your direct oversight. Please, continue your cultivation without worry. This official will ensure the proper governance of the realm. The Qian Emperor shot to his feet, his face contorted with rage. Insolence! You dare treat me as if I don't exist. You dare force my abdication. Traitors! Rebels! Imperial Uncle, you're the director of the Imperial Clan Court, responsible for the royal family and the military. Can you stand idly by while these rebels run amok? The Imperial Uncle sighed. Your Majesty, Wei Jun spoke a truth. Regardless of who sits on the throne, the Quan family remains in power. Whether it was the previous emperor or yourself, it matters little. We are all of the Quan bloodline. The Imperial Clan Court supported your Majesty's ascension to prevent chaos in the Great Qian. But that does not mean we will stand by and watch you surrender our ancestral lands to the Cultivation Alliance. I implore you to understand. The Qian Emperor trembled, unsure whether from rage or fear. The Imperial Uncle, his gaze cold and unwavering, looked directly at the Qian Emperor. The Imperial Clan Court only needs an emperor with the surname Quan, he stated. Who that person is, Your Majesty, is of little consequence. The Qian Emperor felt the last vestiges of support crumble around him as he absorbed the chilling implication of those words. He collapsed onto his throne, strength draining from his limbs. With a heavy sigh, he finally spoke. Do you know that today's Grand Assembly is a trap laid by the Celestial Master? He wants to see how much opposition remains within the Great Qian Court to the Cultivator Alliance. Ji Changkong, undeterred, stepped forward. He wants to see. Let him see. He wants to fight. This humble general dares not claim victory against the Cultivator Alliance. But if war is declared, I will focus all my forces on the Celestial Gate, fighting to the death. The Qian Emperor slowly voiced his concerns. General Ji, I know your prowess in battle is unmatched, but you don't understand the Cultivator's grand scheme to destroy the court. You know the destructive power of a grand cultivator. Even if our formations hold, they require vast numbers to maintain, and their range is limited. Grand cultivators appear and disappear like ghosts. Even the strongest formations cannot lock onto them. How can we possibly fight them? Ji Changkong replied, Your Majesty, there are always more solutions than problems. No war is ever guaranteed, but inaction guarantees defeat. Besides, if one truly desires to kill, there's always a way. For example, he paused, as if addressing someone unseen. Demon Emperor, he called out, I offer my head in exchange for the Celestial Masters. What say you? A wave of astonishment rippled through the court. A voice echoed from the distance, answering Ji Changkong's audacious proposal. Ji Changkong, are you serious? If you truly offer your head for the Celestial Master's life, I swear by the heavenly Tao, I will take his head and offer it at your grave. Ji Changkong's voice was filled with amusement. Ha! This humble general was merely speaking hypothetically. There's no need for such haste, Demon Emperor. If the day comes when I must die, I will find someone to make such a trade. The Demon Emperor clicked his tongue. You gave me quite a fright. You've slaughtered so many of my demon race, even killed our 5 great demon kings. Not killing you leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Yet, I admire your courage. If you are willing to bathe in my transformative blood and become one of us, I will appoint you Grand Marshal of the Demon Court. Your status would be no less than what you currently enjoy. What do you say? Ji Changkong laughed heartily. Ha! I thank the Demon Emperor for his high regard. However, the animosity between humans and demons runs too deep to be bridged. I was born human, and I will die human. The Demon Emperor's voice was laced with disappointment. A pity, such a man serving such a useless emperor. I won't waste any more time with you. Come find me when you're ready to die. The Qian Emperor, stunned by this exchange, lowered his head. So, you are all determined to oppose the Cultivator Alliance, he said, his voice low. But you underestimate the situation. You think you can usurp my throne without consulting the imperial preceptor. Do you think he will agree? His voice then boomed across the capital. Imperial preceptor, show yourself and face your death. The Qian emperor's face paled and flushed. Stammering, you invited Chu Finfin to deal with the national teacher. He recognized a voice that had just rung out as belonging to Chu Jizi's disciple, Chu Finfin. At that moment, Finfin appeared just outside the national teacher's residence, slowly descending from the sky. A wave of murmurs rippled through the assembled officials. What? Chu Finfin is challenging the national teacher. How dare she? The national teacher's reputation is long established, his power unfathomable. While Chu Finfin has recently ascended to half-saint, her battle experience and awareness are far inferior. Seizing the opportunity, Chancellor Shangguan Yun stepped forward. Your Majesty, he said, your ministers did not invite Chu Finfin to assassinate the national teacher. However, since events have unfolded this way, we have reached a decision. Taking a deep breath, the Chancellor raised his voice. I propose we dispatch troops to execute the national teacher. We will take his head to uphold the dignity of our great Qian. A chorus of voices echoed his sentiment. We agree. We agree. We agree. The Qian emperor trembled, then let out a chilling laugh. Ha! I possess the human emperor's inheritance. Even if I disagree with you, no one in this palace can touch me. But since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, I will give you this opportunity. I will let you see just how easy it is to kill a great cultivator like the national teacher. If the national teacher truly dies today, I will devote myself to cultivation from now on and no longer interfere in your affairs. However, the emperor continued, adding a crucial condition. If the national teacher remains unharmed, then even if it costs me all the karmic debt of the imperial lineage, I will settle the score with you. And one more thing, only Chu Finfin is permitted to act. Everyone else will remain here and wait for the outcome. The scene shifted to Finfin. Raising her hands, she cried out, National teacher, come out and face your death. Finfin's spiritual energy coalesced into the forms of plants and shot towards the national teacher's residence, initiating her offensive domain, the 100 Herbs Garden. In an instant, the national teacher and Elder Meng were enveloped by countless spiritual vines and vanished. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a bizarre space, the scenery rendered in brushstrokes like an ink painting. Vegetation was everywhere. This was the 100 Herbs Garden, Finfin's domain. The national teacher noticed Finfin standing at the main gate in the distance. It was a grand archway, a sign above it bearing the 3 characters, 100 Herbs Garden. He realized then that this was indeed Chu Finfin's 100 Herbs Garden. Undaunted, the national teacher asked, Chu Finfin, does this mean you've abandoned Meng Qi? I know your 100 Herbs Garden is filled with all manner of spiritual herbs and poisons. One wrong step and you're afflicted. But do you think someone in my cultivation can be so easily poisoned? Finfin laughed. What makes you think I've abandoned Elder Meng? I'm here to save him. National teacher, this 100 Herbs Garden will be your tomb. The national teacher scoffed. Very well, Chu Finfin, you truly are unpredictable. If this is your choice. He then channeled his spiritual energy, gathering it in his palm. A faint green aura flickered around his left hand. The national teacher roared, then struck a palm towards Elder Meng. Then I shall kill Meng Qi immediately, so that your saintly path will collapse without needing to be attacked. Elder Meng cried out in fear. Confucius says, the national teacher is about to fall flat on his face. The national teacher erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Meng Qi, are you frightened out of your wits? Before reaching half-saint, how can words from your mouth affect me? But unexpectedly, just as Elder Meng predicted, the national teacher stumbled and fell flat on his face, utterly humiliated. He scrambled to his feet, furious. You wretch, what trickery is this? Seeing his success, Elder Meng, brimming with confidence, poured spiritual energy into his fist and bellowed. Confucius says, you will be struck by this fist of mine. Just as Elder Meng declared, the national teacher was sent flying by the blow. The national teacher finally registered the shock. Half-saint, impossible. When did you break through to half-saint? Elder Meng replied with disdain, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Confucius says, this old man will kick you in the groin. Confucius says, you will instantly be poisoned and vomit blood. Confucius says, I will strangle you, you damn dog. The national teacher, reeling from the onslaught, pushed Elder Meng back with all his might. Enough. He glared at Chu Finfin, demanding answers. Meng Qi could never have suddenly broken through to half-saint. You forcibly raised his cultivation. This is your domain of equality, Chu Fenfen. Chu Fenfen responded with a confident smile. You guessed right, but sadly, there's no prize. The national teacher's veins bulged. Chu Fenfen, you truly are a rare talent, but you abandoned Meng Qi and chose that false emperor. Why hasn't your way of equality been affected at all? That old celestial master calculated that you would surely be affected. Chu Fenfen scoffed. That old fool understands nothing of righteous how Ran Qi, nor of the domain of equality. His calculations are worthless. If I could be threatened by simply capturing a few innocents, how could I possibly wield the way of equality? With that, Chu Fenfen stomped her foot and lunged towards the national teacher. Now it's two half-saints against one. Surrender and accept your death. National teacher, old Meng, let's kill him together. The national teacher, losing his composure, laughed in a fit of rage. Spiritual energy surged around him, enveloping his body. Just the two of you. I don't believe you can maintain this powerful way of equality indefinitely. If I can hold out for a while, your domain of equality will surely collapse. And then your heads will roll. The three half-saints clashed. The combined palm strikes of Elder Meng and Chu Fenfen were repelled by the national teacher's defensive layer. Then, all three soared into the air, locked in a furious, evenly matched battle. Their strength seemed equal, but the national teacher, relying on his battle experience, held his own against the two without falling into a disadvantageous position. Chu Fenfen began to show signs of worry. Damn it, this guy knows how to fight. We can't break through his defenses. Elder Meng, sweat pouring down his face, felt a chaotic surge within him. His cultivation realm began to slip. He turned, snapping at Fenfen. Xiaofeng, why so fast? The national teacher roared with laughter. Down a great scholar already. Then you die first, Meng Qi. He gathered his power for a strike, then froze, a flicker of unease in his eyes. No, my cultivation. He realized, with dawning horror, that he'd fallen into Fenfen's trap. With blinding speed, she appeared before him, her hand lashing out, sending him crashing to the earth. I never said I could only raise Elder Meng's cultivation to match yours, Fenfen stated, her voice laced with triumph. Dragging you down to his level works just as well. Fool, don't get cocky. A haughty smile curved her lips. National teacher, do you still think we can't kill you? The national teacher staggered to his feet, teeth gritted. Chu Fenfen, your domain of equality is truly remarkable. But, he roared, his voice echoing through the 100 Herbs Garden. Such monstrous power must have a weakness. I refuse to believe it's unbreakable. His hands began to weave intricate seals. Whatever he'd done, its effect was immediate and brutal. Fenfen gasped, a mouthful of blood spraying from her lips. Elder Meng suffered the same fate. Fenfen felt the rules of her domain twisting, her spiritual energy in turmoil. He sealed his own cultivation. She choked out. We're being backlashed by our own domain. Seeing Fenfen injured, the national teacher erupted in laughter. It worked. Let's see how long you can maintain your domain of equality. He surged forward, his attack relentless. There's no such thing as an invincible power, only invincible people. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Despite their injuries, Fenfen and Elder Meng met his assault head-on. Are we afraid of you? Fenfen snarled. The domain of equality held. Righteous and demonic energies clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion within the 100 Herbs Garden. The dust hadn't even settled when 3 beams of light erupted from the blast, colliding again and again in a series of concussive bursts. These were the 3 half-saints, locked in a desperate struggle. A precarious balance held, the national teacher holding his own against the combined might of Fenfen and Elder Meng. But this time, he seemed to be slowly losing ground. Though he'd found a weakness in the domain of equality, exploiting it took time. Facing 2 half-saints at once, even within the confines of Chu Fenfen's domain, was proving too much. He couldn't keep this up. If he did, he would die here. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Master, where are you? Are you all right? It was a message from Elder Chen's transmission talisman. Relief flooded the national teacher. Hearing his beloved disciple's voice gave him the strength he needed. Excellent, he thought. A way out. He channeled all his remaining power into his right arm, condensing it into the shape of a blade. Fenfen's eyes widened. He's going to destroy the 100 Herbs Garden to escape. She cried. We can't let him. Both she and Elder Meng lunged, their palms striking the national teacher's back. This time, he didn't turn to defend. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he brought his energy blade down in a devastating arc. His saber cleaved through space, tearing a small rift leading to the outside world. Funfin shouted, "Even if you desperately manage to open a rift with your punch, what good will it do? It'll close immediately. Do you think we'll give you time to escape?" But the national teacher remained unfazed. Mouth brimming with blood, he smirked. "Who said I wanted to get out?" Through the crack, a figure clad in black lunged in, sword raised to strike. Funfin gasped, just managing to utter, "It's the national teacher's disciple, Elder Chun." Indeed, it was Elder Chun, spiritual energy converging at the tip of his blade. He unleashed a wave of sword chi that ripped through the air towards them. Luckily, Funfin reacted swiftly, pulling Elder Meng back just in time. The national teacher roared with laughter. "Now all three of us are injured, all within your domain of equality. Elder Chun, with the lowest cultivation level in the real world, is ironically in the best condition here. Chufinfin, you've lost. Deactivate the domain of equality, and I'll kill Meng Qi immediately. Keep it active, and it's 2 against 2. You're no match for us." Elder Meng spoke anxiously. "This is bad. Little Fawn, what do we do?" Finfin gritted her teeth. "What else can we do? Kill them." Eyes bloodshot, the national teacher charged forward triumphantly. "Elder Chun, join your master, and let's finish these two." Elder Chun followed closely behind. Just as they were about to attack, the national teacher sneered. "Chufinfin, you are truly powerful. If you were given time to grow, Xian Du would be unstoppable. Unfortunately, you angered this old man. You will have no further opportunities to grow. Today is the day you die." Ha ha! In the midst of his triumphant laughter, blood erupted from his stomach, spraying from his lips. Both Finfin and Elder Meng were stunned, unsure of what had just transpired. The national teacher, inexplicably grievously wounded, turned to see that his attacker was none other than his most beloved disciple. He stammered, "Chun. Elder Chun, why?" Elder Chen's face was cold as he spoke slowly. "I've waited 10 years for this strike. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Aiken, of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society." Each word cut the national teacher like a knife. A memory surfaced of Elder Chun conversing with a cloaked figure bearing a golden insignia, likely a member of the Crown Prince's faction. The figure had asked, "Have you made your decision?" Elder Chun had simply replied with a single sound of affirmation. The figure continued, "Once you step onto this path, you will be scorned by many. You will live in the shadows, but you must not be consumed by them. Even standing beneath the sun, you will not feel its warmth. No one will understand you. You will become the loneliest person in the world." Elder Chun had replied calmly, "Your Highness, some things must be done. Many comrades choose to die on the battlefield to repay their debt to the nation. The Iron Blood Save the Nation Society needs an informant within the Cultivation Alliance. I, Elder Chun, am willing to be that informant." The Crown Prince continued his admonishment, his voice low and grave. "This will be a dark path with no turning back. Without understanding, you may even die by the blades of your own comrades, branded a traitor." Elder Chun shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "Your Highness, do not try to dissuade me. When I joined the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society, I swore allegiance to its ideals." Back in the present, Elder Chun continued, a wry smile touching his lips. 15 years of drinking ice water cannot cool a burning heart. A lonely death in fervent passion for the iron blood and the nation's salvation. The national teacher is finally dead. Recovering from the shock of the devastating blow, Funfin and Elder Meng approached. "I've heard of you, Elder Chun," Funfin said, her voice laced with a newfound understanding. "No wonder you showed no mercy to the disciples of the Everlasting Life sect all these years. So you are a member of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society." Elder Chun clasped his hands respectfully. "Thank you, Wine Master Chu, for giving me this opportunity." Finfin waved her hand dismissively, a bright smile on her face. "No, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for that strike of yours, old Meng here would surely have met his end." Elder Meng coughed weakly, a sheepish look on his face. "Cough, cough, cough. I've lost half my life already. But seeing a successor like Elder Chun, even if I were to die here, I would have no regrets. My granddaughter told me you were there the day the heavenly secret pill taunted Ho Fantion. So, it was you who killed Yi Sanu." Elder Chun readily admitted it. "Indeed, The national teacher sent me to investigate the Yang family. I took the opportunity to eliminate Yi Sanu and lay in wait for Ho Fantion. Funfin continued her questioning. I heard you met Ji Lingyun and Ji Shi afterward. Ji Lingyun is the only one who has publicly revealed himself as a member of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. Did you discuss anything with him? Elder Chun shook his head. The young master is unaware of my true identity. In this world, only the Crown Prince knows I'm a member of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. The fewer people who know, the safer I am. That's how I've been able to achieve my goals. Funfin, impressed by Elder Chin's unwavering dedication, expressed her admiration. 15 years of sharpening a sword for one decisive strike. Truly a man of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. The former Crown Prince indeed created a formidable organization. Elder Meng suddenly spoke, a thoughtful expression on his face. Xiaofun, that reminds me, why did you refuse the former Crown Prince? I met him once, and I could see he was a man like Elder Chun. Don't you like that kind of person? Funfin replied, there's nothing wrong with the former Crown Prince's character. It's mainly his looks. He's just not my type. If he had even half of Wei Jun's handsomeness, maybe I would have agreed. Elder Meng and Elder Chun, upon hearing Funfin's response, fell silent, speechless. Elder Chun reminisced. The Crown Prince and the wine master once had a conversation. He said, she's a beautiful young woman. It's a pity her tongue is a bit sharp. If I repeated what she said, I'd surely be beaten to death. Seeing the slightly odd expression on Elder Chen's face, Funfin furrowed her brow and asked, Old man, that look on your face tells me you have an opinion. Elder Chun answered honestly. To put it mildly, I recall the Crown Prince was indeed smitten with the wine master at first sight. But after they met, the Crown Prince declared that he only wanted to revitalize the great Qian and had no interest in romance. Elder Meng interjected, Xiao Fong, that doesn't sound like what you said. It sounds like the former Crown Prince wasn't infatuated with women at all. Funfin, after listening, grasped the gist of Elder Chen's words, clenched her fist, and said through gritted teeth, Old man, are you sure you're not misremembering? Elder Chun, breaking out in a cold sweat, replied, the Crown Prince also said that you, wine master, would forever be the goddess in his heart, but he felt unworthy of you, and so gave up pursuing you. Hearing these words, Funfin's expression softened somewhat. Old man, you have to tell the whole story, otherwise people might think I'm being delusional. You're not bad, not making things up or spreading rumors. I'll reward you. The other two remained silent. Funfin then asked, what are your plans now? Do you need to prove your identity? I can help you. Elder Chen replied, there's no need. I haven't decided to reveal my identity yet. Although the national teacher is dead, the Chongqing sect remains. The national teacher was only the supreme elder of the Chongqing sect, and behind the Chongqing sect is the entire Cultivation World Alliance. Wine Master and Elder Meng, please treat this as if you never saw me here. The national teacher died at your hands. It has nothing to do with me. He added, currently, His Majesty knows you're risking your life searching for the national teacher and has promised that as long as you succeed, he won't interfere in court affairs anymore. This is the only way to protect Wei Jun. So, what you need to do now is immediately report to the court that the national teacher is dead. The other two, unaware of this development, were astonished. Funfin nodded. I understand. I'll go. But what about you? You had the national teacher's protection in the Chongqing sect. Now that he's dead, who will protect you if you return? Elder Chen calmly replied, I have my own way. Funfin, however, had other thoughts. She glared at him. You don't. You're just preparing for your own death. Elder Chun was momentarily speechless. After a moment of thought, he continued, Wine Master Chu, these are chaotic times. War rages, and life and death are unpredictable. In such turbulent times, I must take a gamble. Back then, on the battlefields of Wei, members of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society never retreated. They didn't betray their oaths, and neither will I. It's just that my battlefield isn't on the front lines, but within the Cultivation World Alliance. Hearing these words, Funfin, for some reason, felt a sense of sorrow and loneliness hidden within them. She retorted angrily, If you want to deal with the Cultivation World Alliance, just confront them directly with weapons and open battle. You should be a hero fighting valiantly in the light, not a rat seeking scraps in the shadows. You have the right to choose to be a hero admired by all, not a rat hunted by everyone. Elder Chun replied, "The Great Qian is currently facing internal and external troubles, problems piling up one after another. This nation has a history of nearly 1,000 years, 1,000 years of cycles, and the rule of the Great Qian has begun to waver on the verge of collapse. In this moment of life and death, the Great Qian needs people to charge in a battle, needs demigods like you to stabilize the hearts of the people, needs righteous men like Wei Jun to rise up and rally support, and also needs people hidden in the shadows, doing things that heroes cannot. Everyone has their own way of serving their country. I made my choice long ago, and I have no regrets." I asked Wine Master Chu to understand. Seeing Elder Chin's unwavering resolve, Finfin noticed a familiar glint in his eyes. "I once advised Wei Jun to take a step back. His talent is exceptional. As long as he survives, he has the potential to become a saint. He also said similar things to me, that someone must sacrifice first so that others can retain a flicker of hope. Fortunately, our Great Qian still has people like you. I am truly grateful." Funfin cupped her hands in respect and recited a verse, "Ancestral heritage, enduring spirit. I await the day of your triumphant return. If you do not return, I will personally write your story and erect a monument in your honor." Elder Chin laughed heartily, touched by her words. "Ha ha! Thank you, Wine Master Chu. You flatter me. Even His Majesty might not receive such treatment. To have you personally write my story and erect a monument." Funfin smiled and replied, "I respect heroes, not authority. Writing your story and erecting a monument for you is my honor. Is there anything else I can do?" Elder Chin responded, "Please convey my gratitude to young Master Wei. My identity must remain secret from others, but young Master Wei can certainly be trusted." Funfin was puzzled. "You know Wei Jun, Elder?" Chin shook his head. "Not personally, only a fortunate encounter once. But I greatly admire him." Funfin grew more confused. "If you don't know him, what is there to thank him for?" Elder Chun immediately replied, "People like us fear nothing more than the absence of hope. I fear that while I am still fighting, my nation and my people will have already surrendered. Over the years, I have been disappointed in the Great Qian, disappointed in His Majesty. It was young Master Wei who gave me hope, who showed me that there are still many whose blood runs hot. I am not fighting alone. The path I walk is not solitary. I am truly happy, so very happy." Hearing these words of praise, Funfin was once again moved to speechlessness. She replied cheerfully, "I understand. I will certainly convey your message." "We must save him now," Funfin declared. "He'll be so touched." As the words left her lips, Funfin materialized before Wei Jun. Her presence signaled victory. Victory over the Qian Emperor's gamble. Victory against the threat to Wei Jun's life. Seeing her, tears streamed down Wei Jun's face. A wave of shock rippled through the Grand Hall. The Qian Emperor, his voice trembling, addressed Finfin. You stand here alive. Did you truly kill the national teacher?" A smug grin spread across Funfin's face. "Indeed," she confirmed. "He's currently residing in my medicinal garden, awaiting his transformation into fertilizer. Does it pain you?" She thought to herself, there was no other way. To protect Elder Chun and Wei Jun, I had to act. The court officials rose to their feet, voices filled with gratitude. "The Wine Master's presence is a blessing to our nation." The chorus echoed throughout the hall. "The Wine Master's presence is a blessing to our nation." A blush crept onto Finfin's cheeks as she waved her hand dismissively. "As the Wine Master of the Imperial Academy, I merely did what was necessary. No thanks are needed. The national teacher is dead. The rest is in your hands. I've sustained some injuries and must return to the Imperial Academy to recover." Passing Wei Jun, she leaned in and whispered, "Wei Jun, come to the Imperial Academy after court is adjourned. I have something to discuss with you." The officials exchanged knowing glances, murmuring amongst themselves. The Wine Master was making her stance clear. Wei Jun was under her protection. A summons to the Imperial Academy meant not only would he live, but imprisonment or punishment was out of the question. Wei Jun, inwardly groaning, seized the moment before Funfin could retreat further. He raised his voice, "Master, I'm afraid I cannot go. To uphold the sanctity of the great Qian law, I am prepared to die today. Panic seized Wei Jun. He hadn't truly believed Funfin capable of killing the national teacher. They dare defy me so openly. Do they think I will let this slide? I must control the narrative. Today I must die. Funfin turned back, confusion etched on her face. What do you mean? What connection is there between great Qian law and your death? Wei Jun responded calmly. There's a connection, master. Wei Jun began his meticulous explanation. Earlier, in this very hall, I vehemently denounced the perversion of great Qian law due to the Chongsheng sect's influence. I abhor such corruption and hold myself to the same standard. I disrupted the court, insulted His Majesty, and assaulted a superior officer. By great Qian law, these are crimes punishable by death. Today, master, you use your formidable power to subdue the court and save my life. I am eternally grateful, but with all due respect, I cannot accept this. If I were to live under your protection, how would your actions differ from those of the national teacher? How would I be any different from those Chongsheng sect disciples who run rampant in great Qian? Lord Bai sacrificed her sight to uphold the law and execute the national teacher's successor. I told her she was right. If I were in her position, I would have done the same. Your Majesty, a similar choice now lies before you. Allow this student to practice what he preaches. Allow the laws of the great Qian to retain their inherent authority. Let my blood serve as a sacrifice, so that no privilege under heaven can supersede the laws of the great Qian. Wei Jun will die without regret. Wei Jun's righteous words left Funfin speechless. Silence descended upon the grand hall. Wei Jun wasn't putting on an act. He was truly resolved to uphold his principles, even unto death. Tears streamed down Qing Xian's face. Wei Jun, no, you can't die like this. Wei Jun replied coldly, Minister Bai, you have lost your sight, and from now on, your world will be shrouded in darkness. But I want you to know that you did nothing wrong. The night is long and dark, but I am willing to risk my life to light a single lamp, perhaps so that those like you will not be oppressed by tyranny for upholding the law. His words were irrefutable, leaving Qing Xian to weep in helpless despair. Seeing everyone trapped in a stunned silence, Wei Jun laughed aloud, inwardly triumphant. Now you have no reason to stop me. Though the path has been bumpy, victory will ultimately be mine. Princess Ming Zhu suddenly stepped forward. Master Wei, are you truly determined to uphold the strict application of great Qian law? Wei Jun frowned. Indeed, I am prepared to die for it. To his surprise, Princess Ming Zhu responded with a cheerful, excellent. Then Master Wei must also know that great Qian law stipulates that the emperor has the power to grant pardons. The word pardon struck Wei Jun like a blow, leaving him aghast. The prime minister's eyes widened in sudden realization. He gave a thumbs up. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? The princess is truly brilliant. Funfin added her enthusiastic agreement. Ming Zhu is right, Wei Jun. You want to uphold the strict application of great Qian law, don't you? Then you can't violate great Qian law yourself, can you? All right, let's do it this way. Wei Jun could only curse inwardly. Damn it, even the most meticulous plans have flaws. This feudal society is infuriating. The emperor can actually pardon anyone he pleases. Princess Ming Zhu's smile widened. You seem surprised. No need to thank me. I'm naturally this clever. Wei Jun gritted his teeth. I'd like to thank your ancestors 8 generations back. I wish I could stab you. Despite the setback, Wei Jun desperately searched for another way out. Wait, there's no need to panic yet. The emperor does have the power to pardon criminals, but I've angered him to the point of wanting me dead. He'll never agree. Princess Ming Zhu then turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, I implore you to grant Wei Jun a full pardon. His contributions to the nation are immense, enough to atone for his crimes. Please grant this request, lest the people be left in despair. The officials and the prime minister echoed in unison. Your Majesty, we beseech you to pardon Master Wei, lest the people be left in despair. This was like a bucket of cold water thrown onto Wei Jun's carefully laid plans. He prayed silently, Don't do it, Emperor. Stay strong, don't give in. You are doing so well. All the officials, civil and military alike, began to chant in unison, "Your Majesty, we beseech you to pardon Master Wei, lest the people be left in despair." The Qian emperor's face darkened. "Are you trying to force my hand?" he roared. The prime minister replied, "Your Majesty, please do not forget, the entire world is watching you. Please consider your image and reputation." The Qian emperor laughed loudly. "Haha, what reputation do I have left? Hasn't the whole world just witnessed everything? Do you think if I suddenly have a change of heart now, the people will believe I'm a wise ruler?" The prime minister pressed on, "Your Majesty, when the hearts of the people, and you in the world, it is not too late to have change of heart." A bitter smile twisted the Qian emperor's lips. "When the hearts of the people, and you in the world. Those are just lies that kings use to deceive the ignorant. Shang Wanyin, do you actually believe that? Win the world, and you in the hearts of the people. That's the truth." Hearing the Qian emperor's rebuttal, the most delighted person was, of course, Wei Jun. "Yes, don't compromise. The heavens are watching you." The prime minister was clearly displeased. "Very well, Your Majesty. So you've decided to unleash your true nature. You're truly embracing the broken pieces, aren't you? You don't want to be emperor anymore. Or would you rather drag Wei Jun down with you?" Suddenly, something was thrown towards the Qian emperor. It rolled to a stop, and everyone saw what it was: the national teacher's head. The Qian emperor's face turned deathly pale. The one who had thrown the head was Finfin. Her eyes blazed as she demanded, "Pardon, Wei Jun. Is there a problem with that?" The Qian emperor, seemingly at a loss for words, remained silent. Unexpectedly, it was Wei Jun who spoke up, his voice ringing out. "Your Majesty, do not yield. You are the son of heaven, the highest authority. Don't worry. This wine master wouldn't dare kill you. Killing me won't have any consequences. Your Majesty, you've come this far. You can't back down now. Only by killing me can you preserve your imperial dignity." After a moment of contemplation, the Qian emperor began, "Wine Master Chu, you should know that I hold the legacy of the human emperor. No one in this palace can touch me. So it's not that I'm afraid of you, but I've given it some thought, and I believe Minister Shangwan has a point. I will grant Wei Jun a pardon." So quickly, the officials were stunned, and the most terrified, the most bewildered, was perhaps Wei Jun himself. Wei Jun raged, "You spineless coward. Are you even a man?" Before he could say more, Qing Exine covered Wei Jun's mouth, whispering, "Wei Jun, I beg you, just hold back. You can curse him all you want in private, all right?" For some reason, Qing Exine also felt that something wasn't right. The Qian emperor was acting very strangely, incredibly strangely. His behavior is just too normal. Legend has it that the Qian emperor ascended the throne by killing his older brother, so his methods and schemes shouldn't be something ordinary people can compare to. He's likely even more formidable than the late emperor. Even if he cultivates the Tao all year round and prioritizes longevity, he absolutely wouldn't let power slip from his grasp. But today, his control over the court seems incredibly weak. Even regular generals and members of the royal family dare to oppose him. This is absolutely not the behavior of an emperor who sees power through ruthless means. While observing the Qian emperor, his gaze fell directly upon Qing Exine, as if realizing she was being watched. Qing Exine worried if she had been mistaken. Did he just look at me? Seeing the Qian emperor's hesitation, Zhang Kong stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, now that the national teacher is dead, the conflict between the Great Qian and the Cultivator Alliance is unavoidable. War could break out at any moment. I implore Your Majesty to keep your promise and continue focusing on your cultivation." The Prime Minister added, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The Great Qian belongs to the Jun family. I only wish to fight to the death and dare not interrupt Your Majesty's cultivation." The Qian emperor slowly rose to his feet and laughed loudly. "Ha! It seems you're determined to depose me. Do you really think you can achieve your goals without me?" He then simply walked away, his laughter bordering on madness. "Ha, very well. I will do as you wish. I will leave this country to you. Let me see what you rebellious traitors can do with the Great Qian." Zhang Kong and the Prime Minister bowed, their heads in unison. "We bid farewell to Your Majesty. This is just too strange." Qing Exine was also worried. Something felt deeply wrong. Too weak. The Qian emperor was simply too weak. As if reading Qing Exine's thoughts, he used a voice transmission to speak directly to her. "Come to the Qing Exine Palace after the court is dismissed. Also, no matter what you see or guess, you're not allowed to tell anyone." Qing Exine was utterly astonished. It was a voice transmission from His Majesty. With the court dismissed, Wei Jun arrived at the Imperial Academy only to learn the truth about the battle at the Hundred Herbs Garden. Elder Chun, a member of the Iron Blood Save a Nation Society, had been sent to the longevity sect as an inside agent. It was Elder Chun who seized the opportunity to kill the national teacher when he was unguarded. Funfin nodded. That's right, to conceal Elder Chen's identity. I had no choice but to take all the blame. Also, Yi Sanyang's death was actually Elder Chen's doing as well. Before leaving, Elder Chen specifically asked me to tell you that he thanks you for giving him hope. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill the national teacher himself. Wei Jun trembled with rage, tears welling in his eyes. These women constantly opposing me is one thing, but why is even Elder Chun on the enemy's side, a member of the Great Qian? I said it. Chu Fenfin's strength is, at most, on par with the national teacher. How could she possibly kill him? Why is it so difficult for this heavenly emperor to simply return home? Seeing this, Fenfin asked Wei Jun with confusion, "Why are you crying?" Wei Jun, using emotion as a pretext, simply said he was moved by Elder Chen's story. Fenfin praised him. Truly, a hero recognized as a hero. You are now a hero who has changed the Great Qian court. Wei Jun wanted to curse. This heavenly emperor doesn't want to be any kind of hero. I just want to die. Is that too much to ask? Meanwhile, at Qing Xian Palace, Qing Xian was secretly meeting with the Qian emperor. Disciple Qing Xian. The Qian emperor said, a single glance revealing that he had noticed her restored sight. He asked by Qing Xian, the poison that blinded you was concocted by the national teacher himself. Who helped you dispel it? Qing Xian felt a flicker of panic. First General Zhao had noticed, and now His Majesty. Could it be that others have seen it too, but simply haven't mentioned it? As if sensing her unease, the Qian emperor continued, do not worry. Ordinary people cannot detect it. Only those with exceptionally pure hearts or discerning eyes can perceive the change. Qing Xian found this strange. General Zhao was likely the pure-hearted type, which meant His Majesty possessed the discerning eyes. Take this, the Qian emperor said, tossing something to her. Qing Xian looked at the jade slip in her hand. The Qian emperor explained, this is a jade slip containing a cultivation technique that conceals one's aura. Upon activation, the sealed image within will transmit itself into your mind, aiding you in cultivating this technique. Once mastered, unless the disparity in strength is insurmountable, those like you will be unable to see through your disguise. Qing Xian was astonished. My strength is rapidly increasing. This is precisely what I need. With this trump card, I can conceal myself. Qing Xian bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this gift. But why are you helping me? The Qian emperor suddenly shuddered, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. It was as if he were suppressing something terrifying within his body. Qing Xian asked with concern, Your Majesty, what is wrong? After a moment, the Qian emperor regained his composure, waving a dismissive hand. I am fine, but he seemed to be merely enduring, his body slick with cold sweat, his expression grim. By Qing Xian, if you have many questions, cultivate this technique in Qing Xian Palace first. I will explain everything to you when I have the time. I have some personal matters to attend to now. You need not ask further. With that, the Qian emperor vanished. Qing Xian's mind raced with questions. His Majesty's condition is not right, and it's more serious than I imagined. I should cultivate this aura-concealing technique first. That way, I could be of more help to Wei Lang later. A thought suddenly struck her. Oh, right, I might not leave the palace tomorrow. I should send a message to Wei Lang with a transmission talisman so he doesn't worry when he can't find me. With that, Qing Xian sent a message to Wei Jun. Master Wei, I will be taking a day off tomorrow and won't be able to accompany you. Wei Jun replied, attend to your matters, Master Bai. There's no rush on my end. Wei Jun felt a deep sense of frustration. He hadn't died in court today, so it seemed he couldn't rely on the Qian emperor. Now, my only option is to pray to the god of wealth and force those people to kill me. While fiddling with his voice transmission jade slip, Wei Jun turned to Funfin and asked, Master, the Western continent's weaponry is more advanced than ours in the Great Qian. What about other aspects? For example, in terms of technology. I mean, everyday tools. Funfin replied, they're ahead of us in that area too. I hear the Western continent has a type of carriage that can move without horses. They've even begun researching flying boats that don't require talismans to soar through the sky. A puzzled Wei Jun inquired, "Oh, Master, their techniques surpass ours. Why haven't we learned from them?" Fin Fin curled her lip. Why bother? Talismans and formations fitted to carriages or flying boats are much faster than anything the Western continent is developing. This explanation seems somewhat inadequate. Wei Jun pressed further, but their research and tools are more suitable for the common people. Conversely, the more advanced technology becomes, the more cultivation relies not just on talent, but also resources. Funfin continued her explanation. I hear they're undergoing a technological revolution, but technology demands significant resources, no less than cultivation. Remember, nothing comes without a price. Wei Jun nodded. Master makes a good point. I understand. He was beginning to grasp the situation. The Great Qian had chosen a different path, forging its own unique system. Switching to another would be a waste of effort. It was better to build upon their existing foundation, making the tools of cultivators accessible to ordinary people. That was the true path. Wei Jun posed another question. Master, is our conflict with the Western continent like a struggle for the Great Tao? A clash between two entirely different civilizations to see which is stronger? Funfin frowned at his words. You're overthinking it. If it were truly as you say, wouldn't that imply someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes? What could their motive be? Wei Jun offered his speculation. Perhaps it's merely an experiment by some higher being. It's possible our entire world is just a testing ground for some supreme existence. They scatter seeds at will, then wait for them to take root and sprout. Once the seeds have grown, they begin their harvest. A chill ran down Finfin's spine. Impossible. That's a terrifying thought. Wei Jun thought to himself, what's so impossible? I've killed plenty of such beings before. Wei Jun continued his analysis. Master, based on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's current reaction, it's highly likely the Cultivator Alliance is the catalyst for this war. That means what was written in Master Yang's diary could very well be true. That's the crux of the matter. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. If there's an unbreakable barrier between us and the Western continent, and plenty of people from our side have sailed across the sea seeking immortal teachings, yet none have ever reached the Western continent, why has no one ever broken through this barrier? Why are disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion able to breach it and enter the Western continent after their breakthrough? If there truly is a higher being at play, then everything makes sense. Fear crept into Funfin's heart as she considered his words. A higher being? Could it be the true God of the Heavenly Phoenix? A true God. I heard that a true God descended upon the Western continent years ago. Is that true? Wei Jun asked. Funfin nodded. Yes. The Great Qian paid a heavy price to slay that god. Wei Jun's worry deepened. It seems this war for our nation might involve beings from the heavenly realm. Of course, this is just speculation for now. The evidence isn't conclusive. We must first verify the authenticity of Master Yang's diary, then begin our investigation at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Ministry of Justice and request the Sacred Fortune to authenticate the diary. The next morning, Wei Jun arrived at the Ministry of Justice. His spirits were surprisingly high. Qing Xian was on a 6-day leave, and Yuan had been dispatched by the Qian Emperor and hadn't yet returned. The absence of these two protectors brought him an unexpected sense of relief. Haha, who knows, maybe someone will jump out and try to kill me before I even reach the Sacred Fortune. Such fine weather today. Something good is bound to happen, Wei Jun's thoughts grew increasingly optimistic, and he threw back his head with a hearty laugh. Are you Master Wei? An official leaned in close to Wei Jun's ear, startling him. Who are you? Where did you spring from, trying to frighten me? The official offered a beaming smile and introduced himself. Master Wei, it's an honor, a true honor. I am Sherlin, Assistant Minister, specifically tasked with receiving you here at the Ministry of Justice. Yesterday, in the Golden Court, your courageous words, your loyalty unto death, truly filled me with admiration. A talent like yours deserves a long life, protecting our Great Qian. Wei Jun cursed inwardly. Oh, what bad luck. Can you just shut up? The assistant minister opened the door, gesturing for Wei Jun to enter. Master Wei, please come in. There are some final preparations for activating the sacred altar. Please wait a moment. Wei Jun didn't respond, only stared at him, making the official flustered. What is it, Master Wei? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I'll go in now. Wei Jun resumed his usual smile. and stepped inside. With a single step, a formation lit up. Wei Jun grinned, just as I suspected. A trap. Spiritual energy erupted from the formation. Wei Jun's surroundings suddenly became blindingly bright, blurring his vision, making everything feel unreal. Wei Jun realized this is the passage of a transmission formation. Just then, the assistant minister prostrated himself. Master Wei, I apologize. Wei Jun smiled. I know. The assistant minister stared, dumbfounded. So that's why you looked at me that way just now. Did the legendary Wei of utmost sincerity warn you? Wei Jun scoffed. Oh, you even know about the Wei of utmost sincerity. The assistant minister answered honestly. The information they gave me was very detailed. They spared no effort in preparing to deal with you. Wei Jun countered. The assistant minister wept. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Heavenly Secrets Elder. Master Wei, I truly didn't mean to harm you. I have my difficulties. I'm a wretch. Beat me, scold me, do as you will. Wei Jun rejoiced inwardly. You're sending me to my death, and not only will this heavenly emperor not beat or scold you, I'll even reward you for it. Wei Jun pressed further. So, this is meant to transport me to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Shirluin, the assistant minister, trembled as he replied, Indeed. Furthermore, it's a one-way transmission with no return. To deal with you, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is willing to sacrifice a priceless formation. Master Wei, Shirluin continued, if you foresaw the danger, why did you still walk into this trap? Wei Jun scoffed internally, thinking, would you believe me if I said I wanted to die? So, he began to fabricate a story. Because you don't seem like a bad person. Besides, there's no grievance between us. If you want to harm me, there must be a painful reason. If I didn't walk into this trap, wouldn't I be harming you? Hearing Wei Jun's words, Shirluin became even more remorseful, starting to slap himself. I truly am a beast. How could I lay hands on a national scholar like you? Once I confirm my wife's safety, I will certainly atone with my death. Wei Jun magnanimously advised, all right, get up first. I'm not used to having people kneel at my feet. Wei Jun inquired solicitously, so the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion kidnapped your wife to threaten you. Shirluin slowly rose, nodding. Although I'm not as upright as Master Wei, if there were another option, I would absolutely not harm you. Wei Jun smiled in response. I can sense your pain and sincerity. I'm going to die at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion anyway. If I can save your wife's life, then my death won't be in vain. Hearing Wei Jun's words, Shirluin knelt down again, tears streaming down his face. Master Wei, I am truly ashamed. I truly have no face to speak with you any longer. In truth, I knew long ago that my wife was a member of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and I'm nothing more than a pawn they've been manipulating. Wei Jun was even more astonished. How interesting. Does your wife not know that you've discovered her identity? She doesn't know yet, Shirluin replied. Wei Jun shook his head, knowing full well she's from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, yet still worrying about her safety. You truly are a lovesick fool, Shirluin recounted. In my youth, I was also full of passion, hoping to use my own talents to bring change to the great Qin court. But in the end, facing the ostracization of my colleagues and the obstruction of my superiors, let alone helping the world, I couldn't even do my own job well. It was my wife's appearance that saved me. I knew she was from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but I couldn't refuse her. My current abilities are not as good as before. But after I married my wife, all the colleagues who ostracized me and the superiors who obstructed me disappeared. I did nothing, just surrendered to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and then I was promoted, rising to the position of Assistant Minister of Justice. Tears streamed down Shirluin's face. I truly love my wife, but I really don't understand. I just surrendered to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. So why did everything change? Why has this world become like this? Wei Jun calmly replied, you are at fault, but so are the circumstances. To turn a good person bad, all it takes is for the injustices around him to exceed his capacity to endure. Minister Shir, you needn't blame yourself too much. Your backbone may indeed be insufficiently strong, but your crimes are not unforgivable. Enlightened by Wei Jun's words, Shirluin bowed his head gratefully. Master Wei, thank you. Thank you for understanding me. Wei Jun gave a faint smile. You're mistaken. I don't say this because I understand you, but because I want to thank you. Thank you for sending me into this transmission formation to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. This time, I'll face the entire pavilion alone. Let's see who can save me. The scene shifted to the tranquil heart hall within the imperial palace. Qing Xin stood before the Qian emperor for the second time. He asked her gently, "What do you wish to ask me? Speak freely." Qing Xin voiced her suspicions. "Your Majesty, you haven't held court for 5 years, ostensibly to cultivate, but in reality, you've been biding your time, haven't you? I want to know, are you concealing the Cultivator Alliance, or is there a more powerful enemy?" The corner of the Qian emperor's mouth twitched upwards. 5 years of patience is merely 5 years of hiding like a turtle. Why don't you ask me why I killed the previous emperor? Aren't those the rumors that have been circulating? Qing Xin responded directly. Because I don't believe you killed the previous emperor. Many things don't require overthinking. If your Majesty truly committed the deed, you wouldn't have spared Princess Mingzhu. Even with the numerous female cultivators behind her, she couldn't protect him. If you couldn't even kill the emperor, how could you fail to eliminate a mere Mingzhu? Killing a princess wouldn't have been any less impactful than killing an emperor. The Qian emperor nodded. By Qing Xin is indeed by Qing Xin. You always see things more clearly than others. His expression suddenly shifted. I truly wronged you in that matter years ago. I knew what was happening, but I didn't intervene. Because in my eyes, it wasn't the right time to retaliate. Because you weren't worth abandoning, you have the right to hate me. Qing Xin was stunned, then felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She asked, her voice trembling, "Then when, Your Majesty, do you consider the right time to retaliate?" The Qian emperor replied, "When there's no way to retreat, there's no need to retreat any further. Now is the time when there's no way to retreat." Kingsin Surili understood. So, Your Majesty has been enduring, concealing the Cultivator Alliance. The Qian emperor laughed. To put it nicely, it's endurance. In reality, it's simply that our strength is inferior. Qing Xin asked worriedly, "It's been 5 years. What's the difference in strength now?" The Qian emperor replied, "It's better than before, but I'm not certain of victory." However, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Yesterday at court, I was heartened to see so many still willing to stand up. With them, the great Qian still has hope. Qing Xin countered, "But Your Majesty, they've abandoned you. Wear a mask for too long, and you'll forget your true face. Even if you don't forget, the world will." The Qian emperor showed no regret at her words, only a bitter laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, this is what I wish for, the ending I deserve. For 5 years, I haven't done anything against morality, but in reality, I allowed the Cultivator Alliance to run rampant in the Great Qian. I'm not a wise ruler. This cannot be changed. The people suffer, and the fault lies with me. This is an immutable truth. History will remember my sins." Qing Xin, drenched in a cold sweat after hearing this, tried to persuade him. "If you reveal the truth, you will surely be forgiven. History, 100 years from now, will surely judge you fairly." The Qian emperor remained resolute. There's no need. The great Qian needs tyrant. The humiliation that the great Qian has endured these past years needs someone to bear it. There is no one more suitable than me. If one day, the great Qian defeats the powerful enemies surrounding us, and future generations look back on this shameful history, all the misfortune, all the humiliation will be attributed to this tyrant. And the new great Qian will have a wise and valiant new emperor, loyal officials who love their country, and diligent and confident citizens. They will lead the great Qian to a bright future. Therefore, I am willing to be a tyrant, and then, at the appropriate time, die. Faced with these heartfelt words, Qing Xin could only remain silent. His Majesty spoke from the depths of his soul. He was prepared to sacrifice both his honor and his life. He had truly made all the preparations to dedicate himself to the great Qian. Qing Xin continued to inquire. "You nurtured the second prince to become an upright and kind prince, and you deliberately created opportunities for Princess Mingzhu to demonstrate her wisdom. Are they the successors you have in mind? Do you intend to carry all the humiliation to your grave, leaving hope for the future emperors?" These speculations seem to be accurate. The Qian emperor let out a hearty laugh. Then, his expression turned serious as he threatened Qing Xin, "If you dare to breathe a word of what transpired here today, I will certainly take Wei Jun's life." The Qian emperor's use of Wei Jun as a threat brought a flush to Qing Xion's face. "Your Majesty, you've even discerned my feelings for Wei Jun." She replied, "You won't harm Wei Jun. You never intended to harm him from the very beginning. I can even assert that, in the Golden Loan Hall, it was your Majesty who intervened to stop the left censor, allowing Wei Jun to survive." The Qian Emperor neither confirmed nor denied her deduction, continuing his threat. "Being too clever can be harmful. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Qing Xian, I'm even contemplating whether I should kill you right now." Qing Xian responded confidently, "If I dare to come here, I do not fear death. But your Majesty, why are you so cruel to yourself? Can't we, ruler and subject, work together to resist this? Is such a great sacrifice truly worth it?" The Qian Emperor finally explained, "The enemy's strength is far beyond your comprehension. Someone must be sacrificed for this. I initially asked my elder brother and my disciple if this was worth it. My disciple said, 'My family are descendants of a human emperor, inheriting his bloodline. The human emperor's bloodline isn't inherently noble. It is only because the human emperor accomplished great deeds. Therefore, the human emperor's bloodline is glorious because of him, enjoying the greatest honor in the world. It must also bear the greatest responsibility in the world. When a nation is in peril, others may retreat, but the imperial family cannot. Therefore, my disciple is willing to die." Qing Xian astutely picked up on a piece of information. "The crown prince is truly dead." The Qian Emperor continued, "My elder brother said, the emperor defends the nation's gates. The sovereign dies for his land. He protected the gates with his life." Qing Xian was startled once more. The previous emperor died defending the nation's gates. The Qian Emperor finally spoke, his voice heavy with responsibility. "I'm not as capable as my elder brother, nor as my disciple, whom I watched grow. But they're both gone. The king dies for his country. Now it is my turn. We must leave hope for the next generation. The fighting will be left to Changsun Zilong, Lu Qian, and the others. But the sacrifice must be led by the imperial family." His gaze sharpened on Qing Xian. "Since you know everything, you have but two choices. Either help me, or I will silence you." Hearing this, Qing Xian immediately clasped her hands and declared loudly, "I am willing to serve your Majesty with utmost loyalty, even unto death." A light, as if kindled by the sun itself, shone in Qing Xian's eyes, and a flicker of joy touched her face. "There is still hope for the great Qian. My perseverance, my struggles, they all have meaning." The Qian Emperor nodded curtly. "Very well." Qing Xian continued, her voice now thoughtful. "Your Majesty, there is one more thing I must confirm. If you're determined to oppose the Cultivator Alliance, you must have made some arrangements. However, Zhou Jizi killing the national teacher seemed entirely unexpected. Therefore, this was not part of your plan." She paused, then asked, "What are you trying to say?" The Qian Emperor asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "I heard your Majesty dispatched Steward Lu and Lu Yuanhao to investigate the whereabouts of the former crown prince near the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. But the former crown prince is dead. Therefore, I dare to speculate that your true objective was to eliminate the Heavenly Secrets Elder." The Qian Emperor neither confirmed nor denied, merely offering a chilling compliment. "To deduce the truth from such scant information. By Qing Xian, you're truly formidable." A bead of sweat trickled down the emperor's temple. "Wei Jun, the object of your affections, is a truly pitiable soul. I fear he will be unable to keep any secrets from you in the future." Qing Xian blushed, scratching her head sheepishly. "Your Majesty flatters me." She pressed on, "With only Lu Yuanhao and Steward Lu, eliminating the Heavenly Secrets Elder would be a daunting task. Your Majesty must have other preparations, a hidden hand." "Naturally," the Qian Emperor replied, a glint of steel in his eyes. "I have invited a powerful ally to assist them. I cannot guarantee victory against the entire Cultivator Alliance, but at the very least, the Heavenly Secrets Elder's demise is certain." Meanwhile, Wei Jun had just arrived at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Filled with a mixture of dread and anticipation, he awaited the encounter with the Heavenly Secrets Elder and the fateful destiny that awaited him. The transmission complete, Wei Jun began to explore his surroundings. Finding the area deserted, he muttered to himself in confusion, "Strange. I've arrived, but where is the Heavenly Secrets Elder? This is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, isn't it?" Shao Qing, equally unfamiliar with the location, could only offer a hesitant confirmation. I believe this is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. As they walked, a desperate plea reached their ears. Immortal, please, I beg you, spare my sister. Not far away, two men were harassing a young brother and sister. The brother knelt on the ground, pleading, Immortal, please have mercy. My sister is soon to be married. I beg you, spare her. One of the men kicked the pleading brother in the face, snarling, Get lost. The young woman cried out in anguish, Brother. The two men, judging by their attire, appear to be Taoist priests. The taller, thinner one spoke, his voice laced with cruel intent. Your sister possesses a unique constitution, a pure, unsullied maiden. She is the perfect vessel to aid my cultivation. Boy, get out of here. The merciful Heavenly Secrets Pavilion won't take your life. I'll return in 3 years to collect your younger sister. By then, she'll be of marriageable age, and I'll even provide her with a dowry. The fat Taoist priest roared with laughter. Senior brother is truly merciful. I'm utterly impressed. Witnessing this injustice, Wei Jun stepped forward. Xiao Qing quickly grabbed his arm, stopping him. She shook her head and whispered, Master Wei, don't interfere. This is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's territory. We have no authority here. The young man continued to kowtow. Immortal Masters, have mercy. I am a soldier in General Deng Zhang's army. For General Deng's sake, please spare my sister. My family will surely reward you handsomely. Wei Jun turned to Xiao Qing. General Deng Jiang is from the Southern Sky Province, holding a rank equal to General Zhao Yun, correct. Surely the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion must show him some deference. Xiao Qing could only sigh. The two Taoist priests burst into laughter. You dare use General Deng to threaten us. If you were General Deng's son, perhaps we would reconsider. But a mere soldier, what are you? General Deng is an honored elder guest of our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Even if you complained to him, do you think he would intervene for a lowly soldier like you? The thinner Taoist priest leaned down, a sneer twisting his lips. Boy, the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are merciful. We don't want to kill. Heed my advice. Leave your sister and get out of here. Otherwise, when you're dead, we have plenty of brothers here to entertain her. He ground his teeth, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Despair washed over the young man's face. His voice trembled. We won't die so easily. Enraged, the Taoist priest channeled spiritual energy into his hand, aiming a blow at the young man's face. You're courting death. Suddenly, a sharp get lost rang out, and the Taoist priest went flying. The fat Taoist priest looked on in bewilderment. Senior brother, what happened? A figure strode forward. The fat priest spun around. Who's there? It was Wei Jun, his body radiating righteous aura. Each word dripped with power. I'm the one who will end you. He had just used the same technique Elder Meng had employed, the upright, righteous chi emanation method. The fat Taoist priest's eyes widened. Wei Jun, you're Wei Jun impossible. How can you be this strong? Wei Jun ignored him, turning to the two children. Get up. You're safe now. You're safe. Tears streamed down the young man's face. Master Wei. It really is Master Wei. He scrambled to his feet, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Master Wei, for saving us. What brings you to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? The thinner Taoist priest, finally regaining his footing, let out a harsh laugh. What brings him here? The fat priest's face lit up. Senior brother, you're back. The thinner Taoist priest wiped his face, the veins in his forehead bulging. He spoke through gritted teeth. We invited him, of course. Wei Jun, don't think that just because you're someone important in the capital with people to protect you, that you're anything here at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. You'll be hard-pressed to protect yourself, let alone anyone else. What nonsense are you spouting? He finished his tirade, expecting a response, but Wei Jun simply turned to Xiao Qing. That General Deng Jiang in the Southern Sky Province is truly despicable. How can he stand by and watch the common people suffer such oppression at the hands of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? The Taoist priest roared in fury. Are you even listening to me? You dare disrespect me. He began to boast. Wei Jun, have you read so many books that you've become a fool? Do you think this is the capital? In the Tianan province, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is the true emperor. Understand? He sneered. General Deng is just a guest elder of our Tianan province. How could he offend the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for a mere pawn like you? Xiao Qing was extremely worried. Master Wei, this time you were truly too impulsive. General Deng won't intervene in this matter. Wei Jun stated, "I've reviewed a report. In the past 5 years, countless crimes such as intentional homicide, robbery, rape, and property seizure have occurred in Tian'an province, an average of 1 every 2 days. The death toll has reached over 20,000. The majority of these cases were committed by disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yet, not a single disciple has been held criminally responsible for their actions." Wei Jun fell silent. Had the world fallen into such chaos? Xiao Qing continued, "The capital is slightly better. If the station general is dedicated, the situation is more manageable. But overall, the world has indeed descended into this state of disorder." Wei Jun was speechless. Old Madame Yang was right. He had only encountered good people before. It was simply his luck to have met only the righteous, blinding him to the darkness and wickedness that permeated most of this nation, perhaps even the world. That was why the people he knew, clearly the world's most capable individuals, could only barely hold on, unable to truly turn the tide. Wei Jun gritted his teeth. The most terrifying thing is that many people consider this state of affairs to be normal. Xiao Qing, sweating profusely, wiped his face. Even His Majesty obeys the Cultivator Alliance's dictates. How would the officials below dare to object? Master Wei, in recent years, the Great Qian Court has tried to stand firm, but the result has been either demotion or death. Even if we have the will to save the nation, His Majesty has already surrendered. What meaning is there in our efforts? Wei Jun retorted angrily. Saving the nation and loyalty to the emperor have never been the same thing. You're just making excuses for your own cowardice. He glared at the other man. Master, sure, you're not truly evil, but you are absolutely a proponent of appeasement. Regardless of the reason, appeasement cannot be forgiven. But the Qian emperor, leading you to kneel at the feet of appeasement, is even more deserving of death. As soon as these words were spoken, the Qian emperor in the palace coughed up blood. Qing Xian asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The Qian emperor, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, replied, "I don't know. But it seems my internal injuries are worsening." His voice trembled. "I have a very bad feeling. Could it be that I've done something wrong, and heaven is punishing me?" Back with Wei Jun, he continued, "The Qian emperor is indeed deserving of death. But the two of you are even more so now." Hearing this, the two Taoist priests burst into laughter. Unfortunately, mere words don't count. Ha ha! Even the great Qian law can't convict us. What are you? In the midst of their laughter, blood suddenly began to flow from the 7 orifices of the 2 Taoist priests, and they collapsed to the ground, dead. The 3 remaining people, witnessing this scene, were stunned into silence, their mouths agape. Wei Jun looked coldly at the corpses of the 2 Taoist priests and said calmly, "Because I wanted them dead." In truth, this was the result of Wei Jun's words manifesting into reality, influencing the very will of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth, in essence, are the overwhelming presence of this will. The world where the great Qian Empire resided, from a moment it sensed Wei Jun's existence, continuously channeled cultivation, power, and destiny toward him. When Wei Jun actively communicated with the will of heaven and earth, it amplified his strength, allowing him to wield power far beyond his current realm. Simply put, the will of this world was kneeling at Wei Jun's feet. Wei Jun himself was almost aware of this. It was a pity that the will of heaven and earth was merely an operating formula, only able to follow pre-established rules. Therefore, it could make him powerful, but it couldn't actively help him kill. One couldn't ask too much of formula. Wei Jun turned to the 2 children. "Can you 2 leave this place now on your own? If you can go quickly, I can help you once, but I may not be able to help you a second time." The boy was about to reply, "Yes, I've bribed the other disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. As long as these 2 aren't blocking us, we can still leave. Thank you for saving our lives, Master Wei. Later, we siblings will definitely." His words were cut short as he saw something hurtling towards Wei Jun. "Master Wei, be careful," he shouted. Indeed, a streak of golden light shot down from the sky. Unexpectedly, Wei Jun met it with a cheerful expression. He waved his hand, pushing the other 3 behind him. "It seems the Heavenly Secrets Elder wants to see me. You all go quickly, don't worry about me." With a boom, the golden light struck the ground like a bolt of lightning. Wei Jun, having just pushed the 3 down, narrowly avoided the attack. Xiao Qing stumbled to her feet, adjusting her clothes. Master Wei was taken by that light to the mountain peak. "Is the Heavenly Secrets Elder there?" The young girl, still sitting on the ground, cried out in worry. Wah, Master Wei pushed us away at the last moment. Will Master Wei die? Why is it so hard for good people to live in this world? The boy gritted his teeth in frustration. Because good people aren't strong enough yet. He looked up at the sky and shouted, Master Wei, if you are unfortunate enough to die, I will devote my entire life to avenging you. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. Because of Wei Jun's appearance, a fire had been ignited within the young boy's heart. The first seed of rebellion in Tianan province had been sown. As for Wei Jun, after being struck by the golden light, he opened his eyes to find himself inside a building atop a snowy mountain peak. He now faced an old man with disheveled hair. The old man sneered, does it have any meaning? You saved those siblings, planting the seeds of hatred in their hearts. In the future, they will only become more desperate because no matter how they resist, they cannot fight against the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Wei Jun went straight to the point. You are the Heavenly Secrets Elder. The old man replied, I'm just an old gatekeeper. I was instructed by my master to wait for you here. Wei Jun sat down angrily on a nearby chair. I thought I could meet that old thief. Why did he leave you to wait for me? Where has he gone? The old man replied, my master has gone to meet your friend. Friend, Wei Jun mused, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. It seems the Qian Emperor has dispatched Lu Yuanhao and his adoptive father to approach the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. What could the Heavenly Secrets Elder want with him? Meanwhile, somewhere on Heavenly Secrets Mountain, a blanket of pristine snow covered the landscape. 3 figures strolled through the mountain's snowy expanse. 2 elderly men and a younger one. These were the Heavenly Secrets Elder, Lu Yuanhao, and his adoptive father, Lu Qian, the Imperial Inspector General. The Heavenly Secrets Elder, eyes crinkled in a smile, addressed Lu Qian. Inspector General Lu, could you tell this old man a little about this young hero, Master Lu? I'm quite curious. How did you cultivate such a talent? Lu Qian responded modestly. Would you believe me if I said I never taught him anything? The Heavenly Secrets Elder let out a hearty laugh. So Master Lu is entirely self-taught. The Heavenly Secrets Elder nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. Most intriguing. It seems Master Lu possesses remarkable character. His future is boundless. Yuan Hao, practically glowing with the praise, chuckled. Haha, you flatter me, Elder. I'm just an ordinary, somewhat plump fellow. The Heavenly Secrets Elder threw back his head and roared with laughter. Haha, so young, yet already so skilled in the art of self-deprecation. Clearly possessing formidable strength, yet so humble in demeanor. Truly a dragon among men. Lu Qian, you have raised a fine adopted son. Feeling more at ease, Yuan Hao finally dared to ask, seeing your heavenly secrets, do you truly know the whereabouts of the former crown prince? How much longer until we meet him? The Heavenly Secrets Elder smiled enigmatically. Haha, soon. You will meet him very soon. Suddenly, he bellowed, a terrifying killing intent erupting from him. He spun around, spiritual energy coalescing in his hand, taking the shimmering form of a go board. A deafening boom echoed through the mountains, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Lu Qian and Yuan Hao, narrowly dodging the attack, landed a short distance away. Heavenly Secrets, what are you doing? Lu Qian demanded. Why attack Yuan Hao? The Heavenly Secrets Elder replied, a chilling amusement in his voice. Haha, what else? To kill him, of course, and seize his destiny. He toyed with the go board formed of spiritual energy, power radiating from his body. It was clear he was preparing a deadly attack, intent on obliterating Yuan Hao. He continued, didn't you know this plump fellow is a child of destiny, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon? Yuan Hao erupted in indignation. What are you talking about? You're the child of destiny. Your whole family are children of destiny. I'm just a regular, somewhat plump guy. If I were truly a child of destiny, I would have cut you down with a single stroke already. Lu Qian, equally enraged, added, even if Xiaojie were a child of destiny, I wouldn't let you lay a finger on him. It's 2 against 1. If you don't want to die, I suggest you leave. Now, the Heavenly Secrets Elder remained unfazed. Lu Qian, didn't the Qian Emperor instruct you to cooperate with me in all matters? If you can't bring yourself to help me kill Lu Yuan Hao, then step aside. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to bury you with him. As he spoke, the spiritual energy intensified, turning the go board a pitch black. Yuan Hao stared at the board, bewildered. Why is it turning black? Lu Qian, however, recognized the object, the Lanka go board, a powerful artifact containing the Tao of space and time, one of the strongest artifacts in the world. I can't believe you found the legendary Lankago board. Tianji channeled his spiritual energy, his eyes flashing as he launched his attack. Not but, Luqian. Your knowledge is impressive. I'll give you a chance. Get out of the way, or you'll both die. You won't save Lu Yuanhao today. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Tianji unleashed the power of the Lankago board, forcing Lu Qian and Yuanhao into a desperate retreat, parrying blows as they fell back. The entire battle was being broadcast live to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion through the interface of the Go board. Wei Jun sat with an elderly fortune teller within the pavilion, watching the three-way struggle unfold. Wei Jun nodded. Remarkable to see and hear Lu Yuanhao and the others through the board. Their live broadcasting technique is quite impressive. The old man chuckled. The elder is about to kill Lu Yuanhao, yet you seem unconcerned. Wei Jun didn't answer directly, only cursing inwardly. What's there to be concerned about? Once I successfully resurrect, dealing with them will be child's play. A cold smile played on his lips. He who laughs last, laughs best. Even the Heavenly Secrets elder isn't guaranteed victory. Suddenly, Wei Jun's expression shifted, his face etched with astonishment. Back on the battlefield, the Heavenly Secrets elder was equally startled by the sudden turn of events. A crimson blur hurtled towards him from behind, nearly piercing his chest. The attack was lightning fast. Tianji barely managed to dodge the fatal blow, a chill running down his spine. The crimson light continued its trajectory, arcing through the air before coming to a stop. Only then could everyone clearly see what it was. A blood-red sword, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Spiritual energy, thick and viscous like blood, swirled around the blade. Yuanhao and Lu Qian stared at the sword. To their surprise, a triumphant smile spread across Lu Qian's face. It seems we're safe now. Look closely at that sword. It has only one master, a man the world calls a god. As Lu Qian explained to his son, a figure materialized, slowly reaching out to grasp the blood-red sword. It was the sword god Guyu. His hair is white as snow. His gaze was cold, his robes simple and elegant, his spiritual presence immense. A mortal man who stood as an equal to the gods. Meanwhile, Wei Jun was so furious he could cry, slapping himself repeatedly. Damn it, another big shot appears. Heavens, what rotten luck. Or is fate actually on my side? Back on the battlefield, Yuanhao asked curiously, Foster father, isn't the sword god part of the Cultivator Alliance? Why is he helping us? Lu Qian replied, I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Tianji roared in fury. Guyu, why are you attacking me? What do you want? The sword god's voice was ice cold. I was hired to take your life. Guyu's sharp gaze, like the flash of a blade, cut towards Tianji, sending a shiver down the elder's spine. The Heavenly Secrets elder declared, Sword God of the Sword Pavilion, you've gone mad. Mel, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion have been allies for generations, both founders of the Cultivation Alliance. You, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion, dare to kill me. Do you wish to provoke a civil war within the Cultivation Alliance? Or perhaps ignite an all-out war between the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion? The Sword God, Guyu, replied calmly, Firstly, I am no longer the Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion. The Heavenly Secrets Elder exclaimed in astonishment, Is that true? There have been rumors in the cultivation world of your intent to leave the Sword Pavilion. Could it be you truly betrayed them? Even so, your very identity would still lead to war between our pavilions. Guyu continued in his icy tone. Secondly, the Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will not go to war. Because he stroked his blood-red sword, his fingertips tracing the glowing runes etched upon its surface. Spiritual energy began to coalesce around the blade. After today, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will be history. The final words dripped with a chilling finality. It wasn't merely a statement, not even a threat. Coming from the sword god Guyu, it was simply a foregone conclusion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would cease to exist. The Heavenly Secrets Elder, despite being the Pavilion Master and possessing strength rivaling Guyu's, felt a shiver crawl down his spine. He stammered, You truly are mad. Why? Why would you kill me? Why betray the Cultivation Alliance? Why help the great Qian Empire? For old time's sake, can you at least let me die knowing why? Witnessing the heavenly secrets elders fear, Wei Jun cursed inwardly. Damn it, the old heavenly secrets geezer is folding. I thought you were such a cunning strategist, begging for an explanation before you even fight. Pathetic. The sword god didn't bother with pretense. I can tell you, if I had to give a reason, it would be because of the Iron Blood Salvation Society. The Heavenly Secrets Elder was bewildered. The Iron Blood Salvation Society. What connection do you have with them? Guyu continued his tale. After the Patriotic War broke out, the Cultivation Alliance was hunted by the upper echelons of the Western Continent's church. I belonged to the pro-war faction. Sword cultivators do not retreat. I kill many of them, and in doing so, I lost my sword. A Sword Pavilion member should have gone to Sword Mountain to retrieve a new one, but the members of the Sword Pavilion live long lives, and few die. The swords on Sword Mountain naturally dwindled. At that time, it was difficult to find a usable sword there. In the end, it was Tsang Yuan and Wang Qingyang of the Iron Blood Salvation Society who forged a new sword for me. My sword was broken. The Sword Pavilion didn't help me. The Cultivation Alliance didn't help me. But the Iron Blood Salvation Society, who have always opposed the Cultivation Alliance, reached out to me. That Crown Prince personally introduced me to the two master swordsmiths, Tsang Yuan and Wang Qingyang. He recalled his first meeting with them. Back then, he wasn't yet known as the sword god. Tsang Yuan had thumped his chest confidently, booming, "Ha ha, so you're the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Leave your sword to old Tsang. I may not have been on the front lines, but I've forged blades for countless warriors who have." Qingyang had readily agreed. This girl only forges swords for those with talent, but the #1 sword cultivator in the world. You're certainly worthy of my skills. Guyu maintained his indifferent demeanor. You talk too much, he said. Instead of wasting breath on idle chatter, why not get to work? His attitude stunned the two young smiths, their faces flushing with anger. Do you even know what courtesy is? One of them demanded. We're doing you a favor. Guyu's unchanged response only fueled their ire, and the conversation quickly devolved into a shouting match. What good is courtesy? He retorted. Can it kill? Besides, I didn't seek you out. Qingyang sputtered. Is everyone in the Cultivation Alliance such a lout? Tsang Yuan intervened, trying to calm the situation. Now, young Master Wang, remember the Crown Prince's instructions. Guyu crossed his arms. Just forge the sword, he said flatly. Make it beautiful. Qingyang's hair practically stood on end. Just get out of here, will you? The next day, Guyu poked his head in. Is my sword ready? Qingyang snapped. No, it's not. It's only the first day. How could it be ready? We'll let you know when it's done. Tsang Yuan wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. On the second day, Guyu appeared again. Is my sword ready? Qingyang gritted her teeth. Still not done. It's only the second day. A peerless sword isn't forged overnight. Why are you so impatient, Sword Pavilion Master? The third day, the fourth, the same scene repeated until the seventh. Guyu poked his head in. Is my sword ready? Qingyang, at her wit's end, hurled a hammer at his head. Are you trying to drive me insane? 7 days straight. Are you in a rush to be reborn? No, it's not done. Tsang Yuan gaped, astonished that Guyu's head seemed impervious to the blow. Guyu, unfazed, fixed his gaze on a steel billet suspended above the furnace, pulsing with a crimson aura. Is that the finished blade? A flicker of excitement crossed Guyu's usually impassive face. His eyes filled with a yearning he couldn't quite conceal. Just the billet, and it already radiates such power. This will be a fine sword indeed. Qingyang, noticing his avidity, brightened. Ha! Look at your eyes. You finally show some emotion. Rest assured, with the two of us working together, this will be the finest sword in the world. She added, you must use this sword to protect the innocent. My greatest wish is to live a few more years. So please, don't let the enemy kill me. Guyu paused, considering her words, then clicked his tongue. TSK, you're a coward. The battlefield isn't for you. Just finish the sword so you can go home. Qingyang, deflated by his callous response after her heartfelt plea, threw another hammer at him. So what if I'm afraid of death? You cultivators aren't afraid to die, so why bother cultivating such long lifespans? I slave away forging a sword for you, and you mock me. You heartless wretch. Finally, the day arrived. Above the roaring flames, a blood-red sword hovered, its surface etched with intricate runes that shimmered with a golden red light, wreathed in a pulsating crimson aura. Seeing the completed sword, Guyu could no longer maintain his indifference. He burst into laughter. Ha ha! A magnificent sword. Truly magnificent. I can sense its unparalleled power, even from here. This is the finest blade I've ever laid eyes upon, Guyu declared, his voice resonating with awe. Your skill surpasses all I've known. I thank you both for forging such a magnificent sword for me. Truly, it could be called the best in the world. Even Guyu, the renowned sword god, was moved by the weapon's power, yet the two blacksmith siblings, Song Yuan and Wang Qingyang, could only shake their heads and sigh. It was indeed a magnificent blade, but not enough. In the end, it could only be called a human blade. Yes, the more he looked at it, the more their expressions revealed a deep and boundless regret. A human blade could be forged with skill and strength, but a divine blade, transcended the limitations of mortal craftsmanship. What then could bridge that divide? Yes, that was it. A sudden, inexplicable premonition of unease washed over Guyu. Hold, he called out, his voice sharp. There's no need for regret. This is already superior to my previous sword. There's no need for regret. This is already superior to my previous sword. Sometime later, the scene shifted from the Wei nation's war to the Jade Gate Pass of the Great Qian Empire. The Great Qian forces were besieged by countless chariots and soldiers. However, the true threat hung in the air above them, a towering figure wielding a long sword, radiating an overwhelming aura. An aura of otherworldly power emanated from him, his head wreathed in a shimmering light. His voice boomed with arrogant disdain. So this is the Jade Gate Pass. With a flick of my wrist, this place will be reduced to rubble. Listen well, you insignificant ants of the Great Qian. This is my final message to you. Surrender or die. This imposing figure was a true god from the four continents, a being of a completely different order of existence. Each word he uttered was imbued with spiritual power, penetrating the ears of every soul within the Jade Gate Pass. Man, woman, and child alike heard the chilling threat, a wave of terror washing over them. Death was imminent. The great Qian generals quickly assembled. The general defending the Jade Gate Pass declared their strategy. They must kill this true god. If they failed, peace in the Great Qian would be shattered. The Jade Gate Pass held a strategic importance. Its loss would leave the path to the capital wide open for the enemy's advance. More importantly, the Great Qian would never bow to one who slaughtered their people. This was a sentiment shared by all, but whether they could act on it was another matter. Guyu stood among the assembled soldiers, his face grim. The defending general was none other than the former crown prince. Guyu stepped forward, his voice heavy with the weight of the truth. We cannot win. The difference in power is too vast. I cannot fathom how a mortal could possibly kill a god. A somber silence fell over the assembled soldiers, their faces mirroring his despair. Guyu continued his grim analysis. This true god has acted twice before, annihilating tens of thousands of great Qian soldiers in the blink of an eye. Our only option is to abandon the Jade Gate Pass and preserve our remaining forces. A wave of demoralized sighs rippled through the ranks. Even the unbending Guyu, sword pavilion master, has given up. Damned, is there truly no hope left? Suddenly, the former crown prince spoke. Pavilion Master Gu, I have heard tales of a deadly technique known as one sword to the extreme, also called sword sweeping across the heavens. At the mention of sword sweeping across the heavens, Guyu's expression shifted dramatically, a clear indication of the technique's significance. He then sighed, a mixture of weariness and resolve in his voice. Indeed, I have mastered this technique, thanks to the sacrifices of Song Yuan and Wang Qingyang in forging my sword. With a sufficient offering, I can channel its power through my divine blade to unleash even greater force. But the true power of this technique remained unknown, for few were willing to offer themselves as sacrifices. The former crown prince, his expression resolute, looked Guyu directly in the eye and declared, Pavilion Master Gu, I am willing to be the sacrifice. I offer my entire cultivation base, my fortune, and my lifespan. A stunned silence fell over the scene. The former crown prince, sacrificing himself to refine a sword. Could such a thing be uttered so casually? Guyu was so astonished he was momentarily speechless. The crown prince of a nation, willingly offering himself as a sacrifice. Why? Why would he make such a decision? After a long pause, he stammered, Victory. It's not guaranteed. The former crown prince didn't flinch. With a true god descending upon us, how can victory ever be assured? I am powerless. All I can do is implore Pavilion Master Gu to give it your all. Gu Yu, again struck dumb, could only voice the question in his heart. You are the crown prince of nation. Why not preserve yourself, await a better opportunity, instead of gambling on such an uncertain future? Without hesitation, the former crown prince replied, because behind me stands my nation. If I retreat, the people of the great Qian Empire will be in even greater danger. Our nation faces annihilation. Without a nation, what meaning is there in being a crown prince? His words left Gu Yu speechless once more. The former crown prince then knelt before him. I am willing to be the sacrifice. I beseech you, Pavilion Master Gu, grant my request. In that moment, Gu Yu, the pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion, felt true admiration for another person for the first time. Behind that small, mortal figure stood the image of a vast nation. And that mortal figure seemed to grow larger, encompassing the nation's people, shielding its future. Still unwilling to let the former crown prince sacrifice himself, Gu Yu spun around and bellowed, "Where are the 17 members of the Iron Blood Salvation Society? Convince your leader. Can you bear to watch him sacrifice himself?" He expected them to rush forward and intervene, but what happened next shocked him even more. I am willing to be the sacrifice. We beseech you, Pavilion Master Gu, wield your sword. The entire populace of Jade Gate Pass knelt, hands clasped, their voices rising in unison towards Gu Yu. For our nation, for our people, Iron Blood Salvation. So this is the Iron Blood Salvation Society, Gu Yu thought to himself. Despite his travels across the land, honing his swordsmanship, the world he had seen was still too small. This was the spirit of a nation. This was patriotism. This was the true meaning of Iron Blood Salvation. Gu Yu remained silent. The voices rose again, echoing, I am willing to be the sacrifice. We beseech you, Pavilion Master Gu, wield your sword. Their words reverberated through Jade Gate Pass, etching themselves deep within the heart of the swordsman. Finally, Gu Yu spoke. His first words were, Your Highness, is the Iron Blood Salvation Society still recruiting? The former crown prince let out a booming laugh. Ha ha! Any righteous warrior in this world who is dedicated to saving our nation can join the Iron Blood Salvation Society. Tears streamed down Gu Yu's face. In that atmosphere of tragic grandeur, the steely swordsman melted, his emotions overflowing. Turning, Gu Yu dropped to one knee before the former crown prince and cried out, This is the greatest honor of my life. That day, Sword Qi soared to the heavens. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, the entire populace and army of Jade Gate Pass offered themselves willingly to empower Gu Yu's treasured sword. The crimson glow emanating from the blade had never been so vibrant. For now, it was imbued with the red of patriotism, the red of the heroic blood of the great Qian people, the red of the Iron Blood Salvation Society. That day, Gu Yu fought alone for 3,000 miles, his single sword against 1,000,000 soldiers. One slash of his blade brought mountains crashing and seas roaring. Another severed all things in its path. A third shook the very heavens and earth. That day, with a mortal body, Gu Yu succeeded in slaying a god. Before the Iron Blood Sword, even a descending true god was but an insignificant ant. The world trembled, the heavens recoiled in awe. When the battle ended, Gu Yu's raven hair had turned stark white. From that day forward, Gu Yu was revered by all as the sword god. Back in the present, having heard the entire story, Tian Jizi gritted his teeth in envious rage. So, it was by sacrificing the former crown prince and the others that you managed to slay a god. And it was through them that you, a mere mortal, ascended to the level of a deity. The sword god spoke coldly. The mortal is me. Those who ascended to the level of gods were the crown prince and the 17 brothers of the Iron Blood Salvation Society. They were the 3,721 veteran soldiers of Jade Gate Pass. They sacrificed all their cultivation and lifespan. They even offered their very souls. In exchange, they granted me the glory of Sword God. In exchange, they secured peace for the great Qian of today. Speaking of the fallen heroes, the Sword God's heart trembled once more. The crimson glow of his treasured sword seemed to deepen, blazing with renewed fire. Therefore, the nation they protected with their lives will now be guarded by my sword. The aura emanating from the blood sword made Tianji's skin crawl and his hair stand on end. Tianji, you could die now. As he spoke, the sword god gripped the blood sword tightly in both hands and lunged to attack. Iron Blood Salvation Society, Guyu has come to kill you. A sword strike tore through the air. Tianji raised his Ling Xin chessboard to block. The forces appeared evenly matched, but in the clash of internal energy, Tianji suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. As expected of Guyu, overwhelmingly powerful. Direct confrontation is impossible. The other two were not idle. They immediately drew their swords and charged towards the sword god. We'll lend you a hand. Let's kill this old thief Tianji together. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless explosions rocked the sky, shaking the entire Tianshan region. Turning back to Wei Jun, he turned away in disgust, lifting his chin. All right, no need to watch any further. That villain Tianji is certainly dead. Facing 3 supreme sword cultivators, he has no choice but to flee. Wei Jun grew increasingly frustrated, fuming. Giving the sword cultivator the advantage is no different from choosing a slow death. Your master is called a divine strategist, yet he's been outmaneuvered. How embarrassing. The fortune teller, observing Wei Jun's attitude, asked hesitantly, Master Wei, you seem quite disappointed that they're suppressing your master. Shouldn't you be happy? Wei Jun cursed inwardly, happy my foot. Terrified is more like it. He continued to grumble. Of course I'm disappointed. I thought he could push the 9-rank immortal sex system, that he'd be a hero calling the wind and summoning the rain, making the entire great Qian Empire tremble. I expected him to have unfathomable schemes. But not only is his combat strength pathetic, his brain is also lacking. With such a useless opponent, how can I not be disappointed? I advise you to quickly find another master. Let it be a good-for-nothing house servant. The fortune teller, unjustly scolded, remained silent. The scene shifted to the battlefield. Tianji was in dire straits. His body was covered in wounds, and he coughed incessantly. But he had no chance to catch his breath. One careless moment, and a sword nearly took his life. His Ling Xian divination board was also knocked away. He continued to flee. With his divination board gone, he could only evade for now. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Lu Qian's sword thrust straight toward his face. Tianji narrowly dodged again, but his body trembled uncontrollably. On the other side, Yuan Hao also flew towards him. It wasn't over yet, because they had underestimated him. Tianji's carelessness allowed Yuan Hao to gain the upper hand. A sword slashed down, severing his right arm. He cried out in agony, Ayakak, my arm. Tianji continued to flee, turning back only to curse. Damn you. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. Yuan Hao chased after him, shouting, then stop running. Come back and face us 3, one at a time. Suddenly, Lu Qian yelled from behind, Old Ninth, watch out behind you. Yuan Hao turned to see Tianji's severed arm flying toward his face. Not skilled in aerial maneuvers, Yuan Hao couldn't dodge in time. The arm glowed brightly for an instant, then exploded. An earth-shattering explosion lit up the Tianshan region. The other two watched, jaws agape. Tianji lauded triumphantly. Haha, how you like that, you little punk? I might not be able to deal with Guyu, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you, Baldy. His laughter died abruptly, replaced by a look of bewilderment. As the smoke cleared, Yuan Hao stood unharmed, his clothes only slightly dusty. He scratched his head, asking what was that. Tianji, gnashing his teeth, roared, what? Barely a scratch. What kind of defensive cultivation method is this? How can you be as tough as a turtle shell? Are you a turtle reincarnated? Stunned for a moment by the insults, Yuan Hao furiously gave chase. You're not only vicious, but you also insult me. Godfather Sword God, quickly help me deal with this uncultured old man. Tianji fled once more. Ayakak, damn it. This fight is so frustrating. Such a massive explosion, and he's fine. How am I supposed to fight him? Wei Jun, watching the spectacle of Tianji being chased like a dog, expressed his utter disgust. Pathetic. Even I can't bear to watch this anymore. The fortune-telling elder sighed. I knew Lu Yuan Hao was a skilled swordsman, having once slain 3 great demons with a single stroke. But I never expected him to be this powerful. Now it seems, perhaps even Lu Qian is no match for him. Wei Jun spoke indifferently. Victory isn't solely determined by strength. Lu Yuan Hao isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, while Steward Lu has vast experience. If it were a fight to the death, the final victor could only be Steward Liu. You're just like your master, only looking at the surface. Truly, a pair of useless fools who don't know how to think. The old man wasn't angered, only chuckling cryptically. Haha, do you really think Tianji Z is that useless? Let's just wait and see. Having spoken, he focused his attention back on the board game. On the other side, after fleeing for a while, Tianji Z was cornered by the three experts, surrounded on three sides. Tianji Z, give up. With me and the sword god here, you can't escape. Yuan Hao lifted his chin, speaking indignantly. The three of you against me. What kind of skill is that? Yuan Hao retorted, you don't understand. This is called unity. Unity is strength, and strength is skill. Lu Qian echoed, you're already weakened. There's no need for the sword god and me to intervene. We're just here to prevent your escape and use your death to train the younger generation. The sword god calmly instructed, little fatty, Tianji Z's body is quite strange. Be careful, he might explode again. Lu Qian scoffed. Haha, even if he explodes again, I doubt it would break through Yuan Hao's defenses. The sword god nodded in agreement. Indeed, even I would have been slightly injured by that last explosion, but this little fatty's defense is truly astonishing. Only Yuan Hao remained oblivious, saying, was that explosion really that powerful? I didn't feel a thing. Hearing this, Tianji Z's entire body trembled with unbridled rage. Tianji Z unleashed all his remaining spiritual energy, countless golden arcs of lightning flashing around him as he roared. How can this be? I, Tianji Z, a Tribulation Realm expert, how can I be humiliated like this? Even if I perish with you all today, I will absolutely not let you live in peace. This is all your fault. Along with his roar, the sky rumbled with thunder. Countless dark clouds gathered, lightning flashing, as if a tribulation lightning was about to descend. Seeing this, Lu Qian and the sword god immediately charged forward. Not good. He's trying to use his tribulation to summon heavenly tribulation lightning. We must kill him before it descends. Two streaks of sword light flashed, and Tianji Z's head flew into the air. Lu Qian and the sword god had ended his life. However, the dark clouds continued to gather, and the thunder still rumbled. Lu Qian looked up, his voice filled with dread. This isn't right. The lightning tribulation shows no sign of stopping. We need to retreat. Tianji Z's severed head impossibly still lived. A chilling laugh erupted, followed by a different voice. Too late. Haha, I planted explosives all over this area. I ran to lure you here. Die with me. Ha ha. The three of them looked down, a shared sense of dread gripping their hearts. A blinding light flashed from beneath the ground, and the earth exploded. A deafening roar ripped through the Tian Shan region. A mushroom cloud of smoke and debris billowed into the sky. Three figures could be faintly seen within the heart of the explosion, their fates unknown. Only then did the lightning tribulation finally begin to descend. Lightning flashed, intertwining with the smoke and fire, painting a scene of hellish devastation. Meanwhile, Wei Jun observed the unfolding chaos, his expression unreadable. He even smiled, a reaction that puzzled the fortune teller beside him. They're about to die, yet you don't seem grieved. Wasn't Lu Yuan Hao your friend? Wei Jun replied calmly, and attacked this vicious. Gu Yu and Lu Qian perhaps, but Lu Yuan Hao. He's definitely not dead. However, he continued, glancing at the fortune teller, I admit my earlier assessment was somewhat flawed. I now concede, you're worthy of my attention, little trickster, Tianji Z. Tianji Z was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. When did you realize I was the real Tianji Z? Wei Jun explained that he had just begun to analyze several points he'd noticed. Tianji Z seeks ascension and immortality, yet resorts to mutually assured destruction against his enemies. Isn't that a bit contrived? If I'm not mistaken, that useless Tianji Z was actually your puppet, or perhaps a body double. Tianji Z smiled, his eyes narrowing. Correct. He was a body double I cultivated. He didn't even know it himself. He truly believed he was Tianji Z and that I was his servant. Wei Jun burst out laughing. Ha, just as I suspected. Excellent, excellent. You've taught me a new trick in the art of deception. Using a body double to bear the consequences. Such a scheme is worthy of a cultivation grandmaster who who holds sway over the great Qian. Wei Jun's strange attitude further confused Tianjizi. Is this brat praising me? But what's with that arrogant tone? Seeming to sense Tianjizi's confusion, Wei Jun continued, "Don't be offended. I rarely praise others. Your game is truly worthy of its reputation. You haven't disappointed me." Inwardly, Wei Jun was ecstatic. This villain actually has brains. It seems this heavenly emperor finally has a chance to die successfully. Tianjizi felt Wei Jun's praise was laced with mockery. He frowned. "Then I thank you for your praise, Wei Darren. However, the truly astonishing part is yet to come." He gestured towards the game board. "Do you know why you can observe the battle so clearly?" Wei Jun swept his gaze across the scene, exclaiming, "Could this be the true Lang Huan chess game? So, the three of them were brought onto your board without even realizing it. Ha ha, interesting. A truly magnificent player." That same eerie laughter echoed. Even Tianjizi was speechless, unsure if this young man was mad or simply overly confident. Just what is wrong with this Wei Jun? He snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve, and the two figures transformed into points of light, diving onto the chessboard. Opening his eyes, Wei Jun found himself standing amidst the rubble on Tianshan. He looked around, a whistle escaping his lips. I have to say, what an explosion. Could be they're all dead. From the thick smoke below, a violent cough erupted, followed by a voice, "Cough, cough, cough, I'm dying." "Godfather, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, cough, Sword God, wake up." Wei Jun recognized the voice. It was the fatty Lu Yuanhao. He hadn't died after all. Tianjizi landed lightly and began to descend slowly. "Stop pretending, Guyu, Lu Qian. These petty tricks of yours can only fool Lu Yuanhao. Come out. You have no chance of ambushing me." Wei Jun also started. They almost fooled even this heavenly emperor. These little wolves. Sure enough, three figures emerged from the smoke, supporting each other. All three were alive, though aside from Yuan Hao, who was only slightly injured, the other two were gravely wounded, their appearance pitiful. Lu Qian, gripping his sword with a trembling hand, spoke, "It seems we've fallen into a trap. This is the real Tianjizi, cough, cough." Yuan Hao looked anxiously at Wei Jun. "That's Lord Wei. How did Tianjizi capture him?" Tianjizi looked down at the three with disdain, his voice dripping with mockery. "I must say, you truly surprised me. I sacrificed a body double, laid out such a magnificent trap, and you still survived. I calculated Lu Qian, I calculated Guyu, but Lu Yuan Haoyu I couldn't calculate. Such formidable strength at such a young age. Your talent is truly terrifying. Give me another 15 years, and I fear I truly wouldn't be your match. Indeed, though I miscalculated only a small detail, the entire situation has changed drastically." Lu Qian recalled the perilous moment. If Old Nine hadn't risked his life to protect Guyu and me at the critical juncture, we would both be dead. If he hadn't borne the brunt of the shockwave and the majority of the lightning tribulation marks, with Old Nine's resilience, he wouldn't be injured at all. The Sword God situation isn't much better either. Understanding the severity of his wounds, he stalled for time, hoping to recover enough to continue fighting. "You say you calculated me. In terms of realm, you're half a step above me, but in terms of true strength, you are half a step below. You couldn't calculate me at all." This detail didn't escape Tianjizi's notice. "Stalling is useless," he stated. "This is within the Lang Huan chess game. Your injuries will remain at their worst. I won't give you any opportunity. However, I can answer your question. You're right, I couldn't directly calculate you. It's a pity," Tianjizi lamented. "I divined my own fate, and the hexagrams revealed I would die by the sword. And in this world," he continued, "the only sword capable of killing me is the god-slaying sword, a blade that once slew a god. Therefore, I used a body double's death to deceive the world, to lure you into my Lang Huan chess game. Guyu," he addressed the sword god directly, "this entire situation is a trap laid specifically for you." Guyu remained skeptical. "Impossible," he retorted. "Members of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are forbidden from divining their own fates. I know this rule well." Tianjizi scoffed, a nonchalant air about him. "The members of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are divided into two categories," he explained. "One is everyone else, and the other is the Heavenly Secrets Elder himself." Wei Jun, observing the scene, couldn't help but interject with a touch of admiration. "I must say, that arrogant line was truly impressive. He delivered it perfectly." Hands clasped behind his back, Tianjizi looked down at the sword god. Very well, he conceded. We almost had the outcome of Guyu dying by my hand. I won't insult your status. Indignation flared in the sword god's eyes as he stepped forward. Do you truly believe you have already won? He challenged. A chilling aura erupted from him, causing those nearby to shiver involuntarily. Tianjizi paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he offered a grudging compliment. Good, very good. Even now, I can still sense the threat of death emanating from you. You are indeed worthy of the title, Sword God Guyu. After your death, I will cherish your sword. With a whoosh, the sword god raised his blood-stained blade. His voice resonated with power. You cannot take this sword. It carries the weight of 721 soldiers of the Jade Gate Pass who willingly sacrificed their lives. A sword like this, you will never be worthy of possessing. Tianjizi faltered momentarily, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He responded calmly, betraying no emotion. I am quite curious to see if there is a sword in this world that I cannot wield. I will allow you to strike first. Guyu, show me your move. The sword god, however, was far from certain of victory. Turning to Lu Qian, he asked, Steward Lu, do I have enough strength left for one more strike? I am willing to risk my life to create a sliver of hope for a young man like Lu Yuanhao. Can you still fight? Lu Qian clasped his hands, his voice trembling. I'm afraid I cannot. I am old. His words were not an excuse. Raising a hand, Lu Qian made a solemn offer. Kill me, he pleaded. I am willing to sacrifice myself for my sworn brother's sword. Tears streamed down Lu Yuanhao's face at his foster father's words. Foster father, what are you saying? Lu Qian continued. Now that I think about it, the former crown prince once invited me to join the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society. I saw that they were mostly young people, so I didn't join, but I sent my adopted children instead. Brother Gu, that day at Jade Gate Pass, my fourth son was also there. This revelation surprised even the sword god. Lu Yuanhao sobbed, but he didn't try to stop him. He knew that once his foster father made a decision, he would see it through. Lu Qian looked at him and said, to die for a close friend is both tragic and fortunate. If I had to choose a way to die, I would rather die on the battlefield like those children. Strike, sword god. Tianjizi had witnessed the entire exchange, yet his expression remained one of disdain. Is this the sword sacrifice that fuels the heaven-slaying god formation you used all those years ago? Very well. I am eager to see just how powerful the god-slaying sword will become after such a sacrifice. Sword god, Guyu added, if I cannot kill him, I will sacrifice myself, giving Lu Yuanhao a chance to strike. Having spoken, he raised his sword, pointing it directly at Lu Qian. Farewell, brother Lu. I fear I will soon follow you. Wait, Wei Jun roared, rushing towards the three figures. He analyzed the situation, sword god, in Director Lu's current state. Even if you sacrifice him, I fear it won't have much effect. His words resonated, and the three paused. Wei Jun continued his analysis. Look at that old scoundrel Tianjizi's disdainful demeanor. He must have calculated that even sacrificing Director Lu wouldn't pose a threat. Therefore, Wei Jun gripped Sword God's shoulders, his voice booming. Sacrifice me. Quickly, please kill me. I guarantee the power of my sacrifice will be enough to kill that old thief Tianjizi. Inwardly, he screamed, kill me. Kill me. What are you waiting for? This is urgent. Having heard Wei Jun's words, Tianjizi let out a mocking laugh. Just by sacrificing you, I can be killed. Boy, I admire your confidence. Hearing the ridicule, Wei Jun cursed internally. I hope you can still laugh like that after I die. With this heavenly emperor's luck, forget a small fry like you, old man Tianji. By then, Guyu destroying this world with a single sword strike will be a trivial matter. Sword God pondered for a moment, then replied, Lord Wei, I know of you, but you are too weak. I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Wei Jun, not at all offended, declared magnanimously, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Back then, when the Jade Gate Pass fell, not all the veteran soldiers were strong. Moreover, I am young. The power of my life's sacrifice will certainly not be small. I am willing to be the sacrifice. Sword God, grant me death. Hearing Wei Jun's words, Sword God was somewhat moved. Lord Wei, you are more righteous than I imagined. I agree to your proposal. If your death is in vain, Director Lu and I will also offer our lives. With that, Sword God raised his sword, aiming it directly at Wei Jun. Here I come, Lord Wei. Farewell. Tianjizi continued to observe calmly, seemingly without a trace of worry. Utterly foolish. I could have used this to recruit you, yet you idiotically seek a meaningless death. It seems there's no need for that now. No, this feeling. A sudden chill ran down Tianjizi's spine, raising the hairs on his neck. On the other side, the sword was inches from Wei Jun's face. He squeezed his eyes shut, ecstatic. Finally, death. Just as the tip of the sword was mere centimeters away, Lang Xie's chessboard intercepted the blow. Sword God swung his sword, deflecting the chessboard back towards the old man Tianjizi. This near-death experience enraged Wei Jun. He spun around, shouting, "Old thief Tianjizi, what are you doing?" Sword God coughed a few times, also berating Tianjizi, "Didn't you want to see my sword strike?" Unexpectedly, Tianjizi could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened and cold sweat poured down his face. "No, this is terribly wrong. Just now, I felt the touch of death. Guyu, I underestimated you. Truly a god slayer. I was too arrogant." Hearing Tianjizi's words, the sword god, Guyu, wore a bewildered expression. "Am I truly that formidable now? I haven't sensed such power myself." Only Wei Jun, the heavenly emperor, understood the truth. That cunning old scoundrel. He actually foresaw his own death following mine. Though Tianjizi had mistaken the true source of the impending doom, his misinterpretation had inadvertently saved Wei Jun's life. Tianjizi continued to marvel. It seems the divination was indeed accurate. "I truly could die by your sword." A note of regret entered his voice. "It's a pity I initially wished to experience your god-slaying sword firsthand." Guyu scoffed. "Are you afraid now?" Tianjizi didn't shy away from the question. "Indeed I am. I needn't contest your strength. I only need to outlive you." He turned and called out, "Pavilion Master, General Deng, come forth." Two figures promptly descended onto a nearby mound. One, clad in Taoist robes and wielding a horsetail whisk, was Long Tao, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The other, fully armored, was Deng Jiang, the Grand General of the Tianan Army. Seeing Deng Jiang, Lu Qian trembled. "Deng Jiang, have you truly betrayed your country?" Deng Jiang frowned. "Director Lu, I received a secret decree from His Majesty to cooperate with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. How can this be considered treason?" Lu Qian roared in fury. "Sophistry." Unflinching, Deng Jiang continued, "My words are true. Before you entered the capital, Director Lu, didn't His Majesty instruct you to cooperate with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" Overcome with rage, Director Lu Qian spat on the ground. "Stop playing dumb. You know what treason is, Deng Jiang. You were once a passionate warrior on the battlefield, and now you're nothing but a lapdog of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Utterly pathetic, Deng Jiang threw back his head and laughed. "Director Lu finds me pathetic. I find you far more so. The Cultivator Alliance is an unstoppable force. Even His Majesty has agreed to cooperate. What good does your stubborn resistance do? It's a waste of life. I'm not a lapdog, but a pragmatist. If a situation is unchangeable, one must choose the path of indirect salvation. Who knows? Perhaps the Qin dynasty, with the support of the Cultivator Alliance, will flourish." Lu Qian's anger intensified. "Lies. All lies. Surrender is surrender. No amount of justification can hide the fact that you're a traitor. Indirect salvation. Save your breath." Lu Yuanhao chimed in. "Well said, Godfather. Truly worthy of being the most learned man in our inspectorate." Despite the barrage of insults, Deng Jiang remained unfazed. "Rest assured, I will send you and everyone in the inspectorate down to join me." Lu Qian gritted his teeth. "Deng Jiang, you deserve to die. Even in death, I will drag you down to hell with me. Don't get your hopes up." As he spoke, Tianjizi unfurled a scroll. It was a painting, a single blade rendered in ink wash. "See this," he announced. "This is the final surprise I have for you. Its creator is none other than the sword god of the celestial realm." He began to explain. In the celestial realm, there was once another sword god, a mortal enemy of this sword god. To counter him, that sword god painted 9 paintings of inner worlds. Each inner world is a world of blades. Within these worlds, not a trace of sword energy exists. Blade wielders, however, receive a twofold increase in their power. And so, the sword god ultimately perished at the hands of his rival. Guyu, Lu Qian, Lu Yuanhao, no matter how miraculous your swordsmanship, once you enter these painted worlds, you will be like fish on a chopping block. Aside from your own bare-handed combat skills, all abilities related to the sword will be completely sealed. Prepare to meet your deaths. Hearing the power of the Painted Worlds, Wei Jun couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Excellent. This old Tianji really didn't disappoint. This time, their deaths are certain. Lu Qian gritted his teeth. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion truly is in league with the Celestial Realm. Tianji cackled. Not only the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has connections to the Celestial Realm, which of the great sects of the Cultivator Alliance doesn't? The Great Qian Empire, in opposing the Cultivator Alliance, is truly courting humiliation. Guyu, the sword god, remained calm, calculating. He posed a question. The Painted Worlds, being worlds of blades, possess truly extraordinary power. It's a pity that such power isn't something you can wield on a whim. If it didn't come at a great cost, you wouldn't have waited until now to unveil it. A sinister smile spread across Tianji's face. You're right, but telling you this doesn't matter. You won't escape the Painted World anyway. Borrowing the power of the gods does indeed come at a price. Activating the Painted World will likely drain the Pavilion Master and my spiritual energy, leaving us unable to recover for a short time. At this moment, Long Tao, the Pavilion Master, appeared beside Tianji. Both placed their hands on the back of the painting, channeling their spiritual energy into it. Immediately, the blade painted in ink began to glow. Tianji continued, but the sword cultivation of the three of you will be instantly suppressed. As fellow supreme experts, General Deng, wielding his twin clubs, will find a child's play to kill you. While Tianji was still explaining, Deng Jiang and the other four transformed into white light, beginning to be drawn into the painting. Yuan Hao cried out in alarm. No, we're being pulled into the Painted World. Only Wei Jun was elated. Excellent. We're being pulled into the Painted World. Soon after, everyone was sucked into the painting. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing in a bizarre space. Everything was in black and white, with only monotonous dots of color. Blades of all sizes were embedded everywhere, some as tall as 100 meters, others as small as daggers. Tianji and Long Tao sat down cross-legged, instructing Deng Jiang, "We are temporarily incapacitated. General Deng, the rest is up to you." Deng Jiang declared confidently, brandishing a pair of twin cudgels with menacing intent. "Don't worry, they're as good as dead." He turned towards Lu Qian, his voice dripping with malice. "Lu Qian, I won't kill you just yet. I want you to watch me slaughter your precious adopted son. Then Guyu and Wei Jun, and finally you. I want you to witness their deaths, to experience the greatest agony imaginable before you join them." Wei Jun, his face a mask of disdain, stepped forward. "You're truly twisted," he spat. "It seems all villains are the same. Crueler to their own than to their enemies. Utterly despicable." Deng Jiang let out a cold laugh. "Your provocations are meaningless. You'll be dead soon enough. But you and Lu Qian share no bond. Lu Yuan Hao, step forward and meet your end." A strange excitement flickered in Wei Jun's eyes. "Excellent. At Deng Jiang's pace, my death will be swift." He began a mental countdown, then called out, feigning encouragement, "Don't be afraid, Director Lu. Fight bravely. I believe Deng Jiang is nothing but a weakling before you." Lu Yuan Hao, mistaking this for genuine support, replied with a surge of confidence, "Lord Wei is right. I will follow your advice." Lu Qian, watching his son, felt a pang of fear. "Ninth brother, what are you doing?" Lu Yuan Hao stepped forward, sword in hand, despite his evident inability to wield it effectively. He glanced back at Lu Qian. "Foster father, I'm the least injured and still relatively strong. Let me see what I can do." Deng Jiang erupted in laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." He narrowed his eyes. "Willing to sacrifice yourself in this critical moment doesn't seem to fit the shameful title of inspector. Very well, then. Taste my twin cudgels." With a roar, Deng Jiang launched himself into the air, radiating murderous intent. Lu Qian and Guyu watched with mounting dread. Only Wei Jun seemed pleased. With that much killing intent, he's sure to finish him off. "Then it's my turn to die." In that precarious moment, the sword in Lu Yuan Hao's hand suddenly transformed. A blade flashed, severing Deng Jiang's arm in a clean stroke. Wei Jun, more than anyone, was stunned. His plan had failed again. He stammered, What did you just pull out? Lu Yuanhao scratched his head sheepishly. A saber ponto a saber. The two continued their conversation, oblivious to Deng Zhang's agonized cries in the distance as he clutched his severed arm. Wei Jun covered his mouth, bewildered. Asabia, Asabia, Asabia. What are you doing with a saber? This is a world of blades. Sabers are terrifying. Lu Yuanhao's expression turned sheepish. He hesitated, then blurted out, Well, actually, I'm a saber user. The three figures behind Wei Jun struggled to contain their laughter, while the other two stared in open-mouthed shock. All three silently cursed the portly young man. Wei Jun was utterly flabbergasted. A saber user. Are you joking? This is a world of blades. Doesn't that mean Lu Yuanhao's power is doubled? He continued to press, his voice laced with incredulity. Director Lu, I thought you were a swordsman. I saw you slay 3 great demons with a single sword stroke with my own eyes. Lu Yuanhao stammered, his face a mask of awkwardness. Well, about that, truth is, I'm not actually skilled with a sword. I only learned a couple of sword techniques to hide my identity as a saber wielder. Carrying a sword was all part of the act. It was a way to deceive my enemies and increase my chances of survival. I just want to stay alive, so I've tried my best to make everyone think I'm a skilled swordsman. But in the end, it's all because I'm too weak. Tianji coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Tao asked anxiously, Grandmaster, why are you spitting blood? Wei Jun, seeing this, sneered. I'm in awe. You're truly a remarkable talent. You've actually managed to provoke old thief Tianji to the point of coughing up blood. Lu Yuanhao responded modestly. Your Majesty Wei is too kind. I still have much to learn and improve upon. Tianji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in disbelief. No, how can this be? His body trembling with helplessness, he could only resort to words. You're a saber wielder, yet you pretend to be a swordsman. Lu Yuanhao, you are a disgrace to all saber wielders. Wei Jun wore a look of utter boredom. He just wanted this whole affair to be over so he could go home, eat, and sleep. Accept your fate, Tianji. As much as it pains me to say it, you've lost. Your plan wasn't flawed. Even though you failed by a hair's breadth, it wasn't because of a miscalculation. The truth is, you encountered a monster. You yourself are incredibly powerful. Never doubt that. Seeing the utter despair on the faces of Long Tao and Tianji, a flicker of sympathy crossed Wei Jun's face. I truly sympathize with you, he thought, even more so with myself. Deng Jiang, after a moment of furious ranting, regained his composure. Who says we've lost? He pointed a finger at Lu Yuanhao. This general hasn't fallen, therefore we haven't lost. Lu Yuanhao's expression darkened. General Deng, he said, I respect the achievements you earned defending our nation. Back in the Imperial Palace, I read the military treatises you wrote. Perhaps you've forgotten, but you even personally lectured at the palace. I saw you then, brimming with heroic spirit. So, as a mark of my respect, I will now use my full strength to unleash a single saber strike and kill you. With that, he slowly raised his saber, assuming a stance, preparing to unleash his deadly attack. Deng Jiang felt the immense power radiating from Lu Yuanhao. Such a powerful aura. A saber wielder in the world of the saber is truly terrifying. I am no match for him. The past is the past. I have no regrets about my choices. Come and kill me, Lu Yuanhao, but I will not die lying down. Deng Jiang roared in defiance. Suddenly, Lu Qian spoke. Ninth brother, wait. Don't kill him yet. Lu Qian stared intently into Deng Jiang's eyes. If you're truly prepared to die fighting, then why did you betray the great Qian? Deng Jiang let out a cold laugh. Betrayal. I betrayed the great Qian, and as a result, I became a high-ranking official. Feng Kuang, Dai Li, and Grandmaster Yang didn't betray the great Qian, and look how well they're doing today. Lu Qian, I feel a twinge of remorse for Lu Yuanhao and the others. Some of them grew up listening to my stories. So, facing them now, I feel incredibly ashamed. Those of our generation, we've been through it all. Lu Qian, tell me, in all your years in court, holding high office, devoted to the nation, who hasn't colluded with the Cultivator Alliance, the mechanics, Prime Minister Shangwan, even you, am I, Deng Jiang, the only one in this world who has colluded with the Cultivator Alliance. Lu Qian immediately countered these absurd accusations. We are not like you. We are merely biding our time, waiting for the right opportunity. Deng Jiang roared with laughter. I thought the same way at first, but wear a mask long enough, and you forget your true face. Later, I realized what's so bad about it. Lu Qian retorted furiously, of course it's bad. You betrayed your nation, forgot your ancestors. You'll have no face to meet them in the afterlife, no face to see the heroes of the past. At this, Deng Jiang continued to laugh, his laughter tinged with a bitter regret. Why didn't I think of that before? But when His Majesty started listening to every word of the national teacher, what was the point of my persistence? Lu Qian, you're so capable, so righteous. You can lecture me like this. Do you dare lecture His Majesty the same way? What's even more ridiculous is that even the Emperor has surrendered. What can we, his subjects, do? I'm merely following His Majesty's lead. Lu Qian replied, history is written by the victors. Today, you are victorious, so everything you say is right. But if I were victorious today, 100 years from now, you would be the rebellious traitor, and I, the one who surrendered to the Cultivator Alliance, would be the loyal patriot. These were Deng Jiang's final words, like a last testament. General Deng, in this world, there is no clear distinction between righteousness and evil. The victor is naturally righteous. A heavy silence fell over the scene. Everyone was speechless. The silence was broken by a sarcastic remark. A load of rubbish. Makes me sick. The speaker was none other than Wei Jun. He picked at his ear, his face a mask of disgust. Listening to you, my ears are about to shrivel up. You really think you're making sense, don't you? Talking yourself into tears. Ridiculed, Deng Jiang felt a flush of shame. Even more shameful was that these words came from the mouth of Wei Jun, a mere youngster. He angrily retorted, Wei Jun, I know you. I know you're a hero who regards death as light as a feather. But you're young. You haven't experienced what I went through when I was your age. Back then, I was just like you, upright and unyielding. Wei Jun immediately cut Deng Jiang off. Don't compare me to you. You're not worthy. Wei Jun directly cursed at the sham general. In this world, right is right and wrong is wrong. Loyalty to one's country is right. Selling out one's country for glory is wrong. Stop playing with words. Stop with the nonsense. You, a crude warrior, are far beneath me. Deng Jiang was stunned into silence. Selling out my country for glory. You say I sold out my country for glory. The Manchu emperor is our emperor. He doesn't even care about his own country. So why should I? Wei Jun countered, you're dissatisfied with the Manchu emperor. Deng Jiang puffed out his chest. Should I respect a Tao-cultivating emperor? If he bore even half the responsibility of the previous emperor, I would have fought alongside him to the bitter end. But he surrendered. My perseverance became a joke. Wei Jun adopted a professorial tone, pointing out Deng Jiang's flaws. Firstly, you never persevered. Secondly, if you were so dissatisfied with the Manchu emperor, even willing to betray your country, why not choose a different path? Deng Jiang was taken aback. What path? Wei Jun answered without hesitation, kill the Manchu emperor, then replace him with a responsible emperor. You had 1,000 ways to avoid betraying your country, yet you deliberately chose this path. And you dare to hold your head high, justifying yourself. These treasonous words flowed from Wei Jun's lips as casually as everyday chatter, leaving even Yuan Hao aghast. Deng Jiang's initial confidence crumbled. What are you saying? A subject cannot kill his sovereign. Wei Jun scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. A subject cannot betray his country either. Yet you've already done so. You have the guts to betray your country, but not to kill your emperor. You're nothing but a coward. Betraying your country was easier than killing the emperor, so you chose the easier path. Just kneel and be done with it. Deng Jiang, speechless, resorted to stubborn defensiveness. Wei Jun, you're twisting words. There's no such thing as a subject wanting to kill his sovereign. Wei Jun's contempt deepened, I do. And I suspect Master Ji and Chancellor Shangwan have entertained the same thought. A traitor is a traitor. Stop making excuses. When our country faced hardship, you were the first to surrender to the enemy, and now you whine about your suffering. Deng Jiang, you're like a whore building a shrine to chastity. You make me sick. The usually proud and imposing General Deng Jiang, his face ashen, dripped with sweat under Wei Jun's relentless barrage. Wei Jun lowered his voice, but there's something I don't understand. If you believe in to the victor go the spoils, we are clearly winning now. Why haven't you, a coward like you, surrendered? Before Deng Jiang could speak, Grandmaster Tianji explained because he has a restriction placed on him. After Chief Ji refused to publicly declare his stance, I placed a restriction within Deng Jiang. If I will it, he dies. Tianji Z, brows furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead, lowered his voice. I admit defeat. Let's make a deal. Release me and my masters, and I'll lift Deng Jiang's restriction. How about it? Tianji Z continued his proposition. Lu Qian, Deng Jiang, is the Grand General of the Tianan province. Killing him is tantamount to rebellion. You claim to be a loyal subject of the great Qian. Surely you don't want to rebel. If you let us go, I can swear a Dao oath to lift Deng Jiang's restriction. Then you can recruit him or kill him, as you please. Wei Jun responded without hesitation. This is the fate of a traitor. In their eyes, you're just a dog to be discarded at any moment. Even General Deng Jiang spoke up. This general accepts defeat. Lu Qian's voice was resolute, unwavering. Tianji, he declared, his words laced with a chilling finality. It seems you truly hold no advantage anymore. You speak of fantasies in broad daylight. At this point, whether Deng Jiang lives or dies is of little consequence. You and your Tianji clan, however, must die. The great Qian will know no peace while you still draw breath. A palpable chill ran down the spines of the two listening figures. Their voices trembled as they stammered, "It's over. The patriarch is determined to kill us." Suddenly, Deng Jiang's voice cut through the tension. "I advise you not to kill Tianji," he said, his words unexpected. Lu Qian, taken aback, questioned him why. "Why would you still shield him at a time like this?" Deng Jiang responded slowly. "No, even if he were to use a forbidden technique to kill me, I wouldn't shield him. I advise you against this for your own good." Deng Jiang's brow furrowed. "Tianji bears the sword god's mark," he revealed. "Whoever dares to kill him will face grave consequences." Astonishment rippled through the four men present. "Veunis mindreist. You mean to say that whoever kills Tianji, that will be hunted down by the sword god?" He finished, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Deng Jiang nodded. "Precisely. The true cultivator's power is far beyond your comprehension. They have a celestial sky ship at their backs. Opposing them is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Know your limits." A tremor ran through Wei Jun. Those present assumed it was fear, but within him, a thrill of excitement surged. Fate truly favors me, he thought. With newfound resolve hardening his features, Wei Jun turned to address the unseen sword god. "Ancient sword god," he called out, his voice ringing with conviction. "Lend me your sword." The sword god's voice was laced with concern. "Lord Wei, do you intend to slay Tianji with my sword?" he asked, his words a plea. He urged caution, reminding Wei Jun of the dire consequences that awaited him. "You, like my brothers of old, are a true hero," the sword god declared. "You are undoubtedly worthy of wielding my divine blade. However, it would be best if you didn't act yourself. Killing Tianji will mark you for the sword god's wrath. Therefore, allow me," he concluded, his voice low as he slowly drew his sword. Wei Jun turned to Deng Jiang, a sneer twisting his lips. "General Deng, do you see?" he taunted. "This is the difference between you and a true hero." Deng Jiang, stung by the words, felt a cold sweat break out on his skin. His mockery complete, Wei Jun addressed the sword god once more. "Ancient sword god," he began, "you are gravely wounded and suppressed by the saber's aura. Your strength is likely less than my own. Therefore, the decision rests with me." Catching the sword god off guard, Wei Jun snatched the divine blade, brandishing it with a flourish. "You should live," he declared. "Leave the dying to me." The sword god's voice, though filled with urgency, was powerless to stop him. "Lord Wei," he pleaded, "I know I cannot restrain you in my current state, but you are young. You should cherish your life." Wei Jun shook his head. Age is irrelevant. He didn't turn back, his words echoing like a final testament. "We only live once," he declared, his voice resonating with conviction. "Therefore, I, Wei Jun, refuse to watch another sacrifice themselves for me." His words stirred something within the sword god, rekindling the heroic spirit he had felt at the Jade Gate Pass so many years ago. He clasped his hands respectfully. "Lord Wei, your nobility is truly inspiring," he murmured. Lu Qian added his own praise. "Brother Gu," he exclaimed, "this is Wei Jun. This is the hope of the great Qian, the hope of the world, the hope of all mankind." Basking in the accolades, Wei Jun responded with a touch of arrogance. whether I am hope or not is of little importance. The important thing is that you can't stop me from seeking death. Wei Jun slowly walked towards Long Tao and Grandmaster Tianji, his sword held loosely in his hand. His voice was cold. "What is your name?" Long Tao stammered, I am called. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Without a flicker of hesitation, Wei Jun's sword flashed. In a single, brutal stroke, the head of the heavenly mechanism sect master flew through the air. Side characters don't deserve names. Long Tao, whose name ironically meant side character, stared lifelessly, his eyes wide open in death. A coincidence. My name truly is side character Long Tao. My descendants are all dead. A chill ran down Grandmaster Tianji's spine as he watched. Wei Jun's sword now rested against Tianji's throat. Tianji, your turn. Any last words? With his life hanging by a thread, Tianji's mind raced. If I don't say something valuable, he'll kill me without a second thought. After a moment of frantic thought, he blurted out, I know the truth behind the Wei Kingdom War. It was deliberately provoked by us. Wei Jun withdrew his sword slightly, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Oh, intriguing. Congratulations. You've earned yourself a little more time. Go on. Tianji began to spill everything. We instigated the Wei Kingdom War for 2 reasons. The first, as Grandmaster Yang suspected, was for karmic energy. At this, the sword god roared, How dare you? You are cultivators, yet you incite such a worldly war. Karmic fire will consume you, damning you for 10,000 lifetimes. Grandmaster Tianji replied, Indeed. And the one who instigated the war has already been reduced to ashes and scattered to the winds. Wei Jun, with his memories of being the heavenly emperor, knew there was truth in these words. Interfering in mortal affairs is against the very laws I set forth. Only those willing to pay a heavy price or possessing overwhelming power can defy them. These heavenly mechanism cultivators don't seem powerful enough to defy a heavenly emperor, which means they paid a steep price. He pressed further. And the second reason, Tianji hung his head in shame. You may think I'm shirking responsibility, but I was merely following orders from above. No one understands the karmic debt incurred by war better than I. If it weren't for the will of those above, I would never have dared. Wei Jun's brow furrowed. Celestials, why would they want to instigate the Wei Kingdom War? Tianji shook his head. I don't know. Our ranks are different. We simply carry out orders. They don't explain their reasoning to us. Wei Jun toyed with his sword. Is that all? So, no more last words, then? Tianji, who had hoped for a reprieve, felt a fresh wave of terror. He broke out in a cold sweat, screaming, Wait. Wei Jun Deng Jiang wasn't lying. I truly bear the sword god's mark. If you kill me, the sword god will kill you. Even if he doesn't descend personally, he'll send an emissary. You can't withstand him. Let's make peace. I swear on the great Tao, I'll never trouble you again. Wei Jun approached slowly, his voice echoing the question. So you're absolutely certain that if I kill you, the sword god will kill me? Tianji, his voice laced with desperation, quickly replied, Yes. The sword god once told me he values me greatly. My divination skills are of great use to him. He will avenge me. If he didn't value me, he wouldn't have bestowed upon me a painting of the world. This is proof. Wei Jun let out a cold laugh. Good. His gaze, icy and sharp, pierced the old diviner. Tianji, you said you once divined your own fate, didn't you? That you would die by the sword. Truly, the Grand Master of Divination, not a single prediction astray. Under Tianji's horrified gaze, Wei Jun's sword flashed, severing the old man's head. A sardonic twist to his lips, Wei Jun added, No need to thank me. I'm just a benevolent soul, ensuring your reputation for flawless divination remains intact, even in death. In that instant, Grandmaster Tianji, eyes wide with disbelief, breathed his last. The 3 sword gods watched, stunned into silence. Wei Jun had truly, without a moment's hesitation, killed the Grandmaster. Deng Jiang trembled, his composure as Grand General shattered. Truly Chu Fenfang's disciple, he thought, his mind reeling. A viper's tongue and a heart of ice. Not only does he kill, but he also crushes his opponent utterly. I will not die by his hand. Turning, he cried out to Yuan Hao, Finish me. Yuan Hao, unable to make such a decision, looked to Lu Qian, foster father. Before Yuan Hao could finish, Lu Qian, who had been deep in thought, spoke. With Tianji and the heavenly mechanism, sect masters dead, Deng Zhang's life or death held little significance. Perhaps he could be persuaded to serve the great Qian once more, but such a man would require absolute control. Before a decision could be reached, Wei Jun turned to Lu Qian. The ancient sword gods are here. Now that Tianji and the sect masters are dead, why don't we do something grand? Lu Qian, brow furrowed, questioned something grand. What does Master Wei propose? A chilling smile played on Wei Jun's lips. Why don't we take this opportunity to completely eradicate the Heavenly Mechanism sect? What do you think? Lu Qian recoiled at the suggestion. Eradicate the Heavenly Mechanism sect. In our current state, I fear that's impossible. Wei Jun's smile deepened. Don't worry. Don't we have that assistance? His gaze shifted to Deng Jiang. General Deng, why don't you lead your troops to destroy the Heavenly Mechanism sect? Deng Jiang shook his head. I'm afraid I can't do that. Wei Jun's voice dripped with venom. Why? Are you not loyal to the Great Qian? Do your loyalties lie with the Heavenly Mechanism sect? Deng Jiang struggled to speak. It's not that I'm loyal to the Heavenly Mechanism sect, but the entire leadership of Tianan province has been infiltrated by the Heavenly Mechanism sect. They won't act against them. If you truly wish to destroy the sect, you must first cleanse Tianan province. Deng Jiang's revelation hung heavy in the air, a truth none had anticipated. The four men fell silent, the tension palpable. Lu Qian gritted his teeth, his voice tight with anger as he addressed Deng Jiang. You deserve to die. I truly don't understand how you could become like this, dragging so many others down with you. I just don't understand. Deng Jiang responded calmly. Whatever those above favor, those below will overdo. I have close ties to the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Those who don't will be eliminated. Those like me, with close ties, will have smooth careers. Tianan province is a microcosm of the imperial court. Its situation reflects the court in miniature. Lu Qian, you can say I deserve to die. Perhaps I do. What about Jun Chan's then? Does he deserve to die? The thought of the emperor, Qian Di, fueled Deng Jiang's resentment. Lu Qian faltered. You don't understand. His Majesty is. Wei Jun is different. Deng Jiang replied flatly. Jun Chan's certainly deserves to die. Are you satisfied with that answer? He continued. Master Wei, I believe in your character. You have the resolve to kill Jun Chan's. You have the right to despise me. But Lu Qian, he doesn't. Wei Yun persisted. Superintendent Lu serves the country and its people. There's no shame in that. He too can despise you. Deng Jiang's voice rose. Wrong. He doesn't have a right. Neither does Shi Changshun nor Shang Wanyan. They didn't dare speak out then, so they have no right to judge me now. Master Wei, you were the first to dare call Jun Chan's a depraved tyrant. I respect you. The others, I don't. Wei Jun countered, didn't dare speak out then. Deng Jiang, his anger subsiding slightly, asked, what do you mean? Master Wei, do you know why Bai Qinxin lost her eyes? Wei Jun replied, of course. A Chongqing sect disciple raped a young woman. Lady Bai upheld the law, and a national teacher took revenge. A single tear traced a path down Deng Jiang's cheek. His voice thick with anguish, he said, then do you know that the woman who was raped was the niece of the old general, Lai Da, who died defending this country? Old General Lai, though advanced in years, was the fiercest warrior under my command. He was always the first in a battle. 7 years ago, our forces were ambushed. Old General Lai volunteered to hold the rear. In that battle, he slew 74 demons and 321 soldiers of the Western Continent Alliance. He fought to the point of exhaustion, refusing to retreat. He died a hero's death. Afterward, the Western Continent Alliance and the demons dismembered his body into 8 pieces and left it exposed for 10 days. We couldn't even retrieve his remains. As Deng Jiang spoke, no one interrupted. They listened in rapt silence. His voice choked with emotion. Deng Jiang continued, a hero like that deserves to be remembered forever. His family deserves the respect and care due to the kin of a martyr, doesn't he? But what happened instead? That year, Deng Jiang began, his voice thick with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. When General Lai's granddaughter was violated and murdered, I went to the imperial palace to plead for justice. And what did our esteemed emperor tell me? That the inspectorate had reported to him that Lai Da's granddaughter had seduced the national teacher's disciple. He even warned me not to interfere in other people's affairs. Lord Wei, tell me, isn't that utterly ludicrous? His voice cracked with indignation. Wei Jun carefully digested this information, his brow furrowed in silence. Lu Qian's voice boomed, a sharp retort to Deng Jiang's accusations. I, Lu Qian, swear to the heavens, I never filed such a report with His Majesty. The inspectorate never reported anything of the sort. Deng Jiang let out a bitter laugh. What does it matter anymore? He ruined everything. Lu Qian, you didn't dare speak up then. and now you stand before me prattling on about loyalty to the emperor and love for the country. I despise you. General Lai saved my life, and I couldn't even protect his granddaughter. All because our emperor protected the murderer. Tell me, why should I continue to risk my life for an emperor like that? I surrendered to the Heavenly Mechanism sect. At least then my family won't be subjected to the whims of the so-called Righteous Alliance and their violations. Lu Qian was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a response. Wei Jun finally spoke, his voice calm and measured. You say surrendering to the Heavenly Mechanism sect will protect your family. Will it truly? When I first arrived at the Heavenly Mechanism sect, I witnessed 2 of their disciples assaulting the sister of your own personal guard. Deng Jiang gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Wei Jun continued, his words cutting through the tense silence. Don't be naive, Deng Jiang. A dog is a dog. Even if it changes owners and bites more fiercely, it's still just a dog. Its new master won't value it. Deng Jiang, cornered, spat back. Who says being a dog is just being a dog? It's still better than being a dog for the June Calamity Marsh. He then roared, his voice filled with anguish. When the country needed me, I fought with my life. I need the country, but where is it? Tell me, can General Lai rest peacefully in his grave? Mid-sentence, the pommel of a sword slammed into his face. The attacker was none other than Wei Jun. The other 3 were once again stunned into silence. Deng Jiang stumbled and fell to the ground. Wei Jun, what are you doing? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why humiliate me like this? Wei Jun's voice was cold. I'm not humiliating you. I'm chastising you for what you just said. You have reason to be angry, but what right do you have to even mention the word general? Wei Jun spoke calmly, each word a sharp jab into Deng Jiang's mind. General Lai's granddaughter suffered such a tragedy. Bai Qinxin at least tried to do something for her. And you went begging to the June Calamity Marsh. When they refused, you crawled to the Heavenly Mechanism sect. What right do you have to speak of General Lai? Can you let him rest in peace? Before Deng Jiang could comprehend, Wei Jun continued his barrage. What else could I do? If I didn't rely on the Heavenly Mechanism sect, how could I deal with the Chongqing sect? The fool was struck dumb again by Wei Jun's sharp words. After you surrendered to the Heavenly Mechanism sect, what did you do for the Chongqing sect? Bai Qinxin lost her eyes because of Lai Da's granddaughter. Did you secretly help her? Ji Lingyun, the eldest son of the Ji clan, and Princess Mingzhu both helped by Qinxin. Zhao Yun fought a great battle with the national teacher for her. Shangguan Xingfeng, the son of Prime Minister Shangguan, secretly cared for her. Deng Jiang, what did you do? Deng Jiang, reeling from the accusations, swayed on his feet, his spirit nearly broken. Wei Jun continued his condemnation. The only thing you did was become an accomplice to murder. Therefore, you deserve to die. At this point, Deng Jiang was truly speechless, only able to repeat his earlier question. You are right, I deserve to die. But what about Jun Chan's? The old question received the old answer. Wei Jun replied, he deserves to die even more. I assure you, as long as I live, I will kill him. And after I die, I will drag him down to hell with me. With an emperor like him, most of the people of the great Qian cannot hold their heads high. Faced with this fierce attitude, the sword god and Lu Qian stepped forward to intercede. Master Wei, his majesty has his own difficulties. Perhaps his majesty is not as you think. Wei Jun frowned and glanced at them, saying, seeing the ancient sword god appear, I guess that Jun Chan's might not be as I thought. But does that matter? No matter what grand scheme he has wronged countless innocent people, forced the citizens to kneel with him, and caused the bloodshed of even more patriots. Therefore, he must die for the heroes who have fallen. He dares to call it changing the world. Clinging to life will never save the great Qian. Hearing Wei Jun speak like this, Lu Qian and the sword god didn't know what to say. Deng Jiang abruptly knelt down and laughed loudly, moved by Wei Jun's heartfelt words. Ha, well said. For the heroes who have fallen, he dares to call it changing the world. Master Wei, your words are truly inspiring. I was truly wrong. I, Deng Jiang, willingly accept my death to atone for my sins. By now, Deng Jiang was completely moved by Wei Jun's sincere words, tears streaming down his face. Master Wei, if you were the one on the dragon throne, I, Deng Jiang, would never betray the nation. I would definitely follow you onto the battlefield. I, too, was once a warrior who risked his life for the country, not a born traitor. Wei Jun looked down and silently swung his sword. Deng Jiang's head flew through the air. Deng Jiang, born in the 7th year of Zhong Kong, died in the 7th year of Yong and buried in the 6th year of Yong. And 2 years ago, on the day Jun Chan's abandoned Lai Da's granddaughter, Deng Jiang, died. Only today was he buried. The 3 remaining men watched in silence, no one speaking a word. Wei Jun looked at Deng Jiang's corpse and said mournfully, "I will make Jun Chan's kneel before the graves of General Lai and his granddaughter and kowtow in apology. I swear this by the Heavenly Emperor." After Wei Jun calmed down, Lu Qian finally spoke. "The world within the painting is maintained by the Heavenly Mechanism Elder and the Heavenly Mechanism Sect Masters using their cultivation. Master Wei, before this place collapses, I have a few words to say to you. You have actually misunderstood His Majesty. He has his own difficulties. He is the Son of Heaven. He cannot act on impulse. Hot blood cannot solve problems." Wei Jun responded indifferently. "The Emperor Qian hardly acts rashly. What problems has he actually solved?" Lu Qian stammered. "At the very least, His Majesty has bided his time for years, lulling his opponents into a false sense of security. That's how we were able to eliminate the national teacher and the Heavenly Mechanism Elder." A cold, mocking smile twisted Wei Jun's lips. He addressed Lu Qian. "You truly are the head of the special agents. You can lie without even a flicker of expression, uttering falsehoods you yourself don't believe. Impressive. What do the deaths of a national teacher and the Heavenly Mechanism Elder have to do with June Calamity Marsh? You're actually trying to paint him in a positive light. If it weren't for me, the national teacher and the Heavenly Mechanism Elder would still be riding roughshod over the great Qian. Believe it or not." Lu Qian pressed on. "Master Wei, you overestimate your own importance. His Majesty has many other plans in motion." Wei Jun's amusement grew. He challenged Lu Qian directly. "Oh, other plans? Superintendent Lu, then tell me, who killed the national teacher?" "Chu Finfin." "Why was Chu Finfin able to kill the national teacher?" "Because she broke through to the half-saint realm." Wei Jun's voice rose. "And why was Chu Finfin able to break through to the half-saint realm?" Lu Qian, finally realizing he was being led into a trap, began. "That's because..." Wei Jun didn't give Lu Qian time to think, cutting him off sharply. "Because I guided her. That's why I said, if it weren't for me, the national teacher wouldn't be dead. Am I right? But what role did Emperor Qian play in any of this?" Lu Qian choked for a moment before managing. "Master Wei, you're right. His Majesty didn't intend to confront the national teacher directly at that time. He was truly laying the groundwork to eliminate the Heavenly Mechanism Elder." Wei Jun covered his mouth with a hand, laughter shaking his shoulders. Unable to defend the Emperor's inaction regarding the national teacher, you changed the subject. "Fine. Tell me, what did June Calamity Marsh do to prepare for the assassination of the Heavenly Mechanism Elder?" Lu Qian replied. "His Majesty invited the ancient Moon Sword God." Wei Jun continued to press the point, leaving aside the fact that the Sword God was acting out of respect for the former Crown Prince. "Superintendent Lu, I ask you, what threat did the Sword God pose to the Heavenly Mechanism Elder?" The Sword God coughed, interjecting, "Ahem, in terms of pure strength, I am half a step above the Heavenly Mechanism Elder." Wei Jun turned to the Sword God. "Speaking frankly, in terms of calculation, the Heavenly Mechanism Elder had already predicted your death." The Sword God was left speechless, shamefaced. Wei Jun continued his analysis. "Look at how June Calamity Marsh laid his plans, scheming to assassinate the Heavenly Mechanism Elder, only to have every move countered and even used against him. If it weren't for Lu Yuanhao's sudden outburst, you would all be dead." June Calamity Marsh thought he had the upper hand, but in reality, he was riddled with vulnerabilities, completely toyed with by the Heavenly Mechanism Elder. If the Sword God had been persuaded by June Calamity Marsh himself, I would have some respect for him. But the Sword God was acting on behalf of the former Crown Prince. It had nothing to do with June Calamity Marsh. "Superintendent Lu, you tell me to respect June Calamity Marsh, but I truly don't see what's there to respect. Should I learn from his ability to hide like a turtle?" Wei Jun's words were sharp, his logic irrefutable. The 3 men could only stand there, drenched in a cold sweat. It seemed His Majesty would have a hard time escaping the label of a coward. Lu Qian persisted, but Yuan Hao was also sent by His Majesty. His Majesty isn't, as you say, completely without a plan. Wei Jun countered the head steward once more. Ask yourself, did Jun Chans know how formidable Lu Yuan Hao truly was? Did he genuinely see Lu Yuan Hao as a beacon of hope, his strength a genuine part of his scheme? Furthermore, Wei Jun continued, if it weren't for his desire to isolate me in the court, would Lu Yuan Hao be here with you, head steward Lu? I believe you know the answer to that question better than anyone. Lu Qian was again rendered speechless, finally managing a sigh to save face. Master Wei, you are right. It's just that His Majesty is a good man. Wei Jun shook his head. Judged by deeds, not intentions. I only know that before his ascension, even disciples of Zhen Chunming who harmed the common people of the Great Qian were punished. Cultivators dared not act with impunity against the citizens of the Great Qian. After his coronation, everything changed. Blood ties, lineage, merit, defending the nation, even innocence itself could not guarantee one's life. Not even exoneration. Fixing Lu Qian with a hard stare, Wei Jun continued, I truly don't understand what purpose such forbearance serves. Deng Jiang was right about one thing. A nation like this deserves no loyalty. If the Great Qian doesn't replace this Emperor Jun Chans, the people of the realm will sooner or later change the dynasty themselves. The emperor was being spoken of so harshly that even Lu Qian paled. He continued to defend the emperor. Master Wei, I told you His Majesty is prepared to change. Taking action against the Heavenly Mechanism Elder is the clearest proof. His Majesty has decided to stop tolerating this. So, you needn't hold such a negative view of him. Let's see what His Majesty does next, shall we? Wei Jun raised a hand and gave a cold laugh. Fine, we have time to watch. Although I want to kill Jun Chans, I don't yet have the power. But, he added with a dark chuckle, who knows what the next few days will bring. My strength is soaring every day without any cultivation at all. Lu Qian still tried to reason with him. Master Wei, must you kill His Majesty? I suggest you return and speak with him. Perhaps after conversing, you will change your mind. Truly, all these years, if His Majesty hadn't been so forbearing, our Great Qian might not have had this time to recuperate and rebuild. Wei Jun was almost speechless. Recuperate. Besides, let me ask you, if the supervisory department needed someone to feign surrender to the enemy, would you be that person? Lu Qian, not grasping the meaning, immediately replied, of course not. If I surrendered, the supervisory department would truly be finished. I would send one of my subordinates to pretend. Only after instinctively answering did Lu Qian have time to consider the question and the implications of his own response. Wei Jun continued, you see, you think the same way. Even for the sake of saving the nation and its people, everyone has their own role to play. The greater good may require someone to act as a traitor, but that person cannot be the emperor. This reasoning isn't difficult to grasp, is it? Lu Qian's face darkened as he replied, Lord Wei, you are right. But I suspect His Majesty may not have considered things as thoroughly as you. Perhaps he didn't think at this point, didn't think that doing so would affect so many people. A mocking smile played on Wei Jun's lips. Having seemingly persuaded Head Agent Lu, he offered a piece of advice. Perhaps. But that's not important to me. Head Agent Lu, you're a loyal official who loves his country. But let me offer you a word of counsel. Patriotism is essential. Loyalty to the emperor is not. Lu Qian, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. I am His Majesty's confidant. How am I supposed to accept such words? He turned to his adopted son and said, Oh dear, my ear seems to have been injured in the explosion just now. I can't hear anything. Yuan Hao, come here quickly and check it. Yuan Hao hurriedly put on a pretense and rushed forward. Yes, foster father. The two of them acted so poorly that it was almost painful for the sword god and Wei Jun to watch. No wonder Lu Yuan Hao feigned ignorance to such an extent. It turned out he learned it from here. At this moment, the entire space began to collapse. Yuan Hao cried out, the world within the painting is about to collapse. We must leave quickly. Only then did Wei Jun turn to the sword god and ask, Ancient sword god, when you spoke with the Heavenly Mechanism Elder, did he mention that from today onward, the Heavenly Mechanism sect would become history? How do you plan to deal with the Heavenly Mechanism sect in the future? The sword god replied, My mission was to kill the Heavenly Mechanism Elder. Other matters are not my concern. I'm not very familiar with the June Calamity Marsh. After the previous conversation, the sword god had his own thoughts. Initially, I had some goodwill towards Emperor Qian, but after hearing Lord Wei's words, indeed, my thoughts have changed. It's just that the sacrifice of the former crown prince made me admire him. He offered a speculation about Emperor Qian. Although I don't know the specific arrangements of the June Calamity Marsh, I suspect it must be related to you. Wei Jun was surprised. Related to me. The sword god nodded in confirmation. That's right. If it's confirmed that the Wei Kingdom War was instigated by the Heavenly Mechanism sect, as long as you record the truth in the historical records, the Heavenly Mechanism sect karmic luck will be directly reduced by half, or even more. At that time, the Great Qian will have the absolute upper hand. Therefore, I suspect the June Calamity Marsh will definitely have someone record the truth first, and then strike down the Heavenly Mechanism sect with thunder. Wei Yun noted. So that's how it is. In that case, I'm willing to lend him a hand. Afterwards, Wei Jun used the teleportation formation prepared by Lu Qian to return to the capital. At the same time, the news that he had killed the Heavenly Mechanism Elder spread far and wide. Upon his return to the capital, everyone gathered to welcome him. Funfin and Qingxin rushed over, everyone vying to ask him questions. Thank heavens, Lord Wei has returned. Wei Jun, you're actually still alive. That old thief from the Heavenly Mechanism sect didn't hurt you, did he? Lord Wei, it seems I'll have to protect you every step of the way from now on. Lord Wei killed the Heavenly Mechanism Elder again, and he wasn't even injured himself. Wei Jun waved his hand, signaling everyone to rest assured. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wei Jun didn't waste time on pleasantries. His expression turned serious as he began to speak. I have some news about the truth of the Wei Kingdom War that I want to share with everyone. You are all pillars of the Great Qian. I hope you will listen carefully. A moment later, Wei Jun recounted everything he knew about the truth behind the Wei Kingdom War. A chilling silence fell over the scene. Funfin's face paled. The Wei Kingdom War, it's actually connected to the celestial realm. Years ago, just one true god cost us dearly. If several more divine beings join the fray, the Great Qian is truly doomed. Grand Chancellor Shangguan Yun furrowed his brow. I suspected the major sects, including the True Purity sect, were hiding something, but the extent of their deception has far exceeded my expectations. This is a grave predicament. A shiver ran down Qingxin's spine. With her current strength, how could she possibly stand against a divine being from the celestial realm? Why would they want to instigate war in the mortal realm? Princess Mingzhu latched onto a different detail. Father has been concealing his true self this whole time. The second prince was equally stunned. Father, as murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd, Wei Jun clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Everyone, I understand this news is shocking, but this is the reality of our situation. I am revealing this information in the hope that all of you, as pillars of the Great Qian, can work together to find a solution. Changsheng immediately spoke up. We can't win. He continued his analysis. After the sudden deaths of the national teacher and the Heavenly Mechanism Elder, including the various Heavenly Mechanism Masters, we still had a sliver of hope in an all-out war against the True Purity sect. But if the celestial realm intervenes, we are certainly no match for them. The Great Qian's current strategies are simply inadequate against a true god. His words rang true, and even Wei Jun paused. So, are we just supposed to surrender? Just then, someone shouted, "It's bad, Master Wei." Yuan Hao rushed in with the news. Master Wei, His Majesty summons you to the palace. Wei Jun gave a dry chuckle. Yuan Hao, His Majesty summoning me is hardly unusual. Why are you so frightened? Does he intend to kill me? Yuan Hao gasped for breath, struggling to speak. This time, His Majesty might actually want to kill you. Wei Jun's interest peaked. Oh, do tell. Funfin snapped, indignant. What nonsense. What reason would he have to kill Wei Jun? Yuan Hao's face was etched with worry. The sword god, he held the Heavenly Mechanism Elder in high regard. And a divine edict has been issued from the heavens, commanding His Majesty to execute the one who murdered the Heavenly Mechanism Elder, or the sword god himself will descend. Wei Jun couldn't help but laugh. The sword god works quickly, doesn't he? Efficient. I like it. Yuan Hao, finally regaining his composure, explained further. A disciple from the Heavenly Mechanism sect arrived with the sword god's divine edict. His Majesty has already received it. He sent me to bring you to him, Master Wei. You should prepare yourself. Wei Jun rose without hesitation, casually asking Yuan Hao, prepare. Prepare for what? To run. Yuan Hao wrung his hands, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Wouldn't you rather flee than face certain death? Wei Yun remained calm. Relax. I'll go see him. Let's see what our dear emperor has planned. Princess Mingzhu, her voice laced with anxiety, tried to stop Wei Jun. Wait, Wei Jun, don't go yet. Let's think of a way to deal with this together. Qing Xin agreed. Yes, Lord Wei, there are so many of us here. We should be able to devise a perfect countermeasure. Standing closest to him, Yuan Hao added his urgent plea. Lord Wei, the imperial edict bears the projection of the sword god. Faced with a true god's descent, his majesty may not be able to protect you, might not even try to protect you. Wei Jun remained resolute, refusing their aid. Don't worry, everyone. I've never needed his protection. His voice rang with unwavering conviction. If I feared death, I wouldn't have become the imperial historian. With that, Yuan Hao could only escort Wei Jun towards the court, leaving the others to watch his receding figure. The princess wrung her hands. What are we going to do? Are we just going to watch the sword god kill Wei Jun? The scene shifted to the imperial palace. Yuan Hao had escorted Wei Jun to the grand hall, where he strode in with an air of composure. He had barely crossed the threshold when a voice called out, Wei Jun. The speaker was a Taoist priest, his robes embroidered with the 3 characters of the heavenly mechanism sect. He barked kneel. He pointedly held aloft an imperial edict. Wei Jun curled his lip. And who is this imbecile? The Taoist drew himself up. Wei Jun, you have some nerve. I am Lianinan, divine messenger of the heavenly mechanism sect, here to deliver the sword god's imperial edict. You dare not kneel before the edict. Wei Jun covered his mouth with a hand, stifling a laugh. I asked who the imbecile was, and you tell me your name is Lianinan. It seems you're quite aware of your own foolishness. Inan trembled with rage, sputtering you, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He ground out, Wei Jun, I don't have time for your games. The imperial edict has arrived. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Wei Jun sighed, continuing to taunt the Taoist. My arrogance will last until the rivers run dry and the stones crumble until the end of days. But I'm afraid a short-lived creature like you won't be around to see it. Goaded once more, Inan roared, fine. We'll see who's short-lived. Ignoring the fuming Taoist, Wei Jun turned to Emperor Qian. So, Your Majesty, what did you summon me for? Wasn't the dressing down I gave you last time enough? Are you looking for another? Emperor Qian and Lu Qian exchanged a look of exasperation at Wei Jun's brazen attitude. The emperor gestured. Read the imperial edict first. Inan, who had been waiting for this cue, immediately bellowed, unfurl it. He then dramatically unrolled the edict. As the edict unfurled, each character blazed with divine power, lifting into the air. The glowing characters coalesced, forming a human shape. The figure was recognizable as a projection of the sword god. The sword god's voice boomed. Kill the one who slew the heavenly mechanism elder. Death. The rumors of the Wei kingdom war end here. Disobey and die. The words echoed through the hall, cold and resonant. Wei Jun watched silently. So this was the projection of a true god in the mortal realm. After the divine messenger, Lianinan, relayed the edict, he immediately withdrew his projection. He then commanded Emperor Qian, Your Majesty, act now. He's still waiting for Lianinan. Lianinan's projected image glared fiercely at Wei Jun. Execute him. Bring his head back as proof of your obedience. Emperor Qian remained impassive. He turned to Wei Jun and asked, What are your thoughts? Wei Jun looked at Lianinan with contempt, pointing a finger at his own head. My head sits here, ripe for the taking, Your Majesty. You're itching to do it, aren't you? Come on, hurry up. This heavenly son is losing patience. This is the sword god's edict. A cowardly emperor like you should obediently heed the divine will. Emperor Qian's response was unexpected. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Wei Jun, taken aback, could only utter, huh? What's the meaning of this? A look of unusual contemplation creased the emperor's brow. However, he continued, I hope you'll back down. Let the matter of the Wei kingdom war rest. I will do everything in my power to protect your life. But if you insist on investigating the truth behind the war, I'm afraid even I won't be able to save you. Veyunis I sniveled. Not investigate. What about the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the Wei Kingdom War? What about the honor they deserve, their names etched in history? Emperor Qian seemed at a loss for words. I understand your sentiments, he pleaded, but staying alive is paramount. Only the living have hope. I never anticipated the deity behind behind the Cultivator Alliance would intervene personally. We are powerless against such a force. Wei Jun burst into laughter at the emperor's words. Ha ha ha. So, after all this, you still intend to appease them. Emperor Qian frowned, but his voice remained calm. There's no other way, Wei Jun. I know you're young and impassioned, but acting rashly won't solve anything. You could kill Yin and An today, but what then? How would we face the sword god? Wei Jun scoffed. Your Majesty, after years of groveling, what makes you think you could face the sword god? Emperor Qian clicked his tongue, his voice laced with resignation. We are indeed powerless now, but perhaps in a few years, things will change. Perhaps a true hero will emerge and deliver us from this suffering. Wei Jun's anger flared. You spineless fool. I truly misjudged you. Compromise is in your very bones. The weak always pin their hopes on the future, but you fail to understand that the future isn't something you wait for. It's something you forge with your own two hands in the present. The emperor paled at Wei Jun's words. Lu Qian could only sigh in resignation. Lien Yinan seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, your good intentions are twisted into malice by this Wei Jun. It would be best to simply execute him and appease the sword god. Wei Jun echoed the sentiment. Exactly. You useless coward. Kill me. Kill me and give yourself some breathing room. If you don't, I will continue my investigation into the Wei Kingdom War. And soon, I will record the truth of it all for posterity, for the entire world to see. Emperor Qian paced, trapped between a rock and a hard place. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. Wei Jun, have you lost your mind? He muttered under his breath. The great Qian isn't ready for all-out war. Don't provoke them. Give me time. There's still room to maneuver. We can't win now. We have to stall to prepare. Seeing the emperor's stubbornness, Wei Jun roared, You spineless fool. Abandon your delusions and prepare to fight. What's coming is coming. The enemy won't wait for you to be ready. You've knelt once, kneel again, and you'll never rise. Don't die. The great Qian still has hope. Even if you die, another emperor will take your place. But if you remain on your knees, no second emperor will be born, and there will be no new great Qian. Lord Wei speaks true. A voice called out. Several figures emerged from the shadows of the hall. Wei Jun whirled around, his voice laced with fury. Princess Mingzhu, second prince. What are you doing here? It was indeed Princess Mingzhu and the second prince who had arrived. The princess stepped forward, her voice resolute. Where we are needed, we will be. With those words, the princess summoned a bow, seemingly from thin air. She channeled her spiritual energy into an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut, aiming directly at the heavenly mechanism sect Taoist who held the divine edict. Lien Yinan, the Taoist, bellowed, Mingzhu, you dare attack me. I am a divine messenger. You dare show such disrespect. His words were cut short as the arrow pierced his forehead. Emperor Qian and Lu Qian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. With Lien Yinan dead, the divine edict released its full inscription, coalescing into a projection of the sword god. The towering projection lunged forward, its voice booming with rage. Insolent wretch, you dare disrespect a god. Undeterred, Princess Mingzhu drew another arrow. It's just a mere projection, she gritted. What's there to fear? Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she aimed at the projection once more. Spiritual energy swirled, and the bowstring glowed. Emperor Qian, beside himself with worry, cried out, Mingzhu, stop! The arrow flew, a whisper of death in the air. The sword god projection scoffed, foolish girl. You overestimate yourself. You've grown tired of living. But Princess Mingzhu was not alone. 6 other figures sprang into action, their weapons a blur of sword, blade, whisk, and palm strikes. Even Wei Jun was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The sword god projection, radiating immense power, was swiftly overwhelmed, shattered into shimmering fragments by the combined assault of the 7 cultivators. Emperor Qian and Wei Jun stood dumbfounded. It's over. As the last vestiges of the sword god faded, a single curse echoed through the hall. Damnable! The divine edict, its power drained, fluttered to the ground. Changshan caught it in his hand. Your Majesty, he said, presenting it to the emperor. Please observe. He channeled his own power, incinerating the edict. His voice rang with authority. Slaying a god, he declared, is no difficult feat, Emperor. Qian rose to his feet, hesitated for a moment, then clicked his tongue. you oversimplify matters. That was merely a projection of the sword god, not his true form. Princess Mingzhu stepped forward, her voice firm. We have slain true gods before. In the past, my elder brother and 17 warriors of the Iron Blood Save the Nation Society, along with 3,721 veteran soldiers of the Jade Gate Pass, sacrificed themselves to help Ancient Moon successfully slay a god. Uncle, you were the beneficiary of that sacrifice. For me, killing a venerable god is no longer an insurmountable task. Emperor Qian's face paled. Mingzhu continued, her voice ringing with conviction. Rest assured, after your death, I will be the second to willingly offer myself as a sacrifice. My brother could sacrifice himself for the nation. My father could sacrifice himself for the nation. And so can I. The second prince, less vehement, offered words of encouragement to his father. Do not compromise any further. Fight. Continued compromise will only bring the entire Great Qian to its knees. The princess and prince led the charge, followed by Shangwan Yun and General Ji. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that if you are still unable to make a decision, then continue your cultivation in the Tranquil Heart Hall. Princess Mingzhu and the second prince have come of age. This old minister will confer with them on matters of state. My master shares this sentiment. Lu Qian, the head steward, who had always been a staunch supporter of Emperor Qian, could only sigh. Alas, your Majesty, you continue to err. For the sake of the great Qian, I can no longer stand by your side. Chu Jieji and Xuanxin remained silent. Witnessing this scene, Wei Jun burst into laughter. He narrowed his eyes. Though I may not have perished this time, I am truly heartened. Your actions remind me of my comrades of old, those who once faced life and death alongside me. Wei Jun, filled with emotion, recited a poem. Northward I gaze towards Chang'an's road. Grief and sorrow through ages flow. Where are the heroes of renown? The world has become a vacant crown. Can war horses still be tied? Can mountains and rivers still abide? Green mountains forever stand guard. I return to join their honored ward. To the astonishment of all present, he clasped his hands respectfully. Wei Jun expresses his gratitude for your life-saving grace this day. Seeing this, the mood lightened somewhat. Emperor Qian remained lost in thought. He stood and spoke. Do you believe I have done all this to become a decadent ruler who loses his kingdom? Do you think I do not wish to charge onto the battlefield and risk my life? His voice rose almost to a shout. I simply do not want to see you sacrifice yourselves in vain. Too many have already died. My brother entrusted this realm to me, entrusted you all to me. I cannot allow you to throw your lives away. Our strength is not equal to theirs. What other choice do we have? Knowing certain death awaits, should I simply watch you march to your doom? The sword god's projection and his true form are worlds apart in power. If the gods wage war against the mortal realm, the sword god will not be alone. If multiple venerable gods oppose us at once, how are we to fight such a war? Changsheng furrowed his brow as he addressed Emperor Qian. Your Majesty, the disparity between a sword god like Gu Yu and a true god isn't as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Even the difference between us and the gods isn't that significant. They are merely a bit stronger than mortals. In essence, there's no fundamental difference. Has your Majesty's years of forbearance yielded no fruit? Beads of sweat gathered on Emperor Qian's forehead as he voiced his anxieties. I previously believed our enemies were only the Cultivator Alliance, perhaps with a venerable god at most. But the current situation has far exceeded my expectations and my ability to respond. Changsheng's voice held a note of surprise. Your Majesty can contend with a venerable god. Emperor Qian didn't attempt to conceal the truth. I can handle two venerable gods. Wei Jun, upon hearing this, grew agitated. If you can handle two true gods, why endure this humiliation? Strike them down. A grim expression settled on Emperor Qian's face. When I say I can handle two true gods, it means sacrificing the entire foundation of the imperial house. Without that foundation, how can we maintain control over the realm? Even if we repel the Cultivator Alliance, the great Qian dynasty will face upheaval. Wei Jun fell silent, at a loss for words. This was the inherent limitation of a feudal dynasty's rule. Emperor Qian, as a feudal emperor, ultimately had to consider the interests of the imperial family. Emperor Qian continued his analysis. I guarantee that by sacrificing the entire foundation of the imperial house, I can indeed hold back one true god. But we simply don't know how many gods will descend from the heavens. Is it truly worthwhile to pay such a heavy price just to eliminate one true god? Is it? Wei Jun spoke with conviction. I can tell you with certainty, both the upper and lower realms have limitations. For God to descend, they must pay a heavy price, a price they absolutely cannot afford. Otherwise, the sword god wouldn't have merely sent a projection. Doubt clouded Emperor Qian's features. Many, including myself, have speculated that gods descending to the lower realm comes at a great cost, but there's no concrete evidence. Wei Jun, I want to know why you're so certain. The corner of Wei Jun's mouth curled into a slight smile. Because a very powerful individual once performed an act, the severing of heaven's communication. Heaven and earth, gods and mortals, each have their own domains, with no interference between them. For the upper realm to send a god down, they must sacrifice another god at the very least. Astonishment rippled through the room. Does the severing of heaven's communication truly have such a rule? I've seen similar records in ancient texts, but they don't mention the name of that individual, nor do they offer any credible evidence. Wei Jun smiled. Of course, there are no records, because the heavenly emperor of that time decreed that mortals are forbidden from discussing the heavenly emperor's rules. Those who haven't reached the realm where their physical bodies can traverse the starry sea are not qualified to know of my existence. Emperor Qian continued to question, while Wei Jun grew increasingly perspiring. This concerns the future destiny of the great Qian, the emperor stated. You appear to be nothing more than an ordinary scholar. I don't understand how you're so knowledgeable about the severing of heaven's communication, because the one who set that rule is this heavenly emperor himself. Wei Jun's voice resonated with an almost divine authority. That's the truth, but how can I explain it like that? The purpose is to prevent you mortals from being bullied by those above. Of course, there's no need for me to tell you this. Lu Qian stepped forward. Everyone has their secrets, Your Majesty. There's no need to press the matter. I can swear to the heavens, the severing of heaven's communication rule truly exists. I believe with your esteemed cultivation levels, it should be easy to discern whether I'm lying. Therefore, the current situation should be quite clear. Your Majesty, Lu Qian addressed Emperor Qian directly, his gaze unwavering. I only ask you this. Do you dare to risk it all and fight for the future of the great Qian? Emperor Qian nodded slowly, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. If it's truly as Lu Qian says, then there is still hope. Though the chances of victory are slim, we can at least put up a fight. I am willing to try. Wei Jun still seemed puzzled. The descent of immortals is limited. Why are the chances of victory still so small? Emperor Qian immediately responded, offering his conjecture. The Cultivator Alliance is far stronger than you imagine. One old Heavenly Secrets expert could contact the Sword God, and they have many other trump cards. If not for Lu Yuanhao's sudden breakthrough, Gu Yu and Lu Qian would have been lost this time. Who knows how many Heavenly Secrets experts the Cultivator Alliance has? General Ji concurred with Emperor Qian's assessment. Victory will indeed be difficult. Those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation are never ordinary. The longer they cultivate, the longer they live, the deeper their hidden resources. The Cultivator Alliance far surpasses us in this regard. If the Cultivator Alliance were to unite, the great Qian might not stand a chance. He paused, then added the intelligence he had gathered. However, from what I understand, the sects within are not unified. This gives us an opportunity to divide them. As long as internal conflicts don't arise within the great Qian, as long as incidents like Deng Zhong's don't occur, our chances of victory will greatly increase. Lu Qian immediately interjected that, I fear, will be difficult. In recent years, many great Qian generals and officials have been in contact with the Cultivator Alliance. It's not just Deng Jiang. The Cultivator Alliance may not be truly unified, but neither are we. Many officials within the Great Qian Court are already allies, practically one with the Cultivator Alliance. If the court declares war, whose side they will ultimately choose is uncertain. Emperor Qian's face darkened. Leave those individuals to me. If I have the power to oppose two venerable gods, then eliminating these treacherous officials will not be difficult. Even if I have to perish alongside them, I will not allow them to interfere with the great Qian's decisions. Rest assured, silence fell over the room. Wei Yun sighed inwardly. It seems Emperor Qian is prepared to die. Good. If he truly perishes because of this, I won't have to lift a finger. Then, aloud, he declared with a surge of enthusiasm, "Excellent, Your Majesty. With such resolve, I shall begin recording the truth of this war for the historical records, weakening the destiny of the entire Cultivator Alliance, and thereby giving the great Qian the advantage." The reason for Wei Jun's excitement was that he knew this action wouldn't just help the great Qian, it would also make him a prime target for the Cultivator Alliance. Even the Celestials in the upper realm would develop murderous intent towards him. Two birds with one stone, truly perfect. As soon as Wei Jun finished speaking, Emperor Qian began to fret. "Hold on," he said, his voice laced with anxiety. "You want to drag both the Cultivator Alliance and the Celestials down on us now. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Our current strategy of targeting the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and recording it in the historical records is the most stable approach. First, it appeases the Celestials, and second, it prevents the common people from knowing that the great Qian's enemy is, in fact, the gods. Otherwise, it will only cause widespread panic and throw the realm into chaos." Seeing Emperor Qian's fear, Wei Jun's nascent respect evaporated, replaced by a surge of anger. "Damn you," he spat. "I was just starting to have a decent impression of you, and now it's back to zero. You truly are a dog that can't resist eating shit. Surrender is all you ever think about." Princess Mingzhu added her own voice of dissent. "Father," she said, her tone edged with frustration, "have you ever considered that even if we conceal the truth about the Celestials, they will eventually act against us anyway? Their current inaction isn't because we haven't exposed them, but because they are unable to descend." Shangguan Yun, ever pragmatic, chimed in, "Your Majesty, if we don't soon establish a narrative for this war to defend our nation, once divine miracles appear and true gods descend proclaiming themselves righteous, we will be completely at their mercy in swaying public opinion. We are nowhere near as skilled as the gods in manipulating faith. The only way to counter them is to have the imperial historians, with unwavering integrity, record the true history." Emperor Qian remained stubbornly fixed in his position. "I understand your reasoning," he insisted, "but I'm deeply worried. How can ordinary people possibly resist the gods? This war to defend our land has already cost countless lives. If the great Qian launches another war, especially against the gods, won't the people be terrified? Won't the great Qian descend into chaos before we even engage the enemy?" Wei Jun threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Damn you," he said, his voice dripping with scorn. "Your pathetic fretting is truly laughable." He continued, "You think you're so rational, so much more aware of the danger than everyone else. You don't understand at all. When a nation faces annihilation, when a people face extinction, no one needs to spell out the danger. What people need are warriors willing to fight to the death. How the people of the great Qian will ultimately choose, we must at least give them the chance to choose. Lay the truth before them and let them decide for themselves. Damn you, you keep saying it's for the people, but you won't even give them a choice." Finally pushed past his limit by the barrage of insults, Emperor Qian's face darkened. "Insolent," he thundered. "The common people are ignorant. How can they understand matters of state? We simply need to find a way for them to cooperate. There's no need to tell them the whole truth." Wei Jun snorted derisively. "Nonsense. History is made by the common people. Just how much more noble do you think you are than them?" Emperor Qian, his face flushed with rage, waved his hand dismissively. "Wrong. History is made by heroes and emperors. The common people simply need to follow the footsteps of those who make the decisions." Wei Jun shook his head, a scornful laugh escaping his lips. "Umph, a typical historian's heroism. Of course, I don't expect you to understand the progressive historiography of the people right now. I don't care what you think. Kneel if you want to, but I must record the truth," he reiterated firmly. "Unless you kill me. However the war for our homeland unfolds, that is how I will write it." Not long after, Wei Jun arrived at the Hamlin Academy. Qing Xian was already there, facing him. She asked, "Lord Wei, when will you begin writing the history?" Wei Jun answered with action. From his right hand, a brush and a scroll slowly materialized. Wei Jun declared right now, Qin Xin was momentarily stunned. If the venerable heavenly secrets has confirmed it, then the time has come to conclude the truth of this war for our homeland. Wei Jun gazed intently at the scroll before him, lost in thought. Seeing so many people fighting for the great Qian, I can no longer remain idle. Rest assured, as long as I live, I will fight alongside you until the very end. And so, Wei Jun finally began to write, recording all the historical events of the war. At the same time, in the Miaoying ward, countless voices erupted in cheers. It's out! It's out! The radiance from Lord Wei's book has appeared. Lord Wei's radiant scripture is here. We can finally learn the truth behind the war. The atmosphere instantly exploded. As they read the contents, everyone was utterly shocked. Heavens! Lord Wei truly uncovered the whole truth. It really was the Cultivator Alliance, and even the Celestials are involved. The mastermind behind it all is a Celestial. Lord Wei, disregarding his own safety, has written down such a shocking secret. As the crowd buzzed with excited discussion, two figures observed from above. These two were Miss Ming and her junior sister. Both were deeply moved by Wei Jun's actions. Young Master Wei is truly something. He actually dared to write it. This is truly risking his life. The junior sister added, "Senior sister, you truly have a keen eye for men." Young Master Wei is certainly no ordinary person. Hearing her junior sister's praise of Wei Jun, Miss Ming's cheeks flushed, a smile playing in her eyes. Of course, my judgment of men has never been wrong. Outside the capital, countless commoners also gathered to read the radiant scripture together. Hurry! After the truth, there's Lord Wei's farewell letter. Is he prepared to die? As the commoners pondered the contents of the radiant scripture, a middle-aged man called out, "We must choose our own stance. Choosing neutrality only aids the oppressor, not the oppressed. Silence emboldens the perpetrator, not the victim. I, Wei Jun, now choose my stance. I will continue to investigate the full truth of this war. I will spread the truth. I will seek justice for all the wronged souls. At the same time, I must be frank with everyone. This time, the Great Qian cannot guarantee victory. The Cultivator Alliance is powerful, and the Celestials in the heavens are even more so. Within our Great Qian, we face numerous internal issues. If we rashly engage in war, the Great Qian could even face annihilation. Furthermore, I must also say, if war breaks out, there will be many more deaths in the Great Qian, perhaps even more devastating than the war to defend our land. Families currently living in peace and happiness will be torn apart. It is highly likely that everyone will experience the pain of losing their spouses and children. I cannot guarantee everyone that we will definitely win. I cannot promise that the Great Qian will be the ultimate victor. I also cannot guarantee the safety of everyone who stands up and fights alongside us. But I can promise everyone that from this day forward, the Great Qian will abolish all privileges of the Cultivator Alliance within our territory. From today onwards, within the Great Qian, if any cultivator acts recklessly and oppresses the people, our countrymen can directly take up arms, and the entire nation will punish them together. I can guarantee everyone that those who rise up and fight will die with dignity. The era of cultivators running rampant in the Great Qian has come to an end. I can promise everyone, I, Wei Jun, will be the one to lead the charge. Each word ignited the fighting spirit within the people of the Great Qian. They felt Wei Jun's burning passion, preparing to confront the Cultivator Alliance, willing to sacrifice for a righteous cause, daring to reshape heaven and earth. As the common people read Wei Jun's final lines, a hush fell over them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man noticed a change in the radiant proclamation. Someone had signed their name after Lord Wei's, and the number of signatures continued to grow. Did they want to express their willingness to fight alongside Lord Wei? Even if I have to crawl, I will sign my name. Someone, show me how. I, Li Dazhuang, want to sign too along with my 2 dogs. I, Song Wenjia, will also sign. And so, the signatures on the radiant proclamation multiplied. At this moment, within the palace, Emperor Qian was also astonished by this transformation. Are these all commoners? Knowing that the hope of victory is so slim, knowing that they might face the separation of their families, the shattering of their homes, why are they still willing to sign their names without hesitation? Are they truly prepared to sacrifice everything? Perhaps I was truly wrong. Emperor Qian fell silent, an indescribable feeling welling up within him. I have always considered myself humiliated, suffering, but compared to them, what do my humiliations and sufferings even amount to? Tears welled in Emperor Qian's eyes, and he choked out, "The ones who have truly upheld the great Qian all this time are not I, but Wei Jun, Shang Wanyun, Ji Changkong, Lu Qian, Zhu Fenfen, Lu Yuanhao, Bai Qingxin, Jun Yuechan, Jun Zishan, and the tens of thousands of common people under heaven who refuse to kneel and become slaves of a fallen nation. They are the true pillars of the great Qian." The scene shifted to Wei Jun. He and Qingxin were observing the changes in the radiant proclamation, the number of signatures constantly increasing. This is the choice of the people. This nation is truly worth fighting for. Just as Wei Jun was rejoicing inwardly, a sudden, splitting headache struck him. A surge of excitement had unlocked the Qian Emperor's memory seal. Qing Xian, seeing this, asked worriedly, "Lord Wei, are you all right? Have you overworked yourself writing history?" Wei Jun shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. I just remembered some things and an old friend. Ging Xin Sha Wadi Dipen Pe, a male or female friend. Why does your tone sound so complicated, Lord Wei? Could it be a past romantic acquaintance? But that's not right. I've reviewed your past records, Lord Wei. You've never been interested in romantic affairs, dedicating yourself entirely to scholarly pursuits. There's no way you would have had the opportunity to meet such a person." Wei Jun, oblivious to Qing Xian's anxieties, continued his explanation. "An old friend, yes, but in truth, I've never met him in this life. It can only be considered a spiritual connection." Hearing this, Qing Xian breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. Who is he?" Wei Jun calmly replied, "He's not human." This statement left Qing Xian stunned. Wei Jun suddenly asked, "Lady Bai, do you believe the cultivation methods of cultivators are innate?" Qing Xian pondered for a moment before answering, "Of course not. The cultivation system of cultivators has also been gradually perfected." She was a little puzzled as to why Wei Jun had suddenly asked this question. Wei Jun continued, "Then do you know how cultivation first came about?" Qing Xian immediately replied, "I've never really looked into it. There doesn't seem to be any related information." Wei Jun said, "Indeed, there isn't. It's as if suddenly people in the world could cultivate. Perhaps there were originally no paths in the world, but because a living being once walked a certain way, it became a path." Qing Xian seemed to have realized something. "Lord Wei, does this spiritual friend you speak of have something to do with the birth of the cultivation system?" Bai Qing Xian was indeed intelligent, able to grasp the crux of the matter with just a little information. Wei Jun turned around, silently praising Qing Xian in his heart. "Lady Bai, let me tell you a story. A long, long time ago, there was no such thing as supernatural power in this world. The so-called immortals were nothing more than creations of ancient beings to overcome their fear of the unknown, to fulfill certain spiritual needs. Humankind at that time was merely one of countless species of living beings. Then, a living being witnessed the death of a loved one. For it, this was the greatest shock. So it began to ponder how to achieve immortality. That was the starting point of the path. After a long, long time, a living being finally took the first step. That being embarked on a new path. Later generations called it the martial Tao. The martial Tao gradually flourished, and the individual strength of living beings was enhanced. Supernatural powers began to take shape. But the world was too barren, and the insufficient spiritual energy of heaven and earth limited the achievements of living beings within this world. Therefore, the martial Tao ultimately couldn't allow living beings to break through the 100-year lifespan limit. The entire world still had no way to achieve immortality until a genius emerged. To resist the shackles of heaven and earth and the limitations of lifespan, he created two divine techniques. The devouring demon art, absorbing the cultivation power of others and making it one's own, breaking through the cultivation limits imposed by insufficient spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Relying on this technique, he drained the power of 90% of a dynasty's cultivators. The return to the void great law allowed him to enter a dormant state, preserving his lifespan while he slumbered. By the time he awoke, a new generation of cultivators had matured. Across eras, he trod upon the bones of countless cultivators, relentlessly advancing. Finally, quantity transformed into quality, and he successfully shattered the shackles of the martial Tao, stepping onto an entirely new path. This path was known as the immortal Tao. From then on, the myriad worlds entered a dark age. All living beings became his sustenance, and he was revered as the Tao ancestor. Qing Xin furrowed her brow, massaging her temples. What did you say he was revered as just now? She asked. The Tao ancestor, Wei Jun replied, chuckling. I said, the Tao ancestor, he repeated. Qing Xin still couldn't hear him clearly. I can't quite make out what you're saying, Lord Wei, she admitted. Seeing this, Wei Jun simply sighed and gave up. Forget it, it's not important. He understood. Such beings had names that couldn't be uttered casually. The laws of heaven and earth themselves would obscure them. Therefore, no matter how hard Qing Xin tried, she wouldn't be able to hear it. Beads of sweat began to form on Qing Xin's forehead. Lord Wei, is this truly just a story? If such a being truly exists, it would be utterly despairing. Wait, as she spoke, a thought struck her, a thought she dared not entertain. My intuition tells me this isn't just a story. Could it be you know this being? Qing Xin asked directly. Wei Jun remained silent for a long moment, saying nothing. Then, he calmly replied, yes, I knew him. He was my master, and I killed him. This truth, this revelation, sent another wave of shock through Qing Xin. The Tao ancestor was indeed slain by the Celestial Emperor, but not completely. Just as the Celestial Emperor couldn't be truly eradicated, neither could the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor's pasture spanned the myriad worlds. In the end, the Celestial Emperor was but a morsel within that vast grazing ground. He had stumbled upon a cultivation technique the Tao ancestor had scattered amongst the mortals, setting him on the path of cultivation. When his talent blossomed, revealing his astonishing aptitude, he finally caught the Tao ancestor's attention. Wishing to enhance the flavor of his sustenance, the Tao ancestor took the unwitting Celestial Emperor as his disciple. Thus, the Celestial Emperor became the Tao ancestor's most favored student. Yet, on the day the truth was revealed, when the Celestial Emperor believed his death was inevitable, the Tao ancestor smiled and said, my disciple, do you not wish to live? Then cast aside your ego, become my right hand, and help your master find more sustenance. The Celestial Emperor refused the Tao ancestor's offer, refused to abandon his ego, and refused to become food. This time, the Tao ancestor finally spared the Celestial Emperor because the food wasn't ripe yet. But that didn't mean the Tao ancestor's minions would let him off the hook. They were tasked with ensuring their master's meal quickly reached peak deliciousness. And so, a counteroffensive that would shake the heavens and the myriad worlds began to unfold. Step by painstaking step through trials of life and death, the young Celestial Emperor fought battle after bloody battle. He grew stronger, and his followers grew more numerous. The Tao ancestor never could have imagined that he was nurturing a viper in his bosom. The Celestial Emperor, in an act of patricide/regicide, killing one's master/ruler, seized power, completing a counterattack that all living beings had deemed impossible. Thus, the era of the Tao ancestor ended, and the era of the Celestial Emperor began. A new chapter unfolded for the heavens and the myriad worlds. Wei Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head, murmuring, Master, are you trying to come back to life? Qing Xin, having just heard the entire story, finally understood everything. Suddenly, a splitting headache struck her. A wave of dizziness washed over her, leaving her disoriented. Clutching her head, she asked Wei Jun, Lord Wei, what were we just talking about? I can't seem to remember anything. Seeing this, Wei Jun immediately understood the reason. This knowledge was clearly beyond the scope of what she was allowed to know. Even if she did learn it, the rules would somehow force her to forget. He decided to treat it as simply confiding a secret to someone. Changing the subject, he said, it was nothing important. Lady Bai, it seems someone is looking for you. As if on cue, a voice called from outside, May I ask if Lady Bai is here? The Prime Minister has an urgent matter to discuss and requests your presence. Hearing this, Qing Xin excused herself. Lord Wei, I must take my leave. Wei Jun waved goodbye. Go on then. Qing Xin, slightly puzzled, thought, how did he know someone was looking for me? Wei Jun raised a hand, spiritual energy swirling around it. He sighed. My divine sense can now perceive those outside. My power is surging again, completely uncontrollable. Wei Jun's expression then grew serious. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, Master, if it really is you who's here, I might have have to commit patricide once more. Meanwhile, by Qing Exen, upon receiving the summons, immediately went to the Prime Minister's residence to inquire about the matter. The Prime Minister didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, "Lady Bai, I have a favor to ask." Qing Exen nodded. "Please, Prime Minister, speak freely." The Prime Minister turned, clasping his hands behind his back, glancing at Qing Exen before saying, "I hope that, in addition to assisting Lord Wei, you will also search for the whereabouts of the Demon Lord." The words Demon Lord startled Qing Exen. She asked again, just to be sure she'd heard correctly, "The Demon Lord. Are you referring to the fiend who was suppressed for 10,000 years?" The Prime Minister confirmed, "Indeed, it is him." An hour earlier, the Prime Minister was still communicating with his daughter. "Wan Yin," he'd said, "is the Heavenly Sound sect giving you any trouble? Your brother and I have already signed the Radiant Proclamation." His daughter, communicating through a mirrored surface, replied, "Father, you needn't worry. The Heavenly Sound sect wouldn't dare harm me. They've only asked that I publicly sever ties with the Shangwan family." Hearing this, the Prime Minister seemed to relax slightly. "That's good. It seems I was overly concerned. After all, your true identity is that of a reincarnated Yin deity, and the Heavenly Sound sect is the very orthodoxy you pass down to the mortal realm." The reflection in the mirror revealed the Prime Minister's daughter, Shangwan Wanner. The Prime Minister continued, his voice laced with concern, "But your strength hasn't fully recovered yet. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Sound sect may not be entirely loyal to you. If necessary, you must sever ties with us yourself. Don't let it hinder your grand undertaking." Wanner, touched, asked, "You know the enemies of the great Qian are the celestial gods, and I also come from the heavens. Why do you still care for me so?" The Prime Minister answered sincerely, "I only know you are my daughter. As a father, it's natural for me to worry about you." Wanner replied, "Father, as the Prime Minister of the great Qian, your loyalty to the nation is commendable, but you're also a father. As long as you aren't forced to choose between me and the nation, you will wholeheartedly support me. Of course, in times of conflict, each side has its own stance. If one day I become your enemy, you can only ask someone else to kill me. And when I face you, I will not show mercy because of our familial ties." Wanner hesitated for a moment before responding, "Rest assured, Father, I will never kill you. We are bound by karma, a bond that cannot be severed. Let things unfold naturally." She continued, "I descended to the mortal realm only to search for a devil who returned from the heavens. This matter has nothing to do with you or the great Qian. We will not become irreconcilable enemies." Back in the present, Qing Exen pondered, a devil who returned from the heavens. As far as I know, the only record of someone shattering the void and ascending is the Demon Lord, who reigned supreme for 10,000 years. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. But didn't he ascend because he couldn't find a worthy opponent in the mortal realm? Why would he return from the heavens? The Prime Minister speculated. The most likely scenario is that the Demon Lord was defeated in the heavens. I've read some historical records that state during the Demon Lord's reign, half of what are now considered the 10 righteous sects were called demonic cults. And the sects now labeled as demonic cults were actually pursuing the 10 righteous sects of that era. Qing Exen immediately grasped the implication. "So, you're saying the Demon Lord was defeated in the heavens, and the cultivation sects that supported him became the demonic cults. Has the Academy revealed anything about the relationship between the 10 great sects and the celestial gods?" The Prime Minister shook his head. "Wanner is likely being controlled at the Heavenly Sound sect. She's probably trying to warn me through this information." His voice dropped to a low murmur. "The celestial gods are not invincible. The Demon Lord must have done something in the heavens to provoke their pursuit. If we find the Demon Lord first, we might gain leverage in negotiations with the gods." He turned and sighed. "But the world is vast. Finding the Demon Lord will be no easy task. We can only do our best." Qing Exen pondered for a moment, then spoke. "The Demon Lord's current state is definitely not ideal. He wouldn't risk going to the sects that have fallen to demonic practices. The Cultivator Alliance will undoubtedly follow the divine decree to hunt him down. And now, with the great Qian dynasty and the Cultivator Alliance at odds, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I were the demon lord, I would hide in the great Qin capital. Qin Xin arrived at this conclusion swiftly. It was indeed a highly plausible scenario. The prime minister looked somewhat surprised. Lord Bai, your reputation truly precedes you. Narrowing the search down to the capital is indeed astute. Qin Xin showed no outward reaction, her face even betraying a hint of doubt. Prime Minister, you flatter me. There must be clues to follow regarding the demon lord's whereabouts. What puzzles me is that the demon lord is someone capable of easily slaying a deity at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. What kind of existence could possibly force him to hide amongst mortals? Back with Wei Jun, he was still preoccupied with the previous issue. If the Tao ancestor truly is being revived, then surely there would be some sign of it. Of the things happening now, how much is truly his doing? Speaking of which, my own reincarnation this time, surely it wasn't specifically arranged by the envoys of the underworld, was it? Otherwise, why would I need to die at the hands of another to reach the state of perfect completion? Being killed by the Tao ancestor, then perfectly reincarnating and finally rebelling against and suppressing him. It all makes a disturbing amount of sense. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Could this celestial emperor truly be such a pawn? Perhaps I've misunderstood myself. Well, there are too few clues at present. Overthinking is futile. I'll just continue being a righteous gentleman and treat death as a return home. Other matters are not my concern. Let nature take its course. No matter what schemes others concoct, I'll face them with sincerity. Lost in thought, having reached a sense of clarity, Princess Ming Zhu appeared before Wei Jun. She spoke with delight. Wonderful, Wei Jun is here after all. Wei Jun was slightly startled by the coincidence. So soon, I barely made up my mind, and something already arises. He inquired, what brings Princess Ming Zhu to me? Princess Ming Zhu got straight to the point. When you were tricked into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion by Sherluin, did you rescue a pair of siblings? According to intelligence from our informant within the pavilion, they've made another move against those siblings. Wei Jun's voice dropped. Both the Heavenly Secrets Elder and the Pavilion Master are dead. What gives them the audacity to challenge the Imperial Court after their deaths? The princess shared his suspicion. She offered her conjecture. Something unusual is afoot. I suspect they're doing this deliberately. Most likely, they're testing the court's limits. The one behind this may not be the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion at all. Perhaps they're merely a tool of the Cultivator Alliance. Wei Jun nodded, rising to his feet and turning towards the princess. Indeed, that's a strong possibility. What would you have me do, princess? The princess's gaze hardened. Commander Ji has arrived at the general's platform. Today, the court will prepare for a full-scale war with the Cultivator Alliance. Lord Wei, you hold considerable sway amongst the people. Could you use the Azure Sky Mirror to address the populace and reassure them from the Imperial Palace? Upon hearing this request, Wei Jun responded without hesitation. Of course, I will take care of it. The scene shifted to the Tianan region. At this moment, a crowd of Taoist priests had gathered in front of a civilian house. Judging by their attire, these Taoists were all disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Leading them was Gan Shun, the chief disciple of the Pavilion Lord. A Taoist standing beside Gan Shun pointed at the house and said, "Senior brother, this is the house of those siblings." Gan Shun replied calmly, "Push the door open." The other Taoist broke out in a cold sweat. "Senior brother, are we really going to barge in? Are we going to provoke the great Qian dynasty at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's weakest moment?" Gan Shun closed his eyes and sighed wearily. Alas, it's precisely because we are so weak that we must do this now. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion currently has no autonomy. We can only obey the orders of the Cultivator Alliance. Gan Shun then turned and instructed the other disciples, "Go in. Remember to maintain our usual imposing demeanor. Don't show any weakness. If others perceive our current state of outward strength but inner weakness, many will pounce on us to tear us apart. We cannot give them that opportunity. There's no need to worry. We just need to do our job well. Others will take care of the rest. This time we're merely guides. The real conflict lies above. Right now, who knows how many pairs of eyes in the clouds are staring down at us. Just above, facing Gan Shun from the sky, as he had predicted, two figures were hovering and conversing, intently observing them. These two, one old and one young, wore faint smiles. The younger woman praised, "Master, this Gan Shun is quite clever. The older person, the woman's master, narrowed their eyes and said, "The chief disciple of the pavilion lord of the heavenly secrets pavilion is naturally no fool. Learn from him. You are not his equal." The young woman, compared and belittled, clenched her fists in indignation and retorted, "Who says I'm not his equal? I could cleave him in two with a single stroke of my blade." The old man continued his teasing. "Gan Shun is not skilled in combat. Even a one-on-one fight, you're not necessarily his match." The young woman angrily replied, "Master, why do you always underestimate me?" The old man responded, "Because there are always higher mountains and more skilled individuals." Even someone as formidable as the old man of heavenly secrets died in an instant. We must learn respect. The young woman declared loudly, "The old man of heavenly secrets died because he wasn't strong enough. If the heavenly secrets pavilion were truly powerful, these people wouldn't have to obey our commands." The old man shook his head. "You're not strong enough either." The young woman was rendered speechless by anger, seeing that his disciple seemed to have accepted the truth. The old man continued his instruction. "Xiao Wu, I brought you out to broaden your horizons and curb your arrogance. Remember, you have yet to achieve anything. You have no right to be arrogant." The young woman, Xiao Wu, finally relented. Yes, master, I understand." "Master, do you mean to say that something will happen today? Will the great Qian dynasty truly declare all-out war on the Cultivator Alliance because of this?" The old man's expression turned cold as he slowly said, "The answer to that question is what we all want to know. That is why we are conducting this experiment." Below, Gan Shun finally led the disciples to the siblings whom Wei Jun had once rescued. Wei Jun and Princess Ming Zhu observed the scene unfolding through the azure sky mirror. The brother's name is Tan Jie, and the sister is Tan Nu. The princess explained, her voice soft yet clear. The Tan family holds some renown in those parts, known for their unique inherited techniques. Both siblings possess some cultivation, but that day, under pressure from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they dared not resist. She offered this background to Wei Jun, adding, "Rest assured, Minister Wei, they won't be harmed. Word has been sent to the capital, and the formations are in place. We can advance on the Tianan region at any moment. At the first sign of trouble, we'll be there," she assured him. Today, no one siding with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will escape. Having heard the entire plan, Wei Jun nodded approvingly. "Excellent. It seems everything has been meticulously prepared. This time, we will surely stabilize the Tianan region." A thought struck him. Since we have such a compelling drama unfolding, why not broadcast it live for all the citizens of the Great Qian to witness? The princess, intrigued, tilted her head slightly. "Broadcast live? What does that mean?" Wei Jun smiled, explaining, "It's a term from the Western continent, I hear. Similar to that day in the Golden Lone Hall when the entire nation could see me." The princess's expression turned thoughtful. "Ah, I see. But wouldn't that consume a significant amount of resources?" "That is for your highness to consider," Wei Jun replied smoothly. "Mere pronouncements and slogans rarely inspire true belief. The people need to see the court's actions." Of course, he added diplomatically, "If the court's resources are insufficient and your highness believes they could be better utilized elsewhere, I have no objections." His uncharacteristic eagerness gave the princess pause. After a moment of contemplation, she decided, "Very well, isolate the Tianan region and let the other regions witness what transpires there. The court's actions today deserve to be seen by all. It will also allow us to observe the true state of the Tianan region and uncover any hidden forces at play." "Excellent," Wei Jun responded, satisfied. Soon, those moving about the capital city looked up in surprise as a shimmering screen appeared in the sky. Wei Jun's voice resonated from within. "Greetings, citizens of the Great Qian. I am Wei Jun. What you're about to witness is unfolding in the Tianan region. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, defying the court's warnings, once again bears its fangs against the people of Tianan. All across the capital, activity ceased as people gazed upwards, captivated by the azure sky mirror." Wei Jun continued his address. Previously, the Tianan general, Deng Jiang, colluded with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, turning a blind eye to their transgressions, allowing the Tianan region to suffer in silence. But Deng Jiang is dead, and the court is prepared to confront the Cultivator Alliance. Bear witness to the court's actions. I assure you, the era of cultivators freely humiliating the citizens of the Great Qian is over. From this day forward, his voice rang with conviction, You have the right to take up arms and resist. The court will be your unwavering shield. The princess, observing from beside him, nodded in approval. Well spoken, Minister Wei. Bringing you here to reassure the people was indeed the right decision, Princess Ming-Zhu said, a note of relief in her voice. Wei Jun responded modestly, Your Highness is too kind. The crucial thing is for the court to demonstrate the correct attitude going forward. Otherwise, the people will completely lose faith in us. The princess replied instantly, Rest assured, all the transmission formations are in place. The Ministry of War is fully mobilized. We are ready to fight at any moment. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, at the scene in the Tianan region, Gan Shun stood before the siblings, Tan Jie and Tan Nu. Gan Shun raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. You've both signed the Hao Ran sex register, haven't you? He asked, his voice laced with a thinly veiled threat. Dan Jie's Zhouglansha. Gan Shun, he spat, chief disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I recognize you. What are you and your men doing here? This is Tianan. Gan Shun's posture radiated arrogance. Of course I know this is Tianan, he sneered. That's why I'm here. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion does as it pleases. Tan Jie's voice rose, filled with righteous indignation. Minister Wei himself declared that times have changed. The court has revoked all privileges of the Cultivator Alliance within the Great Qin territory. You can't just bully the Tan family as you please anymore. We will not surrender. A chilling laugh escaped Gan Shun's lips. Wei Jun, who is he? What gives him the right to interfere in the affairs of the court? Your sister shares a destiny with my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. We're here to take her back. Tan Jie, try and stop me, Gan Shin taunted. See if anyone in this Tianan region dares to protect you. He turned to his disciples. Take her. If anyone interferes, kill them. Remember, in Tianan, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is the law. It always has been, it is now, and always will be. A cold sweat slicked Tan Jie's skin. He positioned himself in front of his sister, his voice trembling but resolute. I won't let you touch her. With a burst of desperate strength, Tan Jie unleashed a palm strike, sending the first two Taoist priests sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, another Taoist priest darted behind Tan Jie, a cruel smirk twisting his features. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. A swift kick landed squarely in Tan Jie's back, sending him crashing into the wall. Brother, Tan Nu screamed, her eyes wide with terror. She drew a dagger, tears streaming down her face. I'll fight you. In a blink, the dagger was snatched from her grasp. It reappeared in the hand of a Taoist priest. Witness the difference in our strength, he mocked. Don't waste your energy, Gan Shun commanded, stepping forward. Take her. Tan Nu was quickly bound and dragged away, her sobs echoing in the air. Stop! A figure emerged, seemingly from nowhere, his gaze fixed on the Taoist priests. Release my daughter, he commanded, his voice raspy. He hobbled forward, leaning heavily on a cane, one leg and one eye missing. Gan Shin's expression remained unchanged. Tan Ming, he said calmly, it's quite a feat for you to be out of bed in your condition. Tan Ming's voice was thick with bitterness. All thanks to the blessings of your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he grated. Gan Shun's face remained impassive, his voice laced with mockery. Tan Ming, accept your fate. Years ago, you were a loyal soldier defending our land. You spoke up for your comrades, offending the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and this is the result. Of all those officials, those comrades who dared to defend you then. Just as today, I say your daughter has a destiny with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and who in this Tianan region dares to object? Go back, he continued, his tone condescending. Your daughter's life will not be in danger. In 2 years, when her destiny with our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is fulfilled, someone will naturally return her. Gan Shun's arrogant words ignited a furious blaze in Tan Ming. Unless you kill me today, he roared, his voice thick with rage, I will never let you take my daughter. Gan Shun's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing Tan Ming. You think I dare not kill you? In this Tianan region, no one will cry out for justice for you. Believe it or not. Tan Ming retorted fiercely, I don't believe it. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted, shouting in unison. From the distance, a group of figures approached, clad in armor. A company of soldiers, seemingly appearing from nowhere, advanced with an air of fierce determination. "We will cry out for Old Tan," they declared, their voices booming with righteous anger. "Old Tan, we, your brothers, have wronged you, only finding our courage today. On the battlefield, we swore to be brothers for life, but when the war ended, we all became cowards. Old Tan, brother, we have failed you. We watched Tennu grow up. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we will not let the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion take her. The Grand General is dead, and the era of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's tyranny in the Tianan region is over." Overwhelmed with emotion, the old soldier, seeing his comrades, his brothers in arms, coming to his aid, choked out, "Brothers." A flicker of apprehension crossed Gon Shun's face as he surveyed the approaching soldiers. "Very well," he threatened, his voice laced with menace. "It seems some truly don't take our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion seriously. You rabble are courting death." One of the soldiers roared back, his voice thick with indignation. "You want to fight? You think we fear you? If it weren't for our cowardly superiors, we would have fought you long ago. Brothers, prepare for battle." At his command, the soldiers moved with practiced precision, forming a distinctive battle formation. "Today, we'll show you what this rabble can do." Well said. Even a large group of commoners is enough to make these cultivators choke. Another company of soldiers arrived, these younger than the first, comrades of Tanjia. "Brother Tanjia, we're late. We were Deng Zhang's personal guard. We couldn't disobey his orders then. But now things are different. Today, even if we die with you, we will not retreat." Tears streamed down Tanjia's face. "Brothers, thank you, thank you." One of the Taoist priests sneered at the assembled soldiers. "You were all Deng Zhang's personal guard. As I understand it, he had hundreds. Count yourselves now. The Great Qian army has tens of thousands, yet only a handful of you dare to fight. Who gave you the guts to put on this show?" A soldier's voice rang out, filled with righteous fury. "We were Deng Zhang's guard, yes, but we are also soldiers of the Great Qian. Great Qian soldiers have the courage to face anything. More and more will rise to fight. We are only the first, and we will certainly not be the last. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, your days are numbered." Gon Shun spun around, his eyes blazing. He channeled his spiritual energy and lunged forward, attacking. Such insolence. You gone too far. Suddenly, something blocked his path. More accurately, a beggar appeared, and somehow he possessed the strength to resist Gon Shun. The beggar erected a solid defensive barrier, intercepting all of Gon Shun's attacks. The soldiers, witnessing this scene, were dumbfounded. A beggar. Who was he? He was actually able to receive Gon Shun's heavenly secret palm barehanded. No, that's not right. He wasn't a beggar. That's our lieutenant general. It's General Deng Zhang's son, Deng Bu Di or something, one of them exclaimed. Has he truly returned to Tianan? Princess Ming Zhu spoke up. Wei Jun, observing Deng Bu Di, also seemed puzzled. "Princess, do you know him?" The princess then recounted Deng Bu Di's story. The eldest son of Deng Jiang. He had followed his father into the war to defend their land at the tender age of 13. After the war ended, Deng Jiang had been driven mad by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Ashamed by his father's actions, Deng Bu Di publicly disowned him and left Tianan. He was one of the most promising young talents in the Great Qian army. Over the years, he had remained on the front lines, most often found on the western coast or in Tianyuan City. Back at the scene, after deflecting Gon Shun's attack, Bu Di turned to the soldiers. "I apologize for being late," he said. The soldiers erupted in cheers. "It's good to have the Lieutenant General back. We've been waiting for you, Lieutenant General." General, Bu Di spoke coldly. "I understand. Deng Zhang's death wasn't enough punishment." He turned to face Gon Shun. "Do you also wish to die?" A cold sweat broke out on Gon Shun's forehead, and his whole body trembled. According to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's intelligence, Deng Bu Di had even infiltrated the Western continent and the Demon Court and returned unscathed. Compared to this killing god, his own cultivation level might not be inferior, but his practical combat experience was far less. He quickly regained his composure and spoke with a stern expression. "Deng Bu Di, what are you doing back in Tianan? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion may have its problems, but it's not something you can destroy." Bu Di glanced at Gon Shun. "If I can't destroy it, someone else will. Don't you worry about that." Hearing this veiled threat, Gon Shun knew it wasn't a joke. Cold sweat dripped down his face like rain. That look in Bu Di's eyes. He was definitely going to make a move today. These other sects wanted to make him their opponent truly didn't know their own limitations. Weighing the pros and cons, he abruptly threw back his head and shouted, "Senior, please lend a hand." His words were directed at the two figures in the sky above. The young woman, Xiao Wu, gasped, "Hey, how did he know we were here?" The old man sighed. He guessed. The disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are very good at calculations. This sect is even masterful at playing dirty tricks. Xiao Wu asked, "Senior, should we intervene?" "Of course," the old man replied, extending his hand and summoning a black saber. The blade radiated a jet-black spiritual light. If the True Cultivator Alliance doesn't protect the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, everyone's morale will plummet. "Blade King, if you don't want to die, don't attack." A sharp warning pierced the mind of the old man, known as the Blade King. The Blade King muttered, "You dare threaten me? Do you underestimate me, Princess Mingzhu?" It was indeed Princess Mingzhu who had issued the telepathic warning. Her voice, laced with steel, continued, "I am certainly no match for you. But with the heaven-observing mirror, you are guaranteed to die." The Blade King let out a chilling laugh. "Is that so? Then I shall await your attempt to kill me." With that, his jet-black blade plunged downwards, tearing a rift in the sky. Below, Deng Budi felt something hurtling towards him. The power was overwhelming. Evasion was impossible. Suddenly, a woman appeared as if from nowhere, deflecting the black blade and intercepting the attack aimed at Deng Budi. From below, Budi's spiritual sense recognized his savior. The newcomer wielded a golden sword. Her voice rang out, "The Divine Power Sect will be closed off from today. Any objections?" The one who dared confront the Blade King, the one who had just arrived, was Chu Fengxiang, the Wine Immortal. The Blade King glared at her, his teeth grinding. "You dare wield the sword the sage carried while wandering the mortal realm, Chu Fengxiang. Do you wish for all-out war between the Confucianists and the Divine Blade Sect?" Fengxiang met his gaze with cool defiance. "If you have the guts, come at me. Stop your yapping. Calm down, don't be rash." A voice suddenly boomed. "Semi-Sage Chu, might you heed my words?" Beside Fengxiang, a colossal golden figure materialized, like a descending deity. The godlike being continued, "I do not wish for all-out war between the Great Qian and the Extreme Bliss Sect." Before he could finish, Grand Marshal Ji cut him off. "Silence yourself today for the Grand Preceptor." "Commander Ji, does the Great Qian truly desire war?" A figure holding a horse-tail whisk shimmered into existence amidst the clouds, his voice echoing with immense authority. "Do you truly believe yourselves so powerful?" Grand Marshal Ji didn't reply. He simply raised a hand in a silent command. A line of artillery at his side stood ready. With a single wave, a barrage of explosions erupted, the entire artillery battery unleashing its fury. Wei Jun, observing from the sidelines, was elated. That cannonade is that Commander Ji's declaration of war. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, wept with excitement. Minister Wei is right. The era of the Great Qian being oppressed by cultivators is finally over. Grand Marshal Ji continued his dialogue with the divine beings. "The Great Qian cannot annihilate the True Cultivator Alliance, but I can assure you, we can destroy 2 or 3 of your immortal sections. Whether we go to war now is your decision." He scowled, his jaw tight. "But once war begins, we will decide when it ends." His words still echoed across the Tianan battlefield, aimed squarely at the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. "If you're not going to fight, then get out of Tianan. Stop meddling in the Great Qian's internal affairs. It seems you've been abandoned." Sure enough, the black blade before Chu Fengxiang, the Wine Immortal, began to dim, and the golden deity beside her gradually faded away. The figure holding the horsetail whisked for moments before also vanished without a trace. Deng Budi scoffed. "It seems all the gods have abandoned the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Gan Shun, his face contorted with rage, looked to the heavens and roared, "Seniors, don't fall for the Great Qian's tricks. They're just bluffing. The True Cultivator Alliance stands united." Budi responded with haughty indifference. "The Great Qian is bluffing. Grand Marshal Ji's threat is real. The Great Qian cannot destroy the entire True Cultivator Alliance, but it can certainly destroy 2 or 3 sects within it. Which 2 or 3 sects want to be made examples of?" He challenged. Gan Shun, still clinging to defiance, bellowed, "I don't believe the Great Qian would dare risk such a move." Budi's reply was laced with icy disdain. "Whether the Great Qian dares or not, I can't say. But those cultivators toiling day and night, for immortality. Those decrepit old fools in the True Cultivator Alliance, they certainly don't dare. The three deities, their presence now mere wisps, were rendered speechless by the mockery. Budi surged forward, launching his attack. The times have changed, Ganshun. Prepare to vanish along with your heavenly secrets pavilion. As the battle erupted, Wei Jun asked Princess Mingzhu anxiously, should we go help Deng Budi? The princess shook her head. There's no need. Deng Budi will win swiftly. Though their cultivation levels are comparable, a cultivator secluded in the mountains is no match for a warrior tempered by the fires of war. She continued, Deng Budi is the son of General Deng Jiang, the lieutenant general recognized by all in Tianan. Now that Deng Jiang is dead and Budi has returned, Tianan will undergo a shift in power. This is our opportunity. Veyunis Ice widened. Does your highness mean we should take the initiative and attack the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? A voice echoed in their minds. Princess, bring Wei Jun to me. Wei Jun recognized the voice of Grand Marshal Ji. The princess extended her hand to Wei Jun. Take my hand. I'll take you to Grand Marshal Ji. He has a task for you. Wei Jun took her hand, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Your Highness, you possess such power. You can teleport. The princess explained, I only have this ability within the Imperial Palace, and even then, the distance can't be too great. We'll have to find another way back. Wei Jun's lips curled into a slight pout. So, it's the Imperial Palace amplifying your power. That's at least double your strength, then. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Grand Marshal Ji. Grand Marshal Ji, the princess announced, I've brought Wei Jun. Wei Jun's eyes crinkled in a smile. You have a task for me. Just give the order. The more dangerous, the better. Wei Jun, do not fear a strong foe. Grand Marshal Ji gave a strange smile. Indeed, Minister Wei views death as a homecoming. He turned his head. I am preparing to lead an assault on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I wonder if Minister Wei would be willing to join my expedition. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the True Cultivator Alliance, a clandestine meeting was taking place amongst the sect leaders. A man with a thick, prominent beard rose and addressed the assembly, his voice carrying the weight of his analysis. Recently, Grand Marshal Ji's troops have been increasingly active near the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Coupled with today's events, we have reason to suspect that the Great Qian is preparing to move against them. What are your thoughts? He inquired. 10 figures sat around the table, each representing one of the 10 sects of the True Cultivator Alliance. His words hung in the air, prompting a thoughtful silence from the other 9. An elder, his beard and hair as white as freshly fallen snow, and the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, finally spoke. Fellow Taoists, he began, his voice carrying the weight of years. We swore an oath when we formed the True Cultivator Alliance, vowing to aid one another. Now, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion faces peril, and I implore you to lend your strength. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, from top to bottom, will remember this kindness. Furthermore, the Sword God in the heavens will also be grateful for your assistance. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect responded, his voice ringing with conviction. The True Cultivator Alliance stands together in both prosperity and adversity. On behalf of the Divine Blade sect, I declare our unwavering support for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. We will not stand idly by and watch the great Qian dynasty destroyed. The sect master of the Blissful Heart sect spoke with a measured calmness. Peace, peace. I, too, believe the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cannot be allowed to fall. 2 other sect masters echoed the sentiment. Indeed, if the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is destroyed, the reputation of our True Cultivator Alliance will suffer greatly. The smaller sects will surely waver. The Everlasting Life sect pledges its full support to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The strength of the True Cultivator Alliance, if we stand united, is more than a match for the Great Qian. The current Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion offered their support without hesitation. The 7 swords of the Sword Pavilion will depart immediately to reinforce the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Another sect master, a woman, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I also agree that we should swiftly aid the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. However, it seems that your former pavilion master, the sword god Guyu, has sided with the Great Qian. Will his actions not influence your decision? The sword pavilion master responded with a cold laugh. Guyu is nothing but a traitor. He has no right to influence the decisions of the Sword Pavilion. The sect master seated at the head of the table spoke, summarizing the consensus. Excellent. Then we are in agreement. We will act swiftly and with our full strength to reinforce the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Imperial Court currently holds the advantage in the conflict, and I suspect Grand Marshal Ji is feeling confident. We will lie in wait at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and when he shows weakness, we will strike. Let the common people of this world know that it is the true Cultivator Alliance they must obey. The assembled sect masters responded in unison, their voices echoing their agreement. Meanwhile, Wei Jun was analyzing the situation with Grand Marshal Ji. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is currently at its weakest. If the Great Qian's experts were to attack now, victory would be easily within our grasp. Grand Marshal Ji paused, a thoughtful silence descending before he replied. Unfortunately, the situation is not so favorable. Most of our experts are currently engaged in other missions. For this attack on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, aside from my own troops, I will only have General Zhang Bin and my son, Jiling Yun, with me. And the true Cultivator Alliance will certainly not stand idly by. Therefore, in this attack on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, many will die, and that may include both you and me. Upon hearing that many would die, Wei Jun burst into laughter. Then, he enthusiastically grasped Grand Marshal Ji's hand, chuckling, "So dangerous. You should have said so sooner. I've been a true man since childhood, decisive and courageous, unafraid of danger or hardship. I'm in. I absolutely must participate in this battle." Both Grand Marshal Ji and Princess Mingzhu were utterly bewildered by Wei Jun's reaction. Wei Jun, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, "While I don't intentionally seek death, with such an opportunity before me, I have no reason to refuse. How can I know if I don't try?" Princess Ming Zhu asked suspiciously, "Minister Wei, aren't you curious why you're being asked to come along?" Wei Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Unimportant. If Grand Marshal Ji needs me, I won't fear any powerful foe." Grand Marshal Ji couldn't help but interject, "You may not ask, but I must explain clearly. It's like this." Grand Marshal Ji then explained the situation to Wei Jun. As he listened, Wei Jun's face paled and flushed in turns. So that's how it is. For the first time, he felt the chilling proximity of death. This time, he might actually die. In fact, the likelihood of perishing in battle was higher than ever before. This realization only deepened Wei Jun's respect for Grand Marshal Ji. The Grand Marshal said, "You're the only one willing to sacrifice your life for this heavenly emperor. You truly have a discerning eye, a true talent. Rest assured, after this heavenly emperor's death, you will ascend to heaven and enjoy eternal bliss." Amidst the tension, Grand Marshal Ji suddenly felt a strange lightness throughout his body. He was being blessed by the Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, his jade slip buzzed with a message. It was Yuan Hao. "Minister Wei, are you currently with Grand Marshal Ji?" Wei Yun replied, "Indeed, Yamlikansk. Is something the matter, Yuan Hao?" Yuan Hao responded, "His Majesty wishes to see Grand Marshal Ji. He requests the Grand Marshal's immediate presence at the Imperial Palace." Princess Mingzhu, overhearing the conversation, frowned. Why would Father want to see Grand Marshal Ji now? Could he be trying to stop our attack on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? The thought troubled Grand Marshal Ji. His face darkened as he muttered, "Father wouldn't be so foolish." Minutes later, Grand Marshal Ji arrived at the Imperial Palace. Cursed by someone unknown, the Great Qian Emperor let out a loud sneeze. Grand Marshal Ji bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, you summoned me." The Great Qian Emperor inquired, "Zhang Kong, have you truly decided to deploy troops?" Grand Marshal Ji responded resolutely, "Yes, Your Majesty. This is a rare opportunity, the perfect moment to weaken the true Cultivator Alliance." The Great Qian Emperor pulled a scroll from his robes and tossed it to Grand Marshal Ji. "Good, take this. This is..." Grand Marshal Ji was taken aback by the Emperor's action. The Great Qian Emperor explained the scroll's purpose. The diagram for the sealing heavens grand formation. Activated, and it's ready for immediate use. It's unbreakable for 2 hours, unless 2 venerable realm cultivators intervene from the outside. Comprehending the formation's power, Grand Marshal Ji exclaimed, "I never imagined such a thing existed. Where did Your Majesty acquire this?" The Great Qian Emperor replied, "My years of patience haven't been idle." The Great Qian Emperor however, didn't let Grand Marshal G's apparent victory go to his head. Don't celebrate too soon, he cautioned. The Sealing Heavens Grand Formation can indeed seal the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but once activated, this formation will indiscriminately envelop everything within its range. You too will be trapped within the Sealing Heavens Grand Formation. Entering it willingly means that, put another way, should you fail without using the formation, you would still have a chance to escape. But once the Sealing Heavens Grand Formation is activated, that escape route vanishes. I entrust this formation diagram to you. Whether you use it or not is entirely your decision. Grand Marshal G gripped the formation diagram, his face a mask of grim determination. Such a powerful tool must be used, of course. I have resolved to attack the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and I am prepared to fight to the last man. That night, in Wei Jun's manor, he stayed up late, a look of intense, almost manic glee on his face. He muttered to himself, "This Heavenly Emperor has a premonition. This time, I will definitely die." He carefully calculated his odds. Although I suspect I've been specially designed in this life to oppose the Tao Ancestor, the layout of this world was most likely arranged by a mere pawn under the Tao Ancestor's command. Ignoring this chance to die, just to wait for the Tao Ancestor, introduces too many variables. Better to go with the flow. His mind made up, he finally declared, "It's decided then. Tomorrow, I will embody the Heavenly Emperor, and then I will smash everything to pieces." Having seen through his own heart, Wei Jun fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, even murmuring happily in his dreams, "Haha, what a glorious battle this will be." Suddenly, a figure appeared, calling softly, "Wei Jun." It was Bai Qingxin. She looked at Wei Jun, her face etched with worry. "I know about your plan to attack the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I'm truly worried about you." She bit her lip, feeling helpless. "But rest assured, I won't try to dissuade you from going to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I know you are a true gentleman and would never run from a fight. I still need to find the Demon Lord, so I won't be able to go with you to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion tomorrow. There are too many cultivators there, and even if I went, I couldn't guarantee your safety. But even if I can't be by your side, I will do everything in my power to protect you." With that, Qingxin gently placed her hand on Wei Jun's forehead. Then she began to channel her spiritual energy into his brow. A torrent of power flowed ceaselessly into him. As the energy continued to transfer, another aspect of Qingxin within her cried out in outrage, "Are you mad? This is the power we've painstakingly accumulated for so long. How can you give it all to him? The dark personality has successfully merged. You could use this power to merge with me right now. Do you know that if you merge with the third personality, your power could rival a saint's?" The spiritual energy continued to drain away. Qingxin was drenched in sweat. Through gritted teeth, she replied, "Wei Jun gave me a new life. Without him, my continued existence would be nothing more than an empty shell. Therefore, I must help him. No matter the cost, I won't regret it." The other personality could only click its tongue. "A woman in love truly is a fool. You have no idea what you're giving up." Qingxin offered a contented smile, her face growing even paler. "I don't care. As long as Wei Jun lives, that's all that matters." Spiritual energy continuously poured into Wei Jun's body. The next morning, Wei Jun awoke, completely unaware of what had transpired the previous night. He changed into a new set of clothes, his spirits high. "This battle robe from Lu Yuan how isn't bad at all. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, here I come." Just as he stepped out of his manor, he ran into Qing Xian. "Lady Bai, what brings you here?" Qing Xian smiled at him. "I came to see you off. Master Wei, I wish you a safe return." Her simple words held an unspoken depth of emotion, stirring a sense of poignancy within Wei Jun. He smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Don't worry, Lady Bai. We will definitely meet again." He thought to himself, "When I become the Heavenly Emperor, I will return to find this friend." Qing Xian opened her arms wide. "You don't need to say it. I believe we will meet again. I'm glad to have been your companion." Master Wei, a hug. As she spoke, a delicate blush crept up her cheeks, making her appear incredibly charming. Wei Jun was once again stunned. It was as if the sincerity in Qing Xian's heart had touched his own. He stepped forward and embraced her tightly. He reiterated his promise, "Lady Bai, until we meet again." Qing Xian let out a soft, happy hum. "Until we meet again." Meanwhile, Grand Marshal Ji led his troops to surround the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion on Heavenly Mountain. Before the pavilion, a colossal protective barrier shimmered into existence, a truly magnificent sight. The great Qian army stood in perfect formation, their killing intent rising to the heavens. They awaited the order to attack. At this moment, troop strength and key factors were being closely monitored. On the side of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, countless Taoists stood ready, their banners fluttering in the wind. A bald old man, nearly toothless, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, stepped forward and bellowed, "Ji Kong, you dare attack our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I advise you to think carefully. With the support of our fellow Taoists from the True Cultivator Alliance, what do you have to fight us with? If you surrender now, you will still be an honored guest of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and the Ji clan will still be regarded as a first-rate immortal sect." Grand Marshal Ji furrowed his brow, his teeth grinding. Even the sealed Grand Elder has been called upon. It seems the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is truly going all out this time. But you talk too much. His eyes widened, and he pointed directly at the old man. "I, Ji Kong, am not one to betray my cause on the battlefield. Less nonsense, let's fight. When it comes to battle, you are no match for me." The Grand Elder clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Insolent. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." He then roared with all his might, his voice infused with internal energy, rousing all the Taoists. "Disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, listen to my command. Fellow Taoists, let us unite and annihilate the great Qian soldiers. Annihilate the great Qian soldiers. Let them know the might of our True Cultivator Alliance." Of course, the great Qian army was not to be trifled with. Grand Marshal Ji roared back, "Form ranks. Prepare for battle." And so, the two armies clashed, and the great battle began. A leading Taoist, opening his celestial eye, seemed to discover something. He suddenly shouted, "Fellow Taoists, hold. Something isn't right. This isn't the main force of the great Qian." Except for Grand Marshal Ji, Zhang Bin, Ji Lingyun, and Wei Jun, the other experts are all disguised, mere decoys. Indeed, as the vanguard clashed with the enemy, they discovered that they were all illusory figures, flickering in and out of existence. Grand Marshal Ji gave a cold laugh as his plan was exposed. This tactic of using the false to attack the true couldn't last long anyway. He pulled a scroll containing a grand formation from his robes and activated it. But this time, you won't escape. Sealing Heaven's grand formation, activate. Spiritual energy surged from the scroll, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by cage. Dense characters and runes shimmered across its surface, radiating an aura of immense power. The Taoists, understanding the formidable nature of the formation, began to panic. "It's no good. The 4 seas are sealed. We can't leave. What devilish thing is this? Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so weak? This damned formation, what is it?" The Grand Elder, drenched in cold sweat, roared in fury. "Is this the sealing Heaven's grand formation? How can this be? Wasn't it lost long ago? Grand Marshal Ji, what is your purpose in trapping us here? Where is the great Qian's main force?" Grand Marshal Ji replied triumphantly, "I told you, when it comes to fighting, you are no match for me." He then revealed his plan without hesitation. "Since things have come to this, there's no harm in telling you. My attack on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is merely a diversion. The great Qian's true target is the Sword Pavilion. At this moment, the Sword Pavilion must be engulfed in flames. The battle has already begun." The scene shifted to the battlefield at the Sword Pavilion. The great Qian army was locked in a fierce battle with the cultivators of the Sword Pavilion. A general clad in silver armor fought valiantly, bellowing, "Brothers, charge. Slaughter them all. Today, we will conquer the Sword Pavilion, no matter the cost." This general was General Su, commander of the great Qian forces at the Sword Pavilion battlefield. Inwardly, he vowed, "Grand Marshal Ji, rest assured, we will not fail you." He recalled the previous day when he and Grand Marshal Ji had sat together. Ji had given him his orders. "Old Su, tomorrow I will personally lead the attack on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion as a diversion. I want you to command the battle at the Sword Pavilion." General Su had been stunned. "How can that be? I made a grave mistake before, and my prestige in the army is insufficient. The attack on the Sword Pavilion must be led by you for us to achieve victory. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion battlefield is likely a death trap. Let me lead the charge there. My mother, before she passed, urged me to loyally defend the nation, and I also need a chance to redeem myself. Grand Marshal G. Grand Marshal G's expression remained unchanged as he explained, "No, you don't carry enough weight. Only the Grand Marshal of the Great Qian personally attacking the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can deceive the true Cultivator Alliance. Although you once colluded with the Sword Pavilion to save your mother, you never allowed them to run rampant in the Jiannan Dao under your command. I see that you have maintained your principles. We believe you, more than anyone, want to eliminate the Sword Pavilion's threat to Jiannan Dao. You also understand the Sword Pavilion better than anyone. Therefore, you are the best choice to lead the assault on the Sword Pavilion, and conquering the Sword Pavilion is the best way for you to redeem yourself." These words were what finally swayed General Su. He now formally took command of the Great Qian Army, leading the charge against the Sword Pavilion. "Thank you, Grand Marshal G. You have given me the chance to personally eliminate the threat within my jurisdiction. Thank you for giving me the chance to atone. Rest assured, the majority of the Great Qian's elite forces are here. We will conquer the Sword Pavilion and swiftly come to reinforce you." Leading the vanguard are Zhu Jizi, Zhao Zilong, and Princess Mingzhu. Every swing of their swords and spears will cut down several enemy Taoists. The current leaders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were utterly shocked by this turn of events. "Damn it," they roared in fury. "Isn't the Great Qian attacking the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Why are they at the Sword Pavilion?" The other Taoists were equally enraged, caught completely off guard. A whole army arrived through the transmission formation with no warning whatsoever. Pavilion Master, "We can't hold them back much longer. What should we do?" The Pavilion Master, driven to a frenzy, gnashed his teeth. "Damn you. You think you could destroy my Sword Pavilion so easily? Not while I'm still here. Even if the Sword Pavilion falls, I will take down some of your elites with me and cripple the Great Qian." Unfortunately for him, a cold voice cut through the air. "You won't get the chance." The chilling words emanated from behind the Pavilion Master, accompanied by a killing intent as cold as the abyss. The Pavilion Master instantly recognized the aura. He spun around. "Guyu, what are you doing here?" "Sword God." Guyu said nothing. He swung his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of energy aimed at the Pavilion Master's life. The Pavilion Master, however, was no slouch. He reacted in time, parrying the blow with his own sword, but the force sent him staggering back several meters. Though he survived, he was wounded, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips. The surrounding Taoists cried out in alarm. "Pavilion Master, are you alright?" It's the former Pavilion Master. He's really sided with the Great Qian. Blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Pavilion Master glared at Guyu. "Guyu, you were the former Pavilion Master. Not only have you betrayed the Sword Pavilion, but you're now helping the Great Qian attack it. Do you intend to destroy our ancestral legacy?" "Sword God." Guyu remained impassive. "Silence, fool," he stated coldly. "It is you who wield the swords of this pavilion who are destroying our ancestral legacy. The sword is meant to be righteous, representing the virtuous qi of the world. Yet you, for the sake of the Sword Pavilion's power, oppressed the common people and colluded with the elders to force me out. I am merely restoring things to their rightful order, returning the Sword Pavilion to the righteous path. Those who wish to live, lay down your arms and surrender. Today, I reclaim the Sword Pavilion." Back at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion battlefield, everyone was trapped within the Grand Formation. Panic still gripped the Taoists, their faces etched with disbelief. What? They were only feigning an attack on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion is their true target. Damn it, we've been tricked. The Sealing Heaven's Grand Formation is here. We can't reinforce the Sword Pavilion. We're doomed. The Sealing Heaven's Grand Formation locks down the world's energy. We can't replenish our spiritual essence. We'll have to fight with what we have. Fear not. The Grand Elder roared, his voice infused with inner power, attempting to calm the disciples. This army is merely a diversion, a feint to mask their true intentions. Even though we cannot replenish our energy, we can still slaughter them all. Once they are eliminated, the Sealing Heaven's Grand Formation will dissipate. Then we will go to the Sword Pavilion's aid. The Grand Elder's words ignited a spark of renewed determination in the Taoists. Cries of the Grand Elder speaks true. Slaughter them all, echoed through the air. Well said. We have the advantage in numbers. Kill them all. Take the Grand Marshal's head. Let no one in the world dare defy us. The Great Qian army remained motionless, attempting to demoralize the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with their imposing presence. But as the enemy's morale soared, Grand Marshal Ji shook his head. TSK, it seems intimidation won't work. It appears we have no choice but to fight to the death. Old Zhang Bin, his lieutenant, replied, I have long been prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. But you, Grand Marshal, are the commander. You came here only to deceive them. You cannot die here. There was an implication in his words. Grand Marshal Ji questioned, Old Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Bin replied, Before we departed, His Majesty granted me control over the core of the Sealing Heavens Grand Formation. I can teleport one person out of the formation. Grand Marshal, let me send you away. Hearing these words, Grand Marshal Ji roared in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a Grand Marshal. How can I flee? Send Minister Wei away. He is a civil official. He shouldn't die on the battlefield. He was brought here to divert the attention of the Cultivation Alliance. His task is complete. Wei Jun, on horseback behind them, overheard this exchange. His face darkened ominously. What does this have to do with me? Did I waste my breath wishing you well yesterday? Are you mocking me? No, I must stand firm. I doubt he can persuade me this time. He launched into a passionate speech. Grand Marshal, forgive me, but I cannot obey. Having come this far, I never expected to return alive. Military officers die on the battlefield, and civil officials must also dedicate themselves to their country and people fighting to the death. Grand Marshal Ji immediately thought of someone else. He barked, Have you all gone mad? Then send Ling Yun. He is young, with a brighter future than us. Ling Yun instantly responded, Father, no. He reasoned, Do you remember the poem I wrote in my youth? Remember well the young Ling Yun, once destined to be the best under heaven. I should have died in my brother's place years ago. To have lived until today is enough. Today I wish to die for my father, to die for my country. Please, Father, grant me this wish. With everyone refusing, Grand Marshal Ji trembled. He glared at Lieutenant Zhang. Old Zhang, His Majesty gave you control. You go if you want. I will absolutely not leave. Zhang Bin calmly replied, Grand Marshal, do you know? To be honest, I greatly admire you and Grand Master Yang. Your military strategies are divine, achieving victory in every battle. Yet, the 3 major battles I commanded all ended in defeat. I abandoned Zhang Bin and retreated. I abandoned Yinshan and retreated. And finally, I abandoned Zhongdu and retreated. Today I, Zhang Bin, will not repeat history. Before I die, I want the whole world to remember my name, to let the people of the great Qian know that Zhang Bin is not a deserter. His words were filled with unwavering resolve, his determination reaching its peak. Facing Ji Changkong's Grand Marshal Ji, furious gaze, Zhang Bin roared, Brothers, the only chance of escape will be given to our Grand Marshal. Does anyone have any objections? Without hesitation, the entire army responded in unison, No. Zhang Bin then declared, Excellent. He then pointed towards Grand Marshal Ji, channeling his spiritual energy. The will of the majority cannot be defied, Grand Marshal. Ji Changkong, seeing this, panicked. Zhang Bin, what are you doing? I order you to stop this instant. Zhang Bin smiled. Farewell, Ji Changkong. Take care, Grand Marshal. Ji Changkong cried out in frustration. Zhang Bin, you bastard. The light in Zhang Bin's hand erupted, instantly teleporting Ji Changkong away from the battlefield. The Taoists witnessed this scene and cheered. They teleported Ji Changkong away. They really are planning a suicidal last stand. This army is just a diversion. There's no need to hesitate, fellow Taoists. Let's charge and annihilate them, then reinforce the Sword Pavilion. Kill them all. The Taoists of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, without waiting for orders, surged forward to attack. Seeing the Taoists charging, Zhang Bin immediately gave the order, Soldiers, heed my command. Form ranks and engage the enemy. Follow me. The entire army roared, Kill. Then, tightening their reins, they clashed with the enemy. The battle at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had officially begun. On Wei Jun's side, he casually swung his sword, cutting down several enemies. These Taoist foot soldiers seemed no match for him. Even some Taoists lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to ambush him, found their attacks blocked by Wei Jun's armor, seemingly unable to inflict any damage. And when Wei Jun counterattacked, it was always a fatal blow. After fighting for a while, Wei Jun couldn't help but sigh. The equipment Lu Yuanhao gave me is really something. Being struck by ordinary cultivators only stings a little. With this armor, I suspect only Origin Realm cultivators can injure me. In truth, the main reason for Wei Jun's dramatic increase in strength was due to Qing Xin transferring almost all of her accumulated spiritual energy to him the previous night. Seeing Wei Jun's prowess, the Taoists around him faltered. How can this Wei Jun be so powerful? Isn't he a novice cultivator? He's just a scholar. Don't be intimidated by him. Let's attack him together and kill him. A smirk played on Wei Jun's lips as he charged towards the three Taoists. Very well, then come at me together. Let me see just how strong I truly am now. He thought to himself, although I haven't cultivated since awakening my heroic righteousness, my strength has been constantly increasing. Even in battle, my memories regarding combat are continuously returning. It's more than enough to deal with you lot. Lieutenant Zhang, still mounted, observed Wei Jun's relentless assault. Though the Taoists Wei Jun is cutting down aren't strong, his speed, damn, it's something else. I'm starting to understand why those Confucian scholars of old were so formidable. Wei Jun, basking in the unexpected praise, grinned. Ha! General Zhang, I am a scholar, yes, but one whose righteous chi is forged in ink and steel. My pen can soothe the world, my blade can conquer it. Don't mistake me for some frail bookworm. Zhang Bin, visibly invigorated by Wei Jun's words, leaped from his horse. Well said, Master Wei. Men, charge. We warriors cannot be outdone by a scholar. Close behind him, Ji Lang Yun, son of Grand Marshal Ji, echoed the sentiment. To think I, Ji Lang Yun, would fight alongside Master Wei on this battlefield. The two split off, flanking the enemy. Zhang Bin's blade flashed, a whirlwind of steel, severing limbs, and claiming the lives of three for Taoists. All of you. On the right flank, Lang Yun slammed his sword into the earth, gathering power. The ground erupted, flinging 5 Taoists into the air. Shrapnel of earth and stone ripped through the air, finding their marks in nearby Taoists. Ji Lang Yun is here. Who dares challenge me? Two currents of energy, one crimson, one azure, tore through the battlefield, sending the remaining Taoists scrambling for cover. Wei Jun, utilizing his smaller frame, weaved through the chaos, picking off the weaker Taoists. Even as he fought, he analyzed the situation. General Zhang inspires the troops, and Ji Lang Yun fights with reckless abandon. They're the spearhead of this army, risking their lives to take down as many cultivators as possible. But while they fight, the stronger cultivators are slaughtering our soldiers. Over there, it's a massacre. Their techniques are devastating, tearing through our ranks. The disparity in power is too great. It's only a matter of time before this army is annihilated, which means I too will soon face a powerful cultivator and be killed. The Celestial Emperor's arrival draws near. An hour and a half later, Grand Marshal Ji, having been ejected from the Grand Formation, stood watching. The carnage within made him tremble, partly from rage at being forced out of the fight. Suddenly, 4 figures descended from the sky, calling out to him. It was General Su, Zhu Jizi, Princess Mingzhu, and Zhao Zilong. Grand Marshal, we've come to reinforce you. We've taken the Sword Pavilion. Guyu holds it now, activating the 10,000 Swords formation. What happened at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Why are you alone outside the Sealing Heavens Grand Formation? Ji turned, his voice heavy with defeat. His Majesty gave control of the formation to Zhang Bin. He ejected me. Within the formation, only 3 remained. Zhang Bin, Wei Jun, and Ji Lang Yun. Back to back, they faced a sea of Taoists. Ji Lang Yun, gasping for breath and seemingly exhausted, grinned weakly. Lord Wei, General Zhang, it has been my honor to fight alongside you both on the battlefield today. I, Lang Yun, will take my leave now. With those words, Ji Lang Yun kicked off the ground, soaring into the air towards the densest concentration of enemy soldiers. His entire body radiated a brilliant light as he roared, "Come, let's have one last glorious fight." Those watching from outside the formation were horrified. No, Lang Yun cultivates the path of self-detonation. He intends to take those Taoist masters down with him. Grand Marshal Ji cried out in anguish, Lang Yun. But his words could not penetrate the Grand Formation. He could only watch helplessly as Lang Yun prepared to detonate himself, transforming his entire life's cultivation into explosive power. The explosion ripped through the air, tearing the surrounding Taoists apart. Never in his life had Ji Lang Yun's eyes shone with such happiness. "Farewell, Father. Farewell, Iron Blood Salvation Society." As the dust and smoke cleared, Zhang Bin and Wei Jun stared in stunned disbelief. Outside the formation, a heavy silence fell, no one able to speak. The Grand Marshal suffered the greatest blow, having lost his last remaining son. Zhao Zilong finally broke the silence, offering words of comfort. "Grand Marshal, your son died a glorious death. He preserved your life, a testament to your guidance. It proves that even in his final moments, he did not forget the creed of the Iron Blood Salvation Society. Blue sky, bright moon, iron blood saves the nation." The Grand Marshal, consumed by guilt, lamented, "Why did he save me? It should have been Lang Yun, Zhang Bin, and Wei Jun who survived." Zhu Jizi's sharp words snapped the Grand Marshal back to reality. This was their choice. They willingly sacrificed their lives so that you might live, because they believe that only you can lead Great Qian to victory against the Cultivator Alliance. Their sacrifice was for you, and ultimately for Great Qian. Her voice rose to a powerful crescendo. "Ji Changkong, you are the leader of Great Qian's army. They are dead, and you must carry on. Everyone is waiting for your command. Do not let their sacrifice be in vain." Her impassioned words seemed to rekindle the Grand Marshal's spirit. His face hardened with resolve. He barked out orders. "General Su, Princess Mingzhu, you have your orders." Both responded in unison, hands clasped in salute. The Grand Marshal's voice boomed. "Prepare the heavenly origin cannons. Have them ready before the sealing heaven's grand formation dissipates. I will send those Taoist dogs to reunite with the soldiers they have slain." The heavenly origin cannons were among Great Qian's most powerful weapons of mass destruction. The nation's finest artisans had poured their hearts and souls into their creation, combining their skills with technology from the Western continent to forge a weapon whose destructive power rivaled even that of a peak tribulation realm cultivator. The Great Qian Empire, with all its might, had managed to forge only 10 heavenly origin cannons. 2 had already been lost in the previous war, defending the realm. Now, with the remaining cannons assembled, General Su stepped forward and reported, "Grand Marshal Ji, the heavenly origin cannons are ready, excluding the 2 unusable ones at Heavenly Origin City and the western coast. The princess and I have mobilized the remaining 6. General Su glanced towards the grand formation. "We await only the weakening of the sealing heaven's grand formation to commence firing." However, Zhang Bin and Wei Jun are still holding on within. It appears Lieutenant Zhang is exhausted, while Wei Jun, though gravely wounded, still has some fight left. "Grand Marshal, what are your orders? Should we fire?" Witnessing Wei Jun's resilience, Princess Mingzhu expressed surprise. Wei Jun is unexpectedly strong. He seems to instinctively avoid fatal blows. Even Zhu Jizi was astonished. Strange. I never taught him combat. Could he have another master? But where would he find the time? He only began cultivating a few days ago. Suddenly, the runes and symbols inscribed upon the grand formation flickered, their light dimming considerably. General Su's voice boomed. "The sealing heaven's grand formation is weakening. Once those Taoists scatter, we'll lose our best opportunity. Grand Marshal, we need a decision." Ji Changkong remained silent, his mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts. Every second that ticked by was an eternity of internal struggle. Within the formation, the Taoists also sensed the weakening barrier. The sealing heaven's grand formation is fading. We've won. But as the formation thinned, the scene beyond became clearer. A Taoist beside the Grand Elder pointed towards the mountainside. "Elder, look, what's that on the mountain?" The Grand Elder turned, his face paling. "It's the heavenly origin cannons. This is bad." He barked orders. "Those attacking Wei Jun and Zhang Bin, cease your assault. Give them a path. They are our bargaining chips." As commanded, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Taoists abruptly disengaged, leaving Wei Jun and Zhang Bin momentarily bewildered. The Grand Elder then shouted, his voice deliberately carrying beyond the weakening formation. "Ji Changkong, hold your fire. Don't be rash. We won't kill Zhang Bin and Wei Jun. There's still room for negotiation. What are your terms? We can discuss this." Wei Jun, mustering his remaining strength, roared, his voice cutting through the Grand Elders. "Don't listen to that old fool. Fire! Fire on us!" Zhongbin echoed the desperate plea. "Grand Marshal, for the great Qian, for the soldiers who have fallen, fire!" His final words were the spark that ignited the powder keg of Ji Changkong's resolve. He bellowed, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The assembled troops roared their assent as one. A series of earth-shattering explosions followed. The very ground trembled. 6 cannons, like 6 colossal dragons of fire, tore through the grand formation, unleashing a torrential rain of fire upon the battlefield below. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cultivators only had time to cry out, "Run, it's over," before being consumed by the inferno. Countless mushroom clouds of smoke and fire billowed into the sky. In his final moments, the Grand Elder cursed Grand Marshal Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong, you'll die a dog's death. You even kill your own men. Ji Changkong, I will curse you from hell. On the other side, Zhongbin roared with laughter. "Ah, magnificent. Old Zhang here is no deserter." Wei Jun remained silent, a strange smile playing on his lips. "Finally, I die. Friends, when we meet again, I will tell you all. I won't pretend any longer. All worlds, prepare to welcome the return of the Heavenly Emperor." After more than half a day, Ji Changkong finally spoke. "All soldiers who fell in this battle have earned great merit. The great Qian will remember them forever." The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion battlefield was now nothing but smoke, dust, and ash. From the dust and smoke, a group of cultivators staggered to their feet. Cough, cough, cough. "Damn Ji Changkong. Damn great Qian. Damn it all. Thankfully, I had a few protective artifacts. Quickly, see how many of us survived." A soldier rushed to reporting. "After the bombardment, the Cultivator Alliance has suffered more than half casualties. The remaining survivors are heavily injured." Ji Changkong nodded. "Excellent." His eyes hardened as he gave the order. "Soldiers, heed my command. Kill all survivors. Leave none alive." As the order was given, a figure suddenly appeared before the assembled troops. This figure blocked Ji Changkong's path. "Hold, Ji Changkong." Ji Changkong glared. "You dare show yourself before my army now? Do you seek death? Alliance leader Zhua." The figure who appeared before Ji Changkong was none other than the elegant Taoist, the alliance leader of the Cultivator Alliance, Zhua Bugua. Bugua raised his head and said, "Ji Changkong, the Sword Pavilion has fallen. Today, the great Qian has already gained much. Why not stop here? Surely you don't want mutually assured destruction." Ji Changkong sneered, "And what if I don't?" Bugua reasoned, "It's not difficult for us cultivators to recover from our injuries. If we continue fighting, the great Qian will lose at least half of its generals today. Of course, we will also suffer heavy losses. The result will only be a Pyrrhic victory. You will die, Yun Yiding will die, General Su will die. Many will die. Are you certain you want to continue?" Ji Changkong's brow furrowed as he scoffed. "I, on the other hand, feel that you will die." Bugua continued his threat. "The Cultivator Alliance has only used half its strength today. Even if I die, do you think the great Qian has the ability to deal with the Cultivator Alliance? Furthermore, even if you manage to cripple the Cultivator Alliance this time, are you prepared to face the true God behind the Cultivator Alliance?" A chill ran down everyone's spines. The Grand Marshal, Ji Changkong, considered for a moment before replying, "Heaven cannot allow too many true gods to descend. If only 1 or 2 deities come down, then great Qian will show you what it means to fight to the death. However, it's not impossible for me to withdraw my troops." He looked directly into Zhua Bugua's eyes and made his demand. "I want you to swear a heavenly Tao oath. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will be closed for 1 year, and no one is allowed to leave." This demand immediately caused Zhua Bugua's expression to sour. "Are you dreaming? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is our most important intelligence sect. Without them, how can we grasp the situation? 2 months. I can only agree to 2 months. 1 year, the Grand Marshal replied firmly. Zhua Bugua stubbornly argued, "If we continue fighting, aren't you afraid the Demon Clan will take advantage of this opportunity? It's better if we each compromise. How about half a year?" Seeing Zhua Bugwa's increasingly agitated state, the Grand Marshal grew more confident. The Demon Emperor has no reason to interfere when he can clearly sit back and watch our 2 sides fight amongst ourselves, depleting each other's strength. Moreover, the Demon Clan deeply hates you cultivators who specialize in slaying demons for their cores. I'll say one last time, the same 2 words. The Grand Marshal roared, 1 year. Zwabugwa trembled with rage, but ultimately conceded powerlessly, muttering, fine, 1 year. Then he raised a finger to the sky, and a halo of light appeared above his head. I, as the alliance leader of the Cultivator Alliance, swear a heavenly Tao oath. From this day forward, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will be closed for 1 year, and no one is allowed to leave. If I break this oath, the Cultivator Alliance will face utter destruction. Having spoken, Zwabugwa's figure dissipated, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. Ji Chonkong, consider this battle your victory. The road is long, old dog. The Grand Marshal snorted dismissively, offering no farewell. He lowered his voice. You don't need to remind me the road is long. This marshal will avenge the brave warriors who fell today. Then, the soldiers dispersed to search for the remains and belongings of the deceased. When Ji Chonkong picked up a treasured sword, he instantly recognized it. Lang Yun, he choked out, I'm so sorry. He clutched the sword tightly, hot tears streaming down his cheeks. General Su tried to comfort him. Please restrain your grief, Grand Marshal. Old Zhang still has his elderly mother. The families of our fallen brothers are waiting for our care. The Grand Marshal bit his lip so hard he nearly drew blood. Old Su is right. Now is not the time for grief. Upon returning to the capital, we must hold a grand memorial service for our fallen soldiers. These brave warriors who gave their lives for their country may depart in silence. But we, the living, cannot ignore their sacrifice. The Grand Marshal then raised the sword high and commanded, My brothers, quickly clear the battlefield. Then, carry the news of our victory today back to the capital. Elsewhere, Princess Mingzhu seemed to have discovered something and called out, Zhu Jizi, come quickly. Zhu Jizi rushed over and gasped in astonishment. Unbelievable. His body wasn't turned to ash by the heavenly origin cannons. It turned out they had found Wei Jun's charred body. Jizi placed her hand on Wei Jun's remains, sighing, This is truly a miracle. Princess Mingzhu asked curiously, Sister Zhu, should we try to save him? Tears welled up in Jizi's eyes. Sadly, it's too late. He's truly gone. Wei Jun's body lay still, unmoving. He was truly gone. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxin searched desperately for the Demon Lord. Suddenly, her strength gave way, and she slumped against a wall, gasping for breath. She, too, felt the finality of Wei Lang's death. News of the battle at the Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion spread like wildfire throughout the land. The great Qian Empire erupted in jubilation, from the imperial court to the common folk. The entire nation rejoiced. Emperor Qian, ruler of the realm, was overjoyed. That very day, he and Lu Qian ventured in disguise to the most bustling part of the capital city, the enchanting Miao In Pleasure House. From a discreet vantage point, the emperor and Lu Qian observed the throngs of people below, exchanging celebratory greetings. Joy was palpable in the air. Grand Marshal Ji, a brilliant military strategist, his tactics unmatched. A single battle has cemented our nation's glory, truly worthy of being the great Qian's god of war. One exclaimed. The Sword Pavilion fell to General Su. Even Grand Marshal Ji praises him as the most talented general in the court. Mark my words, he's the next in line for supreme command. Another chimed in. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. The Righteous Path Alliance, so arrogant for so long, finally crushed. I hear the sword god himself appeared, and the very swords of the Sword Pavilion turned against their masters. Only the sword god commands such power. As laughter and cheers filled the air, a somber note resonated as they remembered the fallen. Even young Master AI fell in battle. To die for one's country, to sacrifice all, these words befit every one of them. General Zhang Bin and Lord Wei, true heroes both. Emperor Qian, absorbing the spectrum of emotions swirling below, joy, sorrow, anger, and elation, sighed contentedly. This is what pleases me. This is the great Qian I long to see. Stroking his beard, a frown creased his brow. But why is no one praising me? I understand the rumors weren't kind before, but now, under my rule, we've achieved such a resounding victory. Praise me. I came here in disguise specifically to hear your praises. As if summoned by his thoughts, someone finally mentioned him. He leaned in, eager to hear the accolades. Such a useless, incompetent fool. Emperor Qian's face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. We won, and you insult me. Has insulting the emperor become fashionable? The conversation in the pleasure house continued, growing more animated. Indeed, if not for these two victories, I wouldn't have known the great Qian possessed such strength. If the court had shown such resolve earlier, we wouldn't have suffered such humiliation for so long. It seems now, it wasn't the great Qian that was weak, but his majesty's spinelessness. Thankfully, our nation isn't short of heroes. Civil officials dying in remonstration, military generals dying in battle. Without them, our nation truly would have perished. Shoo, careful what you say. Drink, drink. Yes, to our brave soldiers, bottoms up. Emperor Qian's face darkened, a grim expression settling upon his features. Lu Qian, ever astute, had already sensed it. Sigh, your majesty, you seek praise, don't you? I hardly know what to say. This victory, undoubtedly, will bring accolades to all those in the war faction. But it has nothing to do with you. Though the Grand Sky Formation was yours to deploy, the common people know nothing of it. Besides, your timid and retiring nature is well established. He offered the emperor a conciliatory smile. Your Majesty, don't let those ignorant fools bother you. They don't understand your intentions. Emperor Qian responded coldly. No need for your counsel. I'm not so petty. Lu Qian immediately turned to make preparations, his expression softening. It seemed he truly wasn't bothered by the previous slight. I want to hold a state funeral for the soldiers who fell in this battle. The commoner's at a point. These men were no traitors. I want them to have an honorable death. Emperor Qian, without turning, instructed Lu Qian, entrust this matter to the divine Maiden Ziwei and Princess Mingzhu. I won't make an appearance. I'm returning to the palace. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Wise as ever, your majesty. He felt a surge of gratitude, though a question lingered. If his majesty had foreseen this, why? Watching Emperor Qian's retreating figure, Lu Qian couldn't shake the feeling that his majesty seemed somehow diminished, a shadow of his former self. 2 days later, as planned, the entire great Qian Empire observed a day of national mourning. Throughout the capital, joss paper fluttered in the wind, and every household donned mourning clothes. The entire populace converged upon a single public square. At the center of the square, a pyre blazed fiercely. The eulogy began. Today we gather here in memoriam to express our deepest respect and sorrow for the heroes who have fallen. For most, no remains were recovered. Only cenotaphs can be erected. For the fortunate few whose bodies were recovered, the court has seen to their restoration. The remains and artifacts of these heroes will be cremated together. Presiding over the eulogy was Wei Jun's mentor, the headmaster Chu Fenfen. She addressed the assembled masses. Before we commence the rites, allow me to share with you the lives and valiant deeds of those we mourn. May these heroes, born upon the flames, ascend to nirvana. First, General Zhang Bin, renowned defender of our realm. He volunteered for the vanguard, fighting valiantly until his final breath. His contributions to the battle at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were paramount. Ji Lingyun, member of the Blood Rescue Society, son of Grand Marshal Ji. Given the chance to survive, he refused. Choosing death over capture by the True Path Alliance, he fought bravely to the end, ultimately perishing alongside the enemy. Wei Jun, newly appointed Hamlin Scholar, and my student. This battle was not his to fight. As a scholar, his duties lay elsewhere. He could have been exempted from the battlefield. Yet, when the Grand Marshal called, he answered without hesitation. When it became clear only one could escape the Grand Sky Formation, the Grand Marshal's first choice was Wei Jun, but he steadfastly refused. He sacrificed himself for righteousness. He was the youngest hero to fall in this battle, but his valiant spirit will endure for 1,000 generations. Wei Jun may be gone. Chu Fenfen choked out, gesturing towards Wei Jun's lifeless form, but he will live on in our hearts. Her words hung heavy in the air. All eyes were fixed on the spot where the headmaster pointed when suddenly, Wei Yun said "Bot Alpites." Chu Fenfen's jaw dropped, her mouth forming a perfect O of astonishment. She looked as if her eyes might pop from their sockets. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. Yuan Manhwa's voice, thick with disbelief, pierced the silence. Marshal Wei, he's alive. Wei Jun, the burns that had marred his face completely vanished, sat on the bier, blinking. He gazed around in bewilderment, then down at his own unblemished hands, the color restored to his flesh. He couldn't seem to comprehend what he was seeing. Then, tears welled in his eyes. What in the world? He stammered. Panic erupted amongst the crowd. He's alive. The body, it's alive. Someone shrieked. Someone check. What happened? Only one person remained strangely composed, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Bai Qingxin, it seemed, had anticipated this. A flicker of phoenix-shaped spiritual energy danced between her brows. That night, she mused, her voice barely a whisper, I slipped you a bit of my phoenix power. Of course you come back. No need to thank me, Wei Lang. With the phoenix power, you needn't worry. You can even come back from the dead. I will always be by your side, protecting you. Chu Fenfen, recovering from her initial shock, approached Wei Jun. Come here, she commanded, take off your clothes. Wei Jun paled, sweat beading on his forehead. Huh, what? It became apparent they had returned to the palace. Flustered, Wei Jun stammered, Master, you're staring. Doing that in broad daylight, it's not proper. Chu Fenfen, scowl. What are you talking about? I need to examine your body, see what exactly happened. Stop dawdling and take them off. Emperor Qian added his voice in support of Chu Fenfen. Wei Jun, this examination is necessary. The great Qian needs to be certain you haven't been possessed by some evil spirit. Headmaster Chu is the greatest physician in the land and your master. You can trust her implicitly. Faced with their combined insistence, Wei Jun reluctantly agreed. Fine. Examine away. His face was grim. I also want to know how I came back to life so inexplicably, he muttered. I'd better not find out who's responsible. If I do, I'll make them wish they'd stayed dead. As preparations for the examination began, all eyes were on Wei Jun Qingxin. However, was apprehensive, silently conversing with her inner self. Will they discover it? She asked her phoenix self. The phoenix, hovering in the air, reassured her. Don't worry, their cultivation levels are too low to detect me. It added, with a hint of disapproval. However, your beloved is quite the spendthrift. You gave him enough phoenix power to resurrect half a saint, and he used it all in one go. Just what kind of man have you fallen for? Could he be a reincarnated saint? Qingxin was taken aback. A reincarnated saint. Could Wei Lang truly be that powerful? I've reviewed some documents, Bai Qingxin murmured, her voice laced with a strange mixture of fascination and concern. A sage doesn't die of old age. They can only be killed. So how could reincarnation even be possible? The phoenix persona within her continued, its tone assertive for ordinary people, of course not. But if one reaches a certain level of power, why couldn't they defy fate? In short, your little lover boy has many secrets. You must be more cautious from now on. These events are beneficial, though. The more secrets he has, the harder it will be to uncover yours. This torrent of information only deepened Lu Qian's confusion. It's not surprising that Wei Lang is so unusual, she mused. What's truly strange is me. Why do I keep awakening these different personalities, and why does it make me stronger? Could I really be the death god? Or that elusive demon Lord everyone's searching for? Back in the physical realm, Chu Fenfen, the headmaster, was using her abilities to examine Wei Jun's body. After a long while, Fenfen opened her eyes, her expression grave. Wei Jun wasn't possessed by an evil spirit, she declared. He truly has come back to life. The great hall erupted in a cacophony of joyous exclamations. Wonderful. Lord Wei truly is blessed by the heavens. Good things happen to good people. Haha. I must drink 3 bowls of wine today to celebrate. 3 bowls. I'll drink 3 jars. Princess Mingzhu, however, remained skeptical. Sister Chu, she questioned, her brow furrowed. What's going on? At the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, didn't you confirm that Wei Jun was dead? Understanding Mingzhu's confusion, Fenfen replied, I haven't been able to determine the exact cause, but I've discovered that Wei Jun's body is highly unusual. His talent is exceptional, so exceptional it's almost inhuman. The second prince interjected. Lord Wei broke Headmaster Chu's record when he ascended Mount Shu. Everyone knows his talent is extraordinary. Fenfen immediately countered, a hint of annoyance in her voice. It's not that simple. The gap in talent between Wei Jun and me now is as vast as the gap between me and you. It's insurmountable. Do you understand? Do you understand how terrifying that is? Clearly feeling a bit slighted, her tone had sharpened. Mingzhu and the second prince, recognizing her displeasure, quickly backpedaled. "Forgive us, headmaster. We know we are lacking. We will strive to improve." Turning back to Wei Jun, Funfin continued. "Moreover, there's a mysterious power residing within Wei Jun's body. It's this power that brought him back from the dead." Intrigued, Emperor Qian stepped forward. "A mysterious power. Even Headmaster Chu can't identify its origin." Funfin nodded. "Indeed, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. I can only confirm that this power contains an incredibly dense, deathly aura. Yet, hidden within it is an equally abundant life force, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Once the nirvana is complete, a new life begins." Suddenly, the Prime Minister exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary power that grants 9 lives? The 9 lives demonic art?" Astonishment rippled through the hall, while Wei Jun's face paled. The court officials murmured in alarm. "Impossible. The 9 lives demonic art. Wasn't it lost long ago? If I recall correctly, the 9 lives demonic art is a secret of the legendary Demon Lord. Lord Wei couldn't possibly have any connection to the Demon Lord. I refuse to believe he knows the Demon Lord. Besides, hasn't the Demon Lord already ascended?" The Prime Minister furrowed his brow, continuing to voice his suspicions. "According to reliable information I've received, the Demon Lord has returned to the mortal realm. It's highly likely he's hiding somewhere in the capital." A wave of excited murmurs rippled through the assembled officials. The Demon Lord had descended. Could a celestial being truly traverse the realms so easily? The Demon Lord in the mortal realm. Could Lord Wei be his disciple? Perhaps, someone suggested, the Demon Lord, for reasons unknown, saved Lord Wei's life. Another chimed in, could he be grooming Lord Wei as his successor? Or perhaps he planted a demonic seed within him, intending to use Lord Wei as a living cauldron. Chu Finfin waited for the clamor to subside before speaking in a clear, strong voice. Wei Jun is absolutely not a disciple of the Demon Lord. There's a powerful aura within him. This cannot be faked. However, there are no traces of the 9 lives demonic arts cultivation within his body. As for a demonic seed, I haven't detected one. If it truly is the Demon Lord, his power far surpasses mine. It wouldn't be surprising if I failed to detect a seed he planted. I can only confirm that Wei Jun's soul is untainted. The Wei Jun before us is the same Wei Jun we knew. Listening to this analysis, Bai Qingxin questioned her inner Phoenix persona. "Phoenix persona, could you be the Demon Lord?" She directly addressed the persona within her, and it responded with a dismissive air. "Don't demean me. These people are narrow-minded, immediately jumping to the 9 lives demonic art. Their limited vision is the problem. This might actually be beneficial," the persona continued. "Let the Demon Lord take the blame. That way, no one will suspect you. We can grow in strength undisturbed." Stroking his beard, the Prime Minister declared, "This makes the possibility of the Demon Lord being in the capital even greater. To strengthen the great Qian Empire, we must find him quickly." Emperor Qian concurred. "The Demon Lord's power is immense, and he's hiding in the capital. Finding him would be a boon for the great Qian." Only the Minister of War remained level-headed, cautioning, "Your Majesty, please don't let victory blind you. We are still at a disadvantage in the war against the Cultivator Alliance. The weak cannot afford complacency. We must act strategically. If we follow the expected course, we are certain to lose." Princess Mingzhu nodded in agreement. "We must find the Demon Lord to understand what he did to Lord Wei. Otherwise, Lord Wei's safety is at risk." Chu Finfin's expression turned grave. "I also desperately want to know what the most powerful fiend in 1,000 years wants from my disciple. If he truly planted a demonic seed within Wei Jun, we cannot ignore it." Meanwhile, the most frustrated person in all of this was undoubtedly Wei Jun. He gnashed his teeth. "That damn Demon Lord is the one who saved me, who gave him the audacity to ruin my plans. You want to die? Just you wait. This heavenly emperor will find you." At the same time, in a small courtyard within the capital, a man coughed up blood, resting in a modest house. He wiped the blood from his lips and muttered to himself, "Damn it, how did he come back to life? My injuries should have taken 3 more days to heal. Why so soon?" The next morning, at Wei Jun's residence, a new day dawned. Wei Jun stretched languidly. Just as Wei Jun stepped out the door, he saw someone sitting on the wall next door, waiting. "Good morning, Lord Wei." It turned out to be Bai Qingxin, who had been waiting outside since early morning. Wei Jun was taken aback. "Lord Bai, why are you sitting on my wall?" Qingxin gestured behind her. It's my wall now, too. The headmaster has tasked me with ensuring your safety. So, I moved in next door. Wei Jun was astonished. Lord Bai, this isn't proper. Men and women shouldn't be in such close proximity. If word gets out, it will damage your reputation. Qing Xin raised an eyebrow. I'm not afraid. So what is Lord Wei afraid of? Do we need other people's permission to be neighbors? She jumped down from the wall and walked over to Wei Jun. Lord Wei, take 2 days to rest. See if you can find the demonic seed within your body. I will devote all my efforts to searching for the demon lord's hiding place. If I find any information, I'll inform you immediately. Demonic seed. Wei Jun pressed his lips together. Indeed, ever since the battle at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, my strength has greatly increased. Now, I should be able to see through my own body and soul. With his current strength, Wei Jun could even see through Headmaster Chu, let alone his own body. So, he began to examine his body with his spiritual sense. There wasn't any strange residue, much less a demonic seed. His entire body was transparent, like polished glass. He checked again, but still found nothing. Wei Jun stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seems it definitely wasn't the demon lord's doing. Then who could it be? Noticing Wei Jun's contemplative silence, Qing Xin called out, Lord Wei, what's wrong? Nothing, just looking into something. He kept his spiritual power focused in his eyes, calmly looking at Qing Xin as he answered. So it was you? Just as Wei Jun was observing with his spiritual sense, he suddenly saw something within Qing Xin. Her face instantly paled. Lord Wei, what are you talking about? Wei Jun didn't answer her. He shouted, come out, come out, come out. These 3 shouts struck Qing Xin's mind like a hammer, making her whole body tremble and her head spin. Immediately, the Phoenix personality awakened, glaring at Wei Jun. You can see me. Who are you? The Phoenix personality continued to question. How can you see me? Who are you? Unexpectedly, Wei Jun shook his head. Not you. This caused the personality to falter. Wei Jun repeated himself, his face utterly cold. I said, the one I'm looking for isn't you. Tell the one who truly saved me to come out. The personality suddenly felt fear at Wei Jun's demeanor, trembling as it replied, My lord, it was I who saved you. It clearly sensed that Wei Jun's power wasn't that strong, but for some reason, it felt an incredibly powerful pressure emanating from him, making it tremble uncontrollably. Wei Jun scoffed at the response, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. Are you dreaming? You, saving me, even fused with by Qing Xin, your power is barely comparable to a minor celestial deity. You think you could defy fate for me? The Phoenix persona remained bewildered, its confusion deepening with every word. G Great One, it stammered, I don't understand. I used the Phoenix's power to save you. Wei Jun's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. By Qing Xin's voice, suppressed, he muttered, a cold edge to his voice. This Phoenix persona, a disguise. Even I was almost fooled. You've hidden yourself well, Junior sister. The third eye on Wei Jun's forehead snapped open, revealing the newly activated Heavenly Emperor's divine ability, Insight Breaker. From within its depths, spiritual energy crackled, coalescing into bolts of black lightning that shot towards the Phoenix persona. In an instant, Qing Xin's face became a vacant mask. Then, from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, countless black tendrils of lightning erupted, swirling above her head and slowly taking on a human form. The black lightning also enveloped Wei Jun, forming a spherical cocoon, concealing him and the figure above Qing Xin, obscuring whatever exchange was about to take place. As for the figure emerging from the lightning, it began to coalesce into the distinct shape of a woman. Moments later, the form solidified. A woman with waist-length hair, clad in a form-fitting garment that accentuated a strikingly voluptuous figure. Her phoenix eyes, arched brows, and full, red lips curved into a slight smile. She narrowed her eyes at Wei Jun, then spoke. I've finally found you, senior brother. She gracefully descended to the ground. This is an illusion I created, one only you could activate. All those years ago, senior brother, you risked everything to save me, allowing a sliver of my true spirit to escape our master and be reborn. I knew you would also reincarnate, seeking higher realms. A path fraught with peril, a dance with death. A radiant expression, innocent and bright, bloomed on her face. Senior brother, you defied our master for me. Now, let me protect you through this tribulation. A belated thank you after 10,000 years. You won't fault me for being late, will you? Wei Jun's face remained impassive, his voice a low tremor. So you brought me back to repay a debt. You think you're so clever. The woman spoke earnestly and at length. No need for such praise, senior brother. Though I've toiled through 10,000 reincarnations to find you, though I've endured much hardship in the process, though I'm certain to be injured, perhaps even lose my life protecting you, it matters not. Your safety is all that concerns me. The kindness you've shown me, even through 10,000 lifetimes, will forever be etched upon my heart. Wait for me, senior brother. Don't rush to appoint a heavenly empress. One day, I will return as a sovereign. Seeing his junior sister's overwhelming joy, Wei Jun couldn't bring himself to scold her, and instead forced a reply. Rest assured, I will wait. When you become a sovereign, I will prepare a grand celebration for you. Overjoyed, the woman spun in the air and cheered, yea. I knew senior brother treated me the best. She then floated down and placed a hand on Qing Xin's shoulder. Senior brother, be kind to her in this life too. She is me, and I am her. Being good to her is the same as being good to me. Gritting his teeth, Wei Jun responded through a forced tremor. No problem. I will treat you both as one and strive to repay your kindness. He trembled with barely suppressed rage. If it weren't for your cunning, I would already be a heavenly emperor of a higher realm. It's fortunate you're still dead. Otherwise, as the heavenly emperor, I would make your life a living hell. No, I must eliminate this threat quickly. He sighed and asked, when will you fully awaken? The woman pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. Master's attack was too ruthless. I can only recover slowly. She then outstretched her arms and slowly drifted towards Wei Jun's senior brother. Our next meeting will likely be countless lifetimes from now. May I have a hug? Wei Jun reluctantly embraced her, thinking, a hug. You think I'm still the same fool as before? He glanced at the woman before him. A fragment of my memories as the heavenly emperor has awakened with your appearance. The heir to the heavenly emperor, the most prized disciple of the Tao ancestor, the Lord of Secrets. Memories of this woman flooded back. The Lord of Secrets cultivated a unique path, believing that all beings possessed 1,000 faces. By controlling these 1,000 faces, she could control their very lives and deaths, absorbing their multifaceted power. She relentlessly explored her own 1,000 faces, ultimately fracturing her personality. Each persona was honed to its peak, wielding terrifying power. The Lord of Secrets could instantly awaken the hidden personas within ordinary individuals, transforming them into formidable forces under her command. The myriad beings of the world were her potential army. The Lord of Secrets was a legion unto herself. It was because of this unique cultivation that the Tao ancestor chose her as his disciple, treating her as his own child and imparting all his knowledge. He declared she would be his greatest legacy, inheriting everything he possessed, and the Lord of Secrets believed him. But the price of this trust was to become sustenance for the Tao ancestor. The heavenly emperor sacrificed his life to save her, defying fate itself, just to preserve a sliver of her soul for reincarnation. Back in the present, the Lord of Secrets was still imploring Wei Jun for a hug. Truthfully, with her beauty, she was more than worthy of the heavenly emperor. But this woman was a lunatic with multiple personalities. The first time they met, she also proactively hugged the heavenly emperor. Back then, he was too young, too timid to refuse. The moment the embrace ended, the Lord of Secrets started crying crocodile tears, stubbornly insisting he marry her, claiming that a hug demanded responsibility. Before he could even react, the Lord of Secrets transformed into a ferocious persona, pulling out a massive blade and chasing after him, cursing as she swung. How dare such a shameless wretch try to take advantage of me? Taste my blade. Wei Jun shuddered at the memory. Whoever wants to hug this high-level lunatic can go ahead. I'm not touching that, he thought. It's best to find an excuse to prevent her from rescuing me again. He coughed, then suggested, look, junior sister, just use all your power to restore yourself. You don't need to protect me. I'll seal your soul and wait for you to recover slowly. I have my own methods. I don't need your protection. Wei Jun spoke magnanimously. You just need to look after yourself. I suspect Master might be plotting something. If you're not at full strength, you could become his next meal. The Lord of Secrets gasped. Master, before Master absorbed me, I peered through time and saw a future where you killed him. Wei Jun immediately backpedaled. Junior sister, You're joking, right? Killing you is hard enough, let alone master. Focus on recovering. Don't waste your energy on me. I could save you once, but I can't guarantee a second time. Hearing this, the Lord of Secrets nodded. I understand, senior brother. When I face Master this time, I will fight alongside you with all my might. Seeing his junior sister's demeanor, Wei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Unbelievable. I actually managed to convince her. That's good. If she's here, I won't die. Then what's the point of living? The Lord of Secrets unexpectedly continued. Senior brother, I owe you so much. I feel like I'll never be able to repay you. How about I repay you with my body? She winked suggestively, looking utterly adorable. Wei Jun, however, maintained his indifferent expression. Are you done? Is this the fake innocent persona? The Lord of Secrets replied, I'm done. You can go now. Wei Jun dismissed her. The Lord of Secrets pouted and let out a huff, suddenly pulling a knife from her hip in a threatening manner. Her expression and demeanor shifted 180 degrees. Shameless. Consider yourself lucky you're smart enough not to take advantage of this young lady. If you dare to hug me, I'd make sure you'd never have impure thoughts again. Wei Jun sighed, exasperated. Enough. And so, the Lord of Secrets changed her demeanor once more, her eyes welling up as she whined. Senior brother, I was only joking with you. Little sister doesn't understand big brother. It's just that little sister loves big brother very much. Senior brother, if you marry me, I can give you different surprises every single moment of every single day. Wei Jun said calmly. Here we go again. Same old formula, same familiar flavor. He stood motionless, a cold sweat breaking out as he watched the Lord of Secrets flicker through a kaleidoscope of personalities. Marrying me is like marrying thousands upon thousands of women. Are you truly unmoved? Ha, good thing you refused, or my older sister would kill you. Senior brother, actually, I prefer girls. How about we just be brother and sister, senior brother? Why are we always stuck in this space? What do you want? I can transform into it for you. Junior sister, come here for a moment. After watching this bizarre spectacle for some time, Wei Jun beckoned the Lord of Secrets closer. Obediently, she approached. Without warning, Wei Jun unleashed a devastating punch with all his might, shattering the Lord of Secrets' form. Get lost, he roared. As the Lord of Secrets' form disintegrated, the spherical space around them began to collapse, and everything returned to normal. Wei Jun looked up at the sky and sighed. Honestly, this constant barrage of new stimuli is exhausting. If it were just one personality change a day, I might be able to keep up. While Qingxin was still unconscious, Wei Jun raised his middle finger towards her, directing the gesture at the Lord of Secrets lurking within. Useless, he muttered under his breath. Can't even seduce someone properly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qingxin slowly opened her eyes. She found herself lying in bed, with Wei Jun sitting beside her. Lady Bai, you're awake, he said. Qingxin blushed slightly. Master Wei, what happened to me? Wei Jun looked at Qingxin with an expression of profound understanding. Lady Bai, he said, I've seen through everything. Qingxin's blush deepened. Pulling the covers up to her chin, she whispered, Master Wei, really? You saw. Why would you tell me that? I'm so embarrassed. Wei Jun felt a prickle of suspicion. Are you seriously playing dumb? If you weren't blind, I would have. His thoughts trailed off as he used his spiritual sense to examine Qingxin more closely. Suddenly it clicked. Wait a minute, her eyes are healed. She really has started to awaken her extraordinary persona. It would be strange if her eyes hadn't healed. This woman, she's been pretending to be blind this whole time, right in front of me. Well, I won't call you out today, Heavenly Emperor or not. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Jun continued, Lady Bai, you misunderstand. I meant that you've awakened your other personalities. Qingxin's embarrassment intensified. Master Wei, how did you know? Understanding her anxiety, Wei Jun offered reassurance. Lady Bai, don't worry. Everyone has their secrets. While I'm aware of yours, I have absolutely no interest in them. He continued, I have my own secrets as well, which I won't discuss with you, Lady Bai. Just know that the gradual awakening of your other personalities isn't a bad thing. Slowly integrate them, control them, and become stronger. That's all you need to do, and you don't need to secretly protect me. It'll ruin my plans. Relieved, Qingxin sat up, but a question lingered in her mind. Master Wei, she asked, I can't see through you. Are you truly a reincarnated sage? Wei Jun scoffed, the sage is billions of times weaker than me. Qingxin incredulous, stammered, "Are you boasting? The sage and the demon lord are both true peak powerhouses. I hear they're even stronger than the celestial immortals." Wei Jun remained unfazed. "Not just me. The sage is billions of times weaker than you, too. Of course, you're still a bit weaker than me." Qingxin struggled to process this with any semblance of logic. Her intuition, however, told her Wei Jun was speaking the truth. Her face slowly paled. "So, we were once that powerful," she whispered, correcting herself, or rather, she was. "But why are we so weak now?" Seeing Qingxin's piqued interest in her own origins, Wei Jun was happy to elaborate. "Good question. You're in this situation because you trusted an untrustworthy existence. As for me, I have my own plans. You needn't concern yourself. Just know that, from now on, not helping me is helping me." Unable to fully accept this earth-shattering revelation, Qingxin relied on her gut feeling. "Something doesn't feel right," she mused, "but Wei Lang wouldn't lie to me. The fact that he knows how many personalities I have proves he has no reason to deceive me." A flash of insight struck her. "Ah, is it because I saved you once, disrupting your plans?" It was the truth, but Wei Jun wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge over it. He calmly replied, "Rest assured, you didn't actually save me, and it won't happen again." Qingxin was silent for a moment before asking, "Lord Wei, are you saying I'm the reincarnation of some important figure?" Wei Jun, not quite grasping the nuance of her question, simply answered something like that. "Why?" Anxiety flooded Qingxin's voice. "Then, when she awakens, will I still be me? Compared to the vast experience of such a powerful being, my meager 15 years of life are practically worthless. Like a single drop of water falling into the ocean." Wei Jun finally understood the source of Qingxin's distress. He attempted to comfort her. "Lady Bai, do you remember what you did when you were 1 year old? Were you not yourself then? If you deny your own existence, then you truly are worthless. But as long as you believe in yourself, you will always exist. A drop merging with the ocean doesn't cease to exist. It simply becomes part of something larger. That's the principle." Qingxin's face still held a trace of sadness. "Lord Wei," she said quietly, "let me think about this." Before turning to leave, Wei Jun instructed, "Take all the time you need, but don't get fixated on trivial matters. And you can get off my bed now." Qingxin startled, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. A pang of reluctance tugged at her. "I'm lying on Wei Lang's bed, under his covers, surrounded by his scent. It's so comforting. I want to stay a little longer." With a coquettish lilt, she pleaded, "Lord Wei, I'm completely drained. Could you help me up?" Wei Jun teased, "Need me to escort you all the way home?" Qingxin giggled, "Yes, please. I can't see a thing, and I'm so weak I might bump into a wall." Knowing full well that Qingxin's sight had returned, Wei Jun was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. And so, Wei Jun escorted Qingxin home. Reaching her door, he said, "Lord Bai's residence is right next door. You can surely manage from here, right?" Qingxin, still clutching her head, swayed slightly. "Oh dear, I'm feeling quite dizzy. Would you mind accompanying me a little further, Master Wei? You're on leave, after all. Perhaps you could join me for a few drinks." Just then, someone appeared, greeting them. "Brother Wei, are you heading out?" Both recognized the newcomer. Wei Jun inquired, "Brother Li Damhua, is there something you need from me?" Li Damhua clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. "Indeed, there is a small matter I'd like to request your assistance with. But if you and Lord Bai are occupied, I can return another day." To avoid any misunderstanding, Wei Jun quickly stepped forward, casting a pointed glance at Qingxin. "Not at all, Brother Li. Please, tell me what's on your mind. Lord Bai and I were merely engaged in a little game. Isn't that right?" Qingxin stammered, a blush rising on her cheeks. "Ah, yes, indeed." Wei Jun continued, "Go on, Brother Li." Li Damhua, feeling like a third wheel, shifted awkwardly. "How elegant." He then explained his reason for seeking Wei Jun. "I was hoping you might offer some comfort to my beloved." Wei Jun choked on his own saliva at this request. Qingxin, meanwhile, ground her teeth in annoyance. Li Damhua, seeing their reactions, was bewildered. "What's the matter?" Wei Jun had mistakenly assumed Li Damhua was propositioning him for a menage a trois. He clutched his head, mortified. "I never imagined Brother Li had such particular tastes. Are the people of this era so open-minded?" He declined firmly. "Brother Li, I respect everyone's unique preferences. You have certain inclinations you'd rather keep private, and I understand that. but I must apologize. I cannot participate. I have principles. A friend's wife is off limits. Only then did Li Damhua understand the source of their bizarre reactions. His own face flushed crimson as he hastily clarified. Brother Wei, what are you thinking? My beloved's grandfather recently passed away, and coupled with family pressures, she's been feeling quite melancholic lately. My attempts to console her have been fruitless. Knowing her deep admiration for you, I thought perhaps you could offer her some words of comfort or even a gentle reprimand. Both Wei Jun and Qing Xin breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it, Wei Jun said. However, interfering in another family's affairs is a delicate matter. I'm not sure I'm equipped to handle such a situation. I don't know what I could do. Internal family disputes aren't exactly illegal, and even with the best intentions, my hands are tied. Li Damhua nodded. I understand. If it were a simple family squabble, I wouldn't have sought your assistance, Brother Wei. Li Damhua's expression turned serious. My beloved's grandfather was Zhang Bin, General Zhang. He paused, a faraway look in his eyes as he recalled the moment of Zhang Bin's demise. General Zhang wasn't old, and yet he had a grandniece, Brother Wei, he mused. Li Damhua's voice was tinged with sadness. Despite being a cultivator, and therefore appearing younger than his actual age, he doted on her immensely. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Jun delegated. In that case, Brother Li, please arrange for her to meet us. I'd like to understand the current situation within the Zhang family and determine how we can best assist her. Lord Bai, would you accompany me? Your judgment is impeccable. No matter how complex the Zhang family's affairs may be, I trust you can unravel them. Li Damhua's face lit up. Wonderful. Thank you both for your willingness to help. Wei Jun furrowed his brow, his voice firm. A small matter. General Zhang served our country with unwavering loyalty, and his passing is still fresh in our minds. Let me be clear, if anyone dares to dishonor his memory, especially by mistreating his descendants, I will not stand idly by. I will personally bring this matter before the Grand Marshal and Chancellor Shangwan. The following morning, a young woman arrived at Wei Jun's residence. Greetings, Lord Wei, Lord Bai, she began, her voice carrying a respectful tone. I am Zhang Changquan, niece of General Zhang Bin. I have long admired your esteemed reputations. She continued, her words carefully chosen. Lord Wei, your courageous denouncement of the National Lord in the Golden Loan Hall, and Lord Bai's unparalleled investigative prowess, ensuring justice prevails in every case. You are both shining examples to me. Wei Jun responded modestly. Miss Zhang, you are too kind. Li Damhua mentioned you've been troubled by matters concerning your grandfather. Is there anything Lord Bai and I can assist you with? Please, do not hesitate to ask. While General Zhang and I were not close confidants, we shared the camaraderie of the battlefield, and I consider him a brother in arms. I would never stand by and watch injustice befall his family. Li Damhua, his face etched with concern, gestured towards the room. We are all friends here. Formalities are unnecessary. Please, let us sit and discuss this over tea. The four of them settled around a low table, the aroma of tea filling the air. Changquan hesitated for a moment before beginning her story. I am ashamed to burden you with this, she confessed, her voice laced with distress. It is difficult to air family grievances, but I am truly at a loss. There are things I simply do not understand, and recent events have left me deeply disturbed and afraid. Wei Jun's voice was gentle and reassuring. Miss Zhang, please take your time. There is no need to rush. As she spoke, Wei Jun observed her closely. Despite her composed demeanor, a faint shadow lingered beneath her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights and the weight of her worries. Changquan lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Lord Wei, Lord Bai, Master Li, did you assume my grandfather, the head of the Zhang family, held the most authority within our clan? Wei Jun was taken aback. Was that not the case? General Zhang held the highest rank, did he not? Chan Chuan's face paled slightly. That is what one would assume, she admitted. But ever since I was a child, I realized the truth was far more complicated. A wave of resentment colored her voice as she continued. In truth, my grandfather was not well regarded within the Zhang family. Despite his rank, my great-grandmother favored his two younger brothers, my granduncles, even though they held no official positions. Our branch of the family has always had only one heir per generation. My grandfather had only one son, my father, and I am his only child. Now, with my grandfather's recent passing, my second granduncle has proposed dividing the family assets. He claims that as a woman, I am ineligible to inherit, and he should receive everything. Her voice cracked with disbelief. What I cannot comprehend is that my great-grandmother supports him. They're all her sons, she cried, her voice thick with tears. My grandfather's contributions were far greater, yet she shows such blatant favoritism. How can this be? Qingxin interjected. I recall hearing a rumor that after receiving news of General Zhang's death in battle, Madame Zhang wept silently, yet a smile played upon her lips. Changquan responded with a bitter laugh. Haze, the smile is true, but the silent tears, that was a story my family spread to avoid ridicule. Qingxin pressed further. Miss Zhang, do you have any theories about this? Changquan clearly wanted to speak, but her lips remained sealed. Li Damhua, at her side, offered encouragement. If you can't trust Lord Wei and Lady Bai, then there's no one trustworthy left in this world. She choked back a sob. It's not that I don't trust Lord Wei and Lady Bai. It's just, I don't want to harbor ill thoughts about my own family. But I once saw my great-grandmother using some kind of elixir. Qingxin's interest peaked. An elixir? How old is your great-grandmother? Changquan replied, 97. But she looks no older than 60. Qingxin deduced, then the elixir your great-grandmother uses is likely a longevity pill, the kind used by cultivators. Does your great-uncle have any connection to cultivators? Changquan confessed, I don't know. I always thought he was just a scholar. But, she continued, when Lord Wei exposed the truth behind the Patriotic War, revealing that the Cultivator Alliance had somehow broken the barrier between our continent and the Western continent, my grandfather and great-uncle had a terrible argument. I overheard something about my great-uncle researching the barrier since his youth. The breach, it might be connected to him. Astonishment rippled through the room. Wei Jun's expression hardened. He frowned, saying, I never intended to stand idly by in this matter. Now it seems I have even more reason to intervene. He then turned to Changquan, offering reassurance. Don't worry, Miss Zhang. Right will always prevail. Regardless of your great-uncle's actions, General Zhang remains a hero who sacrificed his life for his country. No one can change that. His contributions will forever be etched in history, and I will ensure they are recorded with the utmost integrity. Changquan clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Wei. Wei Jun replied modestly, I am merely doing what is right. There's no need for thanks. By the way, when does the Zhang family plan to hold the funeral for General Zhang? I would like to pay my respects and offer condolences to Madame Zhang and your great-uncle. Chan Chuan's voice was laced with resentment. My great-uncle and great-grandmother believe that since the court has already held a state funeral, there's no need for the Zhang family to hold another. Li Damhua erupted in indignation. Preposterous. The state funeral represents the court's respect, but what about the families? Despite his own anger, Wei Jun maintained a composed demeanor. Please inform your family, he instructed Changquan, that the Grand Marshal, Chancellor Shangwan, Princess Mingzhu, the second prince, Wine Master Zhu, and Chief Steward Liu will be visiting the Zhang residence to pay their respects in 2 days. Changquan gasped. Then my great-grandmother will have to hold a funeral for my grandfather. Are you certain these esteemed individuals will come? Wei Jun affirmed, of course. We must pay our last respects to General Zhang Bin. 2 days later, as Zhang Changquan had foretold, the Zhang family was compelled to hold the funeral for General Zhang. The entire clan had gathered, preparing to receive those who came to offer their condolences. Standing at the center, representing the Zhang family, were Madame Zhang, the matriarch and the second granduncle. The ceremony seemed to be nearing its end. Madame Zhang stepped forward with a smile. I thank all you esteemed guests for coming to offer your condolences to myself and my descendants. Now that the funeral rites have concluded, please feel free to return and rest. Wei Jun, observing her from below, began to see the guests off with Qingxin. Why such haste in concluding the ceremony, Madame Zhang? A voice rang out, none other than Grand Marshal Tai Changquan. I hear the Zhang family is planning to divide its assets. With General Zhang's bones barely cold, this seems rather inappropriate. There are certain respects to be paid to the deceased. Madame Zhang's eyes narrowed as she replied, her smile unwavering, but her tone firm. Grand Marshal, I am aware that my son served as your aide during his lifetime. However, the affairs of the Zhang family are not related to military matters. The domestic concerns of an aide are hardly your concern, Grand Marshal. Wei Jun silently assessed the situation. He had expected the Zhang family to shirk responsibility, but the matriarch's stance was surprisingly resolute. Not only did she choose to confront the issue directly, but she also presented an irrefutable argument. Sensing the rising tension, the second grand-uncle interjected with a laugh. "Grand Marshal, my mother is advanced in years. If you have anything to say, you can speak to me." Tai Chong Kong scoffed. "Speak to you. I have nothing to say to the likes of you." The second grand-uncle stroked his beard. Indeed, the Grand Marshal achieved glorious feats in the Patriotic War, accomplishments that shook the world, a true hero who saved the great Qian. Naturally, you would look down upon an insignificant nobody like myself. The Grand Marshal, incensed by his sycophantic tone, roared, "The common people who toil tirelessly, I respect, but I despise those who seek to reap what they have not sown." Instead of anger, the second grand-uncle let out a booming laugh. "Ha ha, Grand Marshal, if you call me a villain, I doubt anyone in the entire Zhang family would agree. Did my elder brother single-handedly build the Zhang family's fortune?" The old man retorted indignantly, "Wrong. It was through my tireless efforts and management that the Zhang family achieved its current prosperity. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. How can you accuse me of reaping what I have not sown?" The Chancellor, unable to contain his outrage any longer, interjected such sophistry, such blatant manipulation. The second grand-uncle, emboldened, dared to retort, "Chancellor Shangguan, you concern yourself with governing the realm, saving the nation and its people. But I would advise you to choose your words carefully." He began his condemnation. He, just like my elder brother, was utterly devoted to this country. His entire heart and soul were poured into leading troops and fighting battles. What did he know about managing a household? He couldn't even fulfill his filial duties. Our father fell gravely ill and passed away while he was on campaign. Mother also became sick while he was away at war. Now, mother is advanced in age, and my eldest brother, still leading troops, went on another expedition. In the end, he died on the battlefield. Perhaps everyone considers my elder brother a hero, but I believe he was nothing more than an unfilial son. Ignoring the indignant expressions on everyone's faces, he continued his reproach. "You all believe that grand endeavors like saving the nation and its people are paramount, but you forget the simple act of brewing a cup of tea or pouring a bowl of water for your parents." Madame Zhang, their great-grandmother, nodded in approval, praising him. "Well said. It's fortunate I still have you." Unexpectedly, his words seemed to sway some of the civil and military officials present. A chorus of sighs rippled through the gathering. "Alas, we truly dedicate ourselves to the country and its people, but we have indeed been remiss in our duties to our parents." Could this be the reason why Madame Zhang favors second grand-uncle more? To shatter this unsettling atmosphere, Wei Jun let out a hearty laugh. "Huh, clever words to disguise a false heart." Second grand-uncle, unfazed, responded with a cool inquiry. "Lord Wei, I wonder if you have any insightful opinions of your own." Wei Jun fixed second grand-uncle with a look of utter contempt and thundered, "You use flowery language to mask your deceit. Pity, a hero will always be a hero, while a fly will always remain a fly." With his words, he tore through the fog of falsehoods the second grand-uncle had created. When a hero falls on the battlefield, flies are the first to discover his flaws and wounds. They cling to him, buzzing triumphantly, believing themselves braver than the fallen hero. Sadly, the warrior, having made the ultimate sacrifice, can no longer swat them away. And so, the flies buzz on, imagining their noise is eternal, their own perfection superior to the warrior's. His scathing words struck second grand-uncle like sharp arrows, piercing his mask of hypocrisy. Indeed, no one bothers to find the flaws and wounds of a fly. But a hero, even with flaws, remains a hero. A fly, even in its imagined perfection, is still just a fly. No matter how loudly it buzzes, it's just noise. It can only survive by sucking the blood of heroes. His pretense shattered. Second grand-uncle glared at Wei Jun, his teeth grinding. Wei Jun's voice boomed again. "You say that men like General Zhang Bin only think of grand things like saving the nation and its people, forgetting to brew tea and pour water for their parents. What you say may be true, but you forget one thing. When a nation is in peril, if not for these heroes who save the country and its people, those like you wouldn't even have the opportunity to brew tea or pour water for your parents. At this, the officials, hearing Wei Jun's words, seemed to awaken from a dream. He was right. General Zhang, though not perfect, was a hero. The world demands perfection from its heroes, yet shows excessive leniency towards villains. Shameful. We were almost deceived by second granduncle's honeyed words. Seeing her son rendered speechless, Madame Zhang spoke up. This lord, isn't it too much to call my son a fly? Wei Jun lashed out. How dare you even speak? Silence. You have a son, a hero who risked his life for the wealth and privilege you now enjoy, and you complain he doesn't pour your tea. If General Zhang spent his days serving you, how could you possibly enjoy the status of a first-rank widow? Or perhaps you'd prefer the fawning attentions of your other son. Madame Zhang retorted angrily, Young man, don't you dare underestimate my second son. His abilities are no less than his elder brother's. Wait, Jun scoffed. If you consider treason an ability, then I suppose I must concede the point. At the word treason, both Madame Zhang and her second son flinched. Wei Jun pressed on, his gaze laced with contempt. But understand this. The reason your treachery commands such a high price isn't due to your abilities, but to the existence of men like General Zhang Bin. Without heroes who defend this nation, do you think the Cultivation Alliance would treat you so well? You both make me sick. Madame Zhang and her son trembled with rage. The second granduncle, his composure finally cracking, roared, Wei Jun, you dare insult me. This is the general's estate. Even with your recent promotion to 5th rank, you have no right to speak here. The absurdity of his words hung in the air. Wei Jun threw back his head and laughed. Even in your threats, you must borrow General Zhang's authority. The Zhang family's prosperity rests entirely on his shoulders. How laughable. He continued, without General Zhang, the Zhang family is nothing. Without invoking his name, what has your precious second son ever accomplished? Madame Zhang narrowed her eyes, her face hardening. Lord Wei, she said, her voice tight, you go too far. Sensing her retreat, Wei Jun pressed his advantage. Unfortunately for you, I will not let this matter rest. Defeated in the argument, the second granduncle bellowed, Wei Jun, don't push your luck. Guards, throw him out. Wei Jun stood his ground, summoning a gleaming sword. If General Zhang were here, as a first-rank general, he would have the authority to have me removed. But you are nothing but a commoner, without rank or title. The second granduncle, his eyes wide with shock at the sight of the sword, was struck across the face. You want to strike me? You are not worthy. His mouth contorted in pain. The second granduncle clutched his face and shrieked, you dare strike me. Guards, are you all dead? Throw this wretch out. Madame Zhang rushed to his side. My son, are you all right? Unrepentant, are you? Wei Jun sneered. He delivered another blow to the second granduncle's other cheek, sending the man reeling back, blood spraying from his lips. Madame Zhang wail, my son. Madame Zhang turned, appealing to the Chancellor. Is there no law left in this land? Chancellor Shangwan, Marshal Han, my son's body is still warm, and you stand by while others bully our Zhang family like this. Is there no justice in this court? I demand an audience with the Emperor. The Chancellor merely coughed, turning a blind eye. Ahem, madam. Even if you appeal to the Emperor, no one will listen. Madame Zhang ground her teeth. You're all protecting each other, aren't you? Tian Yuan finally dared to speak. Madam, look closely. What Minister Wei holds is the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword represents His Majesty himself. Defy it, and death is certain. Only then did the two of them recognize the imperial sword in Wei Jun's hand, fear rendering them speechless. Wei Jun, clutching the Emperor's sword, goaded them. Keep up the theatrics. I'm still watching. Second Granduncle Zhang resorted to his usual cunning. Wei Jun, you're so young, yet your heart is so venomous. Truly ungrateful. Wei Jun replied calmly. Second Granduncle, before coming to the Zhang estate, I did some research on you. You were once a scholar, a man of aspirations. Let's see what those aspirations amount to now. Wei Jun stepped closer to the second granduncle, his righteous aura a palpable challenge. Second Granduncle Zhang trembled. Today, you threaten me with the Emperor's sword, and I have nothing to say. But this is still the Zhang estate, and you have no right to interfere in our affairs. If you insist on meddling, on making a big deal of this, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Wei Jun planted the Emperor's sword in the ground, scoffing at the foolish man. Frankly, I should thank you. Initially, I had no right to interfere in the Zhang family's affairs, but thanks to you, I do now. He began his formal pronouncement. According to investigations, Zhang Ziyuan is implicated in the cause of the war with the Wei Kingdom until the truth is revealed. Zhang Ziyuan is forbidden from leaving the Zhang estate and must remain available for questioning. Any attempt to flee will be met with death. The other officials and Zhang family members murmured amongst themselves as Wei Jun delivered his decree. Implicated in the war with the Wei Kingdom. Such a grave accusation. Even if Wei Jun wanted to deal with second granduncle Zhang, surely he wouldn't fabricate such a serious charge. Could second granduncle Zhang truly be involved in the war's origins? Accused, Ziyuan stamped his foot. You're spouting nonsense. Wei Jun remained calm. Whether it's nonsense or not, my investigation will reveal the truth. If you're innocent, I will personally see that justice is served. Rest assured. He glanced at Qing Xian, continuing with a pointed remark. Magistrate by Qing Xian will be in charge of this case. If you've been wronged, she will ensure your innocence. Qing Xian's eyes brightened. Second granduncle Zhang, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. Of course, Zhang Zuan, knowing Qing Xian's allegiance to Wei Jun, felt utterly helpless. He cried out, Wei Jun, what right do you have to investigate me? I am a scholar registered at the Imperial Academy. I am not subject to the investigation of a fifth-rank official like you. Wei Jun's voice was ice. Zhang Ziyuan, he stated, I am acting under imperial decree to investigate the war with the Wei Kingdom. Anyone connected to that war falls under my jurisdiction. Zhang Ziyuan's face contorted, veins bulging in his temples. Preposterous, he roared. If the imperial preceptor were still alive, a petty official like you wouldn't dare speak with such arrogance. Seeing her son's outburst, Madame Zhang quickly intervened. Ziyuan, she hissed, be careful what you say. The imperial preceptor is not to be invoked lightly. Chancellor Shangwan stroked his beard thoughtfully. This matter involves the imperial preceptor. He mused. It seems a thorough investigation is indeed warranted. Mere confinement within the Zhang estate is insufficient. Marshal Han nodded in agreement. As a precaution, he added, he should be taken into custody for questioning. Minister Bai, your assistance in this matter would be appreciated. He leaned forward, his voice hardening. Furthermore, he continued, emphasizing his final words, General Zhang's 3 defeats 5 years ago must also be scrutinized. We must determine if there is treachery afoot. If he is innocent, so be it. But if he is implicated, I will see justice served. Bai Qing Xian turned to Meng Jia and issued a command. Understood. This matter falls to me. Minister Meng, please escort second granduncle Zhang to the 6 gates. I will interrogate him personally today. Meng Jia then gestured to 2 constables holding shackles, who approached second granduncle Zhang. With all due respect, Meng Jia said, will you come quietly, or must we take you by force? Madame Zhang stepped in front of her son, shielding him. What proof do you have that my son is connected to the war with the Wei Kingdom? She demanded. I suspect you are deliberately framing him. You're all in league together, trying to protect your precious general. Meng Jia's eyes narrowed, his gaze laced with contempt. General Zhang was also your son, Madame Zhang, he observed pointedly. Your favoritism is quite remarkable. Tears streamed down the old woman's face. My eldest son is dead, she wailed. He's gone. Now I want to take my only remaining son. How am I supposed to live? You're driving me to my grave. Then by all means, feel free to die, a cruel voice interjected. It was Wei Jun. He curled his lip in disdain. If you were to truly perish, he said, perhaps, under the pressure of public opinion and morality, we would be forced to relent. It's the only way you could possibly disrupt today's proceedings. Pity, I wager you don't have the courage. Otherwise, he added, you wouldn't be consuming so many elixirs to maintain your youthful appearance and prolong your life, would you? An hour later, the scene shifted to the 6 gates. Zhang Ziyuan had been subjected to interrogation throughout the morning. Meng Jia stood with his hands on his hips, his expression frustrated. We're getting nowhere, he admitted. He refuses to speak. Are there any other options? Biking sin in guit, torture. Meng Jia immediately responded, torture is certainly an option, but in this case, it would be futile. He continued, explaining the results of his investigation. I've examined him. There's a restriction placed within his mind, some sort of manipulation by a skilled practitioner. If he utters certain words, he will self-destruct. It's clear he's involved in something significant, but we're completely unable to extract any information from him. She continued, actually, the information we've gathered so far is enough to imprison him for life, or even execute him after autumn. Magistrate Bai, Minister Wei, we must continue the investigation. Wei Jun stared intently at Ziyuan and reiterated his command. Of course, we will investigate. He abused the Zhang family's power to oppress the common people and incite chaos. This isn't uncommon among influential families. It's not a major issue, and it's not within my jurisdiction. I want to investigate his connection to the war with the Wei Kingdom and the matter Marshal Han wants investigated. Meng Jia reacted to Wei Jun's order with a palpable headache. Then we need to find a way to break the mental block in Zhang Ziyuan's mind. Unexpectedly, Ziyuan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't even dream of it. He continued, his laughter laced with arrogance. Do you know who placed the block on me? It was the Celestial Sage. You, talking about breaking the Celestial Sage's seal. Cultivate for another 300 years, and then we can talk. The truth hung heavy in the air, leaving the three with grim expressions. Qing Xian spoke, her voice laced with worry. This is truly troublesome. I'm not very familiar with cultivation systems. The Celestial Sage's power surpasses mine. I can't break his seal. Wei Jun leaned closer to Qing Xian, his voice low. Actually, you could mention your soul manipulation abilities. You're second to none in that area. Qing Xian, trying to grasp his meaning, responded, so I should wait until I'm stronger before interrogating him. Wei Jun waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to wait that long. I have another way. Qing Xian gasped in surprise, while Meng Jia, standing beside her, was even more astonished. Minister Wei, do you have a way to break his seal? Wei Jun nodded. Yes, but I need Magistrate Bai's help. Magistrate Bai, let's find a private place to discuss this. Wei Jun's suggestion, however, took on a different meaning in Qing Xian's mind. She stammered, Minister Wei, do you mean you want to cultivate with me to increase our power? Beside them, Meng Jia shifted uncomfortably. Wei Jun spoke firmly, no, don't think such nonsense. A moment later, the two found a secluded space. Wei Jun placed his hand on Qing Xian's forehead. A luminous stream of spiritual energy flowed from his hand, enveloping her. The Nalai Chu Di, also known as the White Scorching Divine Art, was a cultivation technique created by the Celestial Emperor himself. After using it, one could replicate the abilities of other beings. It was a technique so powerful that even the Tao ancestor would find it formidable. With his growing power, Wei Jun had once again grasped the Nalai Chu Di. Qing Xian, her curiosity piqued, finally asked, Minister Wei, you said you wanted to learn my soul control ability to break the Celestial Sage's seal and control Zhang Ziyuan, forcing him to reveal his true nature. But I haven't mastered this skill yet. How can you learn it from me? Wei Jun replied with a smile. Actually, you have mastered it, you just haven't realized how to use it yourself. All actions leave traces, and all existence can be learned. Nalai, all things in the world are mine. The shimmering spiritual energy of the Nalai Chu Di manifested the replication process. In a blink, amidst the sparkling particles surrounding Qing Xian, a single ray of light drifted towards Wei Jun's palm, settling there peacefully. Replication successful. A moment later, a sharp snap echoed through the room. Someone had snapped their fingers in front of Zhang Ziyuan's face. Immediately, he began spilling his secrets. Spare me, spare me. I'm an elder of the Shadow Guard of the Celestial Bureau. You can't touch me. If you do, the Celestial Bureau will surely declare war on the Imperial Court again. Meng Jia was ecstatic. He's actually confessing. How? Even Bai Qing Xian seemed astonished. That easily. Incredible. Wei Jun, however, maintained his impassive expression. Investigation and interrogation are your specialties. You should handle the questioning. Rest assured, Zhang Ziyuan will answer anything you ask now. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Meng Jia turned to Zhang Ziyuan. Are you truly an elder of the Shadow Guard of the Celestial Bureau? Ziyuan answered readily. Yes, and I was personally invited to join by the Celestial Sage himself. Meng Jia pressed further. Why did the Celestial Sage invite you to join the Celestial Bureau? He continued, 2 reasons. First, my elder brother is a general commanding the Imperial Army. Second, I have extensive knowledge of barrier formations, so they wanted my assistance. Bai Qing Xian posed a different question. Breaking the barrier incurs immense karmic debt. Why haven't you suffered any repercussions? Ziyuan let out a lascivious chuckle. I merely suggested breaking the barrier. I didn't break it myself, so what does it have to do with me? As for the unlucky fool who actually opened it, he's probably suffering in the 18 levels of hell by now, receiving his just desserts. Bai Qing Xian's indignation flared. So, only some hapless soul suffers, while the true mastermind walks free. Do you even comprehend the consequences of breaking the barrier? Ziyuan continued to laugh. Of course I do. The East and West will go to war. The entire world will be engulfed in flames. This made Bai Qing Xian grind her teeth in fury. Knowing the consequences, you still help the Celestial Bureau break the barrier. Ziyuan prattled on. Once war breaks out, the whole world will be consumed by fire, and all living beings will suffer. Bai Qing Xian finally snapped, lashing out at Zhang Ziyuan. Once war breaks out, the whole world will be consumed by fire, and all living beings will suffer. Don't you feel any remorse? How dare you betray your country like this? Stung by the rebuke, Ziyuan fell silent for a moment. Of course, I hesitated, but he then suddenly erupted again. It was the will of the gods. Do you believe it? Besides, the Cultivator Alliance is so powerful, and they have immortals backing them. What does the Great Qian have to fight them with? It's better to cooperate with them. Perhaps after the Cultivator Alliance conquers the Great Qian, the two will merge into one, coexist and prosper, and everyone will be better off. Bai Qing Xian could only feel that this man was beyond redemption. She continued, "You don't even believe that yourself, do you? Truly hopeless. One last question. Were your brother General Zhang Bin's 3 defeats related to you?" Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. "My brother is simply mediocre. I always advised him against participating in the war, but he wouldn't listen. He kept saying the Great Qian would surely win. He burst into angry tears, continuing to shout, 'Win my ass.' 3 battles in a row, he lost them all. How can the Great Qian fight like this? If he had won those 3 battles, maybe I would have reconsidered my position. But he lost. He lost. He forced me to side with the Celestial Bureau. I'm not a coward. I just choose to stand with the winner. What did I do wrong? Do I want to be like him, seeking death?" This final confession left even Wei Jun at a loss for words. Shortly after, everyone returned to Wei Jun's room to discuss the matter. Meng Jia cradled her head in her hands, her voice filled with sorrow. Born of the same parents, raised in the same environment, yet we made completely different choices. Now I realize that General Zhang Bin and the others were even more extraordinary than I ever imagined. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented. When they bravely stood their ground, the pressure and tragedy they faced were far more profound than I could have grasped. When General Zhang Bin chose to sacrifice himself, he didn't even know if we would ultimately win this war, but he still resolutely gave his life. They carried such fervent passion and unwavering faith, all in exchange for a future they couldn't even be certain of. This is the first time I've truly understood this. The first time I've realized that so many things aren't as inevitable as I thought. Qing Xian's stance was firmer than Meng Jia's. After interrogating Zhang Ziyuan, I understand why there are always those who choose to be lapdogs, to betray their country. It's because these people don't believe we can win. So, the moment they see the enemy, they hasten to kneel. They accept defeat before it even arrives. That's why so many, even those who are educated, can't live with integrity. Instead, they choose to be traitors to sell out their own people. Zhang Ziyuan couldn't believe we could win the war against Wei. It turns out that what we consider commonplace today wasn't the inevitable outcome of history. Wei Jun finally offered his own perspective. Of course, it wasn't inevitable. Nothing ever is. Those traitors didn't believe victory was possible. People like General Zhang Bin, they might not have been entirely certain of the Great Qian's victory either, but they were still willing to sacrifice everything, even without the guarantee that their sacrifice would bring about the desired result. That's the difference between a hero and a coward. That's why I want to write this execution scene. His words sparked further contemplation in the 2 women. Even Wei Jun himself fell in a deeper thought. History illuminates the past. The historian's brush is like a knife. I want future generations to know that everything they have wasn't a given. I want heroes to live forever in the annals of history and in the hearts of the people, so that future generations can recognize their greatness. I want future generations to remember that during those turbulent times of war, there were those who surrendered and betrayed, those who simply existed, but there were also those who were brave and selfless. These people used their own sacrifices to secure the future of our nation. These stories need to be known. They need to be recorded. That is the responsibility of the historian, to record greatness, to leave a flame for generations to come. The story ends here.